A sea prison that costs billions, yet only detains you. And it takes 100,000 prison guards to watch over you day and night. All because of your excessively brutal appearance. A single glance can make a blind beggar flee in panic. One move can make the most heinous criminals choose to commit suicide with tears in their eyes. Yet, you, forced to be bound by the fate of Dragon Country, participate in the rule of strange tales, and unexpectedly gain an SSS level talent, all beings equal, and disregarding ghosts of all levels. At this moment, as a light screen lights up, participants from hundreds of countries around the world are simultaneously transported to a room. Then, a cold mechanical voice starts, welcoming everyone to participate in the loving family task. Note that for each strange tale corresponding to a country that is cleared, various resource rewards will be obtained. And for each deceased newcomer, a strange tale will be projected to the corresponding country. Here are a few rules for this task. Please be familiar with them. Your father is silent, but do not challenge him. Your mother loves her children very much. Please do not do anything to make her sad. Your little brother is very naughty, but as his older brother, you should try to meet his needs as much as possible. You need to live in this house for 7 days. You frowned and then checked the things you brought with you. Sharpened pencils, fountain pens, ballpoint pens, a box of matches, half a bag of unfinished potato chips, and a just-picked soda can. Looking at your arsenal, you nodded in satisfaction. As a deep excitement flashed in his eyes, he raised his head to look at the bedroom door, listening to the increasingly approaching footsteps outside, and his heart began to feel hopeful. I hope the ghosts can be more refined. He hasn't found a suitable punching bag for a long time. Oh, the live broadcast has started again. This is the third arrival. As soon as the live broadcast starts, the first thing that appears is a pessimistic barrage. The deaths of the first 2 arrivals brought 2 strange stories, which have kept the people of Longwei in fear. Let's take a look at this arrival. What the heck is this? Could it be that the arrival of Longwa, such a big arrival, was swallowed by a ghost at the beginning of the strange story? Is it possible that this big brother is the arrival? Never mind calling him the arrival. Open your eyes and take a look. His biceps could even crush your head. At the same time, as soon as the arrival of the national strange story occurred, Longwa established a strategy. This kid needs to control his temper. In the outside world, justice and temper alone won't do. His muscular physique won't help him against ghosts. Another person said, so do we want to spend a reminder opportunity now? After discussing it, several people thought it would be better to remind you. They believe that as long as you control your temper, you will definitely be a promising dark horse. And at that moment, the Sakura country, which has not been very friendly with Longwa, sent a video message. I only saw a guy with a small beard inside, arrogantly saying, friends of the Dragon Country, I didn't expect the strange talk to just begin. Your leader has been devoured by ghosts. If you are willing to submit, our Sakura country can generously accept you. The video is very long, but obviously meant to provoke. Soon the Dragon Country replied with a message. Little devil, your Dongfeng Express is being delivered. Remember to accept it. In the strange talk, you received a message. You are now the hope of the entire nation. We know that you are very decisive and capable, but don't let emotions affect your rationality. Ghosts are best at doing this kind of thing. Looking at the words on the screen, you know this is the country reminding you. To reassure the country, you made an okay gesture and said, don't worry, I promise to complete the task. I guess he's talking to someone. It should be the country sending him a message. At first glance, oh my, he really is the chosen one. My brothers, just now I saw the crazy sunrise from Sakura country. It's a creepy guy. Let's crush it for the country. Finish the response, your ears moved sensitively, and you heard the footsteps at the doorstop. The next second, there was a knock on the door, followed by the crisp voice of a little boy. Brother, are you ready to come out for dinner? As soon as the door opened, the crisp voice outside rang out again, brother, I want a basketball. Before finishing the sentence, the voice abruptly stopped. This is a small ghost, not the cute kind with a tilted head, but because his neck is broken, with obvious stitching marks on it. But now one side of the stitches has come loose, very conspicuous. At the moment the door opens, the little ghost is instantly covered by a huge shadow. Looking at the huge creature in front of him, as if it's glaring with hostility, he feels like a chicken being strangled, unable to say a word, while the little ghost's heart is extremely anxious. What the heck is this? This monster with a face full of flesh is my brother. In the same incident, you were also there, looking at the skinny arms and legs of the little ghost with a strange expression. The air fell silent for a few seconds, then you spoke first. What did you want to say just now? The little ghost shuddered, suddenly remembering that the giant in front of him was more terrifying. But he's just a human. I'm a ghost, why should I be afraid of him? So he raised his head, becoming arrogant again. Bro, I want a basketball, go get it for me. Buy a basketball. Do you also want to wear overalls? Should I take you to get a haircut again? You're not afraid of the little ghost's appearance at all, instead you ask with a smile. The little ghost thought for a moment and said, it's not a bad idea. The demon has plenty of ideas, as you raise your hand and place it on the little demon's head, disdainfully saying, but I don't even have money, how about I buy you a hook instead? As soon as these words are spoken, the little demon's face suddenly changes, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, sinisterly saying, since you won't buy it for me, then I'll just take your head off and use it as a basketball. As soon as the words fall, the little demon opens its mouth and tries to bite your hand. A crisp sound rings out, and your strong and powerful arm seems to turn into a blur, and the next second, the little demon's head spins like a top. Wow, what's going on? Is this for real? I originally thought this guy was provoking the demon, very worried about the outcome, but the next second, he just gave the little demon a big slap, simple and enjoyable mouth stink, extreme enjoyment. Your actions cause a burst of barrage, but it's nothing, after all, looking at the two people's physique, it also makes people feel that this is normal. But this action is still very inspiring. The strategy team fell into a moment of silence. Then someone spoke up. This kid is really a talent. At the door of your bedroom, the little demon's head is still spinning frantically. A big hand grabs his head. At this point, his head is almost completely severed, only the flesh of the neck remains, with a little thread still attached to the edge. The little devil, who was slapped hard, had his mind controlled by you. When he saw your gloomy face again, he suddenly shivered and his eyes gradually became clear. Little rascal, who are you with? You exuded the aura of a blind ruffian towards the little devil. The little devil trembled all over, emitting bursts of black gas, and splattered the ground with black liquid. His pants were wet, he must have been scared to urinate. Looking at the soot in front of your door, you frowned, and at the same time heard a hurried footsteps. What are you doing? A sharp and mournful female voice sounded, and you looked up to see a woman in a blood-stained white dress. She came from the kitchen to the hall. At this moment, she was looking over here. The woman looked extremely horrifying, with disheveled hair, skin turning ashen, eyes pitch black, and each hand's nails were sharp and blood red, with the curved hooks at the fingertips dripping fresh red liquid, looking very menacing. Seeing this woman, your heart stirred slightly. What are you doing to your brother? The woman stared at you with her eyes fixed, holding onto the head of the little ghost. Perhaps seeing your lack of response, she continued to exert pressure towards the side, as if it were a countdown. Once she reaches here, she will tear you apart with her own hands. Yet you remain unfazed, even finding this woman's oppressive actions quite professional. Quite the skillful display of intimidation. You seem like a regular viewer of horror movies. What am I doing? Of course, I'm holding onto the head for him. Your fierce eyes meet the woman's, speaking with such confidence. How can you call yourself a mother? Not even aware that your own child's head was nearly severed. If I hadn't caught this poor kid's head, he would be headless by now. Didn't you notice how scared everyone was? Upon hearing your words, the woman's momentum instantly weakened. Compared to her previously aggressive demeanor, she now seems like a different person. The little ghost, upon realizing his mother's presence, prepared to retaliate and report you and his mother. However, he was immediately silenced by your stern glare. The little ghost immediately fell silent, vividly recalling the severity of the slap you delivered just now. Whether it was the life-threatening slap or your monstrous physique, both have caused immense damage to his young soul. In order to protect himself, he feels it's best to remain silent. After intimidating the little ghost, you spoke again. What are you supposed to do? You have no idea. How can you call yourself a mother? The woman's body began to tremble, unable to utter a word. The claws kept wiping in front of the eyes, as if about to cry. Crying, all you know is to cry. What can you achieve by crying? Is your crying useful? You see the woman still inactive, as if angry, scolding her loudly. I'm sorry. Being scolded by you, the woman started dropping pearls directly. Quickly tell me where the needle and thread are. I'll sew this little rascal's neck, then you come and clean the entrance here. Taking care of the child doesn't mean neglecting cleanliness. You should know how to do it. The needle and thread are in the little girl's room. I'll go get them up. The woman seemed to just react, nodding repeatedly, while turning to walk towards the bathroom, pointing to the door of a room. In the live streaming room. Watching the woman leave, the audience who were sweating for you finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the barrage started rolling again. What the heck was that monster just now? It scared me so much I didn't dare to speak. Now it seems he's not just a horse, he's smart too. So, why did the ghost mom become like that under your scolding? For a moment, I couldn't tell who the real ghost was. This is mainly because at the beginning of the horror story, the hint we got said that the ghost mom loves her child very much. You took advantage of this to take the lead, coupled with a strong and unflustered attitude, which temporarily overwhelmed the ghost's brain, its CPU. But you are really something. Your approach requires very strong mental resilience, extremely fast reaction speed, and relatively flexible thinking ability. As the leader, you seem to be the fortunate one for our dragon country. Join us and watch the livestream in Xiaozi's room. They are also being knocked on. In the livestream room of the crazy sunrise in the Sakura country, at this moment, in a bedroom similar to yours, there is a continuous knocking sound coming from outside. There is also the crisp voice of a little boy. What are you doing, bro? Come out quickly and get ready for dinner. Do you want to make mom angry? The sordid crazy sunrise is crouching by the bed, trembling, and completely lacking the courage to open the door. Seeing crazy sunrise's cowering behavior, some of the little Sakuras who had just returned from the dragon fruit livestream couldn't help but start complaining. Damn crazy sunrise, what are you doing? Your cowardly attitude is simply disgracing us Sakuras. Where has your samurai spirit gone? If I were you, I'd commit seppuku in a minute. Compared to the angry Sakura crowd, the Sakura leadership is a bit more composed. They just came back from the Dragon Country livestream to learn. That little ghost is just a weakling. The leaders of the Dragon Kingdom can easily handle it. If their great leader Zhu Jun can, why can't our Sakura leader? What the Dragon Kingdom leaders can do, we Sakura people can definitely do better, with this inexplicable confidence. The leader of Sakura Country has sent a message to Crazy Sun Pig, do not be afraid, everyone. The little ghost outside the door is very weak. Seeing this message, Crazy Sun Pig immediately became elated, and his expression became arrogant. Then he changed from a fearful look, and got out of bed. Outside, there is also a little black ghost with a head almost falling off. Seeing the frightened look of the child ghost, Crazy Sun Pig's heart jumped, but then he remembered the message given to him by the country, which doubled his confidence. Brother, I want a basketball. Go buy it for me, said the child ghost. Crazy Sun Pig's face turned cold, glancing at the child ghost and said fiercely, you greedy little kid, you deserve to die. As he spoke, Crazy Sun Pig raised his hand to hit the child ghost, but the child ghost in front of him was not as weak as he had been told. The child ghost's eyes became terrifying, emitting a faint black aura. Opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, it bit off 3 fingers of Crazy Sun Pig. Crazy Sun Pig howled in pain and kept backing away, but the little ghost child seemed determined not to let him go. After eating 3 fingers, he slowly walked over, saying, since you don't want to buy it for me, I'll just take your head off. At a critical moment in basketball, Crazy Rizu made a decisive move. With a thud, Crazy Rizu knelt down in front of the little ghost child, and loudly apologized, I'm sorry, I wasted half of my talent in craftsmanship. There was a golden light on the little ghost child, and it returned to its original state. As if forgiving Crazy Rizu, the little ghost child disdainfully said, you're just a weakling. You still want to fight me? But seeing how sincere your apology is, I'll forgive you this time. I'll forgive you this time. Crazy Rizu nodded repeatedly, not daring to argue, and even now, he didn't dare to stand up. At the same time, he was resentful in his heart. Damn leaders of the Sakura country, what are they really thinking? Don't they know that as a descendant, I wouldn't be better off if they died? His way of calming anger, using half of his talent in craftsmanship, can resist a ghost's attack, but it can only be used 3 times in a dungeon. And now, 1 time has been wasted. Damn, why is it like this? Wasn't it said that the little ghost child wasn't a threat? Deception, this is deception. The evil Dragonbone, at this time, instead of thinking about the whole human race, is deceiving the leaders of other countries. Truly despicable. Laughed at our cousin's rugged appearance, but he turned out to be both brave and resourceful. On the other hand, this little cherry blossom looks delicate but acts like a true tough guy. Returning to your side, after the ghost mother went to get the mop, you took the little ghost child to the little girl's room. According to the initial information, she should be the youngest child in this family, a seriously ill little ghost. Upon opening the door, the room was pitch black, making it inconvenient to find anything. You reached out and felt the wall, then clicked the light switch. A pink room appeared before him. Would a ghost really like this cute decor? Raising an eyebrow, feeling somewhat puzzled. This clearly doesn't match the style of a ghost, making it seem out of place in the world of supernatural tales. Big brother, a weak and feeble voice of a little girl came through. You followed the voice and looked down, finding a little girl with a seriously mismatched style lying on a single bed. Looking at this little girl, a big question mark popped up over your head. Question, what should we do if the abnormal art style of the strange world is not right? The answer is that this is very normal. Ghosts should not be normal, abnormal is reasonable. If everything is normal, then that is truly strange. Well, the above is a fallacy. Looking at the figure in front of him, a little girl who usually plays the leading role in horror stories or heartwarming little stories, Tang Chen felt a little surprised. This may be a new experience. He had never seen such a ghost in the previous strange live broadcasts. However, Tang Chen's heart quickly calmed down, without any ripples. Just like this, it was not enough to shake him. He has never been a normal person since he was a child. His thinking is different from ordinary people, and so is his physique. At the age of 3, he pinched a chicken's neck and asked his grandfather to roast it for him. At the age of 6, he almost split the head of the village bully. In fact, it doesn't matter what he looks like. In his opinion, ghosts are no different from chickens or village bullies. Perhaps it is because of this that he has the innate talent of equality with all beings. At this time, facing the little girl's question, he showed no change on his face and asked directly, "Do you know where the needle and thread are? This little rascal's head fell off, and I need to sew it back on." As he spoke, Tang Chen also reached out and patted the child's face. Whether it was Tang Chen's illusion or not, he felt that the girl lying on the bed remained silent for a while before speaking. But she already looked sickly, so speaking slowly seemed to be no problem. At this moment, the old teddy bear on the bed moved and pointed to a drawer not far away. "The needle and thread are in there," the little girl's voice rang out. Tang Chen looked over and didn't say much, just opened the drawer and found a pink thread and a needle. Then, he skillfully threaded the needle, removed the loose end from the child's neck, and expertly began sewing. If you were to ask why this big guy was so skilled at sewing, most protagonists in books are directly portrayed as culinary geniuses, so it seems reasonable for Tang Chen to be good at sewing, right? Well, in fact, the Mukha Mental Hospital is a place where talents abound, so it's normal for him to learn a few skills. After all, the days in the hospital are really boring. Soon, Tang Chen had sewn the child's head back on, but judging from the other party's expression, it seemed that he was not satisfied with the delicate pink stitches. However, under Tang Chen's coercion, he dared not say anything. As Tang Chen repositioned the thread and prepared to leave with the child, the girl lying on the bed spoke again. "Second brother, you leave first. I want to talk to big brother for a moment." The child did not respond, just left straight away, moving at a rapid pace and even thoughtfully closing the door. Outside the door, the child patted his chest in relief. "Damn, that monster scared the hell out of me. Is he really human? The little brother, don't want to stay a second longer." On the other hand, inside the room, Tang Chen turned to look at the little girl, waiting to see what the little rascal wanted to say. The little girl didn't speak directly, but the toy bear next to her moved first, helping the sickly little girl sit up from the bed. Then, Tang Chen saw the emaciated body hidden under the blanket. It couldn't even be said to be emaciated, because under the girl's head was a terrifying skeleton. This was no longer just a matter of being seriously ill, this was a matter of being sick to the point of no return. But looking at this eerie and terrifying scene, Tang Chen showed a relaxed expression. This was more like it. Being a ghost should be unsettling. The little girl saw Tang Chen's expression remain unchanged for a moment, but thinking about how this guy had just carried her brother's head in, it was fine. Soon, she spoke, "Big brother, it's dangerous for you to stay here. The ghosts in the world of strange tales torment humans for fun. When you're in danger, you can come find me. I'm willing to protect you." Tang Chen didn't fully believe the little girl's words. He just lowered his head to compare their sizes, then asked, "Are you serious?" The little girl, "If you don't want to talk, you don't have to." Although Tang Chen was taken aback by her silence, the little girl continued, "That's all I have to say. I don't like enslaving humans. That's why I ended up like this." She lowered her head, seeming upset that Tang Chen didn't take her words to heart. But Tang Chen did understand the meaning of her words, and it wasn't very useful to stay here any longer, so he didn't say much and just left. Although Tang Chen appeared calm, this interaction caused a stir in the live chat room. This ghost, at first I felt sorry for her, but when she revealed herself, she almost scared the pee out of me. Just when I thought she was a scary ghost, she said she wanted to protect Tangu. She's really gentle, I'm crying to death. This ghost is indeed strange. In the world of strange tales, there has never been a ghost that considers humans. But Tangu completely ignores her, and I feel like this sister really doesn't have the capital to protect Tangu. When they stand together, I even thought Tangu was the ghost. Inside the Dragon Country strategy group, several people frowned and discussed this matter. "Do you think we can trust this ghost?" "I don't think so. We know nothing about the world of strange tales, and ghosts have always enjoyed tormenting humans. It's possible that she's deliberately deceiving us. Indeed, it's better to remain cautious. They are not of our kind, their hearts are bound to be different. This little anomaly might be up to something big. Should we warn Tang Chen? I don't think we need to. Look at his attitude, he clearly doesn't take what the ghost said to heart." At this moment, the high-level officials from other countries who were monitoring the Dragon Country live broadcast all sent relevant information to their own descendants after seeing this scene. Although they didn't really believe the little girl's words, if the world of strange tales is real, wouldn't it provide an extra layer of protection? Besides, if the descendant made the wrong choice, it's his own decision. What does it have to do with them? The world of strange tales. After Tang Chen left the house, he found that the little ghost girl had disappeared. The entrance to his bedroom had been cleaned, and at this moment, the ghost mother was busy in the kitchen, with some dishes covered and placed on the table. Is the boss out? We'll have dinner when Dad gets off work. The ghost mother shouted from the doorway. For some reason, her voice seemed to carry a hint of intimacy. Tang Chen detected that hint of intimacy in the ghost mother's tone. It was strange, there was no reason for it. The only reasonable explanation was that he had won the ghost mother's favor by helping the little ghost girl. As for the family relationships that come with the world of strange tales, they are completely unreliable. The pleasure of tormenting humans is what ghosts enjoy, and that hasn't changed since the arrival of the national strange tales. Perhaps the ghost mother's intimacy at this moment is just to catch him off guard. Setting aside the goodwill of the ghost mother, he began to think about something else. The ghost mother said the ghost father hadn't finished work yet, so besides the neighbors, the only friendly being mentioned in the initial introduction was the dog that he hadn't seen. With this in mind, he asked, "Where's my dog?" Since he came out, he hadn't seen any trace of the dog, and the initial introduction mentioned that he owned the dog, so it was okay to call it my dog. The ghost mother responded from the kitchen, seeming normal for the time being. "It kept jumping on the sofa during the day, so I locked it in the balcony cage." At this moment, with no sign of the ghost causing trouble, the ghost mother seemed just like a real mother to Tang Chen. This was normal and also a test for the descendant. The ghosts in the world of strange tales all have roles to play, or rather, the descendant needs to play the role assigned to them. During this time, the descendant is easily relaxed by seemingly warm atmospheres, and ultimately devoured by the ghost. Just like the little ghost girl's initial knocking and asking for basketball, it was all normal, but once he refused, she would attack. Tang Chen was not bound by this warmth, but he still needed to play his role well. After all, it was mentioned at the beginning that he needed to stay in this house for 7 days. Both home and 7 days were important. Having obtained the information he wanted from the ghost mother, he turned and went to the balcony. At the kitchen door, the ghost mother poked her head out and stared at Tang Chen until the oppressive figure left her sight. "What a capable child, if only he were really my son," she muttered. A strange smile appeared on the ghost mother's face as she turned back to the pot of boiling meat soup, inside of which were chunks of human arms, with the fingers particularly prominent. Tang Chen was unaware of what was happening in the kitchen. Otherwise, he would have made himself some fries in advance. Right now, he was busy confirming the information of the last member of the family. This place was an ordinary apartment building, with a clear layout, and the balcony was not hard to find. Opening the sliding door in front of the balcony, a large dog cage appeared in Tang Chen's sight. Inside the cage sat a strong and sturdy black and white husky. Hearing the commotion outside, the husky raised its head, its blue eyes looking at Tang Chen, albeit a bit cross-eyed. Its pink tongue hung down from one side of its mouth, giving it a very intelligent look. At first glance, Tang Chen could tell that this husky was at least a prince. Opening the cage, the husky showed great enthusiasm towards Tang Chen, leaping towards him. If it weren't for Tang Chen's size, he would have been knocked over by the husky. The husky then kept rubbing against Tang Chen and its tail behind it spun like a propeller. Tang Chen symbolically patted the dog's head and, according to the initial introduction, this dog was a companion. "Silly dog," Tang Chen said softly, looking at its intelligent eyes. Immediately, the husky seemed to be startled and took a step back, looking at Tang Chen, then stomped its front foot and barked. "Very good, this one probably doesn't even count as a ghost." The silly appearance of the husky made Tang Chen comment, but he had to admit that the husky's behavior, even in the world of strange tales, did not affect its normal style. And this brief tranquility also relaxed the tense audience. "Ha, this silly dog, it's just like the one at my house." Tang Ji found a companion in this copy so quickly, but I have deep doubts about this companion's abilities. Sure, I have no idea what use this silly dog will be against ghosts. At the same time, the house's front door made a sound of opening, and then a man in a dark, sheep suit walked in. The man was tall, only half a head shorter than Tang Chen, and wore glasses. He had a serious and dull expression, and apart from looking difficult to deal with, he didn't have much of a ghostly style. After the man put away his clothes, the ghost mother poked her head out of the kitchen and said, "Honey, you're back, it's time to eat." The man nodded, still silent, and then headed straight for the kitchen. Here, all the people except Tang Chen were already in place, and the dishes on the table were uncovered. These dishes were horrifying. including even a live human head with its skull opened, the brain exposed, and the eyes still moving. But such a terrifying existence for humans might just be a bowl of tofu brain for ghosts. The ghost father scanned the dining table, frowned, and asked, "Where's the eldest?" The ghost mother replied, "The eldest should be playing with the dog, right? After all, that dog is always sticking to this child." For a moment, the ghost father's frown deepened, and he also heard the indulgent tone in his wife's voice. This made him feel uneasy. It was just a new human coming in, so why would his wife have this kind of attitude? Don't they know to come and greet their father after he's been busy all day? Still fooling around. Before Ghost Dad could finish his displeased words, he suddenly fell silent. Tang Chen had come out onto the balcony with the silly dog. Tang Chen's tall figure, with muscles that seemed to pulsate with life, combined with his gloomy and imposing face, immediately caused a huge psychological impact on Ghost Dad. Damn! What is this thing? Is this the big boss who was sent in? Is this a human being? Has the ghost will made a mistake? You call this guy who looks like he could punch me to death a human? As soon as Tang Chen appeared, a sense of lawlessness swept over. Watching Tang Chen lead the silly dog step by step towards him, Ghost Dad swallowed hard, but quickly realized that this guy in front of him was human. That was close, almost got scared. But Ghost Dad looked up at Tang Chen, who was looking down at him with an oppressive air, full of question marks in his mind. Are you a ghost and I'm a ghost? Maybe because Tang Chen's appearance just now was too sudden, Ghost Dad's momentum was suppressed, and he still hadn't reacted. Tang Chen looked down at Ghost Dad for a while. The latter stiffened his neck and said nothing. Tang Chen heard Ghost Dad's displeasure. Even though he was supposed to play the role of son, these ghosts were not his real family, so he was not used to it at all. If this guy in front of him dared to play tricks, he would make sure he regretted it. Then, Tang Chen shifted his gaze and found that all the family members were present, including this seriously ill girl. It seemed that Ghost Dad was indeed the head of the family, quite impressive. Then, Tang Chen's gaze fell on the highlight of the evening dinner. Looking at the clearly marked dishes, he had no appetite at all. Sigh. With a helpless sigh, Tang Chen felt that he should go to the kitchen first to see if there was anything edible. But it wasn't too late to go now. He didn't sit down at the dining table, but turned and went to the kitchen, while the silly dog looked at the ghosts and then followed Tang Chen. Tang Chen wandered around the kitchen, but the results were not ideal. There was little meat, but no vegetables, and some of the meat had quite obvious human characteristics. Damn. What are these ghosts eating? Damn it. It's all human flesh. Isn't this deliberately disgusting? Ghosts enjoy tormenting humans, but the strange world wouldn't fail to prepare something for the descender to eat. This is too strange. Tang Chen scratched his head in the kitchen, feeling not very good. The strange world certainly wouldn't fail to prepare something for the descender to eat, but it seemed that the copy he had encountered was quite special. At least there was nothing edible for him in this house, so he had to go outside to look for food, or go hungry for the night. At this moment, Ghost Dad seemed to have recovered from the shock brought by Tang Chen, and returned to his initial gloomy appearance, with black energy constantly churning in his eyes. Just then, he saw Tang Chen coming out of the kitchen with the silly dog, and he spoke, "Boss, what are you walking around for? Sit down and eat." Tang Chen came to the table and stood next to Ghost Dad, his eyes scanning the table of human flesh, and he asked, "Don't you have anything edible for people here?" Ghost Dad sneered and said, "It's already good enough that we can make you this meal. What else do you want? You're quite delusional." Tang Chen turned his head, his gloomy eyes staring at Ghost Dad, who refused to back down, and met Tang Chen's gaze, with black energy churning in his eyes. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly became somewhat heavy, and none of the other ghosts dared to speak for a moment. After a few seconds, Tang Chen spoke again. "This is a residential area. There should be a supermarket or something downstairs. Do you have any ghost coins? Give me some, I'll go deal with dinner." As he spoke, Tang Chen's gaze swept over the ghosts present one by one. The two little ghosts naturally had no way to do so, and the ghost mother hesitated for a moment before saying, "Big brother, the money at home is with your father, Before the ghost mother could finish her sentence, Tang Chen looked directly at the ghost father and said, "Don't be stingy as a ghost, give me some? Kid, don't push it too far." The ghost father's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness, threatening. Although humans are great toys for amusement, if they are all like this kid in front of him, then killing them would be no fun. After all, such humans cannot provide much entertainment. The only thing that made him feel somewhat surprised was that this human in front of him was different from those he had seen before. He didn't know who gave him the courage to be so arrogant and dare to talk to them ghosts. At this point, Tang Chen raised an eyebrow, his voice showing no emotion. "So you're saying, there's no room for negotiation? Negotiate your mother, kid, don't push your luck. A mere human like you makes it difficult for me." The ghost father pounded the table, took off his glasses, looked at Tang Chen, and black energy surged through his body, with some changes appearing on his body. Some scales appeared on the surface of his body, and his hands changed in the direction of a beast. The atmosphere became tense. Damn, why is Tang so reckless? Didn't he have courage and strategy at the beginning? No way, Tang is a young man, it's normal to be hot-tempered. But it looks like the ghost father is about to act soon. Can Tang really survive? Not much chance. Damn, brothers, I just checked and couldn't find any basic information about Tang Chen being released. He lives in the Mukha mental hospital. Brother, are you okay? You two idiots upstairs still have time to joke. The ghost stories will soon be projected to your home. Hurry up and learn from me and change your nationality. I am already a noble and beautiful countryman. NMSL, you are the real idiot. Seeing the ghost father's unyielding appearance, Tang Chen's temper flared up. When he was 7 years old, the village bully had to avoid him. What arrogance did this little ghost, who wasn't even human, have? Difficult? Tang Chen shrugged, then put one hand under the table. Then don't bother. With that, Tang Chen suddenly flipped the table over, and the pots and pans shattered on the ground, and the human flesh feast was scattered. For a moment, all the ghosts were stunned. They never expected Tang Chen to dare to do this. Soon, the ghost father reacted first. He stood up abruptly, saying, "Kid, you," and waved his claws to strike at Tang Chen. But Tang Chen's movements were faster. Despite his muscular body and bulky physique, he didn't appear clumsy at all. He raised his leg and kicked, breaking all of the ghost father's actions, kicking him several meters away, and he fell heavily to the ground. Woof! The silly dog barked excitedly, then quickly rushed forward, directly pouncing on the ghost father who was about to get up, and continuously tearing at his small arm. At this point, Tang Chen heard movement behind him, and turned around, his dark gaze sweeping over the ghosts. The little girl, sitting in the chair, didn't move at all, apparently still in a daze. The little ghost child who was about to come help froze at the moment Tang Chen saw him, then quickly ran back, but slipped and fell because of the scattered human flesh on the ground. The ghost mother, on the other hand, did not make any move, her hands entwined, her eyes showing a look of entanglement and distress. Get lost! Awu, the ghost father cursed, then released the silly dog, and then he stood up from the ground. However, the silly dog that was thrown against the wall by the ghost father actually stood up again, showing no signs of injury, and ran over to bite the ghost father's arm once more. It seemed that under the long-term care of the ghosts, the silly dog was no ordinary pet anymore. Damn it! The ghost father cursed and raised his other claw to hit the silly dog's head. However, just as he was about to strike, Tang Chen, who had already intimidated the other ghosts, arrived. Tang Chen directly grabbed the ghost father's wrist and then kicked him in the abdomen. Ugh! The ghost father let out a miserable cry, curling up like a shrimp, and then vomited a large amount of black water. Having a hard time, huh? Tang Chen scolded while breaking the ghost father's leg with a kick, then threw the entire ghost on the ground and kicked it twice like a soccer ball. You, a little ghost, how dare you act arrogantly in front of humans? Tang Chen raised his foot and stepped on the ghost father's chest, looking puzzled as he asked, "What benefits did the supernatural will give you?" The ghost father was indeed a bit dazed from Tang Chen's beating and subconsciously shook his head. No benefits, so why are you playing with your life? Disgusting! Tang Chen spat on the ghost father's face. Woof! The silly dog barked, seemingly trying to imitate Tang Chen by spitting, but it seemed unable to do so. Instead, it just opened its mouth and shook its tongue, splattering saliva on the ghost father's face. Boss, please stop. The voice of the ghost mother came from behind, and Tang Chen immediately turned around, only to find that she seemed to have no intention of attacking him. Mother, please take these and leave first. Your father was just impulsive, the ghost mother said, while handing a stack of green ghost coins to Tang Chen. Tang Chen frowned but still took the stack of ghost coins. After casually checking, he found that they amounted to about 500. Then, he glanced back at the ghost father before leaving the place and opening the door. The silly dog followed him. Damn, Tang Ji is so fierce, kicking the ghost twice. It's unbelievable. Is Tang Ji really human? He scared off the little ghost with just a glance. Tang Ji must have awakened some powerful talent. It's the first time I've seen a descendant in the supernatural world who can beat up ghosts. Tang Ji, you are my god. Damn, that was so satisfying to watch. Other descendants are all timid and afraid of ghosts attacking, but Tang Ji asked why the ghost dared to act arrogantly in front of humans. It's so epic. Cheating, it's definitely cheating. How can the descendants of Longhua achieve this level? Longhua must apologize to the world. Damn it, I advise you, Longhua, to quickly present this flaw to our beautiful country. Idiot. You 2%, you 1%. The same time, the same events, but different people. The descendant of the Sakura country, Fengquang Reiju, was now looking at the delicacies placed in front of him, feeling his scalp tingle. "Boss, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and eat," the ghost father said. I don't feel like eating tonight. I'll go back to my room first. You all, enjoy your meal and drinks." Feng Riju shook his head in fear and was about to leave. However, the claw covered in scales grabbed him. The ghost father's sinister voice sounded from behind. "You don't have to eat, but, boss, if you don't sit down, you're disrespecting me." "What? Are you challenging the authority of the head of this family?" As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Riju felt the threat of death. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and made a decisive move. Immediately squat and turn around, knelt down to the ghost father, knocked 3 times loudly, and shouted, "See me Masai." The talent spirit was successfully activated, and the ghost father's expression quickly improved. "Humph, since you apologize so sincerely, I'll spare you this time. Get lost." "Hi-yi, hi-yi." Feng Riju nodded repeatedly, then left sneakily. Although Feng Riju saved his life with his talent, the audience of Sakura country was furious. "Feng Riju, you wasted the opportunity of your talent. Feng Riju, where is your samurai spirit? How can you be timid here? You should commit seppuku and apologize to all the people of Sakura." The people of beautiful country captured this crucial information in the live broadcast room of Sakura country, so they activated the second chance to notify the arrivals. When Tom faced the ghost father's inquiry, he sat down directly and said, "I don't have much appetite tonight, so let's just stay here and finish the meal together." "Oh, you're quite sensible, kid." The ghost father indeed did not launch an attack, and Tom was temporarily safe. Other countries, such as Bear Country, Kangaroo Country, and Watch Country, saw how the arrivals of beautiful country passed this test and sent messages to their own arrivals. But some countries had it worse because they encountered this event earlier than Sakura Country or encountered it simultaneously. For example, the player Park Daosi from Club Country. In order to avoid being attacked, he endured discomfort and ate his own share of the human flesh feast. But after eating, his stomach became uncomfortable. Park Daosi groaned, doubled over in pain, and heard the mocking laughter of the ghosts around him. He felt his stomach getting more and more painful. Then, he saw his stomach swelling up. It kept getting bigger and bigger. Bang! With a loud noise, Park Daosi's stomach suddenly burst open, spewing out blood and various fluids. The next moment, Park Daosi's body disappeared, and he appeared in the bedroom. The feeling of death still lingered in his heart, and he patted his chest with lingering fear. His companion talent was compensate for deficiencies, allowing him to resurrect after death, but at the cost of consuming a small part of Park Daosi. And his strength was only enough to activate this ability once. "Damn it," Park Daosi muttered under his breath, feeling the flatness. After the arrivals from other countries finished dealing with the ghost father's harassment, they basically returned to their own bedrooms to hide. But Tang Chan, with his dog, walked in the neighborhood. The night in the world of strange tales was very dark, with the moon and stars in the sky seeming like decorations, and the surrounding streetlights also seemed like decorations, as if the darkness here could swallow the light. But Tang Chen didn't care about that now. He cared that the night in the world of strange tales seemed a bit cold, and even a tough guy like him couldn't help but hug his arms. Back in school, he used to wear short sleeves and shorts, and now the only thing he could be grateful for was that he didn't wear slippers. But inside 6066, there definitely wouldn't be any clothes for him to wear. 6066 referred to room 666 on the 6th floor of Unit 6, his temporary residence in the world of strange tales. 666, a simple and boring trick. But the good news was that there was indeed a small supermarket downstairs in the neighborhood. As soon as he went downstairs, Tang Chen saw the shiny sign above the supermarket. HM. How good chain department store. We're almost there. If the prices are right, I'll buy you some ham sausage. As they approached the supermarket, Tang Chen said to the silly dog. This loyal dog had witnessed the scene where it attacked the ghost father earlier. Oh woo woo woo. The silly dog's ears immediately perked up when it heard this, and it happily howled at the moon with a deep voice. Shut up! Tang Chen interrupted the silly dog's howling and gave it a slap. The silly dog did shut up, but it continued to tilt its head and look at Tang Chen with a "what do you mean" expression. Soon, the man and the dog entered the still open supermarket. The space inside was large and bright, with a wide variety of goods, from daily necessities to snacks, fitting the definition of department store. There were no other employees inside the store, and the owner sat behind the counter, a man with a face full of rough flesh and pockmarks. He looked difficult to deal with, but not as much as Tang Chen. The owner didn't speak to Tang Chen, just opened his eyes to glance at him, then closed them again. Since the owner didn't seem to provoke him, Tang Chen was relaxed and took the silly dog to pick out items. The items on the shelves were clearly priced, which was good, and they weren't very expensive. However, surprisingly, there were no knives for sale, not even ordinary kitchen knives or small pencil sharpeners. It seemed the store owner was very cautious, probably from reading too many novels. Continuing on, there were many convenience foods, all for ghosts, such as ready-made pickled pepper gloves. Tang Chen hurried past this area and finally arrived at a small corner where human food was placed. Although the area was small, the variety of items was rich, including but not limited to convenience foods, ready-made noodles, some vegetables, and frozen chicken and pork in the freezer, with live fish not far away. From this perspective, the supermarket's attitude towards customers was quite good. Tang Chen bought a loaf of bread, a bucket of instant noodles, and a heated beef rice bento, and of course, some ham sausages for the silly dog. He planned to buy fresh vegetables and meat when he needed to cook. He didn't trust bringing them home now, as ghosts could tamper with them, especially ghost fathers. However, the supermarket was trustworthy in this regard, as it was a rule of the supernatural world to provide food for visitors, so the ghosts responsible for this aspect couldn't contaminate the food, and they would even stop other ghosts from secretly contaminating human food. But this also indicated another thing: the ghosts responsible for guarding human food were generally stronger. These were the hidden rules of the supernatural world, discovered by humans through long exploration, and were no longer a secret. However, after wandering around the supermarket, Tang Chen found that there were no other visitors buying things. But then he thought, they probably wouldn't have money on the first day like him. That was fine, and they probably would also receive his brother's basketball challenge. Basketball? Thinking of this, Tang Chen also grabbed a basketball. Maintaining the home relationship was necessary, and he didn't mind the ghost coins he received for free. It was a total of 40 yuan. After calculating the price in his mind, Tang Chen went to the counter to pay. The ghostly store owner with a face full of rough flesh turned and took a plastic bag, packing Tang Chen's items, but didn't give them to Tang Chen, instead gesturing for him to pay first. Tang Chen handed over a 50 ghost coin note. The owner took it, but still didn't give the items to Tang Chen, instead reaching out again and saying, 50 ghost coins are not enough, these items total 100 ghost coins. Instantly, Tang Chen's expression became dangerous. The owner also opened his eyes, staring fearlessly at Tang Chen, with an expression that said, I'm cheating you, what can you do about it? Your price is not right, these are clearly priced items, why are you selling them so expensively? Tang Chen's voice became grim. I am the owner, I say how much these things are worth, I changed my mind, now these items are 200 ghost coins. The owner continued to be aggressive. Are you deliberately causing trouble? Just say whether you want them or not, do you want these or not? The shop owner shook the bag in Tang Chen's hand and spoke harshly. If you want to sell it to me at the regular price, I will definitely buy it. If you want it, it's 300 ghost coins. Take it or leave it. I won't sell it for a penny less, the shop owner said. Tang Chen looked at the unyielding shop owner and quietly reached into his shorts pocket. Shop owner, I'm happy that you're willing to sell me something, but I don't like your tone and your service attitude towards me. Tang Chen's voice was suppressed, like a fierce beast ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. Sensing Tang Chen's attitude, the silly dog also crouched down and growled at the shop owner, as if ready to attack at any moment. This is my shop, I call the shots. What are you pretending to be with me, a human? The shop owner cursed, his whole body filled with anger. He pulled out a watermelon knife from somewhere and slammed it on the counter. Are you buying or not? Are you buying or not? If not, I'll make you go in with a white knife and come out with a red one. The shop owner looked at Tang Chen fiercely. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the supermarket became tense. Seeing this, the audience from the Dragon Country became nervous. Damn, is the shop owner looking for trouble? Everything is clearly priced, and he's selling it so expensive? Isn't that just the way it is? Specifically targeting the arrivals. The problem is, the shop owner has a knife in his hand now, and Tango might not be able to handle it. Shouldn't we back down for now? We still have 500 ghost coins anyway. Unlike the Dragon Country audience, people from other countries were very excited. After all, the Dragon Country is a big cake, and everyone wants a piece. However, due to the overwhelming strength of this cake, people from other countries dare not take any direct action. But now, this natural disaster in the country has given them an opportunity. As long as more and more strange tales are projected into the Dragon Country, they will eventually be able to divide this cake. And at this moment, they saw the tension between the arrivals from the Dragon Country and the ghosts, and it seemed that the weaker side, because they had no weapons, couldn't help but start shouting. Ahahaha, your Dragon Country arrivals are really stupid. At least our Zhu Jun from the Sakura Country reacted quickly. You wait to be projected with strange tales. Humph, it's still our Park Daosi from the Bat Country who is smart. Although he was deceived by the ghost once, he is still the smartest arrival this time. You Dragon Country people are no good. Our beautiful country warmly welcomes female immigrants from the dragon country. Hurry up and take action. No one understands ghosts better than me. Tang Chen is already doomed. A bunch of old idiots. I came back from a time travel, and Tango will shock you all in a while. Dragon Country Strategy Team. The few people who had been guarding the live broadcast room all looked worried. What do we do now? We clearly reminded him to control his temper. There's nothing we can do. After all, Tang Chen is a difficult one to control even in Muka-A. It's no use saying so much, the most important thing now is what to do. Damn it, we can't do anything. Believe in Tang Chen. In fact, whether facing the child ghost or the ghost father, hasn't he always performed well? His talent should be very strong, believe in his judgment. Sigh, that's all we can do. By the way, those few gloating guys, we need to let them know that the dragon country is not so easy to bully. Consider a sanction plan. Strange Tale World. Tang Chen was unaware of the outside world. He was currently in a tense confrontation with the ghost. The shop owner and Tang Chen faced each other, neither making a move, but their eyes had clashed countless times. They were probably thinking, Tang Chen, the shop owner doesn't seem very strong, should I just take him out first? Shop owner, little human, as long as you say you won't buy or dare to make a move, I can kill you. Both sides seemed to have made up their minds, and then, Tang Chen took out a ballpoint pen from his pocket. Do you have paper? He asked. What, do you want to write an IOU? My supermarket doesn't do credit. No, no. Tang Chen waved his hand, his tone seeming to soften all of a sudden. As he spoke, he opened the pen cap. I'll just make a note of how I spent this money. You know, we humans come here, right? The shopkeeper looked at Tang Chen like this, and couldn't help but smile. Puny humans, finally admitting defeat? He then placed the bag in his hand on the counter, and at the same time, pulled out a piece of paper from under the table and handed it to Tang Chen. I know this, after all, we like to see you humans suffer. Good luck when you go back, otherwise I'll have an extra ingredient here. Don't worry, I still have some confidence, you definitely won't see me tomorrow. With that said, Tang Chen suddenly raised his hand and slammed it on the counter in front of him, propping himself up and leaning forward, then the ballpoint pen in his hand fiercely stabbed towards the shopkeeper's neck. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise, the arrogance of the ghost facing a human caught him off guard. He immediately reacted, but the knife in his hand was already pressed against the counter by Tang Chen, and he couldn't pull it out for a while. As for avoiding Tang Chen's attack, it was too fast, he couldn't dodge it. The human in front of him was like a monster. Even with so much muscle, he was very sure that it was not a speed that a human could unleash. It felt like facing an incredibly powerful ghost. And with the attack that he couldn't avoid, coupled with his subconscious delay in pulling out the knife. Splat! The ballpoint pen in Tang Chen's hand pierced the shopkeeper's neck, leaving a circular hole. Some black liquid flowed out from the hole, along with a large amount of black gas. It hurts, it hurts. The shopkeeper let out a miserable scream, subconsciously raising his hand to cover the wound on his neck. Woof! At the same time, the silly dog, who had been prepared all along, was also in position to attack. It seemed to have a telepathic connection with Tang Chen, and didn't need any command. During the long stare just now, it slowly circled around the counter and slipped inside. And now, it was time for it to launch its attack. The silly dog pounced directly, biting the shopkeeper's hand. The shopkeeper let out another scream, subconsciously letting go of the knife in his hand. The silly dog also let go of its mouth at this moment, and while the boss was howling and retreating, it jumped up again and bit the handle of the knife. The next second, a mutation occurred. The originally husky silly dog's eyes suddenly turned pure black, then a large amount of black gas emanated from it, and it quickly melted into a puddle of black liquid. The black water transformed rapidly along the knife handle towards the blade, and when it touched Tang Chen's hand, it also spread towards his left arm. Then, the entire knife, including Tang Chen's arm, was engulfed by this black liquid, and then, a large amount of black water began to wriggle on its own, gradually taking shape. Finally, the black water turned into a black blade exactly like the watermelon knife from before, and it continued to emit a chilling black gas, along with Tang Chen's hand turning into his forearm, all turning black, with a hint of black water spreading further. This process seemed long, but it actually happened in just an instant. Looking at the black blade that appeared in his hand, Tang Chen was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted. This should be the true ability of the silly dog. He didn't feel any hostility or devouring feeling from this loyal lackey. And the blade in his hand. He was very sure, this thing was exceptionally sharp, capable of easily cutting off a ghost's head, and, at his command, the next moment, he waved the blade in his hand across the counter. The distance was not enough, but the black blade extended as it swung. Tang Chen's blade was then held against the shopkeeper's neck. The menacing black aura mixed with a cold killing intent. The shopkeeper wet himself directly. What? What do you want? The shopkeeper was now pressed against the wall, his previous confidence completely gone. He looked at Tang Chen with fear, and at the black blade against his neck. His legs could no longer support him, and he had to lean against the wall to keep from falling. He was very afraid that if he fell, this guy in front of him would cut off his head without hesitation. Although the ghosts in the world of strange tales are often arrogant when facing intruders, after all, they are much stronger than humans. But once the situation is reversed, they will also be afraid. After all, ghosts can die too. Sir, I admit I spoke a bit loudly just now. Look, these things, I can give them to you for free, how about that? Looking at Tang Chen's dark and majestic face, the shopkeeper licked his lips and showed his humble attitude. Tang Chen raised an eyebrow and said, I still like your unruly look. Ah ha ha. Look at what you're saying, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. How could I dare to be arrogant with you? It was just a little joke. Look at this knife. The shopkeeper looked at the black blade emitting a menacing aura against his neck, with a pleasing smile on his face. Unfortunately, his flattery was useless at this moment. In Tang Chen's eyes, this shopkeeper was like a clown. He didn't want to show kindness to a ghost who had once wanted to kill him. So Tang Chen raised his hand and the blade fell. The shopkeeper's head was easily cut off. The cut on the neck was extremely smooth, and a large amount of black aura dispersed from it. The shopkeeper's head rolled down with a terrified expression. At that moment, there was a sudden clang from the side. Tang Chen turned to look and saw a female ghost sitting on the ground, looking over with fear in her eyes. Did you see everything? Ha! Tang Chen frowned and walked over to the female ghost with the knife in hand. The female ghost looked up at Tang Chen's oppressive figure, trembling uncontrollably, mouth open but unable to make a sound. Then 2 tears rolled down from the female ghost's eyes, wetting the ground beneath her. It was obvious that the female ghost was terrified. But even so, she instinctively shook her head, trying to conceal the fact that she had seen the horrifying scene. In the world of strange tales, seeing humans kill ghosts is no different from a human seeing a rabbit tear a person to pieces with overwhelming force. And now this rabbit is a muscular ultimate bro. Please don't kill me, okay? The female ghost pleaded. Don't be silly, girl, I don't kill female ghosts. Tang Chen casually said as he touched the blade in his hand, satisfied with its sharpness. Thank you, sir. The female ghost stood up shakily, controlling her body with fear and stiffness, slowly turning away. Her legs were so weak that she could hardly walk, but she still made an effort to move towards the door. Suddenly, she felt a pain in her chest. She lowered her head in a daze, only to see the pitch-black blade piercing through her chest. The words of humans are as untrustworthy as you ghosts. Tang Chen's cold voice rang out, and with a lift, the upper half of the female ghost's body, including her head, was split in two. Similarly, a large amount of black aura dispersed, and the female ghost's body fell weakly to the ground. Before entering the shop, Tang Chen had checked that there were no surveillance cameras or similar devices in the shop or its surroundings. However, he was not sure if there would be such a thing as ghost police in the world of strange tales. In order to avoid any unexpected situations, he had to get rid of this poor ghost on the road. After all, if there really were such things, and he was taken away, it would be detrimental to his mission. But now it's all over. He looked outside the door and saw that there were no other people or ghosts. So he casually flicked his hand, the black color on his hand faded away, and even the black watermelon knife turned into black water and fell to the ground. The black water wriggled and turned back into the silly dog. Woof! The silly dog barked, and Tang Chen smiled, took the bag, and threw the sausage to the silly dog from inside. Then, since he had come, he killed, and how could he not buy some sausages for 0 yuan? He went back to the shelf and picked up a lot of sausages. The silly dog made a great contribution, so it was like stocking up food for this guy. After that, the man and the dog left the supermarket as if nothing had happened. Ha, I knew Tangu could do it. He directly chopped the ghost with a knife. Damn, it's so cool. I was worried about Tangu, but Tangu is really awesome. I'm willing to call him the strongest arrival. The silly dog's ability is also very timely. It cooperates so well with Tangu. Tangu with the knife is too oppressive. It almost scared me to pee a few drops. Seeing Tang Chen successfully survive, the audience in Longwa was very happy. Longwa strategy team. Good, this kid survived. Yes, it's great, but was Tang Chen too natural when killing the ghost? It's a special experience, it's normal. Isn't it clearly written in his profile? What's wrong with killing ghosts? He's not killing people. This kid is full of a sense of justice, so he should kill ghosts, and he did it well. As for people from other countries, they did not jump around at this moment. One is because Tang Chen was too powerful, and the other is because they discovered the secret of the silly dog and were anxious to tell this important information to their owner rivals. However, what they didn't know was that this action only wasted a chance for communication. For example, after this time in the beautiful country, they used up 3 chances for communication. In the world of strange tales, Tom squatted in the bedroom, watching the ghost feast on human flesh, which made him extremely nauseous. But it was necessary to endure for a while, in order to preserve his life. Tom, there is a silly dog on the balcony with special abilities. Seeing the hint given by the country, Tom's eyes lit up. He remembered that in the initial basic introduction, it was mentioned that there was a husky who was his loyal lackey. In the world of strange tales, an ordinary dog might not be of much use, but a ghost dog could greatly increase the chances of survival. This news made Tom extremely excited, and he couldn't wait to establish contact with the silly dog, so he immediately pushed open the door. "Boss, do you have something to do?" Ghost Dad, who was watching TV on the sofa, heard the movement and turned to Tom with a sinister tone. I'm going to see the dog." Suddenly being questioned by Ghost Dad, Tom's heart sank, but he still bravely said, "According to the initial basic information given, the dog is also part of this family. So there should be no problem in seeing the dog, and his answer should not involve challenging the authority of the head of the family, so he shouldn't touch any death switches." Tom pondered in his heart, but couldn't help but feel doubtful about the hint he received. Is the husky really useful? No, it's not a husky, it's a ghost dog, and it's a loyal ghost dog to me. Tom did some psychological preparation for himself, while cautiously looking at Ghost Dad. After all, it was his own speculation, whether this guy would agree was another matter. And the final result made Tom breathe a sigh of relief. Ghost Dad nodded and said, "Go ahead." Then Tom headed straight for the balcony and saw a large dog cage and a black and white husky full of wisdom. Tom ran over and squatted down, opening the cage, and the husky inside immediately pounced out, licking his face wildly. "Aha! Silly dog! Good boy!" Faced with the husky's enthusiasm, Tom felt a bit disgusted, but he endured it for the sake of a powerful ghost pet. Good dog, good dog. Can you transform into a weapon or something?" Tom's voice was lecherous, like a creepy kidnapper luring a little girl. "Woof!" The silly dog barked, tilting its head, looking at Tom with great wisdom. "Just transform into a weapon." Tom gestured with his hands, that kind of long, extremely sharp. "Woof!" The silly dog barked again, at the same time tapping its front paws on the floor, its eyes still full of wisdom. "Damn it, a weapon, a knife, you silly dog." Tom cursed in frustration. He had risked coming out for a good companion, not to see a dog acting silly. "Woof woof!" The silly dog crouched and barked twice, its blue eyes fixed on Tom. "Damn it!" Tom cursed and slapped the silly dog in the face. "Whimper woof!" After being slapped, the silly dog growled at Tom. "Damn it! You dare to bark after being slapped! Damn it! What use do I have for you?" The silly dog's growl infuriated Tom, and he began to frantically pat the dog's head, seemingly trying to vent all the anger he had received. However, the dog being hit suddenly flashed a black light in its eyes, and its entire body quickly grew larger, directly knocking Tom down and then biting his neck tightly. "Ah!" Tom screamed in pain, and the next second, his talent was activated. The silly dog returned to its original form, and the wound on Tom's neck disappeared. Then, Tom's hand moved involuntarily, and then, he forcibly gouged out his left eye. Then, the silly dog swallowed Tom's left eye, and as Tom watched this scene, he dared not speak out in anger, his remaining eye filled with fear as he looked at the silly dog. He immediately covered his eyes and ran out, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, those idiots in the beautiful country's high ranks, this dog is clearly very dangerous. Damn it! While players from other countries were struggling to communicate with the silly dog, Tang Chen had already taken his silly dog upstairs. Tang Chen walked in front, with the silly dog following behind. The dog, holding his sausage in its mouth, seemed to be in a particularly good mood, bouncing along the road, looking very funny. Seeing its appearance, Tang Chen felt that the name Silly Dog was really not wrong, and he might as well just call it Second Silly in the future. Although this dog was essentially a ghost, this name highlighted both its husky nature and its silliness. Woof! Second Silly seemed to sense something and barked at Tang Chen. Tang Chen stopped and turned to look at Second Silly. In fact, he had already felt strange at the supermarket. Although it was only their first meeting, he and Second Silly cooperated very well, as if they were old friends who had been partners for many years. Without giving orders, or even needing eye contact, Second Silly could naturally know what he wanted to do and what it should do. Tang Chen squatted down, put his hand on Second Silly's head, and asked in a gentle tone, "Do you know what I'm thinking? Do you have telepathy?" Seemingly gentle question. Second Silly suddenly shivered, its ears folded back and it shook its head frantically, its blue eyes filled with 4 words, "Do you trust me?" "No telepathy?" Second Silly nodded. "But you probably know what I'm thinking." Tang Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming dangerous. Second Silly nodded, then lowered its posture, wagging its tail frantically, and rubbed its big head against Tang Chen's hand. "Ha! Forget it. I probably know how you feel." Tang Chen's tone became cheerful, and he could feel the emotions expressed by the silly dog just now. A little worry, and a lot of fondness. This was already much stronger than the average era. However, this was obviously not the ability given by his innate talent equality of all beings. Suddenly, a burning sensation came from his left wrist, and Tang Chen frowned and looked down. On the inside of his left wrist, a black, twisted mark appeared. The mark was circular, with 8 black tendrils extending outward, and in the middle were 16 green dots that looked like eyes. At this moment, he felt a closer connection between himself and Ursha, and a deeper and clearer perception of the other's mood and thoughts. "Ha! This henchman is really extraordinary. Am I bound by the ghosts of the strange world?" Tang Chen thought to himself, then stood up and walked upstairs. Ursha itself was not dangerous, and the basic information given by the National Strange Talk was accurate. As a henchman, as long as he did not harm Ursha too much, Ursha would definitely be a friendly presence. However, if a ghost knew what he was thinking, Tang Chen would feel uncomfortable. It was just right now. "Let's go, Ursha," Tang Chen called out. "Woof!" Ursha responded and quickly followed. Then, the two stood in front of the door of room 6066, feeling at a loss. Tang Chen patted his pocket, then turned to Ursha and said, "Ursha, as the saying goes, even the wise can make mistakes." "Woof!" Ursha looked at Tang Chen with a questioning expression. Tang Chen's face turned black, and he said confidently, "I forgot to bring the key." "Woof!" Ursha was stunned at first, then showed an expression of, "Are you kidding me?" Clearly, he consciously remembered the room number, even carefully observed the environment after killing the ghost, and then forgot to bring the key. In any case, this was somewhat embarrassing. However, before leaving, Tang Chen really did not consider this point. He even doubted whether his identity had a key. He awkwardly scratched his head, and at this moment, the big boy who terrified ghosts, a muscular boy with a height of 1.98 meters, looked somewhat simple-minded. "Ursha, don't worry, I have a special way to open the door." After comforting Ursha a little, Tang Chen raised his hand and knocked on the door. The scene was completely awkward. "Woof woof!" Ursha barked twice, stomping anxiously, looking at Tang Chen as if he were a fool. Although he couldn't understand the barking, through the connection with Ursha, Tang Chen could tell that the silly dog was scolding him. But he didn't care, and instead leaned against the door to listen to the movement inside. He didn't hear any sound. No, there was a very faint sound, as if it was the voice of the ghost father. "What do you mean? Why did you give him the money? And as soon as I came back, I found out that you were speaking to that human in a very affectionate tone." "What? Seeing how powerful that human is, are you infatuated? Do you think I'm not a match for that human? Do I need you to take the money out to save me? You despicable person." Listening to the faint movement inside, Tang Chen frowned. For some reason, he felt as if he could see the pitiful eyes of the child ghost and the little girl. On the other hand, the ghost mother's words seemed to be accusing herself. This ghost father, was he abusing? So the strange world also played this disgusting thing. After listening for a while, Tang Chen withdrew his gossiping thoughts. The current situation was very bad. The behavior of the ghost father was undoubtedly destroying this family, which was equivalent to preventing him from completing the task. Turning back, Tang Chen said to Ursha with a serious expression, "Ursha, through my professional research, I found that the ghost inside does not want to open the door for us." "Ursha, woof woof. What should we do?" "Tang Chen, don't worry, I'm a professional at opening doors." He also made some noise to interrupt the ghost father's behavior. Then, Tang Chen swung his muscular arms and banged on the door. As he banged, he shouted, "Open the door! Open the door! Hurry up and open the door! Hey you! Don't hide inside and stay silent, I know you're at home. You have the guts to hit your wife. Why don't you have the guts to open the door? Open the door!" At the same time, Air Shah also joined in the shouting. Tang Chen and Air Shah made a lot of noise, but they didn't consider disturbing the peace at all. After all, the residents here are all ghosts, so what does it matter if they disturb the peace? That's Tang Chen's thinking. Tang Chen's approach did have some effect. After all the commotion, they didn't hear the ghost fathers cursing anymore. However, it seemed that the ghosts inside still had no intention of opening the door. Although 6066 didn't open the door, the neighboring 6065 did. The ghost who was attracted by the noise opened the door, wearing glasses and looking gloomy, not much different from an ordinary person. This ghost looked a lot like the ghost father in Tang Chen's house. He pressed his face against the door crack, peeking through with a worried expression. Wow, who's this colleague being so dedicated? Isn't today not the day for neighbors to knock on the door? By the way, this colleague looks really fierce. Feels like he could punch me to death. Should a ghost of this level really appear here? Woof woof. Suddenly, Ersha turned around and barked at the peeking ghost. The ghost's face immediately turned ugly, as if he had eaten something disgusting. He could hear the dog cursing at him very clearly, and it was extremely unpleasant. Tang Chen also realized Ersha's foul language, turned around, and his dark eyes met the peeking ghost's gaze. Thump! Thump! Thud! In the instant their eyes met, the ghost was startled and felt his heart skip a beat. The ghost shivered violently and then shrank back, closing the door. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's just a little shrimp. Tang Chen rubbed his chin and muttered. This is a neighbor, need to be careful. This is a ghost who is very likely to actively harm intruders. Ersha, a little shrimp, you'll pay for this sooner or later. Turning back, Tang Chen showed a hint of helplessness. He didn't want to do this, but the ghost inside the house was being shameless. After all, if he broke the door, it would be easy for something to take advantage. Who knows if there are ghost thieves in this neighborhood? But now, Tang Chen raised his hand and punched, breaking through the door. Then he unlocked the door from the inside and opened it. Immediately, the man and the dog entered the house. Then Tang Chen naturally closed the door. Woof woof, Tang Ji is really gentle. He could have just broken the door, but he still reminded the ghost inside. Tang Ji is really polite, he even closes the door after entering. Tang Ji is really a good person. I've never seen someone as cheerful and sunny as him. Listing the things Tang Ji has done: beating up ghost little brother, scolding ghost mom, beating up ghost dad, cutting ghost boss and innocent passersby, and glaring at the ghost neighbor. After entering the house, Tang Chen first scanned the surroundings and found no ghosts in the living room. Before he could take another step, the door to the little girl's room suddenly opened. Two little ghost children ran over, looking up at Tang Chen. Big brother, dad suddenly became so fierce, he hit mom. Please go help mom. Big brother, dad has become so scary. As the older brother of a large family, what should Tang Chen do now? After thinking for a moment, Tang Chen patted the heads of the two little ghosts. Just as the two little ghosts subconsciously thought Tang Chen was going to crush their heads, they heard Tang Chen's exceptionally reassuring voice saying, "Wait a moment, I'll handle this." Immediately, Tang Chen carried the bag and brought Ersha to the door of the ghost parents' bedroom. Then he kicked the door open with a sudden force. The two little ghosts looked at Tang Chen's back with a slight daze. A hint of admiration could be seen in their eyes. Having a big brother is really nice, the little girl muttered subconsciously. The child ghost was taken aback, looked at the little girl, then turned to look at the door of the parents' bedroom. The sound of the ghost father hitting the ghost mother could no longer be heard. It's just like that. Anyway, it doesn't feel bad, he said awkwardly. He walked into the ghost parents' bedroom. Tang Chen saw that the ghost father and ghost mother had stopped their actions. The current ghost mother was being oppressed by the ghost father in a corner, with 6 arms blocking in front of her, and her body trembling. Many fresh wounds could be seen on the ghost mother's body, with black water and black energy flowing out of them. The ghost father was covered in black energy, with cloudy eyes, churning black mist, and hands with scales like claws, already dyed black by the black water. The ghost father turned his head and looked at the door, at Tang Chen, who had suddenly burst in. An incredulous look appeared in his eyes, shaking his head repeatedly, horrified. "No, it's impossible, how could you come in? That door can't even be opened by a ghost of the level of the supermarket owner. How did you do it?" To be honest, the ghost father instinctively turned to look at Tang Chen. The scene of Tang Chen kicking him a few times just now was still vivid in his mind. He even felt some phantom pain. Now, facing Tang Chen again, he instinctively felt a little timid. Unconsciously, the ghost father retreated and pressed against the wall. It seemed that touching something real like this could make him feel at ease. Tang Chen's terrifying figure, his gloomy and majestic face, and his extremely sinister eyes all made him feel timid. "It's really unfortunate, I just chopped off that scoundrel's head," Tang Chen said as he approached the ghost father. Don't come over," the ghost father shouted in terror, pressing against the wall. "Don't come over." But this did not stop Tang Chen from approaching, and all the terrified screams of the ghost father were meaningless. And when Tang Chen approached, the ghost father was already in a panic. He closed his eyes tightly, waved his hands, and blindly struck at Tang Chen. In an instant, Tang Chen's whole body tensed, his leopard eyes widened, as if a demon had descended. Tang Chen's movements were very fast, and he immediately made a move. He struck the ghost father's two arms in an instant. MMM. The ghost father let out a scream, but the next second he couldn't make a sound. Tang Chen directly grabbed his neck with his right hand and pressed him hard against the wall. Then, the ghost father's feet gradually left the ground, flailing wildly. Tang Chen actually lifted the ghost up by his neck. Tang Chen looked at the ghost father, his voice calm but giving off a terrifying pressure. Kongzi said, "A gentleman does not use words to elevate people, nor does he use people to discard words." "Do you know what that means?" The ghost father did not answer Tang Chen's question. Of course, he was now in a state of extreme terror and had no ability to answer this question. But Tang Chen didn't expect to hear the ghost father's answer. This was a self-question and self-answer. It means that a gentleman doesn't talk nonsense, he just lifts people up and beats them, nor will he be polite if he beats someone to a pulp. This statement was very arrogant, and the ghost father also understood Tang Chen's meaning, "I'm going to beat you up." He looked at Tang Chen in terror, shaking his head vigorously, flailing his legs. Tang Chen glanced at the ghost mother. The wounds on her body had already healed, but at this moment, she still seemed a bit absent-minded, with a vacant look in her eyes. And thinking about the appearance of the two little ghosts just now, as well as the behavior of the three ghosts in this house during the meal, Tang Chen shook his head and looked at the ghost father, saying, "Although I don't know much about the world of supernatural stories, from what I've seen so far, you are a real jerk from a human perspective. The other ghosts in this house are all afraid of you. Do you usually bully people with your strength? Are you good at fighting? What's the use of being able to fight? Can you fight me? Are you afraid of me now? Very afraid, right? Honestly, you are even more of a jerk than the village bully back in our village. At least he wouldn't hit his own wife and children. I dared to confront that bully back then, and today I dare to confront you. I'm asking you, if I want to beat you up, do you have any objections? Do you have any objections?" Tang Chen exuded an unusually strong air of toughness, almost suffocating the ghost father. He was really puzzled as to why this human could be so strong. Stronger than a ghost, even. "And you've already broken my hands and are choking me, and you're asking me if I have any objections? Can I even dare to have objections? Although I really want to vent my anger like this, it's clear that the current ghost father doesn't have that right. He doesn't even have the leisure to think about such things." Under Tang Chen's pressure, he felt an extreme fear and was single-mindedly thinking about how to prevent Tang Chen from hitting him. But his mind was empty because of fear. Besides kneeling down to lick Tang Chen's shoes, he couldn't think of any other way. However, he didn't even have the ability to kneel down now. In his panic, he shouted, "No, you can't do this, you can't do this. I am the head of this family, you can't lose me. If you lose me, this family will fall apart. Then you won't be able to complete your mission, right? That's right, you can't lose me." Suddenly, the ghost father seemed to realize something, and his terrified expression gradually became calm, then became arrogant. That's right, you can't hit me. As long as you hit me, I will leave this house, and I will make this family fall apart. You can't deal with me. You foolish, gorilla-like human. You don't want the mission to fail, do you? You can't hit me at all, you can't deal with me. Come on, see who's in control now. Do you still want to hit me? Seeing the smug look on the ghost father's face, Tang Chen picked his ear and spat out, "Idiot. What? How dare you insult me? How dare you insult me? No, I'm leaving this house, this family is already Ugh." Before the ghost father could finish speaking, Tang Chen's iron fist had already smashed into his face. Then, Tang Chen swung his fists like a storm, launching a fierce attack on the ghost father. All living beings are equal, making it as easy for him to fight a ghost as it is for him to fight a person. In his eyes, all of the ghost's abilities were like paper tigers. Aura. Bang! The final punch directly deformed the ghost father's face, causing it to cave in, with black liquid continuously flowing from his nostrils and eyes. Finally, Tang Chen once again grabbed the ghost father's neck. The current ghost father, his whole body battered, was almost shattered. "How dare you?" The ghost father, barely breathing, spoke in a voice like a mosquito, unable to believe it. "I hate it when someone threatens me," Tang Chen coldly replied. "But what you said is indeed a problem for me. The head of the family is not important, but this family cannot be without a pillar. But you being alive is also a problem for me, so I have decided that after I kill you, I will become the head of this family. When I was in Mukha, I was already the head of the family. Those people were much harder to understand than you ghosts. I think I can still do this job very well in the world of supernatural stories." As Tang Chen spoke, he waved to the two idiots behind him. He didn't want to leave the ghost father behind, as this ghost seemed to be nothing but trouble. As for whether the other ghosts have any objections, it doesn't matter anymore. He felt that he should be more flexible. The task was only to stay in this house for 7 days, but it didn't say how many people should be in this house. He suddenly realized that his talent could be used to cheat. After all, this was not a regular ghost story, and word games could be used. You want me to be the head of the family? Impossible. You're just a human. The ghost father let out a weak mocking laugh. But I can use violence. Tang Chen showed a big smile to the ghost father. The ghost father's eyes narrowed, thinking of the reasons Tang Chen had just scolded him. But you clearly used violence because I am. Yes, but you are all ghosts, so ghosts bullying ghosts is the same as humans bullying humans. But I am a human, so bullying ghosts is just a matter of course. You. Twisted reasoning, all twisted reasoning. The ghost father's emotions were a bit agitated, and he seemed to know that Tang Chen was not going to let him off. I know it's hard for you to accept this, after all, it has always been you ghosts bullying humans. But I have to say, times have changed, the facts are clear, and now I am bullying you. Speaking of which, who among us now looks more like a monster? As he spoke, Ursha had turned into black water and clung to Tang Chen's hand. The black blade suddenly appeared. The ghost father looked at the blade emitting a faint black mist, with a look of fear in his eyes. Now do you know how I killed that crooked merchant? Tang Chen asked in a relaxed tone. The ghost father looked at Tang Chen with even more fear in his eyes. He couldn't believe it, he couldn't believe it. How could this guy possibly be human? You are not human, you are definitely not human, you monster. With a splutter, the black blade pierced through the ghost father. In fear and anger, the ghost father lost all vitality. Then, Tang Chen shook his hand, and Ursha returned to its original state. Turning his head, as if facing a camera, he said, "Hello, everyone in Longwa, I'm new here, so let me perform a 3-ghost killing spree to whet your appetite. I'm not usually like this, I'm actually a very warm and kind-hearted big boy. Welcome everyone to come to Mukha to play with me." Ursha looked at Tang Chen, who suddenly became serious, and a look of disdain appeared in his blue eyes. "Woof woof, it seems like you have a serious illness, are you just fooling around here? Damn, Tangu is going to make me laugh to death. One moment he's all Grim Reaper killing ghosts, the next he's doing a down-to-earth live broadcast, right? Tangu facing ghosts, I got you, little runt. Tangu facing Longwa people, hello everyone, my family. I thought Tangu was a serious guy, but now I realize he's a funny guy. By the way, if I remember correctly, Mukha seems to be a mental hospital with many talented people, right? No wonder he always likes to play around when killing ghosts. You don't understand, Tang Ge's just creating a show effect. With this level, he's at least a top-notch entertainer. Is this the pressure of a top-notch entertainer? So terrifying. From what I can see, Tang Chen's performance is exceptionally outstanding. This has also relaxed many of Longwa's viewers, who have started to follow Tang Chen's footsteps in the barrage. Ursha, don't bark, you're not in the Blue Star Longwa, so you can't feel it. Tang Chen squatted down and rubbed Ursha's head, speaking gently. 2 consecutive ghost stories projected onto Longwa. I don't know how many people have suffered. The atmosphere in Longwa is really oppressive right now. Since I have this talent, it's not bad to do something to ease the atmosphere during the clearance process. Woof, you're so gentle, I'm crying. Ursha, shut up, I'm very gentle, I know. Tell me, which tough guy's heart isn't soft? Woof woof, you're right, it's soft in the heart. Aha. Tang Chen, who was teased by Ursha, chuckled and then grabbed the ghost father's body and walked out. When the 2 little ghosts outside saw Tang Chen coming out, they originally wanted to approach, but as soon as they saw the ghost father's body, they shivered and their eyes showed fear. Is this what you call solving the problem? We asked you to solve the problem, not to solve the ghost. You just went in and out. Damn, is my dad gone? Although it's not a bad thing, after all, he always hits people. But you just solved it without a word? Is this appropriate? The expressions of the 2 little ghosts became complicated. In fact, they didn't have much thought about Tang Chen getting rid of the ghost father, and even agreed with it. But they always felt that they should say something at this time. But they obviously didn't dare to ask Tang Chen to bring their father back, and they didn't want to either. However, if they were asked to shout good kill, great kill, killed the ghost father with a bang. It seemed inappropriate. At this moment, Tang Chen glanced at them. The 2 little ghosts shrank their necks together. It seemed that saying and doing nothing was the best way. Bang! Tang Chen slammed the door and left the house, knowing that he was going to deal with the ghost father's body. And the 2 little ghosts on this side stared blankly in the direction Tang Chen left. Little girl ghost, big brother. He's so fierce, so powerful. Little boy ghost, just SOSO, in my opinion, he's still a little lacking. Little girl ghost, but, second brother. Your head, wasn't it knocked off by big brother? Little boy ghost. You don't have to speak if you can't. On the other side, Tang Chen took Airshaw all the way downstairs to the bottom of the building. The ghost father's body had stopped emitting black gas at this moment, but it was covered in black water. It was really convenient that the black water didn't flow all the way. When they reached the bottom, Tang Chen saw several trash cans. Looking at the ghost father's body in his hand, which no longer looked like a ghost due to his continuous heavy punches, Tang Chen felt that this place was very suitable for him. As he approached, he found that the trash cans were actually numbered. Looking into the distance with the faint light, there was a neat row of trash cans on the open space in front, a total of 36. It seemed that all the residents in this small building had been numbered. Looking to the side, it was almost the same, and the other buildings were also matched with trash cans. This behavior was really inexplicable. Obviously, it was just idle and bored. But it was arranged in an orderly manner, with these trash cans neatly lined up. Just like the formation that came out during the final artistic performance of the junior high school military training. But still, in the world of strange stories, if what ghosts do is abnormal, then that is normal. Tang Chen and Airshaw walked forward, looking at the numbers on the trash cans one by one. He needed to find a suitable resting place for the ghost father. Here, this place is very suitable. In the end, Tang Chen stopped in front of the trash can with the number 6065 and threw the ghost father in. In terms of neighbors, the greatest danger obviously came from the other residents on the same floor. Just now, the ghost from room 5 came to peek, so he naturally became the most likely candidate to play the dangerous role of neighbor. Tang Chen did this to disgust him. Although this was a wave of empty provocation, because the target was a ghost, Tang Chen had no psychological burden at all. Of course, this does not mean that the other residents are safe. If necessary, Tang Chen doesn't mind prying open their doors and teaching them what the rules are. Just like when he was in Mukha, knocking on the doors of other patients. After throwing away the trash, Tang Chen clapped his hands and then took Airshaw back. Mojito, it's completely dark now. Poor guy hasn't even had dinner yet. Besides, he needs to have a little meeting with the ghosts at home. When he got home, the two little ghosts were no longer in the living room, but Tang Chen could hear their voices. The two little ghosts were comforting their ghost mother, who now should be called Ghost Mom. At that moment, the three ghosts in the room felt a sudden dimming of the light. They all looked up and suddenly saw Tang Chen's tall and majestic figure standing at the door, his imposing figure blocking most of the light from the living room. Against the light, they couldn't see Tang Chen's expression, but they could feel his shadowy eyes looking in their direction. Then, Tang Chen's gentle but unquestionable voice came, "You're all here, good. Let's have a meeting." Then Tang Chen's figure left. "What should we do?" The little girl shivered, feeling somewhat terrified of Tang Chen. "I don't know. Let's go see what he wants to say," the little ghost boy said after a moment of contemplation, his voice trembling. The miserable sight of their ghost father just now was still vivid in his mind. Just thinking about how he had considered attacking Tang Chen at the beginning made him tremble all over. In the end, both little ghosts turned their gaze to their ghost mom. By now, the ghost mom had recovered quite a bit, and because of the comfort of the two children, her emotions had also stabilized a lot. Looking at the two children asking her, a scene suddenly appeared in her mind, of Tang Chen saying he wanted to be the head of the family. Unexplainably, she felt a flutter in her heart. For some reason, she felt that Tang Chen was trustworthy. Maybe because Tang Chen's way of doing things was even more like a ghost than a ghost. She reached out and touched the heads of the two children, saying, "Let's go see, trust your brother." At these words, both little ghosts were stunned. They both noticed the way their ghost mom referred to Tang Chen, and the intimacy in it. They weren't foolish enough to think that in this situation, their ghost mom was still playing a role. This could only mean one thing: their ghost mom highly approved of this elder brother. But he's just a human. Suddenly, the miserable sight of their ghost father flashed before their eyes. A human who could kill ghosts. Unheard of. In the end, the three ghosts still left the room, ready to see what Tang Chen was going to do. When they arrived in the living room, they saw Tang Chen just putting down the kettle and covering the instant noodles. There were ham and bread packaging in the trash can. The instant meal was placed next to the instant noodles, and it looked like it was already heated. The plastic bag was still on the coffee table, and they didn't know how much he had bought this time. And the silly dog. The silly dog was happily eating the ham sausage next to the coffee table. After putting down the kettle, Tang Chen looked up and saw them. There was no change in his expression. He turned and sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. The silly dog ran over, wagging its tail, and lay down at Tang Chen's feet. Tang Chen waved at them and said in the same gentle tone, "You're here? Come over, I have something to tell you." This time, the three ghosts didn't hesitate and walked up. They didn't dare to sit with Tang Chen, so they stood in front of him across the coffee table. They all kept their heads down, looking very obedient. If it weren't for their obvious features, they might not even be recognized as ghosts. It was a very picturesque scene. But if the silly dog stopped its behavior of eating the ham sausage, the scene would be even more perfect. Tang Chen spread his hands and said, "As you can see, I've already taken care of the ghost father. So next, I will become the head of this family. I won't interfere too much with you, you just need to be honest and let me pass this instance. Of course, I don't mind if you come looking for trouble, if you have the guts for it. I'd be happy to send you to reunite with Ghost Dad, but from the looks of it, you probably don't like that guy much either. Well, that's all I have to say. Who's in favor, who's against?" After speaking, Tang Chen's gaze swept over the three ghosts in front of him. Under the oppressive gaze, the bodies of the three ghosts couldn't help but tremble. They didn't doubt Tang Chen's words. If they couldn't even beat Ghost Dad, then Tang Chen, who had defeated Ghost Dad, could easily send them to meet him. This was obvious. Compared to seeking revenge for Ghost Dad, obviously their own lives were more important. Besides, they weren't prepared to seek revenge for Ghost Dad. The child ghost was the first to raise his hand, and Tang Chen immediately looked over. The child ghost, under Tang Chen's gaze, shivered. He had originally wanted to be stubborn, but now he immediately changed his mind. I'm in favor. I'm in favor. Well said. Tang Chen smiled and pointed at the child ghost. Then he asked the other two ghosts, "What about you?" "I'm also in favor," the ghost mother nodded, trying to maintain composure, but her slightly excited tone revealed that she was truly happy that Tang Chen could become the head of the family. "I have no objections. Big brother." "Very good." The little girl ghost weakly expressed her opinion. If there was anyone among the ghosts who dared not oppose, it could only be her. After all, Tang Chen's monstrous figure was much stronger than her small frame. "Very well, since you all have no objections, that's it. I'm ready to eat, and you should go do whatever you need to do." The three ghosts nodded at the words. This was the best outcome. As long as the family still existed, they wouldn't be killed by Tang Chen. This was truly an absurd human. It was the first time they had encountered someone in the world of strange tales who treated ghosts like chickens. Anyway, they dared not provoke Tang Chen now. The ghost mother took the little girl ghost back to the room, and the child ghost also turned to leave. They always felt immense pressure in front of Tang Chen. The oppression was too strong. They didn't want to stay any longer. Perhaps they would have to live together for a few days to gradually adapt to this situation. "Little brat, come back here." Just as the child ghost was silently thinking, "You can't see me," and hurrying to leave, Tang Chen called out to him. The entire ghost body of the child ghost was startled. Then he stiffly turned around and looked at Tang Chen, smiling awkwardly. "Big brother, what's up?" "Nothing much." After swallowing the last bite of his lunchbox, Tang Chen spoke again. Then he reached into a plastic bag on the coffee table and took out a basketball. It was called a basketball, but it was actually a horrifying, gray human head. And it clearly wasn't just one person's head, it seemed to be made from the skin of many people. There were many eyes visible on it. Although from any angle, this terrifying thing didn't look like a basketball, in the world of strange tales, this was quite normal. There was no doubt that this thing was a basketball. The supermarket had a clear price tag, and Tang Chen could see it clearly. "Here, the basketball you wanted." With that, Tang Chen gently tossed it. The human skin basketball arced through the air and landed accurately in the arms of the child ghost. The child ghost was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly caught it. The other children at their school all had basketballs, but he didn't, because Ghost Dad wouldn't buy it for him. At first, he just wanted to vent his anger on humans. Unexpectedly, under strange circumstances, that human really became his big brother. And he also got the basketball he had always wanted. It's great to have a big brother. Little sister was right about everything. The child ghost was overjoyed, and a joyful expression unconsciously appeared on his face. But the next second, he forcibly took it back. He endured the urge to laugh, which was not cute at all. Tang Chen didn't even look at it. The basketball was too dazzling for him. He focused all his attention on the instant noodles. "Thank you," the little ghost said. Then, regardless of whether Tang Chen heard it or not, he turned and ran back to his room with the basketball in his arms. Ghost Mom, who had just come out of the little girl's room, saw this scene and smiled knowingly. When Ghost Dad was around, the whole family was suppressed by him. It was rare to see such a scene. Glancing at Tang Chen, who was eating noodles, a hint of regret flashed in her eyes. Such a good man, why did he have to be a human? Wow, Tang Ji is so domineering. From today on, I declare that Tang Ji is a god. Who agrees, who disagrees? The basketball in the world of strange stories is so damaging, and Tang Ji can continue eating without changing his expression. He truly is from Mukha. What was that at the end? Is it a heartwarming comedy in the world of strange stories? It feels like the world of strange stories has become bizarre since Tang Ji entered the instance. Burp. After finishing the last sip of noodle soup, Tang Chen burped, and the taste of instant noodles spread in his mouth. I won't eat old tan sour cabbage next time. Why does my stomach feel a bit painful? This big shot who was acting recklessly in the world of strange stories rubbed his stomach and his expression became somewhat strange. Fortunately, after using his innate talent to become no different from a ghost, the stomach ache immediately eased and then disappeared. Tang Chen's innate talent, equality of all beings, is a conceptual ability. He can make ghosts appear as weak as ordinary people in front of him, or make himself as bizarre as ghosts. However, no matter how he changes, when standing on the same level, those ghosts seem too weak to him. They are not even as good as some of Moka-AS patients. Like a guy who always wears a black headgear and claims to be Batman. That guy really learned a lot of martial arts. However, after almost being defeated by Tang Chen in a conflict, he became honest. The reason is simple: Tang Chen's strength far surpasses that guy's. As a human, Tang Chen actually doesn't seem like a human in many ways. He casually threw away the noodle bowl, bent down, and picked up Ursha. Let's go back to the room. You can sleep on my bed later. Ursha is friendly and very agile. It can be used as an alarm at night to prevent any treacherous ghosts. But he felt that the remaining ghosts in the house were already very honest. It's unlikely that they would attack at night. But it's not bad to be cautious. Woof woof woof. What are you doing? Are you trying to molest me? After Tang Chen picked up Ursha, Ursha kept twisting and making frightened noises. Tang Chen's face darkened slightly, as he could vaguely understand Ursha's behavior. But this didn't change his mind, and he still brought Ursha into his room. Bang! He kicked the door shut, and then, snap, he threw the silly dog on the ground. Tang Chen hadn't changed much in the bedroom. The curtains were still drawn. Lying on the bed, this tough guy's tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. It should be safe now. The first night in the world of strange stories is about to pass. Tang Chen began to recall what he had done when he first arrived. He got a dog, found out where the human food prepared by the will of the strange stories was, and solved most of the troubles. The current pace is good, and if nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to pass the instance smoothly. Then, the Dragon Kingdom that follows should be stable. If he's lucky, the Dragon Kingdom should become safe soon. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Early the next morning, the arrival of Maple Crazy Sun Zhu from the Sakura Kingdom was awakened by a series of impatient knocks on the door. Baga, baga. Are you still not letting people sleep? Crazy Riju sat up from the bed and unconsciously cursed. He didn't eat anything last night, and because he left his familiar home and came to the strange world, he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. In the end, he didn't know when he fell asleep. Moreover, the message given by the Sakura Island high level yesterday was useless. That silly dog didn't have any special abilities at all. It was just an ordinary silly dog. All of this made Crazy Riju extremely irritable. Bang! 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 The knocking on the door became more intense. This startled Crazy Riju, and also made him alert. The clothes he hadn't taken off and the untouched blanket next to him reminded him, this is the strange world. Crazy Riju unconsciously covered his mouth. He dared not make a sound. With some fear, he turned his head and looked towards the door. The door was vibrating with the intense knocking. He dared not make a sound and listened quietly for a while. He didn't know if the ghosts outside had heard his voice. But what made him even more frightened was that he obviously had to go and open the door. After all, he couldn't stay in this room all the time, or he would starve to death. But now he only had one use of his talent left. Crazy Riju couldn't help but feel a little desperate. After a while, he made a weak mental preparation for himself, and then got out of bed to open the door. When he opened the door, he saw the terrifying ghost mother standing outside. This ghost mother had 6 hands, similar to the one Tang Chen had encountered. But the difference was that this one was wearing glasses and looked much more refined. Why did it take so long to open the door? The ghost mother's gloomy voice sounded, and Crazy Riju shivered unconsciously. He knew that if he didn't come up with a reasonable reason, he would definitely be torn to pieces by the ghost in front of him. Thinking quickly, Crazy Riju said, I'm worried about money. Yesterday, Ododo asked me to buy him a basketball, but I don't have any money. After saying this, Crazy Riju looked nervously at the ghost mother. He didn't know if he could escape this disaster. If not, he would have to use up his last chance to use his talent. Yesterday's experience made him understand one thing: the basic introductions given at the beginning are very useful, and they are more trustworthy than the rules given by the rule-type Strange Tales. As long as you follow them, you generally won't have any problems. But this only applies to the ghosts mentioned in the introductions. In such a large strange world, it's inevitable to encounter ghosts causing trouble. However, he said this for the sake of the child ghost, and he thought he might be exempted by the ghost mother. After all, the introduction said she loved her child very much. Sure enough, the ghost mother didn't get angry, but said in a relaxed tone, "So that's it. It just so happens that I need to talk to you about this. You're not a child anymore, you should go out and earn money to support the family. Now, go out and find a job, and use the money you earn to buy a basketball for your brother." Yes. Crazy Riju nodded in agreement, because he knew that his refusal at this moment was as useless as his grandfather's false teeth. As he agreed, Crazy Riju walked out quickly. He was afraid that if he stayed for another second, he would be killed by the suddenly furious ghost mother. The ghosts in the strange world always play by their own rules. Who knows how they might turn against you? A visitor on Sakura Island sacrificed himself in this way. A ghost that looked like feces drowned him in its body just because the visitor didn't pay attention to it. This was definitely one of the death methods that Crazy Riju least wanted to experience, and the reason for the ghost's action was too bizarre. Since then, he knew that the ghosts here were not to be trifled with, they only wanted to torment humans for their own amusement. Whenever he thought of the tragic situation of that visitor, Crazy Riju couldn't help but tremble. His steps quickened, and he soon reached the door. Wait! At this moment, the ghost mother suddenly called out to Crazy Riju. "Hi!" Feng Kuang Rizu's body stiffened for a moment, and he reflexively turned his head back. "Please, is there anything else?" Then, he saw Ghost Mother handing over a bag of garbage. "When you go downstairs, please help me throw this away." Hearing Ghost Mother's words, Feng Kuang Rizu breathed a sigh of relief again. It turned out that she just wanted him to throw away the garbage. He had done this kind of thing many times and didn't feel aggrieved. This was much better than being killed for leaving slowly. By the way, Ghost Mother spoke again, and Feng Kuang Rizu's body tensed instantly. "Take this 100 ghost coins. This is your daily expenses. If you can't find a job, don't come back before dark." Hi. Feng Kuang Rizu repeatedly agreed, then picked up the garbage bag and walked away. It turned out much better than he had imagined. Not only was he not being difficult, but he also received 100 ghost coins. With these coins, perhaps he could find a way to get some food and drink for himself, avoiding starving to death in the world of strange tales. After all, judging from the look of the dining table last night, the ghosts at home had no intention of preparing any human food for him. He dared not eat the human flesh that the ghosts in the world of strange tales ate. Leaving the ghost-filled home, Feng Kuang Rizu's mood became much lighter without encountering other ghosts outside for the time being. Not having to be cautious at every step felt wonderful. Since the arrival of the strange tales, a relaxed life had become a luxury. He quickly went downstairs and soon found the location of the garbage bins. Then, he was shocked by the neatly arranged garbage bins. At the same time, he was glad that he had deliberately looked for the place to throw the garbage, rather than just throwing it away casually. Looking at the scene before him, he had no doubt that if he dared to throw away the garbage randomly, a ghost would suddenly appear to attack him. As he approached, his expression became strange. He had not expected the garbage bins to be numbered. After briefly recalling the house number, he began to look for the corresponding garbage bin. He did not think he had the strength to challenge the rules of the world of strange tales. Existence is reasonable, and things should be done according to the rules. Soon, he found the garbage bin numbered 6065. What Feng Kuang Rizu did not know was that, out of his sight, there was someone in a light blue uniform with a red hat, holding a shovel. The eyes under his hat were two dark, hollow voids, from which a chilling black aura emanated. Feng Kuang Rizu was unaware that he was being spied on by a ghost. After finding the corresponding garbage bin, he was about to throw the garbage into it. However, a ghost's body suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was somewhat similar to the ghost in his house, but obviously not the same one, and Feng Kuang Rizu did not have time to consider these things. Feng Kuang Rizu let out a terrified scream and staggered backward. Then he fell to the ground. He was terrified, scrambling to get up from the ground and ran out of there. He ran around like a headless fly, leaving the garbage bag he was supposed to throw away behind. All of this was seen by the ghost who was spying from behind the scenes. The ghost gradually grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. He. The sanitation ghost's head twitched a few times, emitting a ghostly laughter. His whole body surged with black aura, then disappeared like a black stream of light. At this moment, the terrified Feng Kuang Rizu was still running around in panic. Suddenly, he felt as if he had bumped into something. Bang! The hard sensation made him feel as if he had hit a wall, and he sat on the ground. Somewhat flustered, Feng Kuang Rizu raised his head and was instantly seized by fear. He was so scared that he couldn't even scream. The sanitation ghost stood in front of him, holding a shovel in his hand, with a chilling smile on his face, and his voice was eerie and deep. You littered, didn't you? Feng Riju subconsciously shook his head, about to deny it. But when he raised his hand, he found that the garbage bag was gone. He knew that he had been so scared when he saw the ghost's body that he hadn't thrown the garbage bag into the trash can. And now, the garbage bag was no longer in his hand. I'm sorry, I will pick it up and throw it properly. I was just scared earlier. I didn't mean to litter. Feng Riju explained anxiously, hoping the sanitation ghost would let him off. However, the ghost clearly had no mercy for humans. Feng Riju's voice was interrupted. Do you know how hard we work to clean every day? And we don't earn much. Do you know how much your actions burden us? You don't respect us at all. I think you should apologize to me. As long as you let me eat you, I will forgive you. He. As he spoke, the sanitation ghost opened his mouth. His mouth was so large that it stretched his chin, and it could almost swallow Feng Riju in one gulp. Behind the sharp teeth was a dark abyss, an irreversible abyss. No, please, spare me. Yummy itty. Feng Riju kept shaking his head, pleading. Suddenly, he remembered what the sanitation ghost had said. He said he didn't earn much money. Yes, that must be it. In Manhwa, there is an old saying that money can make the ghost grind. Perhaps I can use the ghost coins in my hand to buy my life. In Feng Riju's eyes, the number of times he could use his talent was much more important than these ghost coins, and he thought his idea was worth a try. He immediately took out the 100 ghost coin that the ghost mother had given him and respectfully handed it to the sanitation ghost. I'm sorry. I won't litter again in the future. Give me a chance, I'll give you money, give me a chance. The method of buying life with money was indeed effective. The sanitation ghost immediately returned to his original state and happily accepted the ghost coin from Feng Riju. Hee, you little brat have some insight. This time, I'll forgive you. The sanitation ghost said so, then turned into a black stream of light and disappeared on the spot. Feng Riju collapsed on the ground, feeling exhausted. When he came to his senses, he realized that his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. But fortunately, he reacted quickly and saved his life, as well as the last chance to use his talent. Feng Riju's new day did not start well, as he was frightened early in the morning. The descendants of other countries also had similar experiences. Tom from the beautiful country didn't even go near the trash can when throwing away garbage. He didn't know about the numbering, so he just threw the garbage into the nearest trash can. As a result, he was approached by the sanitation ghost for this reason. He had to use his ability again, and this time, he lost his vocal cords. He couldn't speak anymore. This would make his life in the world of strange tales very difficult in the future. In contrast, Park Daosi from the Hammer Country was a bit luckier. He obediently threw the garbage into the corresponding trash can. But there were also some unlucky ones, such as the Non-Country or the Land of the Rising Sun. Their descendants, having encountered the sanitation ghost before Feng Riju, and with not very powerful talents, became meals for the sanitation ghost. Nowadays, the strange tales have been projected, and people from the relevant countries are living in fear. In the new day, the descendants of various countries are having a hard time, and even in Manhwa, they couldn't help but worry about Tangchen. It's really scary, the dangers on the second day are too intense. I'm a little worried about what Tangu will encounter next. Tangu should be able to handle it smoothly, he's so strong. Speaking of which, the arrival of the other country's apparitions has caused quite a stir. Why hasn't anyone knocked on Tang Ji's door yet? Just as the audience said. On Tang Chen's side, things were not quite right. While the apparitions in other countries were forcibly awakened and driven out of their homes, Tang Chen's ghost mother had not yet come to knock on the door. Tang Chen and Ersha lay in the same bed, sleeping soundly. For the audience, this might be somewhat unexpected, but for Tang Chen, it was normal. For the ghost in this house, his methods of taking charge were a bit ruthless. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, a faint knocking sound came from outside the door. At the first sound, Tang Chen and Ersha opened their eyes in an unusually synchronized manner. Then, they both lifted the covers and sat up in bed. Their movements were as if they had been carved from the same mold, completely uniform, enough to control dangerous wanderers. Tang Chen and Ersha turned their heads to look at the door. After about a second, Tang Chen got out of bed. He didn't even take off his clothes, wearing his short-sleeved shirt and shorts as pajamas. The world of strange tales is very dangerous. Even as a member of the Naked Sleep Party, Tang Chen felt it was necessary to avoid wasting time changing clothes. Although even facing a ghost naked, he wouldn't feel embarrassed. Opening the door, they saw the ghost mother with a very embarrassed expression. Boss. The ghost mother looked at Tang Chen, acting very awkward. She spoke with her head down, not daring to look at Tang Chen. Just say what you need to say. Tang Chen looked at the ghost mother and felt a bit annoyed, speaking directly. Boss, after you killed the ghost father, there's no source of income in the house. Can you go out and find a job? Finding a job in the world of strange tales is like an alien looking for a job in Dragon Country. What could they possibly gain? A slice of death, to be studied and tasted. But then again, the introduction did mention finding a job, and compared to staying at home for 7 days, it was like an optional side quest. So Tang Chen nodded and said, I understand, leave it to me. After all, it was a side quest, something he could do easily, whether successful or not. And it was only mentioned to find a job. As for whether he could find a job, and what kind of job, that was beyond the control of the will of the strange tales. In the world of strange tales, the first thing the apparitions must ensure is their own safety and the completion of the main task. Survive and successfully clear the game. This way, they can avoid their own country being projected into a strange tale, and also receive a reward of ghost coins. Ghost coins are not only the currency used for transactions within the world of strange tales, but they can also be used to trade with the will of the strange tales. Apparitions can use ghost coins to strengthen their physical abilities, or to buy some simple items, such as firearms, artillery, bricks, folding stools, kitchen knives, and so on. In addition, ghost coins can also be exchanged for some privileges with the will of the strange tales. For example, allowing their own country to avoid being projected into a strange tale the next time the apparitions fail, or to eliminate the strange tales already projected in their own country. However, the ghost coin assets obtained within the world of strange tales cannot be taken out, as previous apparitions discovered. The ghost coins obtained within the world of strange tales cannot be taken out, but the ghost coins bestowed by the will of the strange tales after clearing the game can be brought into the world of strange tales and used. If not used, these ghost coins will be the fixed assets of the apparitions. Tang Chen's primary goal was to eliminate the 2 strange tales within the Dragon Country. If he completed the side quest well, such as successfully finding a job, the ghost coins obtained after clearing the game might increase. After accepting the job of finding a job, Tang Chen found that the ghost mother had not left yet, standing at the door, constantly tapping her fingers with her 3 hands. Is there anything else? Spit it out. Tang Chen said. Can I speak now? The ghost mother asked Tang Chen cautiously, and at this moment, she seemed a little shy. If you don't say it, get lost. Don't. I mean, you said yesterday that you wanted to be the head of the family. I don't really reject you. I just don't know if you're willing to accept me. Tang Chen? What are you talking about? He suddenly felt that the ghost father seemed to have died miserably yesterday. At least the words he said to himself seemed to be right. Woof woof. Slut, get lost. Before Tang Chen could speak, the second fool next to him started cursing. Then, the second fool began to scold the ghost mother fiercely. The ghost mother couldn't bear the level of cursing from the second fool. Soon, she covered her face and ran away crying. Tang Chen probably understood the meaning of the second fool, but he didn't know exactly what the second fool had cursed. But now it seems, it should be quite unpleasant. With the second fool in the living room, Tang Chen found the ham sausage he had left here yesterday and threw it to the second fool. Well done. Woof. You don't have to do that. Rubbing the second fool's head, Tang Chen felt that he should go downstairs and do some zero-cost shopping to have breakfast. After all, if the dog is full, the person shouldn't be hungry. He looked up and saw the child ghost coming out of his room with a school bag on his back, one hand crossed in front of him, holding the basketball he had just received yesterday, and the other hand holding a garbage bag. Are you going to school? Tang Chen asked. As for why the ghost had to go to school, and why the ghost had to carry a school bag, he didn't care at all. In a strange world, if your style is right, can you be called a ghost? No, unless you have a protagonist by your side. But for now, the people around the protagonist seem even more bizarre. The child ghost raised his head and, facing Tang Chen's question, dared not refuse. So he nodded and said, Seeing the child ghost respond, Tang Chen immediately changed his previous thoughts and said, let's go together. Big brother will take you to school today. With that, Tang Chen happily approached the child ghost and rubbed his head, causing the latter to be terrified. At that moment, the child ghost's non-existent heart was in his throat. He was afraid that Tang Chen would say, you're already a ghost, why are you still going to school? And then, as a result, crush his head into pulp. Wait, isn't this the trick ghosts used to bully humans? Why did he feel that this human might use this trick on him? Sob. Humans are so scary. The child ghost was very nervous and dared not speak. He didn't even dare to move. Even though Tang Chen appeared friendly, he had witnessed the fact that Tang Chen killed the ghost father with his own eyes. At this moment, the child ghost clearly understood what it felt like for a human to face a ghost. Stop standing there, hurry up and go. Tang Chen took the plastic bag from the child ghost's hand, patted his back, and urged him. Ah, okay. The child ghost responded stiffly, then, with a stiff gait, walked out. Going to school with Tang Chen was something he had never thought of. Just like he had never thought that humans would have the ability to kill ghosts. Tang Chen was in a very good mood, but the child ghost was not. Both of them had a bright future. Soon, they went downstairs, and Tang Chen casually threw the garbage bag into the nearest trash can. In the distance, the sanitation ghost saw this scene and smiled wickedly. A new prey had appeared. At the same time, seeing Tang Chen's actions, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom became worried. Damn, Tang Ji didn't look at the number and just threw the garbage. He's also been targeted by that sanitation ghost. Yeah, last night Tang Ji found a number on the trash can, but today he just threw it away directly. Why not follow the rules? In the strange world, things are numbered for a reason. However, Tang Ge didn't throw the trash according to the number last night, and he also tricked Xiao Yinghua. Baga, it turns out that you Dragon Country people tricked our Zhu Jun. But now, your retribution has come, the descendant of Dragon Country, you're dead. Xiao Yinghua is happy again, but I am not worried at all, because I have traveled through time and space. Tang Yi is a god, invincible. Big brother, you just didn't throw the trash into the trash can. The child looked at Tang Chen, speaking hesitantly. His face was full of horror at this moment. Yes, indeed, Tang Chen nodded and asked, is there a problem? Big brother, if you don't throw the trash into the corresponding trash can, the sanitation ghost will come. That guy is too scary, he can swallow a person with one mouthful. The person you're talking about, is he wearing a light blue uniform, with a red hat, holding a shovel, eyes with two hollow sockets emitting black smoke, a big mouth, showing big white teeth, laughing like a fool? Yes, yes, yes. Big brother, how did you know? The child was still nodding vigorously, but suddenly realized something was wrong. The smile on his face gradually disappeared and transferred to Tang Chen's face. Tang Chen pointed at the sanitation ghost who had suddenly arrived and said with a smile, see that? This thing came pretty fast. Woof woof. Laughing like a fool. You littered, didn't you? Hee hee hee. The sanitation ghost looked at Tang Chen and made a ghostly laugh. No, I didn't, Tang Chen said confidently. I threw the trash into the trash can, no problem at all. Hee hee hee. But you didn't throw it into the corresponding trash can, do you know, we have. Smack. Before the sanitation ghost could finish speaking, a big slap landed on his face. Why the hell are you so annoying? Woof woof. Annoying. The sanitation ghost covered his face, feeling the pain, a little confused. How dare this human hit him? And why was that dog also scolding him? After being stunned, an endless anger surged within the sanitation ghost. He turned around, raised the shovel in his hand high, and stabbed it towards Tang Chen. Human, go to hell. But what the sanitation ghost didn't expect was that the human in front of him was incredibly fast and terrifyingly strong. By the time he stabbed the shovel, Tang Chen had already moved to his side. Two dragons play with a pearl. Tang Chen shouted lowly, then two fingers went straight towards the sanitation ghost's eyes. Fool, I don't have eyeballs. The sanitation ghost taunted. Although this human was terrifying, as strong as those higher-level ghosts, his mind wasn't very sharp, which gave the sanitation ghost an opportunity to fight back. Twin dragons go to sea. But before the sanitation ghost could react, Tang Chen said again. Then, he felt two powerful forces coming from his eye sockets, and then, the world in his perception spun. Bang! The shovel fell to the side, and the sanitation ghost was dazed. He didn't expect this human to be able to throw him down with the power of two fingers. The little ghost on the side was also dumbfounded. Originally, he thought it was already incredible that this cheap big brother could take down the ghost dad. But to easily knock down the sanitation ghost, was that too incredible? Could a human do that? No, just fighting ghosts was already incredible. Among the three spectators present, Ershua seemed the most confident in Tang Chen. And now, it trotted to the position of the sanitation ghost's head, continuously using its front paws to step on the other's face. Woof woof. War trampling. At this moment, Tang Chen picked up the sanitation ghost's shovel, and with the ease of the Monkey King wielding his staff, he spun it in his hand. It seemed so effortless. Upon seeing Tang Chen's actions, Airshot immediately rushed over and bit down on the shovel. Then, the entire dog transformed into black water once again and swallowed the shovel. Just like the previous situation with the black blade, a menacing black shovel appeared in Tang Chen's hand. The sanitation ghost kept retreating, feeling somewhat terrified by Tang Chen's display of strength. His legs went weak and he couldn't stand up. He just wanted to escape from there as quickly as possible. Snap! Tang Chen severed the sanitation ghost's leg in one stroke. The menacing black shovel in his hand cut the ghost's leg into two pieces, with about a third of it sinking into the ground. This demonstrated Tang Chen's immense power. The sanitation ghost wailed in pain, reaching out to hold his severed leg. Black water and black air gushed out. Having killed so many ghosts, Tang Chen knew that this substance was similar to ghost blood. "You want to kill me, don't you?" Tang Chen coldly looked at the disabled sanitation ghost. His sinister gaze and cold smile made him look like a hellish demon. "Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I didn't mean to. I only did it because you're human. I was wrong. Give me another chance." The sanitation ghost began to plead. Facing Tang Chen, he appeared just like the other arrivals, weak and helpless, but not pitiful. "I'll give you money. All this money is for you. Please spare me this money, give me another chance. I won't dare again." With that, the sanitation ghost offered a bundle of green ghost coins to Tang Chen. It seemed to be worth several thousand, obtained who knows how by harming other arrivals. "Oh, money, huh?" Tang Chen chuckled, taking the ghost coins in his hand. "It's all yours, spare my life." The sanitation ghost nodded with a forced smile, looking so humble. "Alright, this money buys your life, now get lost." Tang Chen raised an eyebrow, waving his hand at the sanitation ghost. Then, he turned back to the child ghost and handed the ghost coins to him. "Here, take it, it's your pocket money from me." The child ghost looked dazed, as if he hadn't fully grasped the situation. Meanwhile, the sanitation ghost struggled to stand up and hopped away into the distance. With one leg severed, he couldn't move quickly anymore. At that moment, a dark figure flew past him and landed in a nearby trash can. Watching this, the sanitation ghost clenched his fists. He could see clearly that it was his severed leg. "Damn humans, just wait. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Next time, I will skin you, pull your tendons, feast on your flesh, drink your blood, and crush your bones." Filled with anger, he thought to himself through gritted teeth. Suddenly, he heard a whistling sound behind him, then felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and knew nothing more. The sanitation ghost fell to the ground, a large depression forming in the back of his head, from which black water flowed out. "You didn't really think I would spare you, did you?" Tang Chen stood not far away, raising the shovel in his hand and fiercely stabbing the ghost's body. The sound of pu-chi was incessant. The child ghost held the ghost coins, his ghostly eyes filled with shock and fear. Watching Tang Chen's relentless actions, black water and black air continued to spew out. With each stab from Tang Chen, the ghost's body trembled. The child ghost's face gradually turned pale, and his small body began to tremble incessantly. This was so damn terrifying. Was this really a human? Could a human really do such things? Finally, Tang Chen chopped off the sanitation ghost's head with a shovel. Phew, this one was really hard to kill. It should be dead now. Tang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, finding it difficult to kill the sanitation ghost. After so many stabs, it was still emitting black air, but now it had finally stopped. However, it was clear that the sanitation ghost had already died when he was hit on the head. All that followed was a disaster without cause. Then, Tang Chen casually picked up the body of the sanitation ghost and threw it into the trash can. Trash should be where it belongs. Wow, Tengu is too fierce. I'm a little scared after that poke. It's okay, I'm not afraid. Tengu, come poke me. Woo woo woo, Tengu is really gentle. He even wants to send the sanitation ghost home. Look at the expression of the child ghost. This will be the shadow he needs to heal for a lifetime. Let's go. Continue going to school. What are you standing here for? Tang Chen patted the child ghost's shoulder and said. The child ghost woke up from his daze, and when he saw Tang Chen, his whole body trembled violently. Then, he handed the ghost coin in his hand to Tang Chen. Brother, your money, it's your pocket money, you can take it. Tang Chen pushed the child ghost's hand back. Okay. The child ghost trembled and dared not speak, nor resist, and could only obediently accept. Then, under the guidance of the child ghost, Tang Chen successfully sent the child ghost to school. He did not follow too closely, just watched from a distance as the child ghost entered the school and then left. Then, he turned and walked back. The purpose of this trip was actually just to memorize a route. Tang Chen wasn't sure if it was useful, he just wanted to collect more information. Next, it was about finding a job. After the recent incident with the sanitation ghost, Tang Chen had an idea. This is a world of strange tales, and the definition of work here is different from the human world. For example, in the recent situation, he exerted effort and received money from others. Does that count as work? This is a feasible idea. After all, ghosts in the world of strange tales often use this method to get money from the arrivals. So why couldn't he hang the ghosts on the streetlights and take their money at the same time? As he thought, Tang Chen walked back. His goal was clear, it was the supermarket downstairs. It was close by, convenient, and the food needed by the arrivals also came from there, and there was also money to be made. Tang Chen was walking when suddenly 4 ghosts emerged from the alley in front of him. These 4 ghosts exuded black energy and looked quite difficult to deal with, but their punk hairstyles were a bit out of place. Red, yellow, blue, and green, the 4 colors together looked a bit garish. They smiled maliciously, looking at Tang Chen approaching. This is a human, they could extort some money from him. That's what the 4 ghosts thought. And Tang Chen's next move was exactly what they wanted. Tang Chen completely ignored them and walked straight ahead. Seeing this, they also walked straight ahead. This was a perfect setup. And then, bang! The development of the situation was not quite as the 4 ghosts had imagined. In their minds, they should have knocked Tang Chen down, and then surrounded him to pick a fight. After all, although Tang Chen looked strong, human strength should be far inferior to that of ghosts. But now, the red and yellow-haired ones among them were knocked down. The blue and green-haired ones were also momentarily stunned. However, although the situation was not quite as they had imagined, the setup was still successful. The 4 ghosts quickly caught up with Tang Chen and blocked his way. The yellow-haired one said with an unfriendly expression, "Human, what do you mean? You bumped into me and didn't even apologize, just walked forward with your head down? You probably haven't died before, have you?" The red-haired one said. "You bumped into my brother, if you don't leave something behind today, it won't be over," the blue-haired one said. "That's right, on this road, who doesn't know about our reputation?" The green-haired one said. The 4 ghosts, with a menacing air, were not to be trifled with. How did Tengu encounter ghosts so quickly again? These 4 bastards look like they're deliberately looking for trouble. Get the watermelon knife ready. I'm very confident this time. The sanitation ghost in front is much scarier than these 4 put together. That's true, these 4 are just a bunch of weaklings. I could take them down one by one with a flick of my fan. Tang Chen looked at the 4 weak ghosts blocking his way, feeling unfazed. The fact that they dared to pick a fight with him surprised him. When he realized these 4 guys were coming at him, he had already dodged a little, but they deliberately came at him. And now, even after being knocked down, they still didn't realize the gap in strength and continued to pick a fight. Are these the legendary foolish villains? Woof woof. 4 idiots. Your mother. Why is this dog also cursing at people? Huang Mao's face turned several shades, looking fierce as he asked. Damn it, my brother from Sichuan is talking to you, didn't you hear? Huang Mao stepped forward, raising his hand to push Tang Chen. Crack! With a crisp sound, Tang Chen directly broke Huang Mao's hand. As Huang Mao screamed in pain, Tang Chen threw him aside like trash. The remaining 3 ghosts were startled, realizing they had picked a tough opponent this time. They looked at Tang Chen with fear, trying to maintain a tough facade but instinctively moving away from him. Finally, Tang Chen spoke up. TSK, did I give you guys face? As he spoke, Tang Chen kicked Green Hair, sending him flying over 10 meters. Green Hair fell to the ground, struggled for a moment, and then passed out. The remaining 2 ghosts became even more frightened. Woof woof. Pretending? I'll make you fly. Ursha called out from behind, supporting Tang Chen. Woof 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 woof. You really haven't seen what the underworld is, have you? Woof woof woof. Look at this big muscle, you still dare to challenge, do you really not know how to spell death? Bang! Tang Chen struck again, sending Lan Mao flying and hanging on the wall. Tang Chen walked up to Huang Mao, looking at him with overwhelming pressure. You want to challenge me? Come on, I'll show you what a real thug is. Overwhelmed by Tang Chen's aura, Huang Mao, known as Brother Chuan, showed a terrified expression and kept retreating. You can't hit me. My dad is the mayor, you can't hit me. However, his fierce threats were useless against Tang Chen. The burly man took a step forward and slapped him. Huang Mao didn't react, and a huge force hit his cheek. He staggered and fell to his knees. The pain made him shed tears. As the terrifying figure approached, Huang Mao trembled. What is this human being? Why does he have such great strength? Why does he dare to hit me? He felt wronged and almost burst into tears. How dare you hit me? Even my dad has never hit me. How dare you? Huang Mao covered his face, roaring at Tang Chen in frustration. Tang Chen. Why does this line sound familiar? Looking down on Huang Mao, Tang Chen kicked him to the ground. Then, he spat on him. Poof. There's a saying, teach without discrimination. I don't care if your dad has hit you or not. Woof woof. When I'm teaching you how to be a person, I don't care who you are. After teaching the 4 ignorant ghosts a lesson, Tang Chen left with Ursha. Damn, does teach without discrimination really mean that? How much does Tanga love to talk in idioms? There's no way around it. At first glance, Tanga seems like a tough guy, but he's actually a joker. When he killed Ghost Dad, he also used idioms. That's exactly it. One after another, even the little ghosts are paper tigers in front of Tengu. That's for sure. Tang's figure is even more ghostly than a ghost. When I first saw him, I thought he was a ghost. +1, me too. plus 1, plus 10,086. Time passed quickly, and it was already noon in the blink of an eye. Busy all morning, a large number of newcomers died at the hands of ghosts, and the survivors, some continued to work hard to find a job, while others thought about going to have lunch. The newcomer from the Hammer Country, Park Diosi, was walking towards the residential area at this moment. He had been busy all morning, but had not achieved anything. In fact, he had spent the whole morning just strolling around, not doing anything. Park Diosi took a lazy attitude towards finding a job. During this process, he did see some job advertisements on the utility poles, but they were mostly manual labor. For the sake of his own life, he naturally bypassed these. After all, he was so fair-skinned, with a pale complexion that looked somewhat sickly. He was so thin to the point of resembling a walking stick. Ghosts were inherently much stronger than humans, and he couldn't even do the heavy work that humans did, let alone the heavy work that ghosts did. When he arrived at the entrance of the residential area, Park Diosi sighed. He still had 100 eerie coins, and he hadn't eaten anything last night or this morning. Even though he was used to fasting, in this continuous state of tension, he couldn't help but feel a little hungry. But he didn't know where he could get food that newcomers could eat. Definitely not at home, as his family didn't make human food at all, which was evident last night, and besides, his ghost mother didn't even let him go back. While strolling around earlier, he consciously looked inside the shops on both sides of the street to see if there were any human food for sale. But he didn't find any. It was all stuff that made him nauseous just by looking at it. Helplessly leaning against the wall, Park Diosi sighed. He missed the kimchi from his hometown. You see, before, as long as he leaned against the wall and sighed lightly, countless girls would rush up, calling him appa and brother, handing him all kinds of flowers and handmade snacks. There would also be kisses, and even if he said the word, countless girls would be willing to offer themselves for free. Thinking back to those times, what kind of life was he living? Those handmade snacks were all junk that he couldn't even be bothered to look at, but now, they were something edible. And now, look at how he was living? Damn the strange fate of the country. When had he ever suffered such grievances, and when had he ever done things on his own? Damn it! When people encounter difficulties, they always like to look back on the past to soothe their troubled minds. Suddenly, Park Diosi thought that he should still have one chance for a hint. Maybe other newcomers from other countries had already found a place to eat. So he shouted, requesting a hint, "Tell me where to eat. I'm about to starve to death." Looking at Park Diosi's shouting appearance, with his thin cheeks, bulging eyes, and long limbs, no one would suspect that he was lying, because he really did look like he was about to starve to death. Even when he went to the school cafeteria to get food, he didn't need to put on makeup. The enthusiastic cafeteria auntie didn't dare to shake her hands, and even wanted to give him an extra serving. Park Diosi's guess was correct. Besides Tang Chen, there were other newcomers from other countries who found out in the morning that they could eat at the supermarket. Soon, he received information from the high-level officials of the Hammer Country, inside the residential area, at how GE's chain department store, eerie coins can buy life. Although the high-level officials of the Hammer Country felt that this hint opportunity should be reserved, after all, it was the last one. But looking at Park Diosi's appearance, they really dare not be negligent. After all, Park Diosi is their arrival. In the world of strange talks, even if he dies of hunger, they will still be punished by the projection of strange talks. So they had to send all the information they had received at once. Seeing the message, Park Diosi grinned. He quickly moved his thin body and slipped into the community. How good department store chain supermarket. He quickly locked onto the target. The will of the strange talk would not deliberately make things difficult for the arrival like a ghost. This place is not difficult to find, and the sign is also very conspicuous. Park Diosi went in. The boss was a ghost wearing glasses who looked very honest. Seeing Park Diosi come in, the ghost boss smiled and nodded. Park Diosi was stunned, thinking that this ghost was surprisingly friendly. "Where is the food for the arrival?" Park Diosi asked. In the innermost corner, the ghost boss pointed to the innermost corner of the supermarket. His voice also sounded very honest. Park Diosi turned and walked towards the place the ghost boss had pointed to, thinking at the same time that this ghost might be the kind that is easy to bully. This is not surprising for Park Diosi, because the ghost boss is indeed very confusing. He looks harmless, his figure is also very ordinary, and he doesn't have any weapons in his hands. From all aspects, he looks like the kind of honest person who is easy to bully. This made Park Diosi's DNA restless. He felt that he might be able to freeload a meal, maybe even freeload meals in the future. Shortly after Park Diosi entered the supermarket, a sturdy figure also arrived at the front of the supermarket. Tang Chen, who had been wandering outside for half a day, was actually back after familiarizing himself with the root of the strange talk world. The previous copies had occurred in different places, and so far, there was no evidence to prove that the copies of the Strange Talk world were connected. It is also impossible to determine that these copies actually occurred in the same world. This made Tang Chen's behavior seem meaningless. Wandering outside the range of the copy, and memorizing the route, no matter how you look at it, seems idle and meaningless. However, Tang Chen didn't think too much, he just subconsciously collected general terrain information. This is his habit when he arrives in a new place: inspect the territory first. As for whether it is useful, it depends on whether it will be used in the future. At this time, Tang Chen stood at the entrance of the supermarket and looked inside through the glass door. The 2 ghost corpses from last night, as well as the black water splattered everywhere, were all gone. It is unknown who cleaned it up. It may have been the will of the Strange Talk, or it may have been the new boss, or something else. Tang Chen saw the new boss sitting behind the counter, who seemed to be a quite honest guy. But he didn't care, as long as he didn't disgust him, it didn't matter who the boss was. Breakfast and lunch together, have to eat something good. In addition, actually, this time he came to make trouble, for the so-called work. He had to see if it was a feasible idea. Just glanced outside the door, Tang Chen didn't stand for too long, then pushed open the door and walked in. Airshaw followed closely behind. Tang Chen's strong body and Airshaw's handsome face when not acting silly made the two of them look very oppressive. In fact, in the eyes of the ghost boss, they did indeed look very oppressive. Seeing people come in, the new ghost boss was so scared that he shivered. He almost lost control of his body and almost fell down. As a ghost boss who was brought over by the will of the Strange Talk, he knew about the experience of the former boss here. The will of the Strange Talk has already told him. So when he saw Tang Chen, he was like seeing his grandfather's grandson. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he finally decided to accept this job. After all, this is the Iron Rice Bowl of the Strange Talk world, right? He believed that as long as he behaved politely and cowardly in front of Tang Chen, he could survive in the hands of the other party. After all, Tang Chen couldn't just kill ghosts without a word, right? As soon as Tang Chen entered, the ghost boss immediately greeted him with a smile. "Oh, Tang Master, you're here?" Tang Chen stopped and looked at the new ghost boss, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It was the first time he had seen a ghost address him as master. "Do you know me?" Tang Chen asked curiously. Of course, the ghost boss nodded repeatedly, showing genuine respect. "I was informed about your deeds on my first day at work, pulled here by the will of the Strange Talk. To be honest, Tang Master, I handled the bodies of those 2 fools you took care of yesterday. I've decided that you are the most esteemed customer since this store reopened. The super invincible ultimate golden Terminator VIP. I'm not just saying this, but if you come to this store, I won't charge you anything, not even a single ghost coin. Whatever you want, take it, it's all on the house. What do you think?" The humble performance of the ghost boss made Tang Chen smile. "Well, you're quite savvy, kid. It's nothing, Tang Master, I'm just showing you respect." The ghost boss continued to bow his head, feeling confident. As long as he kept Tang Chen satisfied, he had nothing to fear. However, the next words from Tang Chen changed the atmosphere. "But I don't think it's that great." As soon as he heard this, the smile gradually disappeared from the ghost boss's face. He cautiously raised his head, nervously asking, "I'm sorry, I didn't consider it thoroughly. Do you have any other orders?" No, you've done well, quite savvy indeed." Tang Chen waved his hand, speaking gently. But this gentle tone didn't relax the ghost boss, instead, it made him more nervous. He grabbed the counter, fearing that his legs might give out. Then he heard Tang Chen continue, "It's just that you're not very lucky today." Upon hearing this, the ghost boss was shocked. He almost stumbled. Although Tang Chen didn't lay a hand on him, he felt like he might die at any moment. But Tang Chen didn't act. Instead, he continued, "I'm glad you thought of these things, but because I have a new idea today, what you've done is not good enough. Please, Tang Master, tell me what to do." The ghost boss said cautiously, feeling the cold sweat on his forehead. "Your strength is not enough." Tang Chen pointed to the table calmly. "What do you mean, Tang Master?" The ghost boss immediately perked up. Hearing Tang Chen's words, he felt there might still be hope. "In the future, you'll give me 70% of the money earned here, and you'll keep 30%. I won't interfere with you, how about that?" Sure, as long as you're happy, it's no problem." The ghost boss's face lit up with a smile of relief as he quickly handed over a stack of ghost coins to Tang Chen. Paying protection money. Compared to saving his own life, it was nothing. Seeing the money handed over by the ghost boss, Tang Chen felt pleased. "Well, that works." Then he took the ghost coins and put them in the pocket of his shorts. "Alright, that's settled. I'm going to get something to eat," Tang Chen casually said as he walked towards the supermarket. Alright. The ghost boss nodded repeatedly. It wasn't until Tang Chen was far away that he breathed a sigh of relief. He instinctively touched his neck, relieved that his head was still intact. Then he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Phew, that scared me. Dealing with the big shots was really dangerous. After all, the 2 ghost bodies in the store were handled by the ghost shop owner himself. He had almost been scared out of his wits at the time, and the main killer of the ghosts was standing right in front of him. Oh my goodness, the big boss is really something. The pressure when he speaks is immense. Woof woof. Is it only when you speak that you feel pressured? It's not just that. Even when you're just standing in front of me, I feel scared, as if there's a superior ghostly pressure. The ghostly shopkeeper, who had been about to answer the question instinctively, suddenly froze. Who was speaking? He looked down and saw that it was the dog brought in by Tang Chen. Oh, you scared me. I thought Tang Yi had come back. The ghostly shopkeeper patted his chest, relieved. He didn't see much in this husky, just treating it as an ordinary ghost. Woof, I have something to tell you. What is it? The ghostly shopkeeper leaned on the counter, looking at Ursha and asking. Woof woof woof. Do you look down on me? Look down on you? Not really, we're all ghosts. There's nothing to look down on or be looked down upon. Why are you suddenly asking this? Woof woof. Then why don't you call me? Call who? The ghostly shopkeeper scratched his head in confusion, not quite understanding what Ursha was saying. Ursha stomped his foot, his blue eyes glaring at the ghostly shopkeeper. Then he spoke in a displeased tone. Woof woof woof. You call him Tang Yi, why not call me? Ah. The ghostly shopkeeper was stunned, then looked at Ursha. He pointed at himself, incredulously stretching his neck and said, I have to call you? Then the ghostly shopkeeper shook his head, disdainfully saying, No, I won't call you. Woof woof. Do you or don't you? I won't. Woof woof woof. You won't, huh? Are you sure? I won't call you no matter what you say. Woof woof. Fine, if you won't call, I'll go find Tang Chen and tell him you're plotting against him. With that, Ursha turned around and trotted into the supermarket. Damn! Wait! The ghostly shopkeeper was startled and quickly chased after him. Then, bang! It's not clear if it was because the ground was slippery or if his legs were weak from fear. When he chased after them, he didn't stand firm and fell to the ground with a thud. But fortunately, he grabbed Ursha's leg. Wait, I was wrong. I'll call you. Don't go, Lord Dog. Ursha lifted his head, turned around, and looked at the ghostly shopkeeper with a proud expression. Woof! Now you know you're wrong, no to call someone? I was wrong, Lord Dog. I looked down on you. Please don't be angry. Please don't be angry. The ghostly shopkeeper said helplessly. He was really aggrieved. Isn't this taking advantage of someone's power? But there's no way. Who made him have a backer? In order to save his own life, the ghostly shopkeeper could only compromise. As for secretly plotting revenge? Forget it. The previous owner of this supermarket was much more formidable than him, and he was easily beheaded, wasn't he? How much did he want to die if he tried to plot against Tang Chen? On the other side, after wandering around the supermarket for a few laps, Park Daosi finally found the place where human food was sold. Then he carefully observed the prices and calculated how much he could buy with his ghostly coins. A burly figure walked up behind him. Seeing the burly figure, Park Daosi's body shuddered. He unconsciously leaned to the side, afraid of blocking the terrifying guy. At the same time, he instinctively tightened his buttocks, perhaps due to some experiences before becoming a descender. Throughout this process, Park Daosi had been carefully observing the person next to him. Nearly 2 meters tall, muscular, with a gloomy and dignified face. He looked silent, much like those big brothers who didn't speak much. Park Daosi suddenly felt a little scared, afraid that this guy would suddenly slap him. After all, the ghosts in the world of strange tales like to find trouble with humans. At the same time, he was secretly complaining. Damn, how come I encounter such a scary ghost even when I'm out? This one looks scarier than the 4 at home. He had no doubt that this ghost could easily kill the ghost in his house like pinching a little chick. Unconsciously, Park Daosi was already sweating. Tang Chen, who came over, also noticed Park Daosi. At a glance, he could see that this guy was not a ghost, but a visitor from the Bad Hammer country. As the only one in the initial transmission space who had the leisure to observe the surroundings, he had a relatively deep memory of the visitors from several countries nearby. For example, the visitor from the Bat Hammer country, who was so thin, and the visitor from the Cherry Blossom country with a lewd face, and so on. But what interested him the most was actually the visitor from the Bear country. He was a big man, almost 2 meters tall, and full of muscles. He thought that even if they didn't have a common language, they could still discuss physical strength. As for seeing visitors from other countries in the supermarket, Tang Chen was not surprised. When they got their ghost coins, they would definitely look for a place to get food. After all, just drinking water all the time was not a good idea. He didn't pay attention to Park Daosi, but carefully selected vegetables. It's better to have something to eat for lunch. With this in mind, Tang Chen pulled out a plastic bag from under the shelf and filled his own bag with a lot of vegetables he liked. Seeing this scene, Park Daosi was puzzled and muttered to himself, "This ghost. What's going on? Why is he picking up human food?" Although he didn't know if ghosts could eat human food. But no matter how you look at it, they prefer to eat humans, right? At least since the arrival of the National Strange Tales, he had never seen a ghost eat human food. Because of his doubts, he finally looked up to face the suddenly terrifying guy. After all, before this, he had been carefully observing and couldn't see the other person's face clearly, so he just thought it was a ghost suddenly coming here, and even felt that this ghost might be trying to scam him. And at this moment, he finally saw the face of this strong man. Suddenly, it seemed familiar. Wasn't this the person who stood next to him in the transmission space? Which country's visitor was it? Forgot. But at least it made him relax a bit. It's better to face a visitor than to encounter a ghost, right? Friend, with so many things, do you have enough ghost coins? Then, seeing that Tang Chen not only bought a lot of vegetables but also a lot of meat, Park Daosi couldn't help but ask. Hearing Park Daosi's words, Tang Chen turned around. Because in the National Strange Tales, visitors would start instances in the same area, and it was inevitable to encounter each other. Private teaming, harming, and other things were not prohibited here. So, the Strange Tales was very considerate to provide translation for each visitor. Tang Chen understood Park Daosi's words, but the other's concern obviously had no effect on him. After all, the owner of this place was afraid of him like a grandson. And just now, this supermarket was in a sense his own. Although he didn't want to have too much communication with the visitor from the Bad Hammer country, Tang Chen still reminded him, "Don't imitate me." This was not out of kindness, but to avoid the high-level people of the Bad Hammer country making a fuss about it, to cause less trouble for his own country. But that was it. If the visitor from the Bad Hammer country didn't know what was good for him, then he would have to take action. If the high-level people of the Bad Hammer country pressured him, then he would have to kill more visitors from the Bad Hammer country in the subsequent instances. He believed that under the suppression of the Strange Tales, they would become honest. After the reminder, he closed the freezer. Tang Chen looked at the 2 full bags in his hand and walked away. He also took a bag of hot pot base and some dipping ingredients and noodles from the shelf. He didn't need to eat too delicately, ready-made was fine. Hearing Tang Chen's reminder, Park Daosi was somewhat puzzled, but he had a new idea. First, let's see how Tang Chen pays the bill, whether the ghost shop owner here is trying to cheat people, and how he does it. Then make a decision on what to buy and how to deal with it later. So, he hid behind the shelf, peeked out, and started to sneak a look. When Tang Chen returned to the counter, Ersha was obediently squatting in place. As soon as he saw him coming, Ersha's tail started wagging like a propeller. The ghost shop owner was leaning on the counter, looking a bit unwell. Can ghosts get sick? Seeing this, Tang Chen felt puzzled, but he lost interest. He shook the bag in his hand, called Ersha, and was about to leave. Suddenly, he paused. He stared intensely at the ghost shop owner behind the counter. More accurately, he was staring at the shelf behind the ghost shop owner. The ghost shop owner felt a sudden thump in his heart when he saw Tang Chen's action. What's going on? Noticing Tang Chen's gaze, he suddenly realized and turned to look. Without a word, he took out a pack of gold-packaged cigarettes from the shelf and handed it to Tang Chen, saying, "Hey, Tang-yi, here, new stock just arrived, Ghost Brother cigarettes, my treat to you." Tang Chen glanced down and calmly put the cigarettes in his pocket. Then he raised his hand and made a gesture to the side. "Move aside." "Oh, okay." The ghost shop owner responded and quickly stepped aside, asking, "Tang-yi, do you have any other orders?" Tang Chen pointed his hand and said, "Smoking is harmful to health, bring me that." Following Tang Chen's direction, the ghost shop owner found a jar of lollipops. He was a bit puzzled but still brought the lollipops over. Tang Chen took one out, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. "I'll have this. Ersha, carry the rest." With that, Tang Chen picked up the jar of lollipops and placed it on Ersha's back. Some black liquid surged out of Ersha's back and then secured the jar. After that, the two of them left confidently. Brothers, can't stop laughing. This new boss behaved like a grandson in front of Tangu. Why call him Tangu? Don't you know it's Tang-yi? You should ask Guai Tanzi to find out who's in charge here. The contrast between Tang Ye's behavior and his burly figure is too strong. Damn, smoking is harmful to health, and I'll have a lollipop. Behind them, watching Tang Chen's actions, Pu Daosi was itching to do something. He didn't expect the ghost here to be so timid. Can he also take a similar approach? It's not surprising that Pu Daosi is naive. After all, in the world of Guai Tan, ghosts are generally stronger than humans. Even though Tang Chen looks strong, he's only strong among humans. In the past Guaitan stories, there have been strong arrivals from the beautiful country and the bear country, but when facing ghosts, they were just as weak. Looking at the honest-faced ghost shop owner, Pu Daoxi showed a malicious expression, but he also made a patch. Through the window, he saw that Tang Chen had already walked far away, so he began to prepare to implement his own plan. The ghost is clearly afraid of Tang Chen, he can only pretend to be tough. Soon, he imitated Tang Chen's actions, picked up a lot of things and put them in a plastic bag, then came to the front of the counter. Clang! At this moment, the thin and weak Pu Daoxi appeared very arrogant, but he only learned the form and not the essence. His nose-up posture made him look like a fool. He was imitating without understanding, roughly like that. The ghost shop owner looked at Pu Daoxi in a daze, squinting at the other party, not knowing what this small human wanted to do. "What are you standing there for?" Pu Daoxi said arrogantly, pointing at the cigarette cabinet behind the ghost shop owner. "That, the gold-packaged soft cigarettes, give me a pack." The ghostly shopkeeper gave Park Daoxi a strange look, but still did as he was told, handing over the cigarettes. Park Daoxi felt secretly pleased. He had succeeded. After that, he packed up the cigarettes, picked up the bag, and was about to leave. "Wait!" The ghostly shopkeeper called out to him. Park Daoxi was taken aback and instinctively wanted to run, but he forced himself to stop and told himself to stay calm. The more flustered he was, the more likely he was to reveal a flaw. So, he turned his face with a forced expression and arrogantly asked, "What else? What else? You haven't paid yet." The ghostly shopkeeper frowned, suspicious of whether this skinny guy was deliberately causing trouble. "Pay? What should I pay for? How dare you ask me for money? Do you know who I am?" Park Daoxi said, looking angry. "Who are you? I don't care who you are. Are you going to pay or not?" The ghostly shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, finding this guy really arrogant. In the next moment, he pulled out a watermelon knife from under his table with a clang and slammed it on the counter. He looked at Park Daoxi fiercely, threatening to cut him into pieces if he couldn't come up with a reason. Seeing the sudden action of the ghostly shopkeeper, Park Daoxi was shocked, but he still pretended to be calm. Pointing to the door, he said as firmly as possible, "Is this how you talk to me? Do you know that the person who just left is my friend?" "Ha!" Hearing Park Daoxi's words, the ghostly shopkeeper was stunned and a little dumbfounded. Then, the fierce black aura around him diminished, and his whole ghostly demeanor also softened. He looked at Park Daoxi with some suspicion and asked, "Is what you said true?" The ghostly shopkeeper didn't quite believe Park Daoxi's words. After all, Tang Chen looked so strong, while Park Daoxi seemed like a weakling, and the two of them gave him different feelings. Park Daoxi seemed obviously lacking in confidence. Of course, the main reason was that they were not speaking the same language. However, despite his doubts, the ghostly shopkeeper didn't dare to act on his own after Park Daoxi spoke. What if what he said was true? Then he might lose his head. He was just a small ghost and didn't know much about the human world. Seeing the ghostly shopkeeper's reaction, Park Daoxi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had scared him. "Of course it's true. He really likes to eat the kimchi I made," Park Daoxi said, pretending. To make it more convincing, he even tried to fabricate some facts. "I'm sorry, I didn't think it through." The ghostly shopkeeper put away the knife and said to Park Daoxi, "Since you are Tang Ye's friend, you are also my friend. Consider this on the house." "Hoof." Park Daoxi snorted and turned to leave. Just then, bang! The door of the supermarket was smashed open. A big dog with black and white fur and blue eyes rushed in. Park Daoxi was startled by this sudden scene and sat directly on the ground. The ghostly shopkeeper looked at Park Daoxi's reaction, squinted his eyes, and his face turned unfriendly. However, he had to deal with other matters first. "Master Dog, why are you back?" the ghostly shopkeeper asked eagerly. "Woof woof," Tang Chen said, "get me some wide noodles," Ershua said, looking impatient as if he couldn't believe Tang Chen had asked it to run errands. "All right, Master Dog, wait here. I'll go get it for you." The ghostly shopkeeper walked out from behind the counter, ran to the human food, found a plastic bag, grabbed some wide noodles, and quickly ran back. In the process, Ershua and Park Daoxi locked eyes. Park Daoxi sat on the ground, looking at Ershua with fear in his eyes, not daring to say a word. He didn't even dare to move, afraid of being misunderstood by the ghost in front of him. Although there is a similar husky at home, Park Daoxi does not think that the silly dog at home can compare to the one in front of him. "Didn't you see that the ghostly shopkeeper called him Dog Lord? Woof woof. What are you looking at?" Ershua looked at Park Daoxi with a sideways glance. It found it annoying that this human had been staring at it. Park Daoxi saw Ershua barking at him twice and shivered. Not knowing what Ershua meant, he dared not speak. He wanted to try to stand up and leave, but his legs were too scared to support him, and he couldn't even stand up. He even felt the urge to urinate. "Come, dog lord, I've packed it for you, take it back to Tang Lord." The ghostly shopkeeper ran back and handed the plastic bag to Ershua. Ershua looked satisfied, took the plastic bag in its mouth, turned around, and was about to leave with cheerful steps. At this moment, the ghostly shopkeeper spoke again. "Dog lord, there is something related to Tang Lord that I think I might need to trouble you with." Ershua heard the voice and turned back. "Woof woof. What's the matter? Speak." The ghostly shopkeeper looked at Park Dussy, then pointed at him and asked, "Dog lord, this kid says he's a friend of Tang Lord. Do you know him?" "Woof woof. Don't know, never seen him." Ershua shook its head. "I see, then I know what to do." The ghostly shopkeeper nodded, grinned, and revealed a ghostly smile. "Woof. Okay, you do well." Ershua turned and left. "Take care," the ghostly shopkeeper shouted, then turned around and looked at Park Dussy with a sinister gaze. Noticing the expression of the ghostly shopkeeper, Park Dussy instinctively felt that something was wrong. However, he continued to pretend and said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and help me up." "Ha!" Seeing Park Dussy still pretending, the ghostly shopkeeper sneered. Then he spat a mouthful of phlegm on Park Dussy's face. Ah. With a mouthful of phlegm on his face, Park Dussy let out a sharp and piercing scream. He was a bit frantic and shouted at the ghostly shopkeeper, "What are you doing?" He. The ghostly shopkeeper seemed unable to hold back and let out a disdainful laugh. Then, he spat another mouthful of phlegm on Park Dussy's face. "You bastard! You're a piece of trash. If you keep this up, I'll have my friend chop you up. You piece of trash." Park Dussy cursed in anger. Ha. Hearing Park Dussy's words, the ghostly shopkeeper couldn't hold back and burst into a scornful laughter. Then, for the third time, he spat a mouthful of phlegm on Park Dussy's face. "Are you pretending?" Park Dussy, covered in phlegm, was stunned for a moment. Perhaps because of anger and loss of reason, he hadn't reacted yet and asked subconsciously, "What do you mean?" He. "You don't even recognize Tang Lord's dog, and you claim to be Tang Lord's friend?" The ghostly shopkeeper said as he walked into the counter, not afraid of Park Dussy running away. And at this moment, Park Dussy dared not run away, not to mention that his legs were already too scared to support him. When he heard that the dog was raised by the powerful visitor, his mind went blank. Could it be that the silly dog was actually useful? But now, it seemed a bit too late for him to think about anything. When the ghostly shopkeeper came out, a chilling black aura had already emerged from his body, and he had a machete in his hand. "You dare to deceive me, huh?" The ghostly shopkeeper scolded aggressively. Park Dussy was startled and screamed, backing away. As he retreated, he kept apologizing, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I'm sorry." But the ghostly shopkeeper quickly caught up, stepped on Park Dussy's chest, and pinned him to the ground. "Now you apologize, it's too late." No, don't kill me. I'll give you money, I'll buy my life with money," Park Dussy kept saying, then handed over his only 100 ghost coins. The ghost shopkeeper raised an eyebrow and collected the eerie coins. Seeing this, Park Dussy's face showed a look of surviving a disaster. The other party took the money, it seemed that he could survive. However, before he could be happy, a cold light flashed before his eyes. The world began to spin, and then his consciousness quickly disappeared. Park Dussy's head was chopped off and rolled to the side on the ground. The ghost shopkeeper flicked the blood off the knife, put the eerie coins in his pocket, and disdainfully said, "You think you can buy your life with just 100 eerie coins? Get lost, beggar. I make more in a day than this, and you think you can cheat me and still live? Go to hell." The arrival of the Bat Hammer Country, the strange tale of a loving family projected within the borders of the Bat Hammer Country. The voice of the strange tales will echoed within the Blue Star Realm. The high-level officials of the Bat Hammer Country were instantly thrown into chaos. "Ah, Shiba! Park Dussy, you son of a bitch, Shiba! Park Dussy, what the hell were you thinking? Can you just try something like this at will? Why do you have to pretend to be a friend of the Dragon Country's arrival?" In the Bat Hammer Country's live broadcast room. "Ah, damn it! It's all because of the Dragon Country. If that dog hadn't suddenly come back, how could Park Dussy have died? Yes, the Dragon Country. We must demand an explanation from the Dragon Country. Ridiculous, Xiao Shiba brought this upon himself, it's none of our business. You didn't spend your eerie coins, and insisted on keeping them, what's the point? Now that the eerie coins are gone, so are you. I was already unhappy when you arrivalists were getting close to Tangy. I can only say, serves you right to die." Outside the supermarket, a sudden scream was heard. The ghost shopkeeper looked up and saw a sordid-looking human standing outside the door. The human was terrified. He seemed to be coming towards the supermarket, but unfortunately, He ran into the scene of Park Daosi being killed with a single blow. Then, the human ran away, quickly disappearing from the front of the supermarket. The ghost shopkeeper didn't care about this, nor did he chase after. He had to clean up the body of this bamboo worm first, as it would scare off many arrivalist customers from coming in. He wasn't worried about not having arrivalist customers in the future. After all, here, if the arrivalists didn't want to starve, they had to come to the supermarket to buy food. At the entrance of Unit 6, Tang Chen stood here, holding 2 large bags, waiting for Air Shah to return with the white noodles. This time, he had bought quite a lot of things, which would definitely be too much for one person to eat, even with a dog. However, Tang Chen's talent had a new use. Because of the talent equality of all beings, after coming to the strange tale world, Tang Chen's nature had changed somewhat. Using this talent, he could eat a lot of things like those ghosts, and not feel full. Saying this might make Tang Chen seem like a glutton, but he wasn't. He just wanted to see how much he could eat before getting tired of it. In the past, when he ate hot pot, he always got full before he could enjoy it. Now that he had the opportunity, he had to try it out. When Peter Parker turned dark, he chose to buy cheap suits and get a regular job. So what if he, Tang Chen, turned into a ghost and ate to his heart's content? Soon, Air Shah came back with the plastic bags, running back excitedly. Woof woof! I've brought it back for you, say thank you. Air Shah stood in front of Tang Chen, arrogantly raising his head. Thank you for what? We're friends, take it, let's get ready to go home. Tang Chen's arrogant response didn't match his words. Woof woof! What's wrong with you? We'll have lunch together, you can sit at the table, there's a lot of meat. Tang Chen added. Woof! Brother, you said it. As soon as he heard about eating meat, Air Shah's tail began to wag frantically. Although it was a ghost and didn't need to eat, it wasn't for filling its stomach, it was for the taste. As the two were talking, a person rushed over from a distance, as if there was a ghost chasing after him. The man with a sly look on his face screamed as he ran past, then disappeared. What is going on with the arrival of that person from Sakura country? Tang Chen looked suspiciously at Fengquang Reiju, who had rushed into the building, then turned and saw that there were no ghosts chasing after him. Woof woof woof. I don't know, maybe I'm just being silly. Forget it. Tang Chen took the plastic stick out of his mouth and threw it accurately into the trash can. Let's go home. Woof. One man and one dog went home, and then Tang Chen used a large amount of strange coins obtained from the supermarket to shock the ghost mother. After that, the ghost mother began to cook for herself and the little girl. Tang Chen and Air Shah then started eating hot pot together. Up to now, apart from the so-called neighbors, Tang Chen seemed to have resolved all possible dangers. In the days to come, all he had to do was wait quietly for the 7 days to pass and successfully clear the level. Nothing else happened in the afternoon, and time quickly passed into the evening. Because the ghost father had been taken care of, the atmosphere on Tang Chen's side was quite harmonious. The 3 old ghosts ate their meals honestly, without causing any trouble, and Air Shah and Tang Chen were also enjoying their leisure time. However, the other arrivals were not having such an easy time. It was probably around 7 o'clock in the evening. The last ghost father on the 6th floor of Unit 6 also returned home. As he passed by 6066, he stopped and stared at the doorplate for a while. Finally, he said to himself, I don't know if this family is easy to bully, but it's definitely not a target. I was a little panicked last night. If I have the chance, I must contact that senior ghost, see if I can communicate with him. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll be able to rise to the top in the future. Then I won't have to worry about the boss's attitude anymore. If I can become friends with him, I'll take that ghost to the company, and I'll take the boss's position in the future, and the boss can do the secretary's job. He. After daydreaming for a while, the ghost father smiled. Then the smile quickly disappeared. His face became gloomy, and then he went to the door of 6065 and walked in. The first thing he did when he entered was to find Fengquang Reiju. Fengquang Reiju looked at his ghost father who had suddenly found him, feeling uneasy. What does he want with me? At the same time, he reviewed what he had done today. It seemed that he hadn't done anything wrong, nor had he provoked any ghosts. Even because he had been scared by the scene of the ghost killing someone at noon, he had run all the way back to his bedroom and stayed there. Until now, he hadn't eaten anything. Fengquang Reiju was already starving. Hunger and physical exhaustion made him extremely tired. But there was no way, he had used up his strange coins in the morning. He had planned to try his luck at the supermarket at noon, but he happened to see the ghost shopkeeper killing someone, which scared him to death. So he had been hiding in his bedroom until now. Fortunately, the ghost mother had gone out for some reason and had just returned. Otherwise, he would have had to use up his last chance to use his talent. But even now, Fengquang Reiju's situation was not optimistic. In addition to the foreseeable survival difficulties to come, there was also the immediate threat of the ghost father. While Feng Riju was still feeling uneasy, the ghost father started speaking. Did you go out to look for a job today? Feng Riju nodded. Yes, I did. Did you find one? The ghost father asked. No, I didn't, Feng Riju replied honestly. He dared not deceive the ghost father at all now. According to the information he had received at the beginning, this behavior was also a challenge to the authority of the ghost father as the head of the family. This was a choice that could lead to death. You didn't find one? And you still dare to come back early? The ghost father's tone suddenly turned cold, and the black energy in his eyes churned as he stared at Feng Riju. Maple was shocked to the core, his body trembling violently, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. How did he know I came back early? Maple was horrified. It seemed that Ghost Dad could read his mind, speaking in a dark tone. I am the master of this place, of course I can sense what's going on here. You came back at noon and hid in your room all day, didn't you? How dare you disobey and come back so early? It seems you don't even care about me. Ghost Dad spoke viciously, his body changing. Then, he raised his hand, now turned into claws, and reached for Maple, but Maple was faster, immediately kneeling. In order to save his life, he used his last talent. Red bean paste secret Marseille. I saw a ghost killing at noon. I was scared. The talent successfully activated, and Ghost Dad withdrew his hand, the black energy gradually dissipating, his gaze also becoming much calmer. Seeing how sincere you are, I'll spare you one more time. But if there's a next time, you won't be so lucky. Thank you. Maple knelt on the ground, nodding frantically. It wasn't until Ghost Dad turned and left that he breathed a sigh of relief. Maple got up from the ground, his face not looking good, feeling helpless and desperate, thinking that his future life was dark and hopeless. He still had to stay here for 5 days, but he had already used up 3 talent uses. How would he get through the next few days? Damn that ghost, I suspect he's deliberately targeting us newcomers. Baga, why did Ghost Dad go straight to find Ju Jun as soon as he arrived, clearly looking for trouble? Why, he licks other people's shoes in the company, feels uncomfortable in his heart, and comes back to bully the newcomers. What a waste. The audience from Sakura country, filled with righteous indignation, wished they could go up and give Ghost Dad a big slap, but if they really did, they might kneel faster than Maple. They could still cheer happily now, because they were not newcomers, and Ghost Dad couldn't threaten them, and Maple was still alive, without any new strange tales projected, so they naturally wouldn't be affected. Maple's luck was not very good, and similarly, the luck of the players from other countries was not very good. On the second night, many newcomers were eliminated, and Tom, a newcomer from beautiful country, was one of them. Maple could still speak, but how would he face the sanitation ghost without his voice? Did you go out to look for a job today? Ghost Dad stared at Tom. Tom subconsciously opened his mouth to answer, but no sound came out. It was then that he remembered, he couldn't speak anymore. But fortunately, he reacted quickly, nodding frantically before Ghost Dad changed his expression. However, Ghost Dad's expression suddenly changed, his eyes becoming sinister. Why aren't you speaking? Ghost Dad shouted loudly. His body changed, black energy roiling, his form altering. You could speak yesterday. Why aren't you responding now? You're just giving me perfunctory answers. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? As he spoke, Ghost Dad reached out towards Tom. But Tom had already sensed that something was wrong, and while Ghost Dad was speaking, he had already prepared to escape. So this time, Ghost Dad grabbed nothing. Tom exerted all his strength and ran towards the little girl's room. The 3 hints from the beautiful country's higher-ups had all been used up. Except for the message about the silly dog and skipping dinner, there was one more, the little girl's room. Like Tang Chen at the time, after seeing the little girl again, this ghost expressed his goodwill towards humans and said that he was willing to protect and help if there was danger. Originally, Tom didn't believe this, but now, he had no choice but to find the little girl. His talent was a very dangerous ability, and if he was unlucky, he could easily become a useless person. At this time, he decided to take a chance and find the little girl. If what the little girl said was true, he could reduce some of the danger and at least have an absolutely safe place at home in the future. Even if the little girl was lying, he could still rely on his talent to be immune. Then, it would only be a waste of his talent once. This was a trial and error action that only gained and did not lose. With this in mind, after approaching, Tom directly opened the door to the little girl's room and went in. Strangely, the ghost father, watching Tom's actions, did not make any move. He just stood there quietly, watching Tom enter the little girl's room, without any intention of catching up or stopping him. Normally, the ghost father should have chosen to pursue at this time. And according to the speed of the ghost, it was impossible not to catch up. However, he just stood there and watched. The onlookers see more than the players. Tom, as the person involved, had not yet realized that something was wrong. But the audience in the live broadcast room of Beautiful Country noticed this unusual scene. They felt the smell of conspiracy. Some couldn't help but worry about Tom. Inside the little girl's room, Tom rushed in, slammed the door, and then knelt on the ground, panting heavily. His eyes were still filled with fear, as if he had not recovered from the situation just now. At this moment, a teddy bear ran over and came to Tom, looking up at him. Tom naturally noticed the teddy bear. He suddenly realized something, raised his head, and turned to look at the bed. There, the little girl, weak in appearance but with a skeletal body, was propping herself up and sitting up. The little girl leaned against the bed, slowly turned her head, and looked at Tom. A weak voice sounded, "What's wrong? Big brother? Is it mom and dad, or second brother? Are they going to hurt you?" Hearing this, Tom's eyes lit up, and a sense of joy arose in his heart. The little girl didn't lie to him. Then he opened his mouth, pointed to his own mouth, and waved his hand, indicating that he couldn't speak. The little girl tilted her head, looked at Tom, and asked, "Big brother, you can't make a sound, can you?" Tom nodded repeatedly, then began to gesture with his hands. He wanted to explain that the ghost father wanted to harm him and hoped that she could protect him, but he didn't know sign language, and could only gesture blindly, not knowing if the little girl understood. But what he didn't know was that the little girl didn't need to understand at all. In Tom's eyes, the little girl raised her hand to cover her mouth, as if surprised, but her eyes became frightening, and her mouth formed a ghostly smile. The little girl looked down at Tom, and black mist began to rise from her body. "Big brother, you can't make a sound, right?" Seeing this change in the little girl, Tom felt something was wrong. Fear rose in his heart as he watched the little girl sit on the ground and move back. With a hint of fear, he shouted loudly, What are you going to do? You lied to me. Damn it, you lied to me." But when he realized that the little girl had a problem, it was already too late. He felt as if something was holding his neck and leaning on his left shoulder. Turning his head, Tom saw a teddy bear, which was now looking at him with its mouth open. After opening its mouth with the thread hole, there were neatly arranged sharp teeth inside, shining with a cold light, emitting a chilling breath. The black air churned on the teddy bear's body, looking so terrifying and ferocious. Tom was startled. He opened his mouth and let out a silent scream, a piercing and miserable scream that only he could hear. He was so scared that his whole body kept twitching, and he collapsed on the ground, his pants instantly becoming wet. He almost rolled his eyes and fainted directly. Hiss! Suddenly, a sharp pain came from the left side of his neck. The strange teddy bear had bitten his neck, and crimson blood flowed out. Tom felt his brain becoming increasingly confused, and his body was powerless. He felt that after being bitten by the teddy bear, he was becoming weaker and weaker. This damn teddy bear! Damn it! Just as he was thinking this, Tom suddenly saw that the little girl's body was gradually regenerating flesh and blood. Tom instantly realized this damn ghost was absorbing him to fill her incomplete body. Realizing this, it was already too late. Tom, becoming weaker and weaker, was completely powerless to fight back. He even felt his consciousness gradually fading away. The monster girl first relaxed his vigilance, and then launched an attack. Using a teddy bear as a means of attack seemed weak. If humans were prepared, it would be difficult for such a teddy bear to successfully attack. It could easily be pushed away by humans. However, once the little girl's attack succeeded, it would be difficult to escape. Tom, realizing the danger, tried to use his innate ability, but it had no effect. He didn't know what had happened, why his innate ability had not been triggered until now. Since coming to the world of ghost stories, his innate ability, which had always been at his disposal, had actually failed at this moment. He couldn't even sense the existence of that innate ability anymore. Now, he seemed to have turned back into an ordinary person. Could this ghost's attack suppress his innate ability? Tom thought in horror. This was his last thought while he still had consciousness. Soon, Tom lost consciousness and fainted. Then, under the teddy bear's devouring, Tom's body quickly began to shrink, his skin surface becoming wrinkled, and finally, from a healthy middle-aged man, he turned into a shriveled skin. Immediately, a message was notified to the entire Blue Star by the will of the ghost story. The deceased Beautiful Country descendant, a loving family projected within the boundaries of Beautiful Country. Damn it! This damn ghost actually deceived people. Damn it! Why did Tom's innate ability disappear? Why didn't he use his innate ability? It's really damn. The damn ghost, the dignified Beautiful Country descendant, actually died so early. I think the descendants of your other country should commit suicide at this time. As a descendant of the Dragon Country, Tang Chen's performance was quite outstanding. While the descendants of other countries were failing one after another, he was still doing well in the world of ghost stories. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last day. Because Tang Chen was a descendant, he would eventually have to leave this place. The ghost mother was clear about this, so she had already gone out to find other work. Now, there were only Tang Chen and the little girl at home. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Tang Chen walked over to answer the phone. "Hello? Is this the parent of Li Ziming, the name of Tang Chen's child ghost at home?" A female voice came from the phone, sounding like a teacher from the sentence structure. "Who are you, and what's the matter?" Tang Chen did not respond, but instead asked directly. Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, the person on the other end of the phone seemed to pause for a moment, and then her tone became unfriendly. "I am Li Ziming's homeroom teacher. Li Ziming got into a fight with a classmate today. Can you come over?" "Okay, I got it. Also, I need to trouble you with something else." Hearing the somewhat condescending tone from the other end from the beginning, Tang Chen frowned and said so. The teacher of the strange world, when speaking, did not seem to be communicating with a student's parent. Instead, it seemed more like talking to a subordinate. "Get to the point," the ghost who claimed to be the homeroom teacher on the phone said. "You can call Tang Yi. Tang Yi is very happy, but the way you talk to Tang Yi doesn't like it. Tang Yi is very angry. The consequences are very serious. You fool, just come over when I ask you to, why waste words? And Tang Yi, who do you think you are? Just a lower-level ghost." Hearing this, Tang Chen couldn't help but smirk. Lower-level ghost? But he didn't waste words either. After saying a sentence, he hung up the phone directly. "I'll be there soon, you, the one who fought with Li Ziming, and that child's parents. Wash your necks and wait." Damn, what a fool, being so arrogant. "I'm not washing my damn neck. Idiot, who do you think you're talking to? Do you think I'll let your child have an easy time at school?" Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, the ghost homeroom teacher immediately started cursing and banging the table. Then, there was no response for a long time. The ghost homeroom teacher finally realized something was wrong, picked up the phone and found that the other party had already hung up. She had said so much just now, but the other party hadn't heard a word. The black screen reflected a round and fat face with a few freckles, wearing glasses, with combed back hair, revealing a bald forehead. The face that used to look beautiful no matter how you looked at it, now seemed like a stupid donkey in the eyes of the ghost homeroom teacher. Anger rose from within, and the ghost homeroom teacher raised her hand and slammed the phone on the table. Damn! She cursed, but she still felt unsatisfied. She couldn't help but keep thinking about this. The more she thought, the angrier she became. So she muttered to herself again. Damn, what a fool. Who do you think you're pretending to be? Other parents, when they see us, are all polite and respectful. How dare you talk to me like that, thinking you're something special? No wonder Li Ziming got into a fight. It's true that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Zhao Ziming's parents are so honest. As soon as they received the call, they kept flattering. Even over the phone, I could feel his humble demeanor. That's what a parent should be, thinking for their own child. Damn it, what's wrong with Li Ziming's parents? They don't know how to act like ghosts at all. As she muttered, the office door opened, and a square-headed, broad-forehead male ghost walked in. As soon as he came in, he heard the ghost homeroom teacher muttering to herself, so he asked, Teacher Sue, why are you so angry? Who has upset you again? It's that parent of a little ghost outside the door. Teacher Sue, the ghost homeroom teacher, replied irritably, Li Ziming's parent, being so arrogant with me, even calling himself Tangy, I'll Tang his second uncle. Acting like he's someone important, and telling me to wash my neck and wait, damn it. Hearing Teacher Sue's words, the square-headed teacher smiled, sat down at his own desk, and said as if watching a show, wow, such parents are really rare. I've been teaching for so many years, and it's the first time I've seen such a tough parent. Teacher Sue also followed, he's just a damn fool. This isn't a private ghost academy, who does he think he is? Inside a private ghost academy, those ghost students have power, so it's normal for teachers to be a bit submissive. But when a child is studying in a public ghost academy, they still dare to act like this? Nowadays, which parent doesn't try to please the teachers in public ghost academies? In our line of work, it's a stable job, and parents have to beg you, give you gifts, and if not, they'll make trouble for their child. The grandson dared to talk to me like this. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I have to teach Li Ziming a lesson. Teacher Sue was obviously still angry, complaining a lot in one breath. Then she shouted outside the door, Li Ziming, get in here. With a click, the door was opened. A little ghost with a pink thread sewn around his neck walked in, holding a broken basketball in his hand. There was a big gash on the basketball, and the air had already escaped, leaving only the skin. The little ghost's expression was not good, with a sullen face, as he approached Teacher Sue. He kept his head down and didn't say anything. He knew that when this old ghost teacher called him in, it was definitely not for a good reason. The teachers at the public ghost academy were all like this. Since he was sure that they were here to pick a fight, he naturally wouldn't have a good expression. To be honest, after living with Tang Chen for so many days, the little ghost had learned a lot from Tang Chen's temper. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have already taken action against this teacher. Of course, that Zhao Ziming also needed to be dealt with severely, even to the point of knocking his head off. "Do you know why I called you in?" Teacher Su asked in a pretentious manner. The little ghost let out a cold laugh, saying nothing. "What's your attitude? Li Ziming, what's your attitude? I'm asking you a question, can't you hear me?" Teacher Fong, who was beside her, also echoed, "That's right, the teacher is asking you a question, what's with your attitude?" "Idiot," the little ghost muttered. But how keen is a ghost's hearing? In an instant, the expressions of the two ghost teachers changed. "What did you say?" Teacher Su stood up, her black aura reacting, weighing 800 caddies, enveloping the little ghost with a sense of oppression. "I said you're an idiot." The little ghost raised his head and looked directly at Teacher Su. "You called me in just to find a random reason to mess with me, right? It must be when you called my brother just now, he answered the phone, and you got mad at him, so naturally you want to take it out on me." "What? I know you want to disgust me, do you still want me to show you a good face? We're all ghosts, you're pretending to be a big bad wolf. Fatty, old idiot." The little ghost seemed to be driven to the edge, venting at the two ghost teachers, especially Teacher Su. Without looking, this was all learned from Tang Chen. In the eyes of the little ghost, Tang Chen's actions were simply too cool. Although Tang Chen was just a human, his whole body exuded the aura of a superior ghost. Teacher Su was so angry with the little ghost that her fat body was trembling all over. Without saying a word, she raised her hand and slapped the little ghost, sending the ghost flying out. At home. After hanging up the phone, Tang Chen left the room with Ershua. As a big brother, it was also his duty to protect his younger brother. This was already the last day, and he didn't want his mission to fail for some inexplicable reason in this situation. After leaving the house, he happened to see a ghost who looked very similar to his father. The ghost was going upstairs. Woof woof! This was the one who spied on that day. Hearing Ershua's words, Tang Chen narrowed his eyes. This was 6065, the so-called neighbor. It's strange. It was clearly mentioned in the initial introduction that the neighbor was very dangerous, but he had not encountered any attacks from the neighbor. It was the other rooms where the arrivals seemed to have experienced the neighbor knocking on the door. A few lucky ones were fine, but the unlucky ones were sent away by the neighbor. Downstairs, the ghost neighbor who was going upstairs suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stood downstairs, facing Tang Chen upstairs. Looking at Tang Chen, the ghost neighbor was somewhat surprised and felt a wave of emotion in his heart. For so many days, he had been returning home diligently, just to see if there was a chance to meet this superior ghost again. Then, after meeting again, he would try to make friends and reach the peak of his life. However, things don't always go as planned. He had been here for so many days and hadn't encountered it once. He thought he had missed his chance and would never meet this big brother ghost again. But lo and behold, today, the heavens have opened their eyes and he actually ran into him. Look at that burly figure, that gloomy and serious face, and that majestic pet dog. This is exactly what he had been dreaming of, the appearance a superior ghost should have. Just as the ghost neighbor was still daydreaming, he didn't realize that upstairs, Tang Chen's gaze had turned dangerous. Finally, he had run into him, so he hurriedly went upstairs to make friends. Thinking this, the ghost neighbor quickly took 2 steps upstairs and said, "Hello, I am the neighbor of this house, may I ask you?" Before the ghost neighbor could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that the superior ghost he had been yearning for was actually not a ghost, but a human. In an instant, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. How could this be possible? Such a presence, turning out to be a human and not a ghost. While the ghost neighbor was in a daze, Tang Chen narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light emanated from them. "Neighbor, be alert! You just said neighbor, right?" Tang Chen walked up and, unconsciously, approached the ghost neighbor. It was only at this moment that the ghost neighbor finally snapped out of his daze. Although he had discovered that Tang Chen was actually a human, Tang Chen's physique still gave him a strong sense of oppression. Especially when that burly figure came close, he instinctively took a step back. But then, he revealed a ghostly smile and his eyes were filled with dark energy. If it was a ghost, he would be somewhat afraid, but if it was a human, perfect, it could be used to relieve boredom. "That's right, I am your neighbor," the ghost neighbor nodded and said, his gaze becoming dangerous as he looked at Tang Chen, and even his voice became sinister. "Neighbor, that's perfect," Tang Chen said, and unexpectedly, he reached out and grabbed the ghost neighbor by the head. "Ghost neighbor? What are you doing? How come you made a move before I did? Are humans nowadays so aggressive?" While the ghost neighbor was still in shock, Tang Chen pressed down on his body, and with his other hand, lifted the ghost neighbor's leg. At that moment, the ghost neighbor suddenly felt a sense of horror. Damn! Is this really a human? He had no room to resist at all. He was lifted up like a little chick. Wait, could this human be trying to throw me down from here? Thinking of this, the ghost neighbor suddenly found it somewhat amusing. He was a ghost, how could he possibly be killed by being thrown? This human was indeed inexplicably strong, but his mind was obviously not very sharp. Tang Chen was unaware of the ghost neighbor's thoughts and simply threw him aside. With a "go away," he threw the ghost neighbor down the stairs. As the ghost neighbor fell, he was not panicked, and began to transform towards his ghost form. However, the ghost neighbor suddenly found in astonishment that he seemed to have lost control of his power. The black energy on his body all retreated back into his body, and he could no longer communicate with or use it. Now, he had become as weak as an ordinary human. Looking up at Tang Chen's indifferent gaze, the ghost neighbor felt despair. But at this moment, he had no way to fight back. Bang! The ghost neighbor fell to the ground, spilling black water all over, and the black energy scattered from his body, and he lay motionless. Ha! As soon as I heard that ghost say neighbor, I knew he was in for it. Exactly, Tang Yi had been waiting for this neighbor for days, and today he finally ran into him. Ghost neighbor, I just wanted to say hello to him, and he threw me down from upstairs. I'm kind of looking forward to how Tang Yi will teach that old ghost a lesson later. It's been a while since this copy, and the audience of the Dragon Kingdom probably understands Tang Chen's character and strength. Moreover, Tang Chen's performance is there, so they now have confidence in him. Watching the ghost neighbor fall to the ground, Tang Chen ran down with Ursha. When they reached the ground floor, Tang Chen had Ursha transform into a shovel and chopped off the ghost neighbor's head. To prevent feigned death and resurrection, it's a good habit to make sure. Recently, Tang Chen discovered a very simple method to cut off the possibility of these ghosts resurrecting. Those killed by Ursha, or the ghosts killed by Ursha, can be devoured by Ursha. Once eaten, they can't resurrect. Ursha itself is a ghost, and who knows where its stomach leads, plus with the connection established with Ursha, Tang Chen is not worried at all that ghosts can resurrect through Ursha. If there is such a possibility, he would probably kick Ursha's head first. Without wasting much time, Ursha cleanly devoured the ghost neighbor. Then, Tang Chen quickly headed towards the school with Ursha. Because he had already memorized the route, it was a familiar path. Soon, he got off the bus and walked towards the school gate. The gatekeeper at the school gate was originally squatting in the guard room, drinking tea. Suddenly, he looked up and was startled. His hand shook, and the tea he had just brewed spilled out, burning his hand. More importantly, the tea also spilled on his pants. Goodness, who is this person? Could it be the big shot ghost from that place, coming to cause trouble here? Looking at Tang Chen's figure, like a demon descending from the sky, with the fierce beast with blue eyes behind him, coming over aggressively, the old gatekeeper was so scared that his legs were a bit weak. But as he watched Tang Chen get closer and closer, isn't it obvious that he's coming towards the school? There's no choice, it's his duty. The gatekeeper ghost suppressed his fear and ran out, blocking Tang Chen at the gate. Don't move, you can't go in. The gatekeeper ghost said tremblingly, his legs shaking. He was standing in front, afraid that he would run away the next second. Tang Chen looked at the gatekeeper ghost's face, then lowered his head to look at the gatekeeper ghost's pants. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Ursha was even more direct. Woof woof. Look, he's scared and peed his pants. The gatekeeper ghost blushed and explained, no, it's not pee, it's tea. Hearing the gatekeeper ghost's words, Ursha tilted his head slightly. In his blue eyes, there was a meaning of I understand. Seeing this, the gatekeeper ghost was furious. Why is this dog so despicable? How could the gatekeeper ghost not feel good when he looked at Ursha? Looking at the other's eyes, that unnamed fire in his heart scratched a bit and rose. But just as he was about to say something, the burly man spoke. I am Li Ziming's parent. A teacher in this school is looking for me. The gatekeeper ghost didn't dare to neglect Tang Chen. As soon as he heard Tang Chen speak, he immediately looked up. He stared at Tang Chen, carefully looked him over, and suddenly realized that this guy who looked even more ghostly than a ghost, was actually a human. If it's a human, then there's nothing to be afraid of. What's there to fear about humans? In the eyes of ghosts, humans have always been playthings. With this in mind, Tang Chen's figure didn't seem so scary to the gatekeeper ghost. Thinking about how he was just scared by this person and the dog, and even mocked for peeing his pants, he felt uncomfortable. His anger surged, and black energy gushed out, making his gaze at Tang Chen dangerous. On Tang Chen's side, he looked down and wondered why the old man's back of the head was getting longer. Thinking about the performance of other ghosts when they saw him, Tang Chen immediately understood. The ghosts are just looking for trouble now that they've realized he's human. the longer the back of the head, the more rebellious they are. Kid, you. The gatekeeper ghost started to speak, ready to teach Tang Chen a lesson. At the very least, I have to take off one of his arms to entertain myself. Otherwise, when humans go in to see the teacher, will he still have fun? As a result, before he could finish speaking, a big slap came over. The gatekeeper staggered back a few steps and finally fell to the ground. The pain on his face made his eyes red, and his eyes suddenly became clear. It was close, almost had his head knocked off. Is this a human? When he looked up at Tang Chen, his heart started pounding. Can't afford to provoke. The dark energy on his body quickly retracted, and the protruding bones on the back of his head also retracted. Changing the subject, he licked his face and said to Tang Chen, ahem. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Young man, you seem unfamiliar with this place. How about I take you there? Tang Chen nodded, okay. Then the gatekeeper took Tang Chen and Ursha to find the office. Most ghosts have good memories. When Tang Chen described what the child ghost looked like, the gatekeeper knew who it was and led Tang Chen to the corridor. Turning a corner, they could see two child ghosts standing at the door of the office from a distance. One had his neck sewn with a black thread. The other, the pink thread on his neck had come loose, and his head was swaying, almost falling off. This little ghost held his head with one hand and an deflated basketball with the other. As soon as he saw the scene, the gatekeeper was so scared that his breath stopped, and then he remembered that he couldn't breathe. Afraid that Tang Chen would vent his anger on him, the first thing he did when he came to his senses was to turn around and run, like a rabbit. He ran all the way back to his guard post, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. In a panic, he turned to look back and saw that Tang Chen hadn't caught up, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to that terrible human who didn't bother with him, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. The gatekeeper ghost fought with lingering fear. They say people become more cunning as they age, and this is almost eerie. Thinking of himself, a gatekeeper ghost, over 300 years old, naturally he was very shrewd. That unusually burly human, who fought unfairly, came to deceive and ambush. This old cunning ghost slapped himself to the ground. It was this slap that made him understand that Tang Chen was not someone he could provoke. On the other side, two little ghost children, across the hallway, also saw Tang Chen from a distance. With the light behind him, they couldn't see Tang Chen's full appearance clearly, but that figure was scary enough. That strong physique, blocking the light coming through the window, looked extremely oppressive, not to mention the terrifying beast beside him. However, the two little ghost children had different thoughts. Li Ziming had been with Tang Chen for a long time and could tell at a glance that Tang Chen had come to stand up for him. Although the other party was a human, he now felt that having such a brother was really good. Why could he be so sure at a glance that the visitor was Tang Chen? Because he had never seen anyone as eerie as Tang Chen, burly but not ferocious, but standing there, he exuded a strong presence. Moreover, there was also the two silly ones beside him. Besides Tang Chen, who else would casually carry a dog around all day? As for Zhao Ziming, looking at Tang Chen, he felt both fear and amazement. This physique, this stature, this presence? Isn't this a high-level eerie being? A few traces of admiration flashed in his eyes, and he thought, although he didn't know the other party, he could use the other party's reputation to scare the annoying Li Ziming. Wasn't it because he snatched his basketball? How dare he come up and hit him? As he looked at his two fingers being broken, a hint of hatred flashed in Zhao Ziming's eyes. Li Ziming looked at Tang Chen walking towards him, and his eyes immediately turned red, with a surge of aggrieved emotions. For some reason, he now wanted to complain to this human. However, before he could speak, the annoying Zhao Ziming next to him spoke first. See, Li Ziming? That's my brother. You dare hit me. Wait, now that my brother is here, see if I don't make him teach you a lesson. With these words, Li Ziming was stunned on the spot. This is your brother? Then who am I? On the other side, Zhao Ziming had been waiting to hear Li Ziming's humble plea, but after a while, he didn't hear anything. When he opened his eyes, he saw Li Ziming looking at him with a dumbfounded expression. You still dare to look at me like that? Just wait, I'll definitely call my brother to kill you. He had wanted to speak harshly, but suddenly Zhao Ziming couldn't say anything. He didn't expect that the burly eerie being would just walk over like that. Now, standing in front of him, he was so scared that his legs were trembling, and he couldn't say a word. Then, Zhao Ziming was horrified to find that the eerie being crouched down in front of the annoying Li Ziming. Tang Chen crouched down and straightened the little ghost's head, saying, You're not good either. How can you fight with people and even knock your own head off? No, brother. I won. I broke Zhao Ziming's fingers. The little ghost said. Hearing this, Tang Chen also glanced at the other little ghost, and to be honest, these two eerie beings did look somewhat alike. On the other side, Zhao Ziming couldn't believe that this terrifying big eerie being was really Li Ziming's brother. Under the fear in his heart, he didn't realize that Tang Chen was actually a human. Otherwise, he would have to mock Li Ziming. For an eerie being, calling a human brother, what's the difference between that and recognizing a thief as a father? Here, when he was glanced at by Tang Chen, he was so scared that he sat down on the ground, wanting to cry, his mouth open but no sound coming out, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and his pants wet. He was scared silly in an instant. Then Tang Chen turned his head and looked at the little ghost, saying, "You broke someone's fingers, and they knocked your head off. You tell me, is this winning?" "No, it was the teacher who hit me on the head." "All right, the teacher hit you." Tang Chen nodded calmly, but his tone gave off a suppressed feeling. "Let's go, let's settle the score with her." With that, Tang Chen stood up, patted the kid ghost on the back, and without knocking, he pushed the door open and entered the office. Inside the office, Teacher Su and Teacher Fong were having a mysterious conversation. Suddenly, there was a click at the door, followed by it being pushed open. This immediately interrupted the two's interest. Just as they had finished bullying the kid ghost, their suppressed anger and irritability surged up again. Immediately, the two turned their heads, a dark aura surging around them, and they looked fiercely at the door. They saw a burly man walking in, with the kid ghost following behind. The stern and gloomy face made both of them jump involuntarily, thinking they had encountered a tough opponent, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was a human. Then, their eyes became even more fierce. They had thought someone audacious had come, only to find out it was just a human. What right did a human have to be so arrogant? Just as Tang Chen entered, the two ghosts fiercely shouted, "Who are you? You didn't even knock before coming in, showing no manners at all. Wasn't your mother supposed to teach you?" However, Tang Chen completely ignored them and instead turned to close the door and lock it. Then, he turned around and said, "My mother really didn't teach me. What my mother has always taught me is to fight fiercely and hit hard. When encountering arrogant and overbearing teachers who have no abilities but like to show off, you have to teach them a lesson so they hide in the hospital and dare not come out again. When encountering overpriced meals, just leave without paying." "What? Do you two have a problem? Woof woof woof. What are you going to do if you don't agree? Keep it to yourself." Listening to Tang Chen's words, the members of the Dragon Country Conference fell into contemplation. This kid, hasn't he already returned to normal? Are we university students all like this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He has a medical history, and he hasn't fully recovered. After all, he still goes back to Mukah during the holidays. He's recovered. You don't know, in the first 2 days, his temper, it made me tremble. Luckily, he's talented, although I don't know in what, but he finally got through it. Unlike the strategy group, in the live broadcast room, the audience of Dragon Country began to flood the screen with "Tang Yi is domineering." Occasionally, there would be a few comments from Little Sakura, Little Hammer, or Little Pretty in the barrage. They said in the barrage that Tang Chen had provoked two ghosts at once, and it was game over. However, their barrage couldn't stay on the screen for a second, as it would be covered by "Tang Yi is domineering." In the world of strange tales, upon hearing Tang Chen's words, the two ghosts were also a bit confused, especially when not only Tang Chen was arrogant, but even the dog he brought with him was also arrogant. Could they tolerate this? They couldn't stand it at all. The two ghosts stood up in anger and looked at Tang Chen fiercely, especially Teacher Fong now, who took 2 or 3 steps directly in front of Tang Chen, pointing at his neck and saying fiercely, "You're just a little human, how dare you be arrogant with us?" However, facing Teacher Fong now, Tang Chen was not afraid at all. He took a step forward. Although Tang Chen was a human, in terms of momentum and physique, Teacher Fong now was no match for him. Seeing Tang Chen pressing forward, he instinctively took a step back, and after retreating, he realized, "What am I afraid of?" But it was too late to move forward. Tang Chen looked disdainfully at Teacher Fong now and said, "Ha! How dare you two little ghosts be arrogant in front of a human?" Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, if it were a normal time, the Eerie would only find it amusing, thinking that this human must have been scared crazy. But now, Tang Chen clearly appeared hostile, which only made them feel more infuriated. "Let me tell you, young man, don't be too arrogant," Teacher Fong Brain shouted loudly, pointing at Tang Chen. Tang Chen directly slapped away Teacher Fong Brain's hand and retorted, "Not being arrogant, is that what you call a young man?" His voice was not as loud as Teacher Fong Brain's, but it was even more terrifying. Then, Tang Chen beckoned, and Ershua called out. In the two eerie and shocked gazes, Ershua transformed into a pitch-black blade. Seeing this, both eerie creatures were startled. This dog-turned blade was indeed capable of harming them and even killing them. Seeing this, both eerie creatures took a step back. Although they didn't think Tang Chen could really deal with them, after all, it was a weapon for killing ghosts, so they had to give some face. And the next moment, what Tang Chen did was even more terrifying for them. Tang Chen casually flicked his hand, grabbed the blade, extended the handle, and handed it to Teacher Fong Brain. What are you afraid of? Here, take it, Tang Chen said as he took a step forward. Teacher Fong Brain was intimidated by Tang Chen and didn't know what this human meant. For a moment, he didn't dare to make a move or say anything. But unexpectedly, the next moment, Tang Chen slapped him hard. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me telling you to take it? The two eerie creatures were frightened by Tang Chen's imposing manner. They had encountered this kind of fearless human before, who was even more eerie than them. They couldn't help but suspect whether Tang Chen was up to something. Here, take it, Tang Chen offered again. Teacher Fong Brain dared not speak or make a move, just shook his head. I'm telling you to take it. Tang Chen scolded and delivered another forceful blow. This time, Teacher Fong Brain didn't dare to delay any longer. The two heavy slaps really hurt, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Raising his hand, he held on to the possibility of dying, but nothing happened. However, this made Tang Chen's behavior even more suspicious. Here, I'm giving you a chance to be arrogant, Tang Chen said, placing the blade against his own neck. Cut down, this is your only chance. I'll count to 3. 1. Teacher Fong Brain looked at Tang Chen in a daze, not daring to make a move. 2. Teacher Fong Brain closed his eyes, trembling all over, but still didn't have the courage to act. He was afraid that if he made a move, it wouldn't be Tang Chen who died, but himself. 3. When the count reached 3, Tang Chen instantly raised his hand and pressed the blade down. Then he reached out and grabbed Teacher Fong Brain's head. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Teacher Fong Brain was scared stiff, allowing Tang Chen to grab him without making a move. Then the blade turned into black water and immediately crawled onto Tang Chen's left hand. Then, with a knife in one hand, Tang Chen pointed at the two eerie creatures in the office and said, I'm telling you, in front of me, Tang Chen, I don't care what kind of eerie creatures you are. Whether it's a dragon or a tiger, you listen to me. If you don't listen, this is the consequence. With that, Tang Chen swung the knife and directly cut off one of Teacher Fong Brain's arms. After Teacher Fong Brain's arm was cut off, he let out a scream, then retreated and fell to the ground. Looking at his severed arm continuously spewing black water, his eyes were filled with terror. It was this scream. Tang Yi is really ruthless, not saying a word and just cutting with a knife. It was too dangerous just now, actually handing the weapon to the eerie creatures. Fortunately, they were intimidated by his imposing manner and didn't dare to act. Is the scream of this Teacher Fong Brain eerie creature provided by Tom? When Tang Yi makes a move, you know whether it's effective or not. The little hand moved like this. Goodness, the two eerie ones were immediately scared and trembling, and even a few drops of urine were shaken out. Brother, are you considering starting a storytelling session? Tang Chen's gaze swept over Teacher Fong and Teacher Su, and the two eerie ones were trembling with fear. Now, they were truly afraid of Tang Chen. This human was too strange. They hadn't even been able to see his movements clearly just now. In any case, they were now certain that they couldn't deal with Tang Chen. If they really wanted to confront him, they would be like eggs trying to touch a stone. Crack. Broken. Alright, now we should be able to have a good chat, right? Tang Chen took out a chair for Teacher Fong with a knife, sat down, and looked at the two eerie ones, saying, 2 questions, who made the phone call, and, who beat up my little brother? Tang Chen's tone became gentle again, but to the two eerie ones, it sounded like thunder exploding in their minds. Beneath that gentleness, they felt a tremendous pressure. A pressure that they hadn't even felt from the principal, who was a superior eerie being. You see, even though this was just an elementary school, the principal was still a higher-level eerie being. And yet, this human being made them feel a more terrifying pressure than even a higher-level eerie being. However, amidst their shock, the two eerie ones also realized that he was waiting for them to confess. They were both familiar with the rules of the eerie world. The one with the bigger fist had the upper hand. Since he had come knocking on their door, they were no match for him, and there was nothing they could do about it. The kid was just standing by, and this man was clearly giving them a choice. Otherwise, he could have just asked the little ghost directly. Today, either one innocent person would live, or both of them would die. Having understood this, the two eerie ones both showed expressions of fear. Even trapped animals will fight, but the two of them didn't have the courage to fight to the death. In other words, the power gap was too great, and they understood that going alone was like delivering themselves, and going together was no different. So, the expressions on the faces of the two eerie ones turned grim as they looked at each other. Who wants to die when they can live? They glared at each other, and Teacher Su knew she was in trouble, but she wanted to use Teacher Fong as a shield. Teacher Fong, on the other hand, wanted to distance himself and was willing to lose an arm to survive. Watching the two eerie ones, who had been enemies just a few seconds ago, now looking like they had deep-seated grievances and would never reconcile, Tang Chen found it amusing. He had never feared these eerie beings. In his eyes, they were still far from being considered monsters, as they still retained a fear of death. What are the three elements of a monster? They cannot die, their true nature is unknown, and they cannot communicate. For these two eerie beings, Tang Chen was almost in this state. Even if the two of them joined forces, they couldn't defeat Tang Chen, they could only be defeated. And while they saw Tang Chen as a human, based on the strength he had shown, was he really a human? Tang Chen seemed to be able to communicate with them, but there was no room for negotiation, and it seemed that only despair awaited them. In just a few seconds, the two eerie ones had thought about a lot. In the end, Teacher Fong decided to take the initiative, unable to contain himself any longer. He spoke directly, woof woof, call him Tang Yi. Teacher Fong seemed to be unsure how to address him, but the second silly one, who had already transformed into a knife, reminded him, Tang Yi, it's this woman, she's the one who beat up your little brother. On the other side, Teacher Su had long been prepared. She knew that Teacher Fong would definitely betray her. And even if she spoke first, after the dispute, as long as they asked the little ghost, she would still lose. So, she was ready to show Teacher Fong what it really meant to take the initiative. She just needed to take down the little ghost, and then Teacher Fong would have no evidence, and she could also discuss this human being. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, she wouldn't lose out. Therefore, as soon as Fong Nao Dai finished speaking, Teacher Su immediately jumped up. She, who appeared to weigh hundreds of pounds, unexpectedly jumped more than 2 meters high. Then, like a shooting star, Teacher Su smashed down towards the child ghost. Seeing this, the child ghost was directly scared and sat on the ground. Faced with such a huge object, he couldn't escape at all. If it hit him, wouldn't he turn into ghost mud? Suddenly, a black light flashed. In full view of everyone, Tang Chen suddenly slashed, and before everyone could see clearly, Teacher Su was split in half. A large amount of black water splashed, and Ursha instantly rushed out from Tang Chen's hand and immediately devoured Teacher Su. This whole process was completed in less than a second. Teacher Su's plan failed, she couldn't kill the child ghost. She got up, was slashed, and couldn't say, "TSK, I hate disobedience the most." Tang Chen shook his hand, speaking in an unfriendly tone, and also glanced at Fong Nao Dai, who was trembling with fear, repeatedly saying, I'll be obedient, I'll be obedient. Then, Tang Chen turned his head and looked at the child ghost, saying, Alright, it's quite eerie, don't be paralyzed by such a small matter. When I was a child, what I chopped was much scarier than this. After hearing Tang Chen's words, the child ghost came to his senses and quickly stood up from the ground. He didn't doubt Tang Chen. He was just curious about where his big brother lived when he was a child. Is what Fong Nao Dai said true? Tang Chen asked. The child ghost nodded and said, It's true. Fong Nao Dai smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. The child ghost said, But. Fong Nao Dai's smile disappeared. The child ghost said, He and Teacher Su bullied me together, although they didn't physically harm me, he scolded me. Fong Nao Dai was shocked. Tang Chen turned to look at Fong Nao Dai and said, You scold people too? Fong Nao Dai immediately crawled over, tearfully pleading, Master Tang, spare my life, Master Tang. I was wrong, I didn't mean it, spare me this once, Master Tang. Looking at Fong Nao Dai, Tang Chen said, Spare you once? Alright. Fong Nao Dai's eyes lit up with hope. But ask my brother's opinion. If he spares you, I'll spare you. Fong Nao Dai repeatedly responded, then crawled to the child ghost, begging, I'm sorry, spare me this once, Li Ziming. I beg you, I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that about you. Please have mercy, spare my life. Looking at Fong Nao Dai, the child ghost didn't want to agree, but he suddenly thought of something and made a decision that went against his ancestors. Then I'll spare you this once. Saying this, the child ghost signaled to Tang Chen. Tang Chen understood what the child ghost meant. Anyway, he was leaving and didn't care about this favor. Standing up, Tang Chen came to Fong Nao Dai and said, Alright, this time I'll spare you. But, don't let there be a next time. If there's a next time and this little brat is wronged at school, I'll be the first to chop off your head. I understand. Fong Nao Dai nodded repeatedly. Then, Tang Chen, Ursha, and the child ghost left. At the strong request of the child ghost, they walked all the way back without taking the bus. Child ghost, brother. Tang Chen, Child ghost, it's been 7 days, are you leaving tomorrow? Tang Chen, Child ghost, brother, you look really handsome today. Ursha, woof woof. When was Tang Chen not handsome? The first instance was quickly over. The next morning, Tang Chen was transported to a pure white space. This space looks no different from the original teleportation space, but this time, there's only him. Well, and a dog. Tang Chen lowered his head and looked at the tattoo-like mark left on his wrist when he established contact with Ursha. Before leaving, Ursha had run over as if going mad, ultimately turning into a puddle of black water and diving into the mark. Now, Tang Chen could also feel that Ursha was inside. He just didn't know if it was a special space inside or what. But he could feel Ursha's emotions. This guy doesn't seem to want to come out now. Soon, a virtual pop-up window appeared in front of Tang Chen, accompanied by the voice of the strange wolf, a kind of androgynous mechanical synthesized voice. He knew that this voice was not only heard by himself, it echoed throughout the world. Congratulations to the arrival of the Dragon Country, successfully clearing the level, a loving family. The Dragon Country has gained national fortune, increasing everyone's lifespan by 5 years. The Dragon Country's arrival, the accompanying talent has become a permanent talent. As the voice of the strange wolf fell, the Dragon Country was plunged into a frenzy of cheers. Many people who had become increasingly weak due to long-term fatigue or staying up late found their bodies becoming healthier. In a campus, a student lay drowsily in bed, feeling like he was about to die. Because of the arrival of the national fortune strange talk, he began to give up on himself, feeling that he should enjoy life well before the world was destroyed. So he went to an internet cafe outside to have a good time. After 3 days and nights, he drowsily returned to the dormitory, feeling like he was about to die. His heart was pounding like thunder. Suddenly, the student opened his eyes abruptly, and a carp jumped up from the bed. He felt full of life and vigor, so he took out his phone. "Let's go, Dragon Brother, I'm back to normal. Call the brothers and let's play like crazy, not coming home until we're the masters." In a certain hospital, an old man lying on his deathbed slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, he seemed to have become 5 years younger, sitting up directly from the bed. He instructed the people around him, "Quick, I feel much better now. Bring me the computer. I want to see if the national team has won the World Cup this time." His son, who was crying with joy, was amused and said, "Dad, after the arrival of the national fortune strange talk, where is there still a World Cup?" Similar things were happening all over the Dragon Country. Inside the strategy group, the few people who had been watching the live broadcast day and night were also laughing heartily. In the pure white space, after the first pop-up disappeared, Tang Chen saw other pop-ups, this time displaying only to the arrival. There were 3 in total, from left to right. Instance settlement. Here, your ghost coins obtained after the instance will be counted. You performed well in A Loving Family, earning a total of 3,000 ghost coins. Among them, the clearance settlement is 2,000 ghost coins, the additional task bonus is 500, and the good performance bonus is 500. Body strengthening. Here, you can strengthen yourself with the ghost coins obtained from the settlement. The strengthening is divided into 4 aspects: physique, strength, speed, and resistance. The higher the strengthening level, the more ghost coins are needed for further strengthening. Physique can strengthen your physique, making you more resilient and enduring. Strength can enhance your striking power, making your attacks more harmful. Speed can enhance your movement speed, allowing you to run faster. Resistance can strengthen your mental resistance to strange things, reducing the possibility of being influenced by strange phenomena. Click to enter the body strengthening interface, where you can view your current strengthening level. Strange Talk Mall. Here, you can spend ghost coins to purchase items, which can help you and your country. Click to enter the mall interface. Upon seeing this, Tang Chen took a glance at the marketplace. Inside, there were a large number of props. Initially, there were some basic weapons, such as knives and firearms, followed by some life-saving props, such as substitute dolls, or soul-shaking bombs that could affect the eerie and explode souls. Tang Chen went straight to look at the national props, first finding the elimination of strange tales. This could eliminate one strange tale currently existing in his country. There were already 2 large-scale strange tales within the Dragon Kingdom, so this was very important. Taking a look at the price, it cost 10,000 eerie coins. It seemed not expensive, but it required the arrival to make a choice between strengthening oneself and eliminating strange tales within the country. As for the other option, the cost for eliminating the failed influence was cheaper, but it also required 8,000 eerie coins. However, Tang Chen felt that he didn't need this, as he didn't think he would fail in the world of strange tales, because the strangeness in the world of strange tales was too weak, at least in his opinion. Before the age of 4, he often went to places with a dark and oppressive atmosphere with his parents, where there were many terrifying monsters. But those monsters were actually quite easy to get along with. If they were difficult to deal with, a beating would make them easier to get along with. After that, Tang Chen opened his personal panel and found that all 4 of his attributes were 0. Squinting, Tang Chen felt that this should refer to the number of enhancements. He decided to spend about 1,000 eerie coins to strengthen his strength. However, when he clicked on the enhancement, nothing happened, only a window of enhancement failure appeared. Nevertheless, his eerie coins did indeed decrease, but fortunately, the initial enhancement didn't cost much, only 100 eerie coins. But at this moment, looking at the screen, Tang Chen felt annoyed. He then sequentially enhanced each of the 4 positions. The result was still all enhancement failures, and then his eerie coins decreased by 400. King. Swallowing my money, huh? Tang Chen cursed in frustration and raised his hand to the window, bang bang, with 2 punches. The window in front of him was instantly punched with a big hole, and cracks appeared in the surrounding windows. At the same time, behind the cracks, a pitch-black area was revealed, mixed with various colors and flowing light spots. King, next time I enhance, I'll be a fool and give back my money, Tang Chen said angrily, waving his fist. This meant that if you don't return the money, he'll give you 2 punches. As Tang Chen's voice fell, a pitch-black arm, trembling, reached out from the crack and handed over 500 eerie coins. At the same time, a new, unstable window appeared. Master Tang, I was wrong, please spare me. I don't know what's wrong, I can't enhance. Tang Chen didn't care about this, he just took the coins and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Then, the pure white space receded like a tide, and Tang Chen appeared at the specific location where the arrival returned. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a group of well-trained men with real guns and live ammunition surrounded him. Encountering a group of well-trained soldiers as soon as he returned home, Tang Chen didn't feel panicked. After the arrival of the national strange tale, the strange tale will set a designated area in each country, and after each arrival completes the instance, they will return to this area. However, in some countries, this area has not been used yet. The situation in the Dragon Kingdom was still relatively good. Perhaps because the population of the Dragon Kingdom was too large, to ensure fairness, the strange tale will average the extraction range of other countries and exclude a part of the Dragon Kingdom from the extraction range. At least, the first 2 arrivals in the Dragon Kingdom, although they had not received any professional training, were at the level of an ordinary person at worst. Anyway, those who didn't suffer too much were in a state of being old, weak, sick, or disabled. Because they knew in advance where the arrival would return, the Dragon Kingdom immediately made arrangements. In short, the heavily armed warriors appearing in front of Tang Chen now are not here to capture him, but to take him home. In any case, in this situation, Tang Chen can be considered a hero. Although the worldview of the Blue Star has not reached the point of lacking everything and being tense everywhere, the arrival of the National Fortune Strange Talk itself is a disaster, especially when the arrival will project Strange Talk after death. Being able to come back alive is already a great success. As an arrival, Tang Chen's current treatment is very good. Under escort, he quickly arrived at a small island with excellent armed forces, specially provided for the residents of arrivals. Because the National Fortune Strange Talk will not stop summoning arrivals, Tang Chen essentially has a period of rest. During this time, the country will try to meet most of Tang Chen's demands. As for why it is most, you can't just watch Tang Chen and find him unpleasant and turn a blind eye, can you? But Tang Chen is not such a bad person. However, living on the island has its advantages and disadvantages. First of all, Tang Chen is not allowed to go out to meet people alone, or for people from outside to come here. It is inevitable for arrivals to be restricted, mainly to protect their safety. After all, although arrivals can strengthen themselves, they are easily killed by people from other countries before reaching a certain level of strength. In addition, Tang Chen also has something to do, which is to learn some thinking, combat experience, and skills from these warriors. These are not things that can be obtained through strengthening, and he cannot just rest and be lazy as soon as he comes out. And Tang Chen is also happy to learn and practice with these warriors. However, although Tang Chen's experience and skills are indeed not as good as these warriors, he has never lost, and has even accidentally injured many people. The reason is naturally that Tang Chen's strength is too abnormal, almost inhuman. When the strength slightly exceeds, it can naturally be compensated by experience and skills, but when encountering someone like Tang Chen, even Lu Zhishan would shake his head, and Wu Song, the fierce star, would have to call him brother. It can only be said that Tang Chen has tried his best to restrain himself. However, this made the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom even happier. It is hard to say what exactly is going on with Tang Chen, but he is undoubtedly a person who loves the Dragon Kingdom. This makes them full of confidence for the upcoming Strange Talk instances. And Tang Chen is really earnestly learning various skills from the warriors. He does not become arrogant because of his abnormal strength. After all, Confucius said, in a group of 3, there must be one who can be my teacher. Kongzi also said, is it not a pleasure to learn and constantly apply oneself to the principles of benevolence and righteousness? Is learning and reviewing the techniques of benevolence, which refers to the technique of dividing a person in half, and righteousness, which refers to the technique of pounding a person's head into the chest, not a joyful thing? Both of these techniques are ancient martial arts passed down in the Luoyang, and are now lost. In short, Tang Chen is quite happy with his learning. Moreover, he also found that after systematic training and maintaining this training, his constantly growing strength increased even faster. Time passed quickly, and after about 2 weeks, Tang Chen finally returned to that pure white space. This is the transmission space of the National Fortune Strange Talk. Tang Chen looked around as usual, and the surrounding area was still crowded with people from other countries. Some of these people had numb expressions, some were mourning, and many more were in emotional breakdown. Most of those in emotional breakdown were new faces. But Tang Chen also noticed a few familiar faces, such as the arrival from the Bear Country, who seemed to have lost his right eye in the last instance. Equally familiar, there is also the Maple Crazy Day Zhu from the Sakura Country. Heaven knows how he survived, but from his numb expression, it seems he didn't fare well in the previous instance. But there are also the lucky ones who survived without injury, such as the arrival of Muhammad from the Baba Sheep Country. Although he doesn't look very spirited, his health is very good. Soon, a new pop-up window appeared in front of Tang Chen. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Tang Chen felt that the virtual screen seemed to tremble twice when he looked at the pop-up window. This is your second participation in the National Fate Strange Talk. Congratulations on surviving in the previous instance. From now on, you can draw a temporary talent in each instance. After passing 2 instances, you can choose one of the temporary talents that have appeared and turn it into a permanent talent. Drawing your random talent. Drawing completed. Congratulations on obtaining the temporary talent, Pragmatic Orator. In the time of the next instance, you will be able to use this talent. Pragmatic Orator, your words will stir up strange emotions, making them more easily influenced by you. And when your actions are consistent with your words, the talent effect will greatly increase. This talent is an ability that requires using your brain. If used properly, the effect should be good. But, compared to using his brain, Tang Chen still prefers to be reckless. So, this talent is somewhat redundant for him. But it's okay, he doesn't mind. How does that saying go? I'm invincible, you can do as you please. Transferring to the Strange Talk world, legend teacher of Linglan High School. Soon, the transfer reminder came, and Tang Chen closed his eyes. When he opened them, the scene in front of him had changed. At this moment, he was standing in front of a huge school gate, with other arrivals behind him. They had all been thoughtfully dressed in fitted suits, looking quite presentable. And each person was holding a piece of paper with a few words written in eye-catching red. Teacher application information. Looking up, next to the school gate, on the tall and sturdy white marble pillars, there were several characters in blood-red gemstones that looked like ghostly symbols. Linglan High School. Oh, become a teacher? Probably understanding what kind of role he would play in this instance, Tang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. In normal times, he still had a little bit of a teacher's demeanor. It's just that what he spread. Those who understand, understand. It can only be Luing Yu. After waiting for a while, Tang Chen found that this time, the will of the strange talk surprisingly did not directly provide the basic information of this strange talk. He turned around and looked at the other arrivals. He found that they had also noticed this, and at this moment, they were looking at each other nervously. So, is there some kind of preliminary test? Turning back, looking at the application information in his hand, Tang Chen muttered, giving everyone this thing and sending them all to the front of the school, instead of directly giving them their identities like last time. Tang Chen felt that his idea was not wrong. After all, there were quite a few arrivals here. Looking at the moving figures behind him, it was obvious that the school in front of him did not need so many teachers. So, those who passed the test would become teachers, and those who failed would become ingredients. Tang Chen squinted and glanced at the security booth, where 2 eerie figures were staring at them. One of them was wearing a normal security uniform, and the other looked like a chef. Without much thought, Tang Chen straightened his clothes a bit and prepared to go forward. There's no need to think about it too much, just become a teacher first. At this moment, a voice sounded in his heart. Woof woof. Tang Chen, can I go out? It's Ursha. This is a new ability that appeared between him and Ursha after their deepened connection, telepathy. This allows him not to have to rely on a rough feeling to guess what Ursha wants to express. Not yet, but I can find an opportunity later. After all, it's not good to bring a husky to school. Woof. Then hurry up. After Ursha's little episode, Tang Chen stepped forward under the eerie and sinister gazes of the two, and the astonished eyes of the onlookers behind him. He came to the window of the security booth, knocked, and said, "Hello, I'm here to apply for a teaching position." The two looked at Tang Chen with a smirk, showing no intention of paying attention to him. This may be related to Tang Chen putting on clothes. He was the type who looked thin in clothes but had flesh when undressed. Although his face was still gloomy and dignified, his momentum was now much more restrained. Now he looked like a tall and elegant gentleman, compared to before when his burly figure exposed, making him terrifying when facing enemies. Faced with the indifferent gazes of the two, Tang Chen shook his head and sighed. He thought to himself, Kong Zicheng didn't deceive me. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not emphasize his strength, then he will not be intimidating. If a gentleman does not emphasize his strength, he will not be able to establish authority. The eerie are all looking down on people. Now, without taking action, naturally, he has no authority in the eyes of the two eerie. Without authority, how can they listen to me? Kong Zi also said, choose the good and follow it, and change the bad. Those who obey will naturally choose to follow you, and those who do not obey, after a little modification, will also obey. These two sayings flashed through his mind, and without saying a word, Tang Chen reached out. Snap! In the astonished gazes of the two eerie, Tang Chen's hand directly shattered the glass, then grabbed the head of the security ghost. In an instant, the security ghost felt a huge force pressing on his head. He was terrified, thinking that his head would be crushed into pulp by the person in front of him, and he was so scared that he kept farting and even defecated a little. As Tang Chen exerted force, the onlookers saw in astonishment that Tang Chen directly pulled the security ghost out of the security booth. Tang Chen placed the security ghost on the ground and patted his shoulder. The eerie trembled in fear and dared not look up at Tang Chen. Tang Chen waved the application materials in front of the security ghost and said, I'm here to apply for a teaching position, you lead the way, understand? Understood, understood. The security ghost nodded repeatedly, then opened the school gate and led Tang Chen inside. He dared not say a word, fearing that he might say something wrong and be crushed into pulp by this man. This operation not only stunned the onlookers on the scene but also the audience in the live broadcast room. Oh my goodness, Tang Yi, so explosive right from the start? Tang Yi. This is too much, too powerful, isn't it? This is a bit exaggerated. Though Ziri didn't even dare to resist. I know Tang Yi is strong, but I never thought he was this strong. On the other side, as they watched Tang Chen's figure gradually moving away, a thought arose in the minds of the hesitant onlookers. So this is how it's done? Then, most people rushed forward, wanting to emulate Tang Chen's approach. Among them, the contestant from the beautiful country, Steve, was the fastest. He was the first to come to the window and reached in to grab the eerie. The remaining chef ghost inside was initially startled, thinking it was another fierce person like Tang Chen. But when the other party was caught, he found him to be so weak and powerless. This was just an ordinary mortal. In an instant, the chef ghost's anger surged. You damn mortal, how dare you humiliate me like this? Let me use this arm as an ingredient. As he spoke, black energy surged in the chef ghost's eyes, and he pulled out a butcher's knife, cutting off Steve's arm in one stroke. Steve let out a scream and fell to the ground with a crash. His right arm was gushing blood continuously. After arriving in the world of strange tales, his awakened talent was resurrection. He could revive in the same place after death, but only once. However, resurrection could not repair his physical injuries. Steve's arm was now beyond repair. After witnessing this scene, the other arrivals stopped in their tracks, fear evident on their faces as they looked at the chef ghost. None of them dared to approach. The chef ghost sneered disdainfully at them. Cowards, they dare not come forward now. Unfortunately, he couldn't attack them, otherwise the cafeteria would need a lot of replenishment at lunchtime. Tang Chen did not know how the imitators of his arrival outside the door had been harmed. At this moment, he was being led by the gatekeeper ghost towards the principal's office. At the same time, he looked around at the surroundings. Lirio High School. It covered a large area, almost as big as the university he attended, and the environment was quite beautiful. If this wasn't a world of strange tales, this school would be a good place to visit. Looking at this scene, Tang Chen couldn't help but sigh, it's really damn big. This sigh perfectly expressed his elegance and amiability. Soon, Tang Chen arrived at the door of the principal's office with the gatekeeper ghost. He waved his hand, allowing the gatekeeper ghost to leave. The gatekeeper ghost was grateful and then turned and ran, afraid that Tang Chen would change his mind. Tang Chen didn't pay attention to this small detail. He didn't knock on the door, but pushed it open directly. Upon entering, he didn't see any embarrassing scene. There was only a strange figure, looking like a man in his 50s or 60s, dressed in a neat suit, with immaculately groomed gray-white hair and beard, wearing glasses, with a wise look in his eyes. In front of him was a cup of tea, and in the ghost principal's arms, there was a black cat. Sensing Tang Chen's entry, the ghost principal raised his head and glanced at Tang Chen. For someone as meticulous and elegant as him, he was somewhat displeased with Tang Chen's behavior of entering without knocking. Tang Chen, on the other hand, didn't care about the ghost principal's opinion of him. He casually closed the door and went straight to the seat in front of the ghost principal, sitting down unceremoniously. Seeing Tang Chen's actions, the ghost principal's mouth twitched again. Not only did he not knock, but was this human in front of him too arrogant? The more he looked at Tang Chen, the more displeased he felt. So he spoke, "Sir, don't you think Thud. Before the ghost principal could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Like a master, Tang Chen raised his arm, crossed the table, and slammed the application materials in his hand on the table. He looked calmly and steadily at the ghost principal, with a tone that carried a hint of refusal. Enough talk, I'm here to apply for a teaching position. Seeing this, the corner of the ghost principal's mouth twitched again. He felt that the actual meaning behind the man's words was, today you agree or not, you have to agree. Feeling annoyed, the ghost principal's body was filled with black energy, and he wished he could tear Tang Chen to shreds right now. But he couldn't do that. As a product of the world of strange tales, their actions were to some extent limited by the will of the strange tales. For example, in the current situation, all he could do was to agree or disagree. The former would send the person to the classroom to be a teacher, and the latter to the cafeteria to be an ingredient. At this moment, facing such an arrogant Tang Chen, the ghost principal naturally chose to agree. Tang Chen's behavior had seriously provoked his displeasure. How could he just hand over his prey like this? When the human in front of him became a teacher, if he found any faults in his teaching, he would definitely make him suffer. The eyes flickered, and the ghost principal quickly suppressed the black energy on himself. Tang Chen, at this time, remained motionless. He quietly waited for the ghost principal's response. Ah, I see. So, Mr. Tang Chen, what do you want to teach these students? The ghost principal asked calmly, but the malicious intent in his words was ignored by Tang Chen. He touched his chin and said, normally, I would definitely be suitable as a physical education teacher. However, I have decided to become their moral and ideological education teacher. Upon hearing this, the ghost principal couldn't help but laugh. This human being, coming straight to the point, your words might cause dissatisfaction among the physical education teachers. And, Mr. Tang Chen, are you sure? A human like you wants to teach these strange moral and ideological concepts? What, is that not allowed? Tang Chen retorted. No, of course it's allowed, I'm just a little surprised. The ghost principal said. Well then, you will become a distinguished teacher at our Linglan High School. I wish you a pleasant teaching time. With that, the ghost principal picked up a seal and stamped it on the documents handed over by Tang Chen. In the next moment, the document turned into wisps of black energy and disappeared from the desk. Then, the ghost principal took out a rectangular badge from the drawer. Tang Chen's name was written on it, and the ghost principal handed the badge to Tang Chen, saying, Mr. Tang Chen, this is your work badge, your proof as a teacher. Don't lose it. Also, your office is on the first floor, and the class you will be teaching is class 7 of the first grade. Tang Chen nodded, said nothing more, and put the badge in his pocket with his left hand. Then, he stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and walked away. When he reached the door, Tang Chen suddenly stopped and turned around. Seeing this, the ghost principal smiled and asked, Mr. Tang Chen, do you have something else to say? Do you think you shouldn't be a moral and ideological teacher? I'm sorry, but that cannot be changed. No, it's not that, Tang Chen shook his head. In order to spread Luoyu, he was definitely going to teach moral and ideological education. Just like Analects, the modified Luoyu was also a great work of thought. There is a good explanation for a sentence, vividly expressing the difficulty of learning Luoyu. It is said that if you learn my martial arts without learning my thoughts, you will be confused, and if you learn my thoughts without learning my martial arts, you will be killed by others. Principal, can we bring pets to our school? Like a husky? Of course not, the ghost principal shook his head. But you have a black cat with you? That's because I'm the principal. Then I'm also strange, it's not a big deal if I bring a husky, right? Ghost principal. What the hell is wrong with you? Ahem, Mr. Tang Chen, if you really want to bring a pet, it's better to bring a cat. Okay, Tang Chen nodded. Principal, your cat is really beautiful. Hearing Tang Chen's praise, the ghost principal was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He accepted it without feeling anything wrong, because the cat he raised was indeed good. However, but now it's mine, Ursha, come on. Woof woof. Woof woof team, here I come. As he spoke, Tang Chen waved his left hand, and a mass of black water sprayed out from his sleeve, landing on the black cat in the ghost principal's arms. Then, the black cat had no chance to resist and was devoured by Ursha. Then, the black water gradually transformed into a black cat. The cat had a pair of bright green eyes, shining like gems, and behind it were 2 tails. This process happened quickly, and before the ghost principal could react, his obedient cat had disappeared. Then, Ursha called out, Meow! Old Tang, I'm here. The 2 fools were agile, and with a few jumps, they ran from the principal's legs to Tang Chen's side. Then, agilely, they climbed onto Tang Chen's body, like a cat scarf, hanging around Tang Chen's neck. Purr purr purr. Old Tang, am I cool? The two fools affectionately rubbed Tang Chen's face and made a purring sound. However, although it had turned into a cat, its personality seemed to still be that of the previous silly dog. Goodbye, principal, I'm leaving. Perhaps intentionally hitting where it hurts, Tang Chen deliberately said before leaving, and then closed the door. The ghostly principal, belatedly, reacted, slammed the table, and stood up. He looked shocked at the door, as if Tang Chen was still there, and angrily roared, "Damn it, Tang Chen! How dare you kill my cat?" After becoming a strange tale in the world, at Linglan High School, after being an honorable teacher of moral and ideological education, Tang Chen took the two fools downstairs, ready to go to his office to take a look. He circled the first floor and only saw a sign that read Grade 1 office. The others were for different grades and classes. Besides that, he didn't see any students in class, nor did he see any other teachers. Since entering the instance, the only people in the school were the two at the guard's office and the principal in the principal's office. This was a slightly confusing point. However, Tang Chen didn't think much about it and pushed open the office door. The space inside was large, and after circling around, he found his own nameplate on a desk. It read, Grade 1, Class 7, Moral and Ideological Education Teacher, Tang Chen. This was his desk. He sat down, casually picked up a calendar on the side, and took a look. There were several dates circled with holiday written above. Opening the computer on the desk, he checked the date. Oh, today was the last day of the holiday. No wonder no one was in class. Oh no, I messed up. Tang Chen slapped his thigh, belatedly saying, "Meow? What's wrong, old Tang?" The two fools, perched on Tang Chen's shoulder, asked in confusion. "The principal didn't tell us where to stay." "Meow meow meow? What? Let's go back and teach him a lesson." "Not in a hurry, let's first look at the basic information of this instance, and then we'll go find him later." Tang Chen's gaze fell on the pop-up window that had just appeared. Only after officially becoming a teacher would one receive the basic information of this instance. 1. A teacher imparts knowledge and educates students. As a teacher at Linglan High School, you should help your students in difficulty as much as possible and meet their needs. 2. Where there are strange occurrences, there will be competition. As a teacher, you and other teachers are in a competitive relationship. Be wary of their tricks. 3. Although Linglan High School is a private school and the principal's position has been weakened, as a staff member, he is still someone you need to respect. Don't let him think you are neglecting your duties. Linglan High School does not need teachers who are just going through the motions. 4. Above the teachers and below the principal, there is a position called the headmaster. The headmaster is responsible for catching students who break the rules and making things difficult for teachers. Don't let him catch you making a mistake. 5. Communicating with some parents is always painful for teachers. The school often holds parent-teacher meetings, and you need to report to the parents about their children's recent learning situation and make them satisfied. 6. Outside the school is a place of mixed good and bad. There are often some unsavory characters mingling with your students or causing conflicts. You need to protect your students from harm. 7. You need to teach for 7 days at Linglan High School. What's going on? Why was Tang just talking to that cat? What do you know? That's the two fools. It used to be the two silly dogs. It's a strange one. Of course it can communicate with Tang. Really? But one speaks human language, the other speaks meow language. Shut up. Do you understand Tang Yi or do I understand Tang Yi? Damn, something's not right. Wasn't Airshaw in the last instance? How did he get brought over here by Tang Yi? As Tang Chen read the basic information of the new instance, the audience in the live broadcast marveled at Tang Chen still bringing Airshaw with him, outside the gate of Linglan High School. The descendants and the chef ghost inside the gatehouse, as well as the hastily returning and confident Steve, confronted each other. The gatekeeper ghost and the chef ghost were looking forward to the descendants going to the school. The descendants, on the other hand, were standing in place, feeling conflicted and unsure of what to do, under the watchful eyes of the two and the pitiful sight of Steve. Obviously, Tang Chen's approach was not something anyone could just casually imitate. Just then, they all received a message, appearing in the form of a pop-up window in front of their eyes, and each person received the same message. The descendant of the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Chen, has officially become a teacher at Linglan High School. The next day at midnight is the time for teachers to start their positions. If by the next day at midnight, there are still descendants who have not become official teachers, they will be subject to a thorough cleansing and will die immediately. Upon receiving this message, the descendants became even more nervous. Some of them even cursed out loud, "Damn descendant of the Dragon Kingdom, why is he so fast? Doesn't he know to wait for us, and to have a sense of human solidarity?" But despite the cursing, he couldn't do anything, just raging in impotence. The vast majority of the descendants remained clear-headed, striving to find a way out of the situation. At this moment, Feng Riju, who had been numb-faced, suddenly made a move. As an experienced person, he had already found a way out. Since ghost coins could buy lives, why couldn't they buy a way out? After the last instance ended, he had saved up almost 500 ghost coins when he strengthened himself. As long as the descendants didn't die, the national fate ghost story wouldn't change descendants. Knowing this, Feng Riju began to plan for his next entry into the ghost story world. Soon, he arrived at the window of the gatehouse and handed over a 100-coin note. "Excuse me, I'm here to apply for a teaching position. Can I go in?" Feng Riju asked cautiously. The gatekeeper ghost and the chef ghost exchanged glances, and pretended to take Feng Riju's ghost coin, smiling as they said, "Go ahead." Feng Riju nodded respectfully, then slipped through the crack in the gate opened by the gatekeeper ghost. Seeing this, some of the other descendants who had some spare money crowded forward like sardines. They followed Feng Riju's example, bribing the two ghosts, and were also easily let into the school. Chico, a descendant from the bear country, watched this scene and felt that there should be other ways. Otherwise, how would those newcomers get in? Looking up, the sun was still high, so there should be enough time. To avoid unnecessary waste and conserve ghost coins as much as possible, Chico left the area. He decided to walk around the school and see if there were other entrances. Finally, when he circled around to the side of the school, he noticed something. There was a section of the wall that was clearly different from the others, looking more worn and seemingly touched frequently. In addition, there were some large and small bricks under the wall, which could be used as footholds. This might be a passage for students to skip school. Thinking this, Chico went forward, propped up the bricks, and then climbed over the wall into the school. Some people witnessed Chico climbing over the wall into the school, and soon, the high-level officials of those countries notified their descendants. The arrival of the messengers of the news quickly learned Sheik's method to enter the school. However, most of the messengers were still frowning at the moment, because they had neither the mysterious coins nor the country's hints. Steve from the beautiful country also received the country's message, but, when he tried to climb the tall wall, he found that he only had one arm and couldn't climb it at all. Sometimes, failure seems to be inevitable. The time came to midnight. Many messengers had already become official teachers, but there were also a group of messengers, including Steve from the beautiful country, who had not succeeded in entering the school until now. When the clock struck midnight, it was the end of everything. Swoosh! A large number of black spikes emerged from the ground, piercing through each messenger who had not become a teacher. Then, as these spikes disappeared, the messengers, one by one, turned into black water. The messengers, dead. The death of the messengers in the beautiful country, the legendary teacher of the strange tale Ringlan High School projected within the borders of the beautiful country. The high-level officials of the beautiful country. Damn it! It's all because of the dragon country. Why did they walk so fast? Why did they enter like that? If their messengers hadn't taken that action first, Steve wouldn't have imitated it at all. The dragon country must apologize internationally. Their messengers' actions have completely lacked any humanitarian spirit, causing the death of messengers from other countries. They must compensate for this. Damn it! Are you going to continue? Why aren't you speaking? Ha! What's that smell? I farted. Mother asterisk 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 Using this as a pretext, the beautiful country issued a condemnation to the dragon country internationally. However, the response received was only, "Do you want the East Wind Express?" The beautiful country did not speak again, and it seemed that this matter did not cause any ripples. The next day came quickly. Tang Chen, who was sleeping, heard some movement. The sound of moving tables? After hearing the sound, a sudden feeling of weightlessness came over Tang Chen. He felt his body falling to one side. He suddenly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that there were many teachers around, including some strange and messengers. And the table that he had dragged over to use as a bed last night had been taken away by a strange, over 2-meter-tall, muscular figure. Tang Chen reacted quickly, using one hand to support himself in an unreasonable manner, and flipped himself up, standing up. As he stood up and looked around, the majority of the people around were strange, originally intending to have some fun. But now that they had reacted, the fun was gone, and they began to move their own tables lacklusterly. In addition to the strange, there were 3 messengers in his office. 2 white people and 1 Asian. These 3 had not woken him up just now, and Tang Chen glanced at the name tags on their desks. These 3 were the messengers of the Hammer Country, Zhang Zhixian, the messengers of the Sunset Country, Henry, and the messengers of the Kangaroo Country, Oliver. Seeing these 3 also moving their tables, Tang Chen ignored them and sat back in his seat. Ershua also jumped down from his shoulder and ran to the table, lying down like a cat. As for why Tang Chen was sleeping in the office. Yesterday, after he finished reading the basic information of the new copy, he went to ask the ghost principal about this. The ghost principal said that the person in charge of assigning dormitories to teachers would not start work until the school opened, so he had to deal with it himself for one night. So Tang Chen decided to spend the night at the school. In addition to using the table in the office as a bed, he also took the ghost principal's black long windbreaker as a blanket. At this moment, Tang Chen naturally put on the windbreaker and leaned against the desk, feeling bored. He looked at the schedule, and it was his third class in the morning. The rest of the time, he just had to stay there, feeling very bored. So, in the office, such a scene appeared. The other weird teachers were all diligently preparing for their students, and the three newcomers seemed nervous and serious. Only Tang Chen sat there bored, playing with the cat, opening his computer, and playing Spider Solitaire. No, Tang Yi's style is not on the same channel as the others. Wow, Tang Yi, you're not as good at playing Spider Solitaire as my grandpa. Why do I feel like Tang Yi is the weird one, and the others are the newcomers? After playing for a while, Tang Chen patted his stomach. It wasn't time for class now, and the students should be in self-study. He stood up from the ground and stretched lazily. The others around him heard the movement and looked up, glaring at Tang Chen. But Tang Chen ignored them and just hugged Er Shua, patting the cat's butt. Let's go, Er Shua, let's have breakfast first. As the saying goes, food is essential for good health. A day's plan starts with the morning, so eat a good breakfast to nourish your spirit. Meow, you're preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, reciting so fluently. Bang! Tang Chen took Er Shua and left, slamming the door. He didn't care at all about this group of weird people. The weird people in the office now looked very displeased with Tang Chen, but they didn't have a chance to do anything, so they had to focus on preparing for class. On the other hand, after Tang Chen came out, he walked unsteadily towards the cafeteria. Yesterday, he took the time to memorize the route in the school, so today he was familiar with it. Soon, Tang Chen arrived at the cafeteria. At this time, the cafeteria was empty, with no one in sight, only the serving window and the kitchen occasionally moving, and some weird people were seen packing up. This empty situation was expected. After all, it was past breakfast time. But the cafeteria was not completely empty. For example, in the corner, there was a weird person in a black suit with a face full of flesh, enjoying his meal. It seemed like he was eating human hands one after another. Tang Chen quickly looked away. It's one thing to endure, but it's hard to accept watching someone eat their own kind. He went straight to the serving window and called out, "Hey, is there any food left?" A fat weird person with a high hat and apron ran out and looked at Tang Chen, saying, "Yes, what do you want to eat? What do you have here? Tell me about it." "Oh, we have plenty. Listen up, in our cafeteria, we have steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted adult, roasted child, roasted fat person, braised adult, soy sauce child, cured human meat, pickled human belly, air-dried human meat, fragrant human sausage, assorted human platter, smoked human white belly, steamed a treasure human, rice-stuffed adult." Tang Chen asked, and the fat person kept talking non-stop. Tang Chen quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Stop, don't you have anything that humans can eat?" The fat person was stunned and nodded, saying, "Yes, we have steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail." Stop, you don't need so many things. Just give me a few steamed buns, boiled eggs, a plate of pickles, and a bowl of porridge. Tang Chen quickly interrupted. "Okay," the weird person replied, turned and went to the kitchen, and came back with a large metal tray, bringing all the things Tang Chen wanted. "That will be 10 weird coins," the fat person said, reaching out for the money. Tang Chen took out 100 weird coins and handed them to the weird person, asking, "Are you in charge of this window?" "Yes." The fat person nodded. "Okay, you keep the money, I'll come find you later, just keep track of it." With that, Tang Chen picked up his food and left. The fat person reacted belatedly, and only then did he put away the 100 weird coins. Carrying his breakfast, Tang Chen found a table and sat down, starting to eat with Er Shua. Whether it's him or Ursha, they both have a great appetite, and their eating habits are like gluttons. As they were eating, a shadow fell over them. Tang Chen and Ursha stopped their movements and looked up. They found that the bald guy they had seen earlier had finished his meal and was now sitting in front of them. Then, the man and the cat continued eating without paying any attention to each other. Seeing this, the bald guy's veins bulged on his head, and he looked at Tang Chen fiercely. "Hey!" the bald guy shouted. Tang Chen and Ursha looked at the guy who disturbed their meal with a dumbfounded expression. "What's your problem?" Tang Chen said impatiently, showing no respect. "Meow, if you have something to say it quickly. If you have gas, let it out quickly." The bald guy was at a loss for words. These two didn't even consider him. "Who allowed you to eat here now, Teacher Tang Chen?" The bald guy slammed the table and said fiercely. At that moment, Tang Chen was drinking porridge with his arms on the table. When the other person slammed the table, the porridge almost spilled on his face. Bang! Tang Chen was so angry that he lifted the bowl of porridge and poured it directly onto the other person's face. Who the hell do you think you are? You even care about me eating? Why don't you go sit on the head of the weird will and take a dump? Meow meow meow. Old Tang, we're eating, don't say that. Because of Tang Chen's actions, the bald guy was covered in porridge, with rice grains on his head, decorating the empty square. The bald guy was extremely angry. He stood up and roared at Tang Chen, "Tang Chen, you're not eating at the designated time, and now you're assaulting and insulting your superior. Do you want to cause trouble?" Tang Chen also had a bad temper. He stood up and glared at the bald guy. "You're meddling in everything. What kind of person are you? I'm your superior," the bald guy shouted, grabbing his chest. There was a badge there, similar to the one Tang Chen had received yesterday. "Take a good look at what I am. If you make a mistake, I'm here to manage you." Tang Chen squinted at the badge on the bald guy's chest, and there were a few words written on it. Director of Discipline, Liang Fifen. Well, this was a confrontation. The bald guy noticed that Tang Chen was confirming his identity and couldn't help feeling smug. "Look, now that you know I'm the Director of Discipline, will you obediently admit your mistake? Once you admit your mistake, I'll tear you apart and see how you dare to be arrogant with me." As the bald guy was feeling pleased with himself, the audience watching the live broadcast in Longwa was a little worried. Even though they believed in Tang Chen, it seemed that this bald guy was not much smaller than Tang Chen in size. Without a physical advantage, how would Tang Chen deal with this guy with a face full of flesh? Stinky. That bald guy looks a bit fierce, even fiercer than the first supermarket boss. I wonder if Tang Yi can handle it. It should be fine, after all, Tang Yi is so strong, and he also has Ursha with him. 2 against 1, the advantage is ours. Ha ha, foolish people of Longwa, your savior is finished. Only people like our Zhu Jun, who have experienced difficulties, can make the right decisions. Ha ha ha, quickly kill this despicable cheater from Longwa. If it weren't for him, our beautiful country's Steve wouldn't have died at the beginning. Little Sakura is so arrogant. Have you already adapted to the Radiation Island waters? Getting anxious, little beauty is getting anxious. Strange world. Tang Chen didn't show any signs of fear as Liang Fifen had expected, but nodded and said in a critical tone, "I was wondering why you dared to be so arrogant. Turns out you're an official. How about it, scared now? Admit your mistake quickly, or I'll give you a demerit and have the principal expel you." Liang Fifen threatened. "Admit my mistake? Admit your damn mistake." Tang Chen didn't give Liang Fifen any face and cursed as soon as he spoke. "What did I do wrong?" Looking at Tang Chen's arrogant appearance, Liang Fifen felt itchy with anger. "You didn't eat within the specified time, don't you think you're at fault? Aren't you eating too? I'm the director, so I can eat. Oh, the officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps." Hearing Liang Fifen's words, Tang Chen rolled his eyes. Then he pointed at himself and said to Liang Fifen, "See, I am a human, not a weirdo. Your rules don't apply to me." Liang Fifen was momentarily speechless, feeling that Tang Chen had a point. He pointed at Tang Chen, and his chubby face revealed a dull light in his small eyes. After some thought, he said to Tang Chen, "Then, how do you explain the unprovoked assault on me? You disturbed my meal, so isn't it deserved to be hit?" Tang Chen retorted, and just then, Ursha, who had just finished eating, chimed in. "Meow meow meow. Exactly, don't you deserve it? It's good that I didn't hit you more." Liang Fifen's face changed from red to purple, then to white, and finally to black, like a lantern. Tang Chen and Ursha, one human and one cat, teamed up to confront him. He usually acted high and mighty at school, where had he ever suffered such injustice? He was suddenly so angry that smoke seemed to come out of his 7 orifices, feeling so wrong that he seemed about to cry. Then he slammed the table, a surge of black energy enveloped him, channeling all his anger and resentment into a roar. "Bastard! How dare you argue with your superior? Argue? I not only argue with you, I also want to hit you." With that, Tang Chen picked up the plate from the table and smacked it on Liang Fifen's head. The plate couldn't withstand the force and bent out of shape, and Liang Fifen couldn't withstand the force either, and knelt on the ground. At this moment, Liang Fifen was full of shock. How could this human dare? Not only did he not acknowledge his status, he even hit me. And it hurt so much. Feeling the intense pain in his head, Liang Fifen instinctively reached up to touch it. When he looked down, he shuddered, his arms went weak. Black liquid. Bang! Tang Chen casually threw the plate on the ground, pointed at Liang Fifen and said, "Liang Fifen, no matter what position you hold or what power you have, you can't control me. If you don't agree, come and challenge me. But before doing that, I hope today's incident can teach you a lesson. Think carefully, do you have the strength to compete with me, Tang Chen?" Finally, I'll leave you with 6 words: go to hell, Liang Fifan. Meow meow. Go to hell, Liang Fifan. With that, Ursha jumped onto Tang Chen, and Tang Chen turned and left. The human and the cat left without looking back. As Liang Fifan stood up from the ground, he stared fixedly in the direction Tang Chen had left, his eyes almost spewing fire. Black liquid continued to flow from the wound on his head, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't think of any way to deal with Tang Chen, and the other party's attitude made him extremely angry, feeling that his dignity had been insulted. Ah! Liang Fifan shouted in helpless rage. Then he picked up the deformed plate from the ground and swept it across the table where Tang Chen had been eating, knocking off all the bowls and plates. The table was left clean. At this moment, the onlookers and the staff working in the canteen were not happy. The fat man who had served Tang Chen's meal came over and kicked Liang Fifan to the ground, loudly cursing, "You damn it! You don't have to work, so you can just mess around, huh? Don't you know we have to clean up after you? That's right. With your attitude, how can you still be a leader? You don't care at all about us lower-level employees. You deserve to be beaten." The other weirdos working in the canteen also joined in, criticizing Liang Fifan. Finally, everyone shouted at Liang Fifan together, "Go to hell, Liang Fifan." Liang Fifan was so angry that his whole body trembled, once again furious and helpless. "Shout! Do you dare to shout again? Damn it! Damn it!" The fat ghost took the lead and went up to kick Liang Fifan. Other eerie figures around also joined in, kicking Liang Fifan fiercely. They thought that the human just now was too strong, scaring them from approaching. "You, a big-bellied, fat-headed guy, why should we be afraid of you? Anyway, you two are fighting, and it doesn't matter who is responsible in the end. Who told you to be unlucky?" Liang Fifan held his head, feeling helpless and wanting to cry on the ground. Why is everyone bullying me? I feel so wronged being the leader." Sob. Tang Chunwei watched Liang Fifan being scared, then left the cafeteria. There were some small changes in the barrage of the Dragon Country live broadcast. "Today is a good day, hum 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 hee hee hee. Go to hell, Liang Fifan, hee hee. Go to hell, little cherry blossom. Hey, go to hell, little beauty. Are you capable of competing with me in Dragon Country?" Meanwhile, in Tang Chen's office, Ursha lay flat on the desk at the moment. It stuck out its tongue, with a dazed look, constantly making snoring sounds, looking like it had been played with. How did it end up like this? After leaving the cafeteria, Tang Chen went straight back to his office. Although he didn't have a class, there was no news about the dormitory either. He had to pass the time in the office, play a game of spider solitaire, pet the cat, and so on. Despite Tang Chen being a tough guy, when he petted the cat, his technique was very delicate. His broad palm with a warm temperature rubbed Ursha's body. Ursha was continuously making snoring sounds, trembling comfortably. Finally, after a round of petting, Ursha ended up in its current state. Meow. Ursha rubbed its head against Tang Chen's hand, rarely making a sweet and greasy sound. But when it fell into Tang Chen's ears, the meaning seemed a bit off. "Ah Lao Tang, it feels so comfortable that I could die pouting." Tang Chen started playing with Ursha's tail, while also focusing on the spider solitaire. Time passed quickly, and it was finally the 3rd class in the morning. Tang Chen had to go and educate his dear ghost students on moral and ideological aspects. Standing up, taking Ursha with him, Tang Chen left the office. Grade 1, Class 7. Before reaching the classroom, Tang Chen walked in the hallway. From a distance, he saw a sneaky and shifty guy, peeking through the door crack. It seemed like he had seen himself, and quickly retreated. Then, Tang Chen heard a loud shout, "Teacher's here." Wow, that voice, as if afraid he wouldn't hear it. After the shout, the noisy and bustling noise near the classroom of Grade 1, Class 7, instantly quieted down. It seemed as if there were a group of obedient and well-behaved students inside the classroom, but Tang Chen felt that this group of eerie figures definitely had some bad intentions. Arriving at the back door of the classroom, Tang Chen stopped. He didn't reveal himself, but he listened, wanting to see what these students were up to. Inside the classroom of Grade 1, Class 7, there were 4 prominent figures in red, yellow, blue, and green. These 4 eerie students all had punk-like hairstyles, sitting at the back, and were the 4 big shots in the classroom. At the moment, the other students were sitting obediently, but their eyes couldn't help but show signs of anticipation and excitement. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. These eerie figures couldn't help but feel puzzled. A chubby eerie figure turned around and asked the one with yellow hair, "Chuan Gu, didn't you say the teacher was here? Why is there no movement?" Yellow Hair also felt strange, scratching his chin, and said, "I'm also puzzled. I did see him just now. Maybe because it's a new teacher, so they are mentally preparing at the door. It's okay, he must eat this big meal today. Let's wait, he should be coming over soon. If not, I'll go check from the back door. Hearing Huang Mao's response, Xiaopang nodded and once again looked expectantly at the glass bottle placed above the front door. It was filled with concentrated sulfuric acid. He couldn't wait to see the new teacher scream in agony. However, several ghost students were completely unaware, and their conversation was clearly heard by Tang Chen outside. Well, these kids are really active. Maybe they've stirred up some trouble for themselves. Thinking this, Tang Chen shook his head. TSK, TSK, TSK. Their eerie qualities are just not acceptable. He really needs to give them some lessons in moral education. Only then will they understand the true beauty of the world. Tang Chen moved a little away from the back door. Inside the classroom, as they heard Tang Chen's footsteps, they quickly greeted the other students. He's coming, he's coming. Hearing this, all the eerie students were filled with anticipation. Bang! Just as everyone was fully focused, a thunderous explosion startled them, making them tremble all over. Subconsciously, they looked towards the source of the sound and were shocked to see the back door flying open. The four heavenly kings were also knocked back by the force of the back door. And there was a guy with a gloomy and majestic face, tall and straight figure, and a two-tailed black cat with emerald green eyes perched on his shoulder, standing at the back door, slowly retracting his long legs. That posture, that gaze, that demeanor. It was simply outrageous. The shocked eerie students were speechless at the sight. Is this their new teacher? He looks so impressive. Tang Chen scanned the classroom. The stunned expressions of these ghost students satisfied him greatly. It seemed that this show of strength would make it much easier for him to teach them later. He had always believed that a gentleman does not resort to force unless necessary. So in the face of the eerie, he always used a strategy of using a big stick. In addition, he also saw a small glass bottle above the front door. Although he didn't know what was inside, since it was used by the eerie to play tricks on him, it definitely wasn't something good. Damn! Does the new teacher understand the rules? And the four heavenly kings, who were pinned under the door, also lifted it up. At the same time, Huang Mao, also known as Brother Chuan, cursed as he sat up from the ground. He was about to teach this new teacher a lesson, but when he looked up, he saw a familiar and often seen in his nightmares, blooming and majestic face. Although the other party was wearing a suit this time, showing less muscle, he still recognized that face in an instant. In an instant, all the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. And the remaining red hair, blue hair, and green hair were in a similar state to Huang Mao. All four of them were stunned. The next moment, Huang Mao smiled and said to Tang Chen, "Big brother, I can't believe the new teacher is you." Tang Chen looked down at Huang Mao and also remembered. Weren't these the little hooligans he had encountered when he sent the ghost kids to school? Quite a coincidence. No wonder he felt like the voice was familiar. What, do you want to mess with me? Tang Chen raised his eyebrows and pointed to the glass bottle above the front door, asking. Oh, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Huang Mao shivered and quickly said, I wouldn't dare, big brother, if I had known it was you, even if I had 800 guts, I wouldn't dare to mess with you. Watching this scene, the other students in class 7 of the first grade were even more surprised. Huang Mao, the leader of the four heavenly kings, the most arrogant man in the school, actually yielded to this new teacher. Yellow hair, whose ghost name is Xiao Chuan, is also known as Brother Chuan. In this Linglan High School, he is an extraordinary presence. Because his father is the mayor, not many people in the school can control him, and they dare not. He has always been notorious for being a troublemaker, and no one dares to provoke him. In the school, he is like the boss, and no one dares to challenge him. However, today, this arrogant guy actually backed down in front of the new teacher. This is really a rare occurrence. At the same time, these students have also become more cautious. Leaving aside other things, this new teacher probably has some ability, and they can't afford to provoke him. After all, even yellow hair doesn't dare to mess with him. This new teacher is either powerful or fearless. He seems to belong to the latter. As the saying goes, the poor fear the bold fear the tough, the barefoot are not afraid of those with shoes, but everyone is afraid of those who are fearless and willing to go down with you. Today, Tang Chen has left a deep impression on these ghost students. You better not dare. Tang Chen glanced at yellow hair and then walked towards the platform. It's been delayed for so long, it's time for class. From the current situation, these ghost students really need moral and ethical education. Yellow hair also said, it's true, it's definitely true. How could I dare to deceive you, big brother, ha? While laughing, yellow hair and a few of his brothers helped each other up and returned to the doorway. As soon as he turned around, he saw Tang Chen walking towards the platform. In an instant, his expression became fearful. As a notorious bad student, how could he only set up one trap? On that platform, he also set up a mechanism. As soon as the desk felt the weight, the box above the blackboard would open, and the knives and bricks he had placed inside would rain down on the new teacher like a shower of bullets. In the past, he would have enjoyed this spectacle. But now, this new teacher is the big brother who left a psychological shadow on him. In any case, this person who has shown him what a black hand is definitely a big shot in the underworld. He just spared himself, but if he really encountered him in those situations, Yellow Hair couldn't even imagine what the consequences would be. That is definitely not something he could bear. Even now, just thinking about the formidable strength of the other party that day makes him tremble with fear. Big brother, there's a mechanism on the platform, don't touch it. In desperation, Yellow Hair shouted and reached out his hand towards Tang Chen. As Tang Chen walked up to the platform, he heard Yellow Hair shout, looked up, and instinctively placed his hand on the platform. The next second, the mechanism was activated. Countless sharp knives, huge stones, bricks, and other objects poured down on Tang Chen's head. Yellow Hair was petrified. He seemed to have foreseen his own miserable life. Just then, a dark shadow flashed. Airsha, who was lying on Tang Chen's shoulder, now raised its butt, and its two tails swung rapidly, like a black umbrella, deflecting all the weapons falling towards Tang Chen's head. Several flashes of light passed, and those weapons, like bullets, shot towards the ghost students in the classroom. Damn! A bad student exclaimed, almost jumping up. A short knife was stuck in his chair. Fortunately, he was sitting towards the back, otherwise, his future happiness would have been gone. For a moment, the sound of shattered windows, clashing metal, crumbling walls, knives piercing wood, and the sound of desks and chairs collapsing, as well as the terrified screams of the ghost students, filled the air. The once clean and tidy classroom immediately turned into chaos, with scars left by the weapons everywhere. But while all the ghost students were trembling with fear, Tang Chen remained calm. He silently reached out and caught the last falling brick, placing it on the desk. After a while, the classroom finally quieted down. All the ghost students sat up straight, still trembling, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Tang Chen. Huang Mao, in particular, kept his head down, afraid that Tang Chen would come to settle scores with him. Tang Chen surveyed the ghost students below and said, "You all are quite something, huh?" The ghost students kept their heads down, none daring to speak. Tang Chen pointed to the glass bottle still at the door and knocked on the brick on the lectern, saying, "On the first day of school, you brought so many things to harm the teacher. Do you think of the school as your own home? Teacher." Before Tang Chen could finish speaking, a chubby boy raised his hand and weakly said, "This school was built with our family's money, it's not even as good as our home." As soon as the chubby boy finished speaking, a piece of chalk flew out and hit him on the forehead. In an instant, the chalk exploded, and the chubby boy felt as if he had been struck by a tremendous force, falling off his chair. When he got up, a huge lump had formed on his head. After standing up, the chubby boy was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Seeing this, Huang Mao felt a strong sense of admiration. That tough guy, even I dare not provoke him. You dared to hit his face? In terms of being reckless, I'll call you the strongest in the blind, lacking insight, aspect. You dare to talk back to me? Is your family very wealthy? What's the use of your family's wealth? When you go out, you have to show your strength. Are you as strong as me? With that, Tang Chen turned around, picked up the chalk, and wrote his name on it. My name is Tang Chen, Tang is in the Tang dynasty, and strong without boundaries. What you did today has made me very unhappy. I must educate you properly and give you a formal education in ideology and morality. As Tang Chen spoke, the ghost students below listened obediently. No matter how unruly they usually were, now, facing Tang Chen, they didn't dare to act out. Everyone saw the consequences for the chubby boy. No one wanted to get hit on the head for no reason. Woohoo! What a strong and boundless strength. Huang Mao is really pitiful, just got scolded by teacher Tang in the last instance, and now he's in trouble again. These students, none of them dare to speak, all scared by teacher Tang. It's really despicable, setting up so many dangerous traps. If it were someone else, they might have died of resentment by now. Speaking of which, what will teacher Tang teach these students? Do I even need to say? It's definitely the Luan language that teacher Tang always talks about. In the first direct confrontation with the ghost students, Tang Chen emerged victorious. At this moment, the audience in Longwa could praise as they pleased. The likes of Xiao Pielian and Xiao Yingwa could only gnash their teeth in frustration. In the world of strange tales, in the principal's office, the ghost principal put down the books in his hand and stood up. It was about time to go and see how these new teachers were teaching the students. He couldn't help but sneer, thinking about yesterday, when Tang Chen had vowed to become a teacher of ideology and morality. I wonder where that kid got his confidence from. But if you can't teach well, I'll be furious. For your rude behavior and for killing my cat. Tang Chen, you deserve to die. The ghost principal quickly left the office, went downstairs, and first arrived at class 1 of the first grade. This was the most well-behaved and obedient class. If he remembered correctly, it was taught by a dark-skinned human teaching English. He stood at the door and began to peek through the window. Inside the classroom, a large, dark-skinned woman stood at the lectern. She was the arrival of the third country, Aiziwa. Aiziwa didn't know where she got a whip from, and in her other hand, she held a piece of chalk. At this moment, the whip was pointing at the word Google on the blackboard. The ghost students below were all sitting up straight, looking like they were paying serious attention. The ghost principal nodded. It seemed to be going quite well. Then Aiziwa started teaching the ghost students to read. She would read a sentence and the students would read the next. G, G, O, 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 O. For now, there didn't seem to be any problems. But when it came to teaching them how to read the letters together, the newcomer from the third country opened her mouth and said, Gulu Gulu. The next moment, the students also shouted, Gulu Gulu. The ghost principal fell silent and clenched his fists. Are you kidding me? By teaching like this, you're ruining these students. Their influential parents will come to me. What am I going to do? This teacher, you're making it difficult for me. However, the ghost principal felt that he couldn't judge the teacher's ability based on just this one time. He decided to watch a little longer. Then he saw Aiziwa erase the word on the blackboard and quickly write a new word, dangerous. Looking at this, the ghost principal thought, this time it should be fine, right? Aiziwa pointed at the word and began to pronounce it, Dan, Dan, Gur, Gur, Us, Us. This time, Aiziwa pronounced each letter separately, looking quite proficient. This made the ghost principal feel a little relieved. Maybe she just made a mistake earlier, and this is her normal teaching level. He began to watch with anticipation as Aiziwa read the word. But then, Aiziwa hesitated and then said, Dongayer, Dongayer, what an I ma. The ghost principal couldn't take it anymore. He kicked open the door and walked in. This startled Aiziwa and the ghost students. Everyone looked at the principal in confusion. The ghost principal pointed at Aiziwa, forgetting his usual elegance, and shouted, Is this how you teach students? Do you even know what you're reading? Aiziwa was very scared, trembling and stuttering, Principal. I'm sorry. I was just a little nervous. Can you give me another chance? I can definitely teach well. Humph. You better have the ability. The ghost principal gave Aiziwa a cold glance, his whole body emanating black aura, and said unkindly, I'll give you one more chance. If you still teach like this, I'll smash your head. Yes, yes. Aiziwa quickly nodded. Then she hurriedly picked up the eraser and cleaned the blackboard. After all, the words she wrote were quite large, so she had to keep erasing. But because the ghost principal was watching her the whole time, she was very nervous. She dropped the eraser, quickly picked it up, and kept apologizing as she cleaned the blackboard. Then she wrote a new word on the blackboard, capital. Once again, she started reading letter by letter. Because of her nervousness, her voice was trembling non-stop. C, C, A, P, P. During this process, the ghost principal watched coldly. He wanted to see what this new teacher could say this time. Then, just as she was about to read the words, Aiziwa opened her mouth again, hesitating to speak. She was really nervous now, with sweat all over her head. But the ghost principal and so many ghost students were watching her. How could she just forget? Anxiously, Aiziwa scratched her head frantically. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and said, Gotta be a. Gotta be a. After speaking, Aiziwa looked uncertainly at the blackboard, not sure what she had written. Then she turned around somewhat nervously, looked at the ghost students, and then at the principal. The ghost principal was furious at this moment, and he shouted, You bastard, are you trying to make fun of me? The next moment, he was in front of Aiziwa and punched her. Aiziwa didn't even have a chance to react. Her head burst open like a watermelon, splattering the ground with bright red blood. Then the ghost principal shook his hand. It was as if human blood couldn't touch him. He just casually shook it off, and it all landed on the ground. Then the ghost principal turned and left. A few seconds later, the flesh on Aiziwa's neck began to wriggle, and soon her head grew back. This was her innate talent, a strong physique. As a gourmet, she had unconsciously developed a strong physique. This talent allowed her to quickly regenerate any part of her body that was damaged beyond recognition, and it also allowed her to avoid death once. And now, she had revived with this talent. Then Aiziwa breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the ghost principal had already left and had no intention of guarding her. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do. Did she really expect herself, a newcomer, to challenge the ghost principal? P.S. After writing slowly and hesitantly, I'm finally about to make my debut. I hope all the handsome and beautiful, elegant and charming, and unparalleled readers can support me if they have money. or support me if they don't, as grades are still important. If my grades are good, I will make adjustments later, updating this book more each day and the other book less. After punching Izuia's head, the ghost principal moved on. Gradually, he observed the teaching levels of many classes. It turned out that the local ghost teachers were more effective. As for those new human teachers, none of them were of much use. It was acceptable if they didn't teach well, but if they taught blindly, or even looked at the students with fear and couldn't even speak, then they might as well not teach at all. How could that be allowed? I, the principal of Linglan Middle School, ask you, what are you here for? And I still pay you 100 ghost coins a day. I have put in so much, is this how you repay me? In short, the ghost principal was furious and had completely lost his elegant image. Along the way, he had already lost count of how many human heads he had smashed. Now, when he thought of the parents of those students coming to find him and questioning why their children weren't taught well, the ghost principal felt disoriented, even staggering as he walked. At this moment, he was angrily heading towards class 7 of the first grade. And at this moment, the audience watching the live broadcast of National Fate Tales was filled with anxiety. This ghost principal is so irritable, he has already dealt with so many newcomers along the way. Indeed, and he looks very strong. Now he's heading towards Tang Yi's place. I wonder if Tang Yi can handle it. He probably can't. Luan language is probably considered chaotic teaching in the eyes of this ghost principal. No problem, with Tang Yi and Ersha, they have already killed so many anomalies, how could they be afraid of that ghost principal? Don't deceive yourselves, Longhua people, do you really think you can go all the way relying on this brute? Although Steve left early, our beautiful country is the only lighthouse in the world, and you need to aim for it. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Once the flag is raised, we will surely win. At this moment, in the strange world, Grade 1, Class 7, Tang Chen is standing on the platform talking confidently. On the blackboard, there is a passage and a few words. Konzi, Luinyu or say, how should one repay hatred with virtue? Confucius said, what is the use of repaying virtue with virtue? Repay hatred with uprightness, and repay virtue with virtue. Pointing to these words, Tang Chen said to the group of ghost-like students below the stage, I am your teacher of moral education, so I naturally have to start from this aspect. Next, let me introduce to you a modern great thinker, Konzi. And this Luinyu records the words of Konzi and his disciples. It is the great crystallization of Konzi's thoughts. Outside, the ghostly principal watched this scene, almost furious, clenching his fists. He knew that human teachers couldn't teach anything good. You're supposed to teach moral education, and you're talking to me about Konzi and Luinyu. And damn, a modern great thinker. You're even more excessive than the previous ones. Are you trying to make up a modern thinker directly in front of me? The ghostly principal's iron fists made a cracking sound as he couldn't help but want to go over and smash Tang Chen's head. Inside the classroom, Tang Chen continued to teach attentively, seemingly unaware that the ghostly principal outside the door was about to explode. Today, let me teach you the first sentence. Or say, how should one repay hatred with virtue? Confucius said, what is the use of repaying virtue with virtue? Repay hatred with uprightness, and repay virtue with virtue. Does anyone know what this means? Tang Chen's gaze swept over, but not a single ghost student dared to raise their hand and answer his question. At this moment, Huang Mao Xiaochuan stood up and said, Teacher, I know. The meaning of this sentence is, someone asked Konzi, how about using noble moral behavior to repay the resentment that others have given? How about that? Konzi replied, then what should be used to repay noble moral behavior? It should be repaid with a just and upright heart to repay the resentment given by others, and to repay the favor given by others with noble moral behavior. Seeing this, Tang Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, okay, Huang Mao, you can sit down first. Everyone, Huang Mao's translation is correct, but this is what Confucius said, not Konzi. So now let me explain to you what Konzi said. Tang Chen turned around and pointed to the passage before the words of Confucius, saying, this sentence, and what Huang Mao said, are not much different. Let's focus on the latter part. Although you live in a strange world, you are still children and have not experienced what this society is like. Of course, Huang Mao should have experienced it. As a weirdo living here, you need to abide by many things, which we call rules. And this Luinyu is the rules that Konzi laid down on the road. Confucius said, what is the use of repaying virtue with virtue? Repay hatred with uprightness, and repay virtue with virtue. This means, Konzi said, if there is resentment, then use your strong muscles to directly beat others to death, and if others are good to you, then you should also be good to others. This is the most basic rule to restrain your own conduct. As Tang Chen spoke, the ghost students below were all shining with excitement. They felt that what Tang Chen said was simply too damn reasonable. Unconsciously, they burst into cheers. And at this moment, the ghostly principal outside the door, listening to Tang Chen's narration, also shed tears of excitement. He was extremely excited. Yes, that's it. It's so right. It should be taught this way. Like those ghost students, he also felt that what Tang Chen said was simply too right. Originally, he was a little uneasy. After all, during the interview, Tang Chen was very confident and not very elegant. But now, he could see that Tang Chen really had some skills. Throughout the journey up to now, having seen so many new human teachers giving lectures, only Tang Chen has touched the depths of his heart. For a moment, the ghost principal couldn't help but reflect. In the past, the ideological education classes conducted at Bellflower High School were teaching some filthy stuff. What Tang Chen is teaching now is the real truth. No, I have to quickly consult with Tang Chen and use Luingyu as the teaching material for the school's moral and ideological education class. Excited, the ghost principal directly kicked open the door and burst into the classroom of grade 7, tears welling up in his eyes. Teacher Tang Chen, quickly give me a copy of Luingyu. Bang! Originally, the sudden intrusion of the ghost principal was enough to surprise the ghost students. But the next moment, something even more surprising happened. Because their new teacher directly took a brick and slapped the ghost principal's face. Damn it, you old ghost! Tang Chen cursed and walked up to the ghost principal. Is this how you act as a principal? Disturbing my teaching, do you still want these students to learn well? Then, to the astonishment of everyone, Tang Chen lifted the brick and fiercely attacked the ghost principal's face with a series of blows. The ghost principal, with black water and black air, dispersed and left. The ghost students looked at Tang Chen, completely stunned. The strength of the ghost principal was not simple. Even Xiao Chuan would not directly defy the ghost principal. But now this new teacher, he dared to publicly beat the ghost principal. And not only did he beat him, he also muttered something in his mouth. For a moment, Tang Chen's muttering entered the ears of every ghost student and the audience in the live broadcast room. The master said, when hitting someone, don't hit their face. If you hit their face, use a brick to paste it hard, paste it until they die. At this moment, whether in the live broadcast room or in the strange world, everyone fell silent. Only Tang Chen's muttering could be heard clearly by everyone. This made a group of people, as well as the Yuri, feel shocked. So brutal? But the fact is that it is so brutal. In front of Tang Chen, all beings are equal, life and death are indifferent, and if you don't agree, then fight. For some reason, looking at Tang Chen's appearance, the ghost students' eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. Especially the 4 great heavenly kings, they looked at Tang Chen's brutal attack on the ghost principal, their eyes almost gleaming with excitement. Thinking about the sentence Tang Chen had just taught them, and looking at what Tang Chen was doing now. Isn't it because he was not happy with the ghost principal, and was using his own muscles to beat the ghost principal? What does it mean to integrate knowledge and action? This is exactly what it means to integrate knowledge and action. The big brother is indeed the big brother. When he starts, he doesn't hold back at all. The ghost students felt that they had completely understood the meaning of what Tang Chen had just taught them. If they are not happy with the ghost principal and have grievances, then they should use their own muscles to discipline the ghost principal. Teacher Tang Chen has given them interesting knowledge and has been good to them, so they should also be good to teacher Tang Chen. After a long time, Tang Chen finally stood up, no longer writing on the ghost principal. At this point, the ghost principal's face no longer showed any trace of blood, and there was no trace of human form. It looked as if it had been trampled into a pile of mud. Tang Chen stood up, and the fierce and violent beast-like momentum that had just descended suddenly dissipated. After tidying up his suit a bit, a gentle smile appeared on his dignified face, making Tang Chen look much more approachable. Dragging the unconscious ghost principal out of the classroom, Tang Chen returned, closed the door, and stepped onto the platform. In a gentle tone, he said, I'm sorry, everyone, something unexpected happened just now, and I did a little special teaching. Thanks to the ghost principal's dedication. Now, let's learn the second sentence. Picking up the chalk, Tang Chen began to write on the blackboard, saying as he wrote, perhaps you may be shocked as to why I dare to treat the principal in this way. After all, he is the principal, and I am a teacher. He is in charge of me. This is the second sentence I want to teach you. Please look at the blackboard. I saw several big characters written on the blackboard. Confucius said, there is teaching without discrimination. I have already given Huang Mao a separate teaching in advance. Come on, Huang Mao, translate the meaning of this sentence for the students. Hearing Tang Chen's words, Xiao Chuan immediately stood up, recalling the fear of being dominated by Tang Chen that day. Then he said, Confucius said, the meaning of teaching without discrimination is, I am teaching you to be a person, regardless of who you are. Hearing this, the ghost students cheered again. It's really domineering. This is what they want. This fear master is too awesome. He is simply their idol. Seeing the appearance of the ghost students, Tang Chen knew that this group of little weirdos was going crazy. He knocked on the lectern twice and shouted, "Quiet!" Instantly, the whole classroom fell silent. The little weirdos were all intimidated by the momentum Tang Chen exuded. Clearly just a human, but in their eyes, the current Tang Chen seemed to be like a demon. His face was gloomy and majestic, his eyes seemed to shoot thunder, his tall figure was like cast iron, and the black waves surged around him as if swallowing the sky. Even the black cat on his shoulder became indescribable. The little weirdos were immediately scared silly. They realized even more deeply that this new human teacher was not right. "I have only taught you a little knowledge, and you all think you understand? Let me tell you, your strength is not enough. If you continue like this, you will only be a joke." With that, Tang Chen turned around and quickly wrote a line on the blackboard. Confucius said, "Learning without thinking is labor lost, thinking without learning is perilous." Tang Chen turned around and said to the ghost students, "Your strength, your body, your muscles are the capital of revolution." The meaning of this saying is, if you learn my martial arts without learning my thoughts, you will be lost, and if you learn my thoughts without learning my martial arts, you will be killed by others. Look at yourselves just now. Do you think you are like me? If you think that just having a momentum is enough, then you are wrong. If you think that with just this, you can challenge other teachers, then you will only be killed. Listening to Tang Chen's words, all the ghost students lowered their heads. They deeply realized their mistakes. Just learning a few theoretical knowledge and becoming so arrogant, it was really a case of overestimating themselves. Unanimously, all the ghost students said to Tang Chen, "Teacher, I was wrong." Seeing this, Tang Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Yes, the young can be taught." "No, Tang Yi is too outrageous. Tang Yi is a teacher, and all the weirdos are obedient to him. I just saw Xiaoyinghua's Maple Crazy Deju being fed booger by a little fat boy. Tang Yi talks about theories so seriously that I almost believe it." In the classroom, Tang Chen continued his teaching. "Well, speaking of martial arts, now I will tell you about Fear Master's two lost martial arts. One is called benevolence and the other is called righteousness. How powerful these two profound martial arts are can be explained by Fear Master's good disciple, Mengzi." With that, Tang Chen wrote on the blackboard, Mengzi said, "The benevolent are invincible." The meaning of this sentence is, Mengzi said, "I have learned the technique of benevolence, so I am invincible in the world." From this, we can see the subtlety of Fear Master's martial arts, which can make people claim to be invincible. After that, Tang Chen wrote the words benevolence and righteousness on the blackboard. From form to meaning, seeing these two words, I believe you have a preliminary understanding of these two martial arts. Benevolence is the technique of dividing a person in half with your hands. Righteousness is the technique of pounding a person's head into their chest. As soon as Tang Chen finished speaking, the ghost students in the classroom immediately cheered. "Wow, that sounds so cool. Teacher, can you teach us?" Just as the students were making a commotion, a mournful wail was heard. It was the end of class bell at Linglan High School. Tang Chen said, "Teaching you the ways of righteousness, of course I can, but not now. Your muscles are not strong enough yet. Class dismissed." With that, Tang Chen left without looking back, leaving the ghost students yearning. Class was over. Tang Chen was very satisfied with the result of this class. It was just teaching these little oddities in the world of strange tales, simple. Let him teach people, he might not do it well, but teaching oddities, no problem, just teach casually, it's no big deal. After class, Tang Chen returned to the office with Ursha and continued his cat stroking and spider card playing activities to pass the time. Later, a strange person wearing glasses and looking like a middle-aged woman knocked on the office door. "Teacher Tang Chen, can you come out for a moment?" Tang Chen stood up and went out without hesitation. He was not afraid of any traps set by the oddities to persecute him. He was reckless and confident. After going out, he found out that the teacher was assigned a dormitory. She came to inform Tang Chen of the location of his dormitory and to deliver the key. After thanking her, Tang Chen returned to the office to continue stroking the cat. Now that Ursha had experienced Tang Chen's skills, it had become addicted. If it wasn't stroked for a while, it would scratch itself all over as if there were hundreds of ants crawling on it. If it wasn't touched, it would jump on Tang Chen and give him a good licking. Maybe because before turning into a cat, Ursha was a dog, that's why it was so clingy. But the problem is, before turning into a cat, it was a husky. A husky that's not a little crazy, that's not right. In short, while stroking the cat and playing cards, it was soon lunchtime. Except for the third class in the morning, Tang Chen had no other commitments. When the end of class bell rang, both teachers and students rushed to the cafeteria, afraid of starving. Tang Chen, on the other hand, didn't move. He thought it was better to go a little later, at least it wouldn't be so crowded. Looking out through the window from the office, it was crowded outside, and it would definitely be sweaty to go over there. Although Tang Chen didn't have a cleanliness obsession, it was inconvenient to be so crowded. With such a big frame, he couldn't move freely. From this distance, he could see clearly. A strange man over 2 meters tall with muscles all over, responsible for teaching physical education, was now squeezed in the crowd, wishing he could use some shrinking technique. Seeing this, Tang Chen shook his head and said the same thing as Ursha. Ah, young people. Meow meow. Ah, young people. Then, like an old senior, Tang Chen walked back to his seat and continued playing spider solitaire. Speaking of which, Tang Chen's course selection was quite good. Even in the world of strange tales, there were quite a few courses on moral education, but he only had one class a day. As for those who taught language, math, and other subjects, well, they were quite unlucky, having to teach at least 2 classes a day. Very dangerous, extremely dangerous. The oddities and the arrivals were all mixed together, all rushing into the cafeteria. In the world of strange tales, there was never an absolutely safe time, it's just that sometimes, the danger was more obvious. Now, mixing with the oddities to get food was also quite dangerous, after all. Bang! The arrival of Iman, the descendant of the Baba Sheep Kingdom, had just finished her meal and was squeezing her way out of the crowded crowd. Just then, a tall figure walked over and bumped into her as if he hadn't seen her, knocking her off balance and causing her to sit on the ground. Iman opened her eyes to see a muscular bald man over 2 meters tall standing in front of her. The man had a pale face, bulging muscles, and swirling dark eyes. It was clear that he was a strange being. What frightened Iman even more was that the food she had just prepared had spilled on this strange muscular man. Hey, don't you watch where you're going? The muscular man spoke first. Iman shivered and tried to explain, but she was rudely interrupted by the muscular man. The other strange beings around them formed a circle, enjoying the spectacle. Iman, being from another country, was not valued, and the other strange beings were happy that she was the target instead of them. The muscular man squatted down and pointed to the food on his body, demanding compensation. Iman clenched her fists but had no way to resist. She had limited abilities to defend herself, and the muscular man gave her a choice: either he would eat her or she would pay him 500 strange coins. At the same time, behind the cafeteria, a group of colorful-haired individuals appeared, ready to confront the muscular man who had previously bullied them. Do you still remember the knowledge that teacher Tang taught us today? Xiao Chuan sneered coldly and said ominously. Of course I remember. Repay kindness with kindness, and repay grievances with justice. Green Hair echoed. The opportunity is perfect now. The gorilla is facing away from us, completely defenseless. Are you all ready to strike? Xiao Chuan looked at his 3 brothers, determination flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, Chuan Gu, we guarantee to handle it for you. Red Hair grinned and assured. Onlookers watched the scene. I'm asking you a question, why aren't you speaking? The muscles relentlessly pressured Iman. But at that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from afar: attack! In an instant, 4 figures in green, red, yellow, and blue appeared from behind. The first to arrive was Green Hair from the 4 Heavenly Kings. He swiftly approached the back of the menacing muscles, crouched down, clasped his hands together, and extended 4 fingers. After countless days and nights of training, his fingers, as strong as steel, now resembled sharp drills. With the full force of his body, Green Hair forcefully pierced the target's vital point. Chuan Ji's secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. Put. Ah! The muscles suddenly felt a tightness, and he was propelled forward like a rocket, flying out. Meanwhile, Red Hair from the 4 Heavenly Kings had also taken his position. He swiftly advanced towards the muscles, resembling a wild beast, and delivered a powerful kick to the face, followed by a series of blows. Capture the leader first, focus on the rear in group battles. Red Hair grabbed the muscle's thigh, unleashing a strength beyond his years, causing his muscles to swell as if possessed. Boom! The muscles were forcefully thrown to the ground, and Red Hair mounted him, relentlessly delivering a barrage of punches. Repay kindness with kindness. Don't think being a weightlifting champion makes you great. Teacher Tang Chen is our idol. A weightlifting champion is nothing, and this little weirdo is useless. They are nothing compared to a word from teacher Tang Chen. Red Hair muttered to himself, recalling the scene when Tang Chen beat the principal in the classroom, feeling a sense of elevation. He felt that he had learned powerful combat skills from Tang Chen. As he muttered, his punching speed increased, and his hands became a blur, while the muscle's face became a blur of blood and flesh. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, grabbing Red Hair's head and throwing him aside. The muscles sat up, feeling a bit dizzy from the beating. At that moment, a hearty roar came from the sky. It was Blue Hair from the 4 Heavenly Kings, ready to join the fray. A rotund figure descended from above, aiming directly at the muscles. Chuan Ji's secret technique, pig-shaped meteor, bear sit. Boom! The ground of the cafeteria shook as Blue Hair sat directly on the muscles. Humph. Blue Hair snorted, wiping his nose. Although silent, a hot stream of gas with a strong odor entered the muscle's mouth. Ah! You son of a... The muscles let out a roar, rising and flinging Blue Hair away. As he flew, Blue Hair shouted, Xuangu, it's up to you to finish this. Following suit, Red Hair and Green Hair also shouted, yeah, Xuangu, let this gorilla witness our passionate combination technique. Xiao Chuan, do you four want to die? The muscles, never before subjected to such humiliation, faced the relentless attacks of the four heavenly kings, almost being overwhelmed without any room for resistance. He turned to look at Xiao Chuan behind him, his face filled with anger. Xiao Chuan, however, fearlessly met the muscles' gaze. Under the yellow-dyed hair of the killer mat, Xiao Chuan still had a youthful and green face, showing a melancholic expression. Teacher Tang Chen taught us, Confucius said, there is teaching without discrimination. Xiao Chuan looked at the muscles strangely, clenched his fists, and the scene of his beloved basketball being destroyed still vivid in his mind. He looked at the strange muscles and said seriously, you can hit me, you can even scold me, but you cannot insult my desire for basketball. The strange muscles suddenly felt confused, not understanding what was wrong with Xiao Chuan, and why he suddenly said these things. Was he scared by himself? What? What else are you going to say? Considering the factor that Xiao Chuan's father was the mayor, the momentum of the strange muscles suddenly dropped, and he asked with a somewhat intimidating tone. If something really happened and it angered the mayor, his identity as a weightlifting champion would be of no use. At this moment, Xiao Chuan continued, my life motto is singing, dancing, rapping, and the beauty of G&I. As he spoke, Xiao Chuan suddenly roared and then threw a punch. The strange muscles didn't react at all, and the punch landed solidly on his face. What shocked him even more was the great strength of Xiao Chuan. Just like the red-haired person earlier, both erupted with a powerful force that did not belong to their physique. It was unstoppable. Bang! The strange muscles were knocked out and fell to the ground. Whoever destroys my dream of basketball, I will KO them. Xiao Chuan shouted and continued with a series of punches, followed by a kick. Foshan flying kick, 18 palms of Jiangnan, let you insult me, let you look down on me. Xiao Chuan rode on the strange muscles and continued with a violent attack. At this moment, a voice rang out. Make way! Make way! What are you doing here? Then, a bald, big-bellied strange person walked over. It turned out to be Liang Fifan, who had been reprimanded by Tang Chen in the morning. As soon as he arrived, he saw Xiao Chuan hitting Chang Wei, the strange muscles, and immediately scolded loudly, which class are you from, daring to openly assault a teacher, have you been caught by the headmaster? However, Xiao Chuan turned around, exuding a domineering aura. What does it have to do with me who the headmaster is? After saying that, he rushed over, leaving Chang Wei and launching a fierce attack on Liang Fifan with a series of left and right hooks. Is it the headmaster? Is it the headmaster? Is it the headmaster? You remember, singing, dancing, rapping, and the beauty of G&I. After saying that, Xiao Chuan gathered his strength and threw a punch, sending Liang Fifan flying. For a moment, everyone present was deeply shocked. My goodness! Are these four guys too strong? What is Genie's beauty? Is it a mysterious spell that can make people stronger? These four strange students saved him on. This is really amazing. Damn, are these four so powerful? And they even proactively saved the descendants. What did Master Tang teach them? Master Tang? Oh, you mean the powerful descendant of Manhwa? These four are his students. Amazing, thanks to the descendant of Manhwa. In the live broadcast room, after a brief silence, cheers erupted. And at the scene of the strange world, there was also a burst of cheers. Most of these cheers came from these strange students. The four heavenly kings did what they wanted but dared not do. But soon, Liang Fifan stood up again. He was about to explode. The damn human in the morning embarrassed him, and now these students also embarrassed him. He had to give them a good lesson and also teach their teacher a lesson. Let them know that his authority, Liang Fifan, was not to be challenged. What are you shouting for? All of you shut up! Liang Fifan shouted loudly, immediately suppressing the surrounding cheers. At this moment, his eyes were filled with black mist, staring at the four heavenly kings, wishing to devour them alive. And the four little rivers, at this moment, one by one, looked timid, lowered their heads, and looked like deflated balls. For some reason, they suddenly lost their courage. Perhaps because they knew that they were not the usual opponents of Chang Wei and Liang Fifan, they were now sober. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you speaking? Liang Fifan shouted loudly, while Chang Wei also stood up and looked fiercely at the four little rivers. The four little rivers took a step back, ready to escape. Stop right there, don't run. The headmaster shouted, having already seen through the thoughts of the four little ghosts. You four, tell me, who is your moral education teacher? Is he the one who taught you to hit the teacher? At these words, the four little rivers looked at each other and nodded in unison. Although Tang Chen did not directly tell them to hit the teacher, for them, it was almost the same. I can't believe it. Seeing the four little rivers nodding, Liang Fifan was instantly furious and reprimanded. You dare to nod? Tell me, who is your moral education teacher? I want to see who it is, who can teach you four little rascals. As the headmaster pressed on, and with no way to escape, the four little rivers had to speak up. Our teacher is. Before they could finish their sentence, a somewhat dignified voice, with a hint of playfulness, sounded from the side. Oh, what a lively scene. Are you all putting on a show? I am the teacher of these four little rascals. Principal Liang, what can I do for you? At these words, Liang Fifan's angry expression turned into fear, and then into an awkward smile. Forced laughter. Because when he looked up, he saw a familiar, stern face with a cat-like demeanor. The person stood tall and imposing, with a gaze like cold stars, and eyebrows like painted lines, like a demon-slaying god from the heavens. Wasn't this the visitor who had given him no face in the morning? With just one glance, he felt as if he had been seen for 1,000 years. Liang Fifan trembled all over, and even his fat jiggled. Looking at Tang Chen, he forced a smile and said, No, nothing's wrong. Teacher Tang, are you joining us for dinner? Of course, if I don't eat, what else would I do? Eat something strange? Tang Chen replied with a smile. He didn't have many thoughts at the moment, just thinking that it was time for dinner. Unexpectedly, there were so many people, and as he squeezed in, he saw the scene, which he found quite amusing. When Liang Fifan heard the words eat something strange, he jumped in fright. The fierce momentum from this morning had reappeared before his eyes. Others might not believe in eating something strange, but he always felt that this person in front of him was capable of doing such things. Patting his chest, Liang Fifan felt that his heart couldn't take it. Talking to this guy was really frightening. He was afraid that at any moment, the other person would suddenly say, Eat shit, Liang Fifan. Awkwardly laughing, Liang Fifan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Teacher Tang, you really love to joke. I'm not very hungry, so I'll leave first. With that, Liang Fifan lowered his head and slipped out of the crowd. Truly strange, they got scared so quickly. Don't leave, principal, I still like your unruly look from earlier. 1 second ago, who is your teacher? Quickly tell me. The next second, Master Tang, I was wrong, I'll leave now. Eat shit, Liang Fifan. The audience watching the live broadcast laughed in the barrage. Watching Liang Fifan slip away, Tang Chen also smiled faintly. He didn't say wait, you can't leave to stop Liang Fifan. Instead, Tang Chen turned his gaze to Chang Wei. This muscular and mysterious man was a physical education teacher who shared an office with Tang Chen. He was now glaring at his four ghostly students. The four ghosts were very perceptive. As soon as Tang Chen approached, they all ran behind him and occasionally made faces at Chang Wei. This made Chang Wei furious, feeling as if 1,000 alpacas were running wild in his heart. Teacher, do you want to challenge me too? Tang Chen looked at Chang Wei and said with a smile. It was obvious that he was protecting these four little ghosts today, and if anyone wanted to harm them, they would have to deal with him first. Chang Wei's face instantly turned ugly. Veins popped on his forehead, and he glared at Tang Chen for a while before snorting coldly and saying, I've had my eye on you for a long time, but I couldn't do anything because of the rules. Just wait, tomorrow, I'll show you. With that, Chang Wei angrily left. From the words Chang Wei spoke, everyone, including the national and incoming students, gained useful information. It was clear that in order for some mysterious beings to harm the incoming students, certain conditions had to be met. If the subsequent rules could be understood, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the survival rate of the incoming students. Let's go, let's eat. Watching Chang Wei leave, Tang Chen patted Xiao Chuan on the back and casually said. Then he walked directly to the window where he had breakfast in the morning. The first day quickly passed, and it was night. Because of the events at noon, Tang Chen's reputation had more or less spread among the mysterious beings at school. At least at this moment, the vast majority of people knew that there was a quite formidable human teacher in Class 7 of the first year. With just one glance, he scared off the headmaster Liang Fifan and the muscle freak Chang Wei, and even the former was scared enough to wet his pants. The latter part was of course nonsense, and it was not known who spread it at this moment. The four heavenly kings had become Tang Chen's most loyal supporters, spreading the word among the ghostly students about how formidable Tang Chen was. Phrases like even if I bear the weight of the world, I still protect the four heavenly kings, and I, Tang Chen, am still invincible in the world, 3 million mysterious beings in the school, even I need to lower my head when I see them, if heaven did not create Tang Chen, the world would be as dark as night for eternity, and chilling eyebrows scare off 1 million teachers, I have not seen anyone stronger were widely circulated. Among them, the most beloved and popular phrase was the one he said to the four heavenly kings when they first met. Showing off? I'll make you fly. Have you never seen the underworld before? Dare to compare? I'll show you what a black hand is. Tang Chen did not stop this, just smiling helplessly. He was just playing around, but he didn't expect it to catch on so quickly. The spread was really fast. Of course, this increase in popularity had some benefits for him, scaring off many people who wanted to pick a fight with him, making the area around Tang Chen much quieter. However, this was not absolute, because there were always some who didn't like Tang Chen. Like Chang Wei. People like them, before truly experiencing Tang Chen's strength, always secretly thought about how to cause trouble for him. Tang Chen didn't know how many mysterious beings were thinking of causing him trouble at the moment. He didn't have to attend evening self-study, so he went straight back to his dorm and lay down comfortably. His dorm was assigned in the classroom dormitory building, Building 1, Room 1107. Here is the translation of the text to English. Just finished dinner. Picking his teeth, Tang Chen found his dormitory and went in. After entering the room, there was another teacher inside, a strange one with long hair, looking very feminine, lying on the bed with his eyes closed, not sure if he was sleeping or doing something else. As soon as Tang Chen entered, this guy opened his eyes with a malicious look at Tang Chen. Tang Chen, on the other hand, ignored the strange look. After entering the room, he casually threw Ursha on the bed and lay down himself. The dormitory was quite nice, with pillows and blankets all brought by himself. Oh, I'm really tired today. Lying on the bed, Tang Chen stretched his limbs, as if this day really exhausted him. Well, he taught a class and spent the rest of the time playing spider solitaire in the office. Can he not be tired? He's almost got a backache. Meow meow. Really tired. Ursha also imitated Tang Chen's posture, lying on Tang Chen and stretching its limbs. On the other hand, the strange roommate, seeing that neither the person nor the cat paid any attention to him, turned black in an instant, with smoke coming out of his head. This is not an exaggeration, he was really fuming, and with his anger, the black air surged, making his head smoke like burning garbage. Damn, something's wrong, very wrong. This strange roommate looks malicious. But Tang, you completely ignored him. Tang, take a look at him, he looks so pitiful. What's wrong with him? His head is smoking. The appearance of the strange roommate undoubtedly created a big joke. A strange, once a great terror in human hearts, now became like this because of one person's indifference. Bastard! Why don't you pay attention to me, human? The intolerable strange roommate suddenly shouted at Tang Chen. Tang Chen was stunned. Why should I pay attention to you? He sat up from the bed, looking at the roommate with some confusion. They had no interaction. Why should he pay attention to him? Why is this guy so angry? TSK. You're really angry, your head is smoking. Tang Chen looked at the roommate with a scrutinizing look, stroked his chin, and commented, meow meow meow. You need to take some cooling medicine. Facing Tang Chen and Ursha's actions, the strange roommate became even angrier. He cursed to himself, damn, how could a human live in my dormitory? Then he turned to Tang Chen, pointing his finger as if he was superior, saying, you, human, living with me is the blessing you've accumulated for hundreds of lifetimes. You should pay your respects to me. Are you an idiot? Meow 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 meow. This is a moron. Facing the arrogant and ignorant roommate, Tang Chen was not pleased and cursed at him right away. Ursha also joined in the cursing. Obviously, as a strange creature, it also found the strange roommate quite unpleasant. Ursha, let me tell you, this kid, I can tell what he is just by looking at his face. Meow meow meow, meow meow. No need to look, I also know what he is, a low IQ. A few words immediately broke the strange roommate's defense. He stood up, went crazy, stomping his feet and shouting at Tang Chen, are you done? Are you annoying? Did I provoke you? You came in and ignored me, and now you insult me like this. Are you both sick? You end percent at. Lychee, you want lychee? Tang Chen said. I don't want lychee, lychee, how can you call me lychee? The weird roommate began an unreasonable disturbance. According to the plan, as long as this human shows a bit of remorse or fear, he can break the rules and devour the present life. However, things did not go as he expected. Why are you shouting so loudly? Hey, can you have a better attitude? Tang Chen suddenly leaned forward, his eyes glaring, and scolded the weird roommate loudly. The weird roommate was startled by Tang Chen's sudden outburst, and his thin body trembled for a moment. Then he retorted, then why don't you apologize? Who told you to ignore me as soon as you came in? Why should I apologize? Why should I pay attention to you? Are you so great? I knew it, there's nothing good about living with humans, you better leave, don't stay here anymore. The weird roommate was frustrated, the person in front of him didn't fall for his trap, he was ready to drive him away. Why should I leave? I was assigned here, why don't you leave? Who do you think you are? I don't care, you have to leave today. Then go find the dorm supervisor. Tang Chen pointed to the dormitory door. The weird roommate was momentarily stunned by Tang Chen's momentum, then he continued to retort to Tang Chen. Damn! Tang Chen cursed, stood up directly, and grabbed the weird roommate's neck. The weird roommate's voice immediately stopped, his face turned purple in an instant, feeling unable to breathe or make any sound. This is so strange, the weird roommate thought. He was supposed to be weird, how could he feel suffocated? At this moment, Tang Chen pointed at him with his other hand and angrily shouted, "You dare to curse again?" The weird roommate, being choked, couldn't say anything. In his desperation, he could only make some strange sounds. Without saying a word, Tang Chen slapped the weird roommate's face twice, disdainfully saying, "Grandma's quite picky. If you don't want to live with me in the dorm, you can get lost. What's the fuss about? Get lost, now, there's no place for you in this dorm." Perfect, I and Ursha each have a bed. With that, Tang Chen opened the dorm door and threw the weird roommate out. Then he slammed the door shut. Soon, there was a knocking on the door outside. At the same time, the weird roommate's voice could be heard. "Open the door. You open the door for me. Who do you think you are to make me leave? You're just a lowly human. You." Meanwhile, Tang Chen and Ursha completely ignored the shouting and cursing outside the door. Tang Chen lay on his bed, yawned, and stretched lazily. "Feels great." Ursha followed suit, lying on the other bed, stretching his paws, and yawning as well. Meow. Of course. The weird roommate outside, watching this scene, became even angrier. He kept pushing the door, but there was no response. The door of the teacher's dormitory was quite sturdy, and an ordinary weird roommate couldn't break it. So now he had no way to deal with this door. Looking at the person and the cat inside, it felt as if they were worlds apart. This close yet distant distance, the most distant distance in the world, is when I can see you, but can't touch you, only a cold, hard door stands in between. You're so great, don't lock the door. Open it for me, you damn it. The weird roommate was very upset, originally thought he had hit the jackpot by getting a human roommate, but it turned out that not only did he not have any fun, he couldn't even go back to where he lived. This is not a human. This is a robber, a bandit. But he had no way to resist. A dreamless night. I comfortably slept for a long time, and when I woke up in the morning and looked at the clock, it was already 8:30. The first class was almost over, but it didn't matter because Tang Chen didn't have a class this morning. Stretching lazily, Tang Chen sat up in bed and yawned while looking over at Ersha. At that moment, Ersha was doing the same thing, but he looked very normal, unlike a cute cat. So, Tang Chen, feeling a bit itchy, went over and petted him. Meow, meow, meow. Yes, Tang, right here, so comfortable. At this moment, there were no more strange noises outside. Tang Chen didn't know how long the strange noises had been coming from outside the door last night, but it didn't affect his sleep quality. After tidying up his clothes a bit, Tang Chen opened the door and found that the strange roommate from last night was leaning against the wall. If yesterday this roommate just looked pale, now he looked like a dried corpse. Phew, luckily I kicked him out last night, Tang Chen commented, then looked at Ersha. You know, if we had woken up this morning and seen this thing in the room, it would have been really unlucky. Meow, meow, meow. It wouldn't have been any better if you had seen it at the door this morning. You're right, we need to find someone to deal with him. Just as he said this, he looked up and saw the janitor, Strange, responsible for cleaning the dormitory, now walking over with a mop and a cart. Tang Chen waved to him and called out, "Hey, come over here. There's some trash here for you to deal with." The janitor rushed over like a rabbit. "Where is it?" the janitor asked. Not surprising that he was so eager, as he made money by cleaning up dirty things. Tang Chen pointed to the dried corpse on the ground. "You better clean this up quickly." The janitor looked over and exclaimed, "Oh my god." He was so scared that he took a step back, then looked at Tang Chen and said, "Bro, where did this thing come from?" "I have no idea, I just found it outside this morning, so unlucky." "It's really unlucky," the janitor nodded in agreement. "But forget about that, can you clean this thing up?" Tang Chen asked. The janitor took a deep breath and said, "Bro, this thing is not easy to clean up, as you said, it's unlucky." "Alright, forget about that, just tell me if you'll clean it up or not. We're all out here trying to make a living, so why be afraid of this thing? Do you want it or not? If you don't, I'll find someone else," Tang Chen said, as if he was about to leave. The janitor quickly stopped him. "Don't be like that, bro. I'm just saying it's not easy to clean up. Can I spit out the bone that's in my mouth?" With that, the janitor picked up the dried corpse. He was a little moved, and had to admit that what the guy just said was true and made him think. He was indeed a teacher, and his words made sense. Wait, wasn't that a human just now? Why did I listen to him when my brain was hot? If I threatened him, wouldn't I make more money? The janitor suddenly slapped his head, feeling like he had missed out on a fortune. When he put the dried corpse on his cart and turned around, Tang Chen and Er Sha were nowhere to be seen. Damn, I missed out. The janitor felt a pang of regret. On the other hand, Tang Chen didn't expect the janitor to be so easy to persuade. However, it seemed that the strange ones in this instance were all quite easy to persuade, like the principal, and the guy just now. This should be the credit of the pragmatic speaker. Of course, those who are not good at speaking, it's easier to speak with actions. This is the credit of Luing Yu. After leaving the dormitory, Tang Chen took Er Sha to the cafeteria for a meal, and it's almost 9 o'clock now. This is the daily routine of a young person. Later, he arrived at the playground. Tang Chen was ready to do morning exercises. As he approached, he happened to see 4 conspicuous heads in red, yellow, blue, and green. Aren't they the 4 big shots in their class? And looking at the big guy on the basketball court, it's the sports teacher he met yesterday. He glanced at the number of students on the playground. Well, the second period is a physical education class, and it's a combination of 2 classes. But that's not his concern, he just wanted to do some exercises in the morning. Generally speaking, a person appearing on the playground wouldn't attract much attention. But it's different at Linglan High School. After all, this is a world of strange stories. In a large group of students having a strange physical education class, a person appearing on the playground so confidently is not reasonable. So, soon someone noticed Tang Chen. Hey, Chuangu, look, isn't that teacher Tang? Hong Mao was the first to notice the problem and said to Xiao Chuan. Hearing this, Xiao Chuan also turned around and looked in the direction pointed out by Hong Mao. Sure enough, he saw a familiar, tall figure there. A figure that turned from a nightmare into a life mentor yesterday, with a gloomy and dignified face, and the familiar black cat. It really is Teacher Tang, but why is Teacher Tang here? Xiao Chuan was puzzled, but soon, he got his answer. Soon, he saw Tang Chen standing in an open space. The black cat also ran to the side and stood up like Tang Chen. The next moment, he saw the man and the cat starting to move their bodies, stretching their arms and jumping up. Wake up in the morning, embrace the sun. Meow 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 meow. Fill your body with the brilliant sunlight, full of positive energy. Meow 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 meow. Mouth corners down, will lose direction. Mouth corners up, thriving. Watching this, the 4 big shots were fascinated. Their bodies began to move involuntarily, following Tang Chen and Er Sha's steps. Although they didn't know what effect Tang Chen's actions had, Xiao Chuan had already imagined the answer in his mind. Could it be that this is Teacher Tang's way of exercising muscles? Just by doing these movements, one can have the same powerful strength as him. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Just as he was thinking, suddenly a roar brought Xiao Chuan back to reality. Turning around, he saw Chang Wei standing aggressively in front of him. The teacher is teaching you to exercise. Why are you daydreaming? Do you 4 think you're very powerful just because you ambushed me yesterday? The 4 big shots lowered their heads and didn't look at Chang Wei, but each had a disdainful expression on their faces. The physical education class they were in was the 6th grade, which was also the main class Chang Wei was responsible for. When facing the 6th grade, Chang Wei's approach was meticulous, but when facing the 7th grade, Xiao Chuan's basketball had already been burst by Chang Wei. During class, he would organize the 6th grade to do various activities. As for the 7th grade, what was that? In short, because of Chang Wei's various double standards, the students of the 7th grade were very unhappy with Chang Wei, especially the 4 big shots. Now that Chang Wei brought up the old matter again, in an instant, the surrounding students remembered what happened in the cafeteria at noon yesterday. They couldn't help but laugh secretly. Thinking of Chang Wei's embarrassed appearance yesterday, the 4 big shots also started to hold back their laughter. But they couldn't hold it in. After all, after dealing with Chang Wei yesterday, they really felt awesome. Laugh. What are you laughing at? Shut up, all of you. Chang Wei roared, and the surrounding area instantly quieted down. Although they were not happy to see Chang Wei, the students of Class 7 knew that they had no way to deal with this super strong physical education teacher. Yesterday, the 4 heavenly kings were able to achieve victory because of a sudden burst of energy and a surprise attack. Hey, calm down, they're just kids. Why are you in such a hurry? Chang Wei was about to get angry when the annoying voice suddenly sounded, just like yesterday. Then, they saw Tang Chen walking over with Er Sha. Tang Chen and Chang Wei stood face to face, and Tang Chen calmly protected the 4 heavenly kings behind him, saying, "They just laughed a little, why do you care so much?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot they were laughing at you." Hearing Tang Chen's words, Chang Wei's face immediately turned dark. "Tang Chen, do you like to meddle in other people's business? How is this meddling? Look, these are all my students, if someone bullies them, shouldn't I intervene? Besides, I am also a teacher this time. What if I can't complete the mission because of this? Moreover, I am a human being, what's wrong with finding fault with something strange? Is it unreasonable?" So, do you want to fight with me? Chang Wei, over 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, looked down at Tang Chen with a strong sense of oppression. I don't want to fight with you, I just want to kill you, or be killed by you. I still remember how you threatened me so openly yesterday. Faced with Chang Wei's pressure, Tang Chen remained calm. Suddenly, Chang Wei's momentum weakened and he said, now it's a time of peace, we are all young people, why talk about fighting and killing? Besides, I don't know martial arts. How about we settle this in a different way? Let's play a game of basketball. If I lose, you can do whatever you want, but if you lose, you have to let me devour you, how about that? Basketball? Alright, no problem. Seeing Tang Chen agree so readily, a cold light flashed in Chang Wei's eyes. Indeed, this guy was a brute, so easily agreeing. Although Tang Chen seemed very imposing, Chang Wei believed he still had the advantage in terms of physique. After all, he was the weightlifting champion. What could a human like Tang Chen do to compete with him? Thinking this, Chang Wei's heart swelled with pride. He waved to Xiao Chuan and said, little yellow hair, bring out your basketball for me to use. However, Xiao Chuan didn't move. He just raised his head, glanced at Chang Wei, and said, idiot, I already popped your basketball long ago. What did you say? Hearing Xiao Chuan insult him, Chang Wei was instantly furious. He glared and took a step forward, ready to strike, but was stopped by Tang Chen. Chang Wei was shocked to find that Tang Chen's strength was unusually strong. It felt like his wrist was being held by steel, and he even felt the tendons and bones inside his wrist groaning. His face turned red with pain. Why are you hitting a child? It's just basketball, I'll find one for you, Tang Chen said, adjusting his tie. The students of Class 7 looked at Tang Chen with admiration in their eyes. Only a teacher like this was worthy of their respect. Teacher Tang is so cool. Then, Tang Chen's gaze swept over the ghost students and finally landed on a student from Class 6. He grabbed Chang Wei's hand and walked straight over. Ouch! Let go of me! Chang Wei was terrified at this moment, suddenly realizing that his strength seemed to be no match for Tang Chen's. What a joke! He was the weightlifting champion of the strange world, how could he be overpowered by a human? Chang Wei struggled hard, trying to break free from Tang Chen's grip on his wrist. And then, crack! This is a slight sound that entered Chang Wei's ears. Then, he felt a piercing pain in his wrist. He felt that this damn human, after realizing that he was going to resist, increased the strength in his hand. Now, it felt like his bones were cracking. Because of the pain, cold sweat dripped from Chang Wei's forehead. But he couldn't scream. If he did, others would know that there was a problem with his hand. That would mean he had failed in this competition. But he couldn't accept that without killing this human. The world of strange tales doesn't care about fair competition. From the moment the two confronted each other, the competition had already begun. And now, Chang Wei was at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He believed that even though he lost in strength, he could still win in basketball skills. Chang Wei admitted that there was an element of gambling, but this gave him a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, according to their attitudes just now, he could clearly see that Tang Chen was not happy with him. Whether it was protecting students or strange tale tasks, it was just an excuse. From start to finish, the other party's purpose was to mess with him. As for the reason, Chang Wei felt that it could only be because of the first day of school. He silently moved the table, causing Tang Chen to almost fall. The other party was holding a grudge against him. However, Chang Wei had indeed made the right bet. Despite Tang Chen's excellent physical talents, he really couldn't play basketball. But Tang Chen was not flustered at all, as long as he could throw the ball into the basket. In the world of strange tales, who cares about so many rules? Even if there were, why should the rules of the strange tale world control this human? The mountain people have their own tricks, and Tang Chen has his own exclusive skill for scoring. At this moment, Tang Chen grabbed Chang Wei and brought him in front of a student from Class 6. The student raised his head and looked dazedly at Tang Chen. The other party's gloomy and imposing face, as well as his strong physique and tall figure, were all intimidating. Although Tang Chen was a bit shorter than Chang Wei, he had far more momentum. Facing Tang Chen was like facing a fierce demon. The selected ghost student couldn't help but tremble, and snot flowed from his nose. Tang Chen's large palm rubbed the shaved head of the student and said softly, "Excuse me, could you help us? The teachers need a basketball for the match, can we borrow your head?" Upon hearing this, the ghost student was shocked. Although this teacher's voice was so pleasant, the words spoken were so terrifying. "I was just watching from the side, and you want to take off my head, just because my head is rounder? Don't worry, you're strange. You won't die if your head is removed, just put it back later, I will control my strength well." After saying this, Tang Chen applied a great force to the top of the unfortunate child's head, causing a tearing pain in his neck. Then, in front of everyone, Tang Chen actually used one hand to forcibly remove the strange head. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene in astonishment. Damn! Can this be broadcasted? Damn, this is too ruthless, just directly removing the head. Tang Yi is indeed strange. Hoopa, is that you, Hoopa? Here? Create a domain, enclose the coffin with iron. Why isn't anyone mentioning the senior sister? A large amount of black energy dispersed from the ghost student's body, and at the same time, black water gushed out from the neck of the headless body. However, this time, Tang Chen consciously controlled his innate ability. So, the ghost student did not die because he was still strange, but the pain of having his head taken away made him unable to help but scream loudly. Tang Chen looked at the face of the head in his hand and secretly used his innate ability. He was trying to turn himself into a supernatural existence, and then modify and control the weirdness in his hand. He succeeded. The weird wailing suddenly disappeared, and the head in Tang Chen's hand, the ears, nose, and mouth on it also disappeared. Chang Wei, who was on the side, was even more horrified to see this scene. How is this possible? How did this human do it? At this moment, Tang Chen let go of his hand. Chang Wei, uncontrollably, staggered back 2 steps and almost fell. He looked at Tang Chen in shock, and the weirdness in Tang Chen's hand, stunned, even forgetting the pain in his wrist. Soon, Tang Chen's voice sounded in his ear. Now we have a basketball, let's start, how do you want to play? Chang Wei came to his senses, looked up, and found Tang Chen looking at him calmly, unable to help but take 2 steps back. Because of what just happened, Tang Chen seemed like a terrifying mysterious shadow in his eyes. His momentum weakened in an instant. Ursha stood on Tang Chen's shoulder and licked his paws. With emerald green eyes, he looked at Chang Wei with the same calm eyes as Tang Chen. Meow, what? Are you not brave now? Unexplained, a surge of anger rose in Chang Wei's heart. Tang Chen showed a power that did not belong to humans, so he was quite wary of it. But you, a small weird black cat, what are you doing here? How dare you mock me? Because of Ursha's unexplained decrease in intelligence, Chang Wei regained his courage, but he had no brains. At this moment, winning or losing was already irrelevant to him. He didn't even want to eat Tang Chen if he won, he just wanted this weird black cat to know how powerful he was. Watching Chang Wei suddenly ignite, Tang Chen felt a hint of helplessness in his heart. Although he had turned into a cat, Ursha still retained some of the husky's traits. For example, this inexplicable ability to bring others' intelligence to the same level as his own, and then defeat them in his familiar field, the monkey-style intelligence reduction method. Perhaps, he could try to let Ursha mock Boruto later. Come on, let's have a one-on-one, one game to determine the winner. Chang Wei walked to the basketball court and stood under a basketball hoop, saying, I'll defend this side, you defend that side, put the ball in the middle, whoever grabs it first, attacks, how about it? Listening to Chang Wei's words, Tang Chen walked to the center of the basketball court and put the basketball down. Then he went to another basketball hoop, opposite Chang Wei. Okay, Tang Chen agreed. Ursha, on the other hand, struck a proud pose, not looking out of place at all on the image of a cat. Meow meow meow. I'll reluctantly accept your challenge. Damn, you. Hearing Ursha's words, Chang Wei's eyes turned red, and he shook his body wildly, like a desperate child. He really couldn't stand it. What's wrong with this weird black cat? No, he must quickly let him know who's in charge now. Hey, are you ready? Chang Wei shouted at Tang Chen. He just wanted this match to start as soon as possible. Tang Chen called Xiao Chuan over. It wasn't really to be a referee, after all, with so many weirdness watching, the eyes of the crowd were sharp. I believe no one would cheat, even if they did, the crowd wouldn't cover it up. Unless they couldn't win. Calling Xiao Chuan over was just to start things off. For a moment, Tang Chen and Chang Wei locked eyes, and the atmosphere became tense. It was as if two great swordsmen, in the midst of a duel, the surging sword energy was calm on the surface. Involuntarily, the ghost students' moods also became heavy. It seemed as if the two teachers in front of them were engaged in a life and death struggle. And in fact, it was indeed a life and death struggle. Either Chang Wei dies, or Tang Chen lives. This was a fight to the death, a fight where only one could survive. Begin! Ogawa shouted, the game began, and two figures moved forward at the same time. Soon, Chang Wei picked up the basketball and charged towards Tang Chen's basket. Where was Tang Chen? What was Tang Chen doing? Tang Chen also charged towards Chang Wei's basket, and he was even faster. But he didn't have the ball. What was he going to do? Ersha, show your best move. Tang Chen shouted as he reached the basketball hoop. Then he reached out his hands and grabbed the basketball hoop in front of him. Ersha instantly understood Tang Chen's intention and immediately turned into a black water, spreading along Tang Chen's left hand towards the basketball hoop. At the same time, Tang Chen squatted slightly, the veins on his arms bulged, his muscles were as hard as iron, like the body of a demon. His suit burst open because of Tang Chen's terrifying strength and momentum. At this point, the ghost students finally saw how terrifying this human teacher was. They saw the muscles on Tang Chen's back, like mountains arranged horizontally and vertically, like a continuous flow of steel, hard and unyielding. Most importantly, the contours of the back muscles pressed against each other, resembling the face of an evil spirit, terrifying and horrifying. And on the back of Tang Chen's neck, there was a black tattoo of the character. Although they didn't know why, they all felt an unimaginable and unshakable power within it. In the next moment, with the creaking of steel, Tang Chen directly lifted the basketball hoop as if he were carrying a baseball bat. At the same time, air shock completely corroded the basketball hoop, turning it into pure black. It was eerie and terrifying. At that moment, a considerable number of ghost students had already covered their eyes. The outcome of this competition no longer mattered to them. They knew Chang Wei was in for a bad time. Unconsciously, their gaze towards Chang Wei became sympathetic. On the other side, Chang Wei, who was still dribbling the ball, had no idea about the earth-shattering changes happening behind him. After all, the rather complicated process had happened in just an instant. At this moment, Chang Wei was feeling joyful because he had made the right bet. Indeed, that human didn't know how to play basketball, and he had gotten the ball first. Now, the basket was right in front of him, and he was sure to win. Annoying black cat, get ready to accept Chang Wei's punishment. Just as Chang Wei was gleefully preparing to shoot, a huge shadow suddenly loomed over him. Sensing that something was wrong, Chang Wei turned around and immediately exclaimed, "Oh my god!" What did he see? A figure resembling a demon. The guy's muscles were like cast iron, his face was imposing, and he was holding a weapon shrouded in eerie black mist. The terrifying momentum rushed towards him like a mountain tsunami, overwhelming and unstoppable. He felt as insignificant as an ant under a giant's foot. Fear, shock, and horror. The demon-like figure moved, wielding the unknown weapon in his hand and striking towards him. Unable to think, unable to move, Chang Wei was petrified in an instant. He didn't even realize that the basketball had fallen from his hand. Bang! The basketball hoop slammed fiercely into Chang Wei's body, like a high-speed train. Unable to withstand the force, Chang Wei's body immediately twisted, and the immense pain made him lose consciousness. Rolling like a deflated ball, he flew out and finally crashed into the wall. The impacted wall collapsed with a bang, burying Chang Wei under rubble. In an instant, the heavyweight champion of the strange world, the mysteriously strong Chang Wei, was dead. In the basketball court, after knocking Chang Wei away and killing him, Tang Chen then inserted the basketball hoop into the ground. Then, he picked up the basketball on the ground and gently threw it. The ball went in. Turning to the stupefied ghost students, Tang Chen said, "It looks like I've won this match." The ghost students. Chang Wei has already been killed by you. Does this match still have any meaning? Generally, because of the powerful and mysterious strength, everything in the world of strange tales is specially made. The mysterious cannot be easily destroyed, let alone by weak humans. But now, the situation is different. Now, these ghost students have witnessed a terrifying human. Not only did he directly dismantle the basketball hoop, but he even killed another mysterious being in one blow. Is this reasonable? Is this normal? The ghost students have begun to doubt life. Could it be that everything they learned before was fake? Wasn't it said that humans are a very weak species? You call this weak? Of course, this is only limited to the students of Class 6. Because the students of Class 7 had already experienced Tang Chen's terror yesterday. And now, they only feel happy. Because their beloved teacher Tang has taken down their hated teacher Chang. Long live teacher Tang. With the matter settled, Tang Chen picked up the basketball and walked towards the crowd of Class 6. No one wanted to provoke this terrifying demon who had just killed their teacher. Tang Chen's burly figure exuded a strong sense of oppression, making the ghost students think that he was the mysterious one. The students of Class 6 quickly made way, afraid that they might accidentally provoke this terrifying guy and be slapped to death. Didn't they see that just now, teacher Chang was slapped to death with the basketball hoop? If the mysterious beings couldn't withstand it, wouldn't they be beaten to ghostly pulp with their small frames? They were relieved that Tang Chen didn't act. Instead, he returned the head to the classmate and lifted the prohibition, restoring the other's facial features. The unfortunate child immediately bent over and started vomiting violently. At first, he felt nauseous because he was hit by Chang Wei as a basketball. Now he felt nauseous because he was scared. Just now, among the ghost students, no one understood better than him the terror of this human. At the same time, whether it was the Dragon Country, the Beautiful Country, the Hammer Country, the Bear Country, the Cherry Blossom Country, or any other country, the high-level officials and the established strategy groups who were watching the live broadcast looked at each other. They had all witnessed Tang Chen's terror just now. And now, everyone had the same question on their minds. Is this reasonable? Is he human? Did I see it wrong? In the past, people from various countries saw Tang Chen's special abilities and only thought that Tang Chen's talent was relatively strong. But after this incident, they realized that the strong one might not be the talent, but Tang Chen himself. This was just the second copy of Tang Chen. Even if he had an additional talent, how could he lift the basketball hoop and smash the ghosts directly? Could it be that he is not human at all? Otherwise, it's too far-fetched. And from the beginning, Tang Chen had behaved differently from other mysterious beings. It was reasonable to suspect that he was not human. Could it be? The Dragon Country is secretly researching biological weapons. People from various countries were very puzzled, but they soon found a clue. Air Schwa. Except for the beginning, Tang Chen basically brought that silly dog with him every time he acted. Maybe that silly dog could strengthen Tang Chen to a certain extent, so Tang Chen had always been inseparable from it. A powerful skill, combined with a mysterious pet that could strengthen oneself. No wonder Tang Chen was so awesome. The people from various countries who had just realized this were filled with regret. They regretted why they didn't treat their own descendants of the apocalypse better. Maybe then they would also have such powerful descendants of the apocalypse. On the other hand, they also had bad intentions towards Tang Chen. They didn't want to see such a powerful descendant of the apocalypse appear in the Dragon Country. It was unbearable to see the Dragon Country getting better and better, even more so than seeing their own country deteriorate. Tang Chen may be powerful in the world of supernatural tales, but without skills and eerie support in reality, will he still be impressive? For a moment, undercurrents surged. Many people began to have ulterior motives, thinking that Tang Chen should be taken care of in private. Only when Tang Chen is gone can the countries stand on the same starting line. After dealing with a competitor, Tang Chen felt refreshed and resumed his leisurely life of idling away the day. On the other side, in the classroom of Class 3 of the 2nd grade, the arrival of the Kangaroo Country's visitor Oliver nervously began a class that made him extremely nervous. The class went relatively smoothly, and the ghostly students did not cause any trouble, which made Oliver breathe a sigh of relief. He noticed that there were several empty seats in the classroom, and he clearly remembered that children were sitting in those seats yesterday. However, he had no interest in where the absent students had gone. Skipping class is their business. What does it have to do with him? He just honestly attended class, trying to live a little longer. Why meddle in other people's business? Oliver directly ignored these empty seats. He had been nervous all along, fearing that the principal would suddenly come in to inspect. Fortunately, the principal had not appeared until now. In fact, the principal had never appeared at the school, and there was no one in the office. Where did the ghostly principal go? He had gone to the hospital overnight. Due to some incidents, he was seriously injured yesterday and is still lying in the hospital. But the other visitors did not know about this, so they were still on edge during class. Bang! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Oliver was startled, his feet quickly leaving the ground and then landing again. In just a moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Oliver stiffly turned his head to see what was happening. Then he saw that the door had been opened, and several children walked in. They were injured and looked quite disheveled. There were both boys and girls, some with cold faces, looking very resentful, and some crying. At this moment, when they saw Oliver, these students' eyes lit up. A little ghost came up and said, "Teacher, there are bullies outside. They want us to pay protection money, and when we refused, they hit us." The little ghost's meaning was clear, asking Oliver to go out and stand up for them. This was all written in the basic introduction, so there was nothing wrong with it. But Oliver dared not go. He was just an ordinary person. How could he confront the supernatural? Not to mention standing up. If he went, wouldn't it be like giving them an extra meal at noon because they hadn't eaten breakfast? Oliver shook his head and said, This classmate, let's not go. In the teacher's world, there is a cultural ancient country called the Dragon Country. They have an ancient saying, it is a blessing to suffer losses. Let's not seek revenge. Come, go back to your seats, and let's have a good class. Oliver's voice lacked confidence, and his heart was extremely uneasy. He didn't know if the ghostly students would accept what he said. "Teacher, how can you say that?" A crying ghost student complained. In the look he gave Oliver, there was a hint of resentment. The result was obvious. The ghostly students did not accept his proposal. However, Oliver felt that he could still salvage the situation. So he said, "Everyone, this society is not about fighting and killing, but about social relationships. If you give them face this time, next time, they will also give you face." However, Oliver's efforts were destined to be in vain. "Teacher, you're talking nonsense." A crying ghost student shouted, "If you give in once, there will be no chance to turn back. Your concession will only make them more ruthless." Oliver opened his mouth but couldn't argue. After all, this ghost student covered in injuries looked quite authoritative, clearly having experienced it firsthand. At this moment, another ghost student shouted, "Teacher, what's wrong with you? We are your students, and now we are being bullied. If you won't stand up for us, fine, but you're asking us to swallow this insult?" This ghost student was indignant. He had heard that the first-year students of Class 7 had an extraordinary new teacher. Because teacher Chang Wei had always been unfair to Class 7, that teacher had stood up for them. Today, that teacher was beaten to death. With such a teacher, the ghosts were truly envious. But now, look at Oliver. Both were new teachers who arrived yesterday, so why was there such a big difference? "Teacher, this is not right. Teacher, are you in cahoots with those bad guys? Teacher, why are you unwilling to stand up for us?" Inside the classroom, the emotions of the other ghost students were also stirred up. They were all worked up, loudly expressing their dissatisfaction with Oliver. At that moment, Oliver was pushed to the forefront and couldn't back down. He had no doubt that if he didn't go out and confront the thugs, these ghost students would tear him apart. But how could he possibly defeat the thugs? After assessing his own abilities and comparing the numbers, Oliver decided that he would rather face the thugs than face this group of ghost students. In Tang Chen's office. At this time, Tang Chen was not there, and no one knew where the two idiots had gone. In the office, a few idle visitors sat at their desks, feeling uneasy, afraid of attracting strange attention. However, they were lucky. Because Tang Chen's performance was too outstanding, the other ghost teachers in the office saw Tang Chen as a major threat. They were racking their brains on how to deal with Tang Chen and had no spare time to bother with others. Tang Chen was just too powerful, and the method of setting him up would definitely not work. One wrong move, and they might be done for. However, through Tang Chen's confrontation with Chang Wei, they discovered a new method. If being aggressive didn't work, then they would play by the rules. Judging by Tang Chen's appearance, he seemed like an honest man and wouldn't resort to trickery. They could challenge Tang Chen in various types of competitions. With this idea in mind, some of the strange ones naturally began to stir. But before taking formal action, they needed to make some preparations. Standing in front of the office window was a strange teacher. He was broad and stout, with a round face and a slightly burly figure. His eyes were squinted as if calculating something, and he had a small mustache, giving him a shrewd appearance with good features. His name was Dui Chuan Chang, responsible for teaching Chinese to the first-year students of Class 7, and he was one of the strange ones who harbored dissatisfaction towards Tang Chen and was preparing to challenge him. Yesterday, when he went to class, those little brats actually said that what he taught was not as good as a human. How could he tolerate that? He had to battle with Tang Chen, the human. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the window. At the school gate, there was a group of arrogant and defiant social ghost youths gathered, some of them holding weapons. They were blocking the school gate with an imposing manner, seemingly preparing for some action. On the field above, a human teacher was leading a group of students towards the school gate. More accurately, the human was being forcibly driven by the students towards the school gate. There was another good show to watch. Thinking this, Dui Chuan Chang's eyes sparkled. He lightly stroked his small mustache with one hand, ready to enjoy the spectacle. After careful consideration, Oliver, who was in a dilemma, decided to face the thugs rather than the ghost students. According to his understanding, these hooligans, apart from some necessary reasons, are also filled with the spirit of the rivers and lakes, and the longing for avenging grievances. So, he can use this point to make an agreement with those people. His talent Steel Body has a cool name but a lousy effect. Its function is to greatly resist 3 strange attacks. In other words, originally a strange punch could pierce Oliver's chest, but during the talent's effective period, a punch can only leave a mark on Oliver's chest. In short, with this kind of elusive speculation, Oliver's confidence increased slightly. Soon, they arrived at the school gate. At the school gate, a long-haired ghost with a fierce look walked over. Looking at Oliver, he glanced at the ghost students behind Oliver. He said, "What, looking for a teacher to stand up for you? Is it useful? Don't be arrogant. We're not giving you any money anyway," shouted a student who had been beaten. "Alright, wait a while, when your teacher is knocked down, let's see if you can still talk tough," said the long-haired ghost. Then he reached out and tapped Oliver's chest, saying, "Teacher, right? You want to stand up?" Hearing this, Oliver's face changed several times. Then he said, No, how can I stand up? In the martial arts world, harmony is the most important." "Oh, so you understand a lot?" The long-haired ghost looked at Oliver strangely, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Hearing the teacher say this, he seemed to have a lot of insight. "Of course, when you're out and about, you have to follow the rules," Oliver said. "Good. Magnanimous." The long-haired ghost clapped his hands and said, "You understand, I'll give you some face. Come on, tell me how you want to resolve this?" Hearing this, Oliver was overjoyed. He looked around and said, "How about this? We have a one-on-one fight, one move to determine the outcome. You know, I'm a human, so if you can't kill me with one move, you lose. Then you have to apologize to my students and stop harassing them. If I lose, then I can't control anything. You can do whatever you want. If it's a draw, then we both back off. How about that?" Hearing Oliver's words, the long-haired ghost nodded and said, "All right, fair and reasonable. Clearly just a weak human, yet daring to use his own body as a bet. I respect you as a man. Good, since you've agreed, let's do it." Oliver took a step back and said. He stared at the long-haired ghost in front of him, assuming a not very standard posture. In his mind, he kept recalling the dragon kung fu he had seen in the movies. With the dragon kung fu, Oliver believed he could definitely win this fight. Just then, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. The long-haired ghost had already made a move. Oliver instantly felt a sharp pain in his right eye and took a step back. The swelling and pain in his right eye were now very intense, and he couldn't open it. The long-haired ghost had made a surprise attack, a left jab, and Oliver couldn't react in time. However, the move had passed. Oliver was overjoyed, having successfully resolved the crisis in just one opportunity. Just then, he heard a whooshing sound coming from the left. Bang! His head suffered a heavy blow. The scene in front of him immediately became blurry, and Oliver felt his mind in chaos. He staggered towards the right. This damn trickster was not playing fair. It should have ended already. But this guy suddenly launched a right roundhouse kick. Soon, a huge shadow kept enlarging in front of Oliver's eyes. Bang! Before Oliver could steady himself, the long-haired ghost delivered a left straight kick to Oliver's face. Oliver flew backward and finally fell to the ground. Dazed, he struggled a few times and sat up from the ground. Fortunately, the talent can withstand 3 times, otherwise, he would have been done for today. On the other hand, the long-haired weirdo saw himself hit 3 times and still didn't kill Oliver. He couldn't save face. He stared at Oliver for a while and said in a resentful tone, "Humph, you're lucky. He was the one who broke his promise first. If he acted shamelessly now, he might not be able to survive in this area." The long-haired weirdo snorted and walked away. The newcomers in the strange world were not having a good time. Apart from the initial test, in just a day and a half, nearly 30% of the newcomers had died, over half had become disabled, and over 70% had lost their life-saving talents. They faced many threats. The weirdo enjoyed tormenting humans. Apart from the principal, the troublemakers outside the school, the head teacher, other teachers, and the harassment from ghost students could all be dangerous sources. But, for Tang Chen, none of these seemed to be a big deal. He was living a relaxed life. He was about to go to his class, and at the moment, he was squatting in the toilet. Suddenly, a black and white dog head with blue eyes appeared above the locked door. The dog head looked majestic, with intelligence in its eyes, and seemed to have a serious and oppressive expression as it looked at Tang Chen. In the toilet, Ursha was secretly turning back into the long-lost husky form. He called it adapting to the environment. Tang Chen looked up at Ursha with no expression. "Woof, old Tang, are you stealing food? Get lost. What are you looking at when I'm taking a dump? Woof woof. I'm not. I'm coming in." Ursha's hind legs kept kicking, and finally, it jumped over the obstacle in front of it and into the compartment where Tang Chen was. "Damn it, Ursha, you. Awoo yin yin yin, damn it. Wrong. Old Tang, wrong, don't hit me." A few minutes later, Tang Chen stood in front of the sink, silently washing his hands. There was no expression on his face, but there seemed to be some invisible dark pressure around him. Ursha sat honestly trembling at his feet. Although it was weird, it still looked embarrassed at the moment. Originally majestic and wolf-like, its face was now wrinkled, one eye swollen, and tears were visible in its intelligent eyes. It was clear that Tang Chen had not been gentle. "Let's go to class," Tang Chen said, shaking his hand. Ursha, who had paid the price for its actions, followed behind, walking cautiously. It seemed a bit lame, but its legs were fine because Tang Chen hadn't touched them at all. It was just a little scared. With its tail between its legs, Ursha followed Tang Chen to the classroom. It turned out that there were no students in the classroom. Well, on the second day of class, the students collectively skipped. What to do? Waiting online, quite urgent. Woof woof. Wow, old Tang, they all skipped class. I saw it. Woof woof woof. They don't give you face like this. Why don't you teach them a lesson? Ursha gave a suggestion with a sly smile. It thought to itself, I can't be the only one getting beaten up. So Ursha continued to provoke. Woof woof woof. Old Tang, can you bear this? Woof woof. They won't come to your class tomorrow. They're simply not taking you seriously. Woof 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 woof. As someone who beat up the ghost principal on the first day and left a psychological shadow on the head teacher, and then took out the competition on the second day, can you bear it? Woof! How dare they? Woof woof woof! They're looking down on you like this, I can't bear it. Woof! Quickly take action and let these little weirdos know that you're a man they can't mess with. You're right. Hearing Ursha's words, Tang Chen nodded deeply and said, they really don't take me seriously. I should teach them a lesson. Woof woof woof! This is intolerable, Lao Tang, let's go get them. That's right, they must taste the bitter fruit. Woof woof! Then, I've made up my mind, I'm going back to sleep. Ursha, you go teach them a lesson. Woof woof! Woof! Right, let's hurry. Ha! Ursha was instantly dumbfounded, staring blankly at Tang Chen, who had already turned and left. This script is wrong. Woof woof woof! Lao Tang, why aren't you angry? Ursha quickly caught up and asked. Why should I be angry? I can slack off and rest. Why should I go to class? Why should I be angry like this? Do I look like a brute? Ursha, aren't you a brute? Woof woof! As long as you're happy. Teacher Tang, it's not good. It's bad, Teacher Tang. Chuangu is fighting with someone outside. Tang Chen, with Ursha, was about to return to the office when a student from their class ran over in a panic. He grabbed Tang Chen's leg and said, TSK. This troublemaker, causing so much trouble. Tang Chen scratched his head, then asked, who is Chuangu fighting with? Outsiders? I don't know. The student shrank his neck, his eyes filled with fear. I just know there are many of them, holding weapons. The leader is a guy with long hair. They had a dispute with Chuangu, and now they're fighting. Teacher Tang, you should go see. Chuangu is about to be beaten to death. Alright, let's go see. Tang Chen waved his hand. The outsiders were mentioned in the information introduction. Xiao Chuan is a student, and he needs to be managed. Huayun's Strange Tales have always been keen on having the arrivals play various roles. There must be some problem with this. It's not clear what exactly, but it may be related to the final settlement. For example, the more closely one's assigned identity matches, the more ghost coins one will receive in the end. By accumulating enough ghost coins early, he can eliminate the Strange Tales within the Dragon Kingdom sooner. Therefore, both morally and logically, Tang Chen should go and take care of it. So, Tang Chen followed the student and went out together. Student, Teacher Tang, where's your cat? Tang Chen, here. Pointing to Ursha, student, right at the school gate. A long-haired, glasses-wearing weirdo, followed by a group of henchmen, was in a brawl with students from class 7 of the first grade. However, the students were at a disadvantage in terms of physique and numbers. So, at this moment, they were clearly at a disadvantage in being pressed by the hooligans. After Tang Chen arrived, both sides stopped their actions. The ghost students stopped because their leader had arrived. And the hooligans stopped because, stop, all of you stop. Seeing Tang Chen approaching, the long-haired weirdo shouted and immediately stopped his henchmen. At a glance, he could see that Tang Chen exuded an unfathomable aura. Teacher Tang. Seeing Tang Chen's arrival, a group of ghost students, despite their injuries and unpleasant expressions, all ran over. Tang Chen was their leader, and his appearance reinvigorated them. Then, a group of students surrounded Tang Chen, looking at the hooligans with resentment in their eyes. Tang Chen's gaze fell on Xiao Chuan. This little troublemaker was the most worrisome. Now, this guy was also injured. The four big heavenly kings were supporting each other, looking physically and mentally exhausted. But at this moment, Tang Chen saw a glimmer of hope in their eyes. In that glimmer of hope, his own figure was reflected. Looking at Xiao Chuan's stubborn little face, Tang Chen asked, tell me, what's going on? Tang, Teacher Tang, you know what I used to do. Back then, I was hanging out with those guys. But after listening to your lecture, I decided to turn over a new leaf and practice muscles with you to become a person like Kongzi. So, I told them I wanted to quit. But they didn't agree and wanted to teach me a lesson, so we ended up fighting with them. After listening, Tang Chen nodded, then turned to look at the gangsters. The one with long hair and glasses looked quite fierce. At the same time, the other one with long hair was also looking at Tang Chen. Soon, he showed a cold smile and thought to himself, lucky. In the morning, one of his brothers came over here and encountered a human, missed the chance to eat the human, and regretted it. Coincidentally, he met a little weirdo who said he wanted to quit. If he didn't give that little weirdo a lesson, where would he put his face? If he didn't discipline the little weirdo, how could he lead his brothers and be a big brother? And now, looking at this suddenly appearing human, he was very satisfied. This human looked incredibly healthy and had a big build. It must be enjoyable to eat. Then, his gaze moved to the side. A black and white dog's head came into view. This made the long-haired weirdo stunned. The dog's head, square and majestic, with blue eyes looking at him full of disdain, its mouth slightly open, showing contempt, and its tongue further displaying the dog's mood. It didn't care about him at all. A nameless anger surged from within, burning fiercely. How dare this stupid dog be so arrogant? The long-haired weirdo's body was filled with black energy, his expression becoming extremely fierce. He was angry. At this moment, the absent-minded second fool suddenly noticed that the long-haired weirdo opposite was looking at him. He immediately felt unhappy. How dare you look at me? I have a backer. Can't you see Big Tang, as big as a mountain, behind me? Unhappy, the second fool immediately took the initiative and shouted at the long-haired weirdo opposite, "Woof woof. What are you looking at? Woof woof woof. Do you think you're great? Woof woof. Are you a gangster? Woof 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 woof. So mighty, you can bully anyone you don't like, beat anyone you want? Woof woof woof. You're just a nobody, I'm telling you. Come out and fight." As he shouted, the second fool walked towards the middle of the two groups. On the other side, the weirdo couldn't hold back upon hearing the second fool's words. Why? How dare this stupid dog be so arrogant? He stepped forward, the black energy on his body solidifying, and pointed at the second fool, approaching with large strides, and finally looked down at the second fool. At the same time, the long-haired weirdo shouted, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Woof woof. Let's fight." Faced with the aggressive long-haired weirdo, the second fool was not at all intimidated. It stomped its front feet, slightly lowered its body, opened its mouth, and barked angrily. "Woof woof woof. Woof. Hit me. Come on. Woof woof woof. So what if I hit you and you hit me back? Woof 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 woof. Have you ever seen a powerful human? Have you ever seen a ghost split in half by a human? Woof woof woof. You're being arrogant here. Don't you understand that there are always people beyond ghosts and things beyond the sky? Woof woof. My big brother is very powerful. Woof woof woof. A human can punch a ghost's head into its chest with just one punch. Woof woof. You want to mess with me? Do you dare? Woof woof woof. Let me tell you, bullying students, no matter how powerful you are, it's all fake, not real. Woof 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 woof. I advise you not to be too arrogant as a ghost. The world of strange tales is too deep for you to grasp. Woof. Let me handle this. Woof 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 woof. Listen to me, I'll save your ghostly life. Otherwise, if you let that strong man catch you, you'll be in big trouble. However, Ursha's lengthy discourse did not shake Changfa's eerie heart. He looked at Ursha coldly with a sideways glance. How dare you, a small eerie dog, speak so boldly in front of me? Then, Changfa's eerie body underwent a transformation. His whole ghostly form became sharp and menacing. Black energy surged through his body, and numerous sharp needles appeared on his body. He turned into a man of steel needles. Then, Changfa Ziri raised his foot, and the needles on his leg shot out, gleaming with a cold light. He kicked at Ursha, but Ursha was prepared and jumped away. Then, as he ran towards Tang Chen, he cursed, "Woof woof woof woof. You scoundrel, you're attacking unfairly, but luckily I was prepared. Woof woof woof. A hero doesn't rely on past glory, and a good dog doesn't back down. Woof woof woof. Wait for me to bring reinforcements, and then we'll settle this properly." Soon, Ursha ran to Tang Chen's side. Then, he slipped under Tang Chen's crotch. Turning back, a dog's head emerged between Tang Chen's legs, with intelligent blue eyes fixed on Changfa's transformed form. Woof woof woof. Old Tang, he's bullying me, do something. Woof woof woof. You can't bear to see your beloved dog being bullied, can you? The surrounding ghost students looked on in shock at the husky cowering under its teacher. They felt a sense of disdain. Forget it, Tang Chen said, stepping forward with a contemptuous look at the mischievous ghosts before him. You little rascals, always causing trouble. Today, consider it an outdoor lesson for you. Pay attention, I will tell you what it takes to be a true gentleman. With that, Tang Chen stepped forward, towering over the two groups. The atmosphere became tense. Changfa looked up at Tang Chen. This was a human who spoke arrogantly and exuded pressure. Fortunately, he was eerie, otherwise, his neck might have been sore by now. Looking at Tang Chen, Changfa's heart stirred. This man was not simple, but he was still an eerie, and facing a human, he couldn't show fear. As they faced each other, Changfa was surprised. From the man before him, he felt an extraordinary power emanating from his plain gaze. This couldn't go on, he needed to boost his morale. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Changfa looked at Tang Chen, his neck stiff. Do you know who's in charge around here? Let me tell you, don't talk to me about one-on-one or any tricks. I know, you humans are full of tricks. It's useless in front of me. Today, I've got you. Got it? Do you think you're impressive with your big talk? Let me tell you, Changfa didn't finish his sentence. He only saw a flash of black in front of him, followed by an irresistible force landing on his face. Bang! Changfa fell to the ground, his face distorted. His entire head took a heavy blow, caving in from the middle like a piece of putty. He was completely stunned. After struggling on the ground for a moment, his consciousness dissipated. This startled the surrounding eerie beings. They all stepped back, looking at Tang Chen with defensive movements, but soon their bewildered eyes turned fierce. After all, this human being had knocked out their big brother with a slap. At this moment, Tang Chen shook his hand and showed a disdainful and impatient expression on his face. With an arrogant and domineering look, he said, "If you want to fight, then do it quickly. Why talk so much nonsense, you street thugs?" While speaking, Tang Chen reached into his pocket and took out 2 pieces of chewing gum. He threw them into his mouth and waved at the strange figures in front of him, saying, "Come on, all of you, come at me together, so as not to waste time." Seeing this, how could the strange figures bear it? So they roared and rushed towards Tang Chen. At this moment, Tang Chen began to speak, explaining to the students of grade 7 behind him, and casually overturned 2 of the approaching strange figures, as if it were as natural and simple as eating and drinking. "Listen, you little brats, what kind of person can become a gentleman? Kong Zi once said a sentence, I think it is most appropriate to describe it." As he spoke, Tang Chen was already surrounded by the strange figures, but he was so relaxed and at ease, just casually flicking them away, as if he were kissing the ground. A passionate kiss, making a huge impact sound. Obviously, these strange figures had a deep love for Mother Earth. In just a few seconds, Tang Chen had already dealt with 15 strange figures. "At 15, I set my heart on learning." Tang Chen spoke, and the ghostly students behind him perked up their ears, focused and attentive, listening to what Tang Chen was saying, afraid of missing a word. And Shah, who had retreated to the background, now sat down casually and began to translate and explain to the ghostly students. "Woof woof woof. I was not yet 10 years old, just 5 years old, when I devoted myself to learning how to beat people." As he spoke, Tang Chen's steps moved swiftly, and although he was a big target, the strange figures couldn't touch him at all. A light bump, as if 1,000 pounds of force. Several strange figures flew backwards, as if playing bowling. In Tang Chen's hands, those ghosts were like toys to be played with at will. Soon, a large number of strange figures flew out. 30, 40, 50. Even though the gang of strange figures was numerous, in Tang Chen's eyes, they were nothing more than paper tigers and tofu walls that couldn't withstand a blow. With a wave of his hand, he repelled more than 10 enemies. At 30, I stood firm. At 40, I was not confused. At 50, I knew my destiny. Tang Chen's voice rang out, calm and steady. In the battle with the gang of strange figures, he seemed completely unaffected. "Woof woof woof. 30 people, only then can I stand up and fight. Woof woof woof. If 40 people come, I will charge up to fight without hesitation. Woof woof woof. If 50 people come, I will beat them, making them think that this is the place where their destiny falls." As Tang Chen advanced, the strange figures gradually weakened, their numbers rapidly decreasing, and their momentum greatly diminished. At this moment, Tang Chen seemed like a tiger among sheep, as if in a world of his own, yet with a touch of poetic and picturesque elegance. The boundless courage and the carefree and elegant demeanor of a knight were all fully displayed in Tang Chen. The two reached a subtle balance. Tang Chen was like an acupuncture master, every move just right, just enough to kill the strange figures. A little more force would seem too much, a little less would be somewhat inadequate. Every move was a pure aesthetic of violence. In the chaotic scene, the wailing of the strange figures and the continuous sound of collisions seemed to play an extraordinary symphony. Black mist billowed, black water splashed. This would ultimately be the place of the strange figures' resentment. At 60, my ears are obedient. At 70, I do as I please, without overstepping the bounds. Woof woof woof. At least 60 people have to beg for mercy before I can possibly stop being angry and not fight anymore. Woof woof woof. When there are 70 people or more coming to attack me, then I can freely display my true kung fu and skillfully defeat them. Bang! Ah! The last one looked eerie, with a fierce expression, and let out a painful howl. In the end, his contorted face crashed into the wall, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Tang Chen slowly retracted his foot. Now, around him, there were eerie figures lying everywhere. He became the only one still standing in this chaotic battle. Even Tang Chen's clothes remained as smooth and neat as when he entered the fight, without a single wrinkle. After adjusting his tie a bit, he seemed somewhat unsatisfied. The ghost students looked at Tang Chen's back, filled with endless longing. So powerful, so fierce, so elegant. This unparalleled and awe-inspiring figure, Teacher Tang, truly is a gentleman of the present age. Do you understand? Do you comprehend? Do you know what it takes to be a gentleman? Tang Chen returned and asked the ghost students. Yes, Teacher Tang. The ghost students replied in unison. Very well, class dismissed. Tang Chen shouted, then turned and left. Ursha called out, transformed back into the shape of a cat, and quickly followed. Ha! The ghost students looked puzzled, then hurriedly stopped Tang Chen. Teacher Tang, the dismissal bell hasn't rung yet. When I finish my class, who says I have to listen to the dismissal bell? Bah! Then, without looking back, Tang Chen left, leaving a piece of chewing gum on the ground. So satisfying. Well done, splendidly done, absolutely fantastic. Truly worthy of Teacher Tang. None of these eerie figures were a match for him. Do you think so? With Teacher Tang's presence, there's a sense of security. I'm afraid the eerie figures aren't ferocious enough, and Teacher Tang isn't fully satisfied. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. Teacher Tang is not only amazing, but also quite amusing. He just dismissed the class. Look at the expressions of those ghost students, they all look like fools. Tang Chen had already shown outstanding performance, and now, he displayed an extraordinary, almost strategic level of combat power. It's worth noting that the eerie figures in the world of strange tales are not just terrifying. Even a well-trained soldier may not necessarily be able to defeat an eerie figure head-on, let alone someone like Tang Chen, who takes on a group single-handedly. The strategy team of the Dragon Kingdom believed that Tang Chen must have gained some powerful talent. Such performance made them unable to contain their excitement. At this moment, Tang Chen hadn't even used his eerie pet. As a descender, Tang Chen gave them extraordinary confidence. However, some other countries held an opposite attitude to the Dragon Kingdom. They were so envious and jealous of Tang Chen's appearance. The high-level officials of the Sakura country. Why is this happening? He was clearly attacked by so many eerie figures. How can he still be alive? How can he possess such formidable combat power? This is not normal. The high-level officials of the pretty country. Damn it, this guy is obviously not human. The Dragon Kingdom must have secretly researched biological weapons, and Tang Chen is the result of their research. Trust my judgment, no one understands the Dragon Kingdom better than me. I need the Dragon Kingdom to give the world an explanation. The high-level officials of the Hammer Country. Wow, Tang Chen, such a powerful descender, must be from our Hammer Country. Look, he looks so handsome, he must have come from our Hammer Country. And the surname Tang has always belonged to us since ancient times. Ah, this Tang Chen, how dare he make that gesture? Yes, that's right, he must be from our Hammer Country. Only our Hammer Country's players would use the gesture with such determination, hoping to boost our spirits. In the world of strange tales, Tang Chen was oblivious to the outside world's commotion. Another day had passed, a day suitable for slacking off. Today, whether it is a teacher or a student, they all found that there have been some strange changes in Linglan Middle School. For example, in the morning, the students of Grade 1, Class 7, will follow Tang Chen and a black cat, jumping around on the playground. Moreover, the students of Grade 1, Class 7, seem to be possessed. Whenever they were encountered, they could be seen full of enthusiasm and sweating profusely. These children were either exercising or on their way to exercise, chanting something about fear of the sun and the son of fear. Tang Chen stated that all of these behaviors were spontaneous actions of the students of Grade 1, Class 7, and had nothing to do with him. Returning to his office, Tang Chen found that Zhang Jixian from the Kingdom of Mallet and Oliver from the Kingdom of Kangaroo, who shared an office with him, had disappeared. At this moment, only Henry from the Kingdom of the Sun Never Sets remained. Henry cowered in the corner, trembling amidst the strange surroundings. Tang Chen paid no attention. The disappearance of the visitors was bound to happen sooner or later. The strange ones always found ways to torment humans. These two probably couldn't handle it. He sat heavily in his seat and casually opened a deck of spider cards. His other hand rested on Ursha's head, playing games, petting the cat, all in one go. Just then, a group of strange beings suddenly surrounded Tang Chen. He looked up and scanned their faces, which were filled with swirling dark energy. It seemed like they had done this before. Finally, his gaze fell on a chubby, sly face among the strange beings. This guy should be the leader of this group of strange beings. There was no panic on Tang Chen's face. He asked, "What? Looking for trouble?" Hearing this, a smile immediately spread across the sly face. He looked at Tang Chen and said, No. I've long heard of Teacher Tang's deeds. How could we dare to cause trouble for you? However, there are indeed some issues that we would like to discuss with Teacher Tang. What's the matter?" Tang Chen looked suspiciously at the sly one and asked. The chubby guy in front of him didn't look trustworthy. "Well, Teacher Tang, you teach the moral and ideological education of Grade 1, Class 7. I wonder if you are familiar with Luanyu?" The sly one continued to smile. "Of course, I know Luanyu. I teach Luanyu. Then I've found the right person. Teacher Tang, the students of Grade 1, Class 7, are now obsessed with your Luanyu. It's causing problems for us other teachers during our classes, as they can't concentrate. Do you think you should give us an explanation?" What kind of explanation do you want? Upon hearing the sly one's words, Tang Chen smiled and asked, since teacher Tang is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. I want to have a competition with you, let's compare our couplets. If you win, I won't say anything more, but if I win, could I trouble you to enter my belly? With that, the sly one patted his own fat belly, and a surge of dark energy emanated from him. He looked at Tang Chen with a confident smile. Damn, this fat guy obviously came prepared. Tang, you must not agree. Don't worry, Tang is not a fool. How could he possibly agree to such an obvious trap? If he does, I'll live stream myself eating shit, 3 pounds at a time. I'm a time-traveling brother, Tang has agreed, but the guy upstairs didn't eat shit. Nonsense, Tang is a wise and intelligent man. How could he not see such an obvious trap? May I ask, I am from the northern part of Dragon Country, do any of you know where Tangy is? Come, I know, follow me upstairs, my brothers, wait for me, I'll treat you to barbecue when I come back, I'll go change some money first. In the world of strange tales, Tang Chen gently stroked Ershaw's head. The strangeness in front of him was not concealed at all. His purpose was as clear as day to everyone. However, Tang Chen also smiled slightly. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well accept the challenge, have some fun, and entertain himself. If he won, he would settle the score with this suspicious character. If he lost, that would be great, because then he would have a ready-made reason to teach this suspicious character a lesson. It's so much fun to deal with the strange, and Spider Solitaire requires some brainpower. So, Tang Chen said, alright, I accept your challenge. For a moment, the two unscrupulous men looked at each other. It was as if they saw the same look in each other's eyes. They were of one mind. Good. Seeing Tang Chen readily accept, Duichuanchang was very pleased. He took a step back and said, in that case, I'll start. 1 village, 2 miles, 3 masters, ignorant of the 4 books, 5 classics, and 6 arts, dare to teach 7, 8, 9, 10, very bold. On the other side, Tang Chen, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. The couplet was so familiar. Listening to the familiar voice in couplet, and looking at the familiar figure of Duichuanchang, Tang Chen fell into contemplation. On the other side, Duichuanchang looked at Tang Chen's current appearance and sneered inwardly. He's really a brute. I can just come up with any couplet, and he'll be helpless. Thinking this, Duichuanchang couldn't help but urge, right, why not? If you can't come up with one, I might get angry. Seeing Duichuanchang starting to show off, Tang Chen sneered and said, 10 ghosts, 9 weak, 8 disabled, 7 lonely, 6 widowed, 5 widowed, 4 alone, 3 dead, 2 injured, 1 gone. Hearing Tang Chen's words, Duichuanchang was shocked. He widened his eyes and took a step back, looking at Tang Chen in disbelief. This brute actually got it right. This is not scientific, how did he do it? So neat. Frowning, Duichuanchang's smile faded. The brute in front of him might be an opponent he needed to take seriously. After changing his mindset, Duichuanchang began to take Tang Chen seriously. He took a step forward and introduced himself. I am Linglan, a Chinese language teacher and the head of the first grade cultural course, also known as the King of Kings Duichuanchang. And you? Tang Chen disdainfully glanced at Duichuanchang and said, I am indifferent to life and death, if you don't agree, let's fight. People call me reckless gentleman, Tang Chen. Good. I will challenge you. Duichuanchang's expression changed, and he took a few steps to the side, slowly saying, in the picture, the dragon does not roar, the tiger does not roar, the little humans are ridiculous. Tang Chen remained calm and replied, in the school, teachers lack virtue, students lack talent, beware of the strange. Seeing Tang Chen come up with a response, Duichuanchang's face didn't look good. He frowned, clicked his tongue, took a few steps to the side, and said, the birds in the green and red are everywhere. Tang Chen raised his head slightly and let out a cold laugh. He calmly responded, ghosts and monsters, black and white, laugh and joke all the time. Seeing Tang Chen once again come up with a response, Duichuanchang was extremely surprised. He opened his mouth but didn't make a sound. He lowered his head again, paced back and forth, and started thinking. Then he looked up, pointed at Tang Chen, and said, the thoughts of 10 ghosts, blood, skin, and flesh. Tang Chen remained unmoved and replied directly, 8 people take action, slay ghosts, monsters, and demons. TSK. Duichuanchang looked at Tang Chen, who once again responded, feeling anxious. He paced back and forth, his face flushed, sweat beads covering his forehead. He casually pulled a book from the table and frantically fanned himself with it. Then, staring with wide eyes as if challenging Tang Chen, he said, I am the epitome of power, displaying the courage of a tiger. You are despicable and low, hiding the tail of a fox. Duichuanchang was shocked. He hadn't expected this human to go to such lengths. Unconsciously, he took a few unsteady steps back, almost stumbling. As a Chinese language teacher, how could I lose to a muscle-bound brute like you? Dui Chuanchang defiantly shouted, his face turning purple with anger. He quickly stepped forward, approaching Tang Chen, and stood face to face with him. Pointing at Tang Chen, he said, "You're planting trees at your family's grave." However, Tang Chen remained calm, smiling lightly as he replied, "Your wife is keeping an old king in her boudoir." Dui Chuanchang staggered, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Then he said, "When the fish is fat and ripe, it will enter my belly." Tang Chen grinned, his expression turning slightly fierce as he shouted at Dui Chuanchang, "Big wooden pants." Ah! In an instant, Dui Chuanchang was struck as if by lightning, letting out a loud cry as he collapsed to the ground. He struggled to lift his head, looking at Tang Chen with a mix of unwillingness, anger, excitement, and helplessness in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest, as if something was rising up. The next moment, puff! Dui Chuanchang let out a long, loud howl, as if a dragon sucking in water, spewing a continuous stream of black liquid from his mouth. The others around him quickly retreated in shock and disbelief. Soon, the black liquid covered the ground, staining Dui Chuanchang's fat face. The onlookers gazed at Tang Chen with sullen fear and disbelief. What kind of person was he? Not only was he physically strong and domineering, but in the field of literature, he had forcefully pushed the most knowledgeable cultural studies expert among them to such a state. Was there anyone who could punish him? Where was the principal? What was the principal doing? Check on the principal's condition. Tang Chen looked at the blood-spattered Dui Chuanchang, stood up, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Airshaw also climbed onto Tang Chen's shoulder. Its bright green eyes looked at Dui Chuanchang, who had turned into an automatic blood-spraying machine, and it said, "Meow meow." Niawa Duiz only wanted to have fun, but Dui Chuanchang unexpectedly vomited out dozens of ounces of blood, which was unprecedented. I truly admire him. Although the words sounded admiring, anyone could tell that Airshaw's tone was far from admiring. It was actually mocking Dui Chuanchang. Click! A crisp sound rang out. The office door suddenly opened, and a woman with a striking figure and a beautiful face, wearing glasses that exuded a mature intellectual beauty, walked in. As soon as she entered, the woman was stunned. She widened her eyes, astonished and dumbfounded as she watched Dui Chuanchang spewing blood on the ground. She was surprised. She hadn't expected these teachers to be so high-spirited in private. However, she didn't want to get involved and felt that she shouldn't disturb the teacher's enjoyment. With an embarrassed expression, she said, "I'm sorry, I don't think this is the right time for me to be here." With that, the woman lowered her head and prepared to leave, making sure to close the door behind her. At this moment, Tang Chen also noticed the woman's actions. It was the first time he had seen her, but he had some impression of her. This woman seemed to be the private secretary of the ghost principal, whom he rarely saw, as she was said to be very busy. No wonder the ghost principal was so free, either sitting in the office drinking coffee all day or strolling around with his hands behind his back, catching teachers who were not teaching properly. One saying goes, when there's work, the secretary does it, when there's nothing. Well, it's still the mysterious miss who's working hard. Being the secretary of the ghost principal is clearly not an easy job. And at this moment, the other mysterious beings around all hid as the secretary ghost extended her elkin hand. "No, you've come at just the right time," they exclaimed anxiously. A sudden visitor would be perfect for diverting the attention of the big demon king. Otherwise, if he locked onto them, they might end up like Duichuanchang, sprawled on the ground, spewing blood like a fountain. Although this human had always seemed honest. In other words, he seemed to lack any harmful intent. But the fact remained that Tang Chen was already their second Duichuanchang in the office. Who knows if there will be a third, a fourth in the future? What if this guy, in today's showdown with Duichuanchang, finds it enjoyable and decides to specifically seek trouble from the mysterious beings in the future? At this moment, facing Tang Chen, the mysterious beings in the office truly felt the meaning of that saying. If our roles were reversed, I would make you understand what cruelty is. Clearly, it should be them tormenting humans, but now, everything has been turned around by this guy. This made them start to endure constant fear and anxiety. At this moment, the secretary ghost hesitated outside for a moment, but ultimately, she still walked in. She glanced at the endlessly vomiting Duichuanchang, not moving forward but standing in place, afraid of getting splattered with blood. Then, she looked at the surrounding mysterious beings, and then specifically at Tang Chen, who was being surrounded by the mysterious beings. In an instant, she understood what was going on. This disheveled appearance of Duichuanchang should have been caused by this human. A hint of excitement flashed in the secretary ghost's eyes. Having worked for the ghost principal for so long, she had encountered quite a few humans who could handle the challenges posed by the mysterious beings. But someone like the one in front of her, who could make the mysterious beings spew 3 liters of blood, was a first for her. And now, this tall human seemed completely indifferent to her arrival. He leaned back in his chair, sitting in a bold and assertive manner. His broad palm gently stroked the black cat lying in his arms. What a domineering human! Clap, clap. The secretary ghost quickly shook her head, then raised her hand and slapped her own face. Good, she was awake now. Damn it, how could this human exude such a strong aura? Even the most powerful and arrogant nearby generation of mysterious beings did not have the same level of confidence and dominance as this human. Her legs went weak, almost sitting on the ground. She quickly reached out and grabbed the nearby desk to prevent herself from falling. Then, the secretary ghost turned her head, forcing herself not to look at Tang Chen. Her gaze swept over all the teachers in the office one by one. At this moment, most of the mysterious being's attention was still on the endlessly vomiting Duichuanchang. She didn't have time to care about what had stimulated Duichuanchang, who was here today only to convey the principal's orders. Ahem! Clearing her throat, the secretary ghost clapped her hands, trying to attract attention with a crisp applause. Of course, she also used a more direct method, shouting loudly, "Look at me, everyone, look at me. I have an announcement." With the secretary ghost's loud shout, she successfully attracted the attention of the others in the office. As she shouted, the secretary ghost raised her hands high and began to gather. The 2 lumps of slime in front of her were fully exposed. The slime was full of elasticity, constantly bouncing around, very lively. When Tang Chen and Ursha heard the familiar words and saw the secretary ghost's preparatory actions, both of them shivered, instantly alert. Ursha's entire body exploded, his tail standing straight, his pair of emerald eyes staring at the secretary ghost. Tang Chen, at this moment, also found it difficult to maintain a serious and stern expression on his face. The man and the cat exchanged a glance and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Tang Chen, familiar words. Second fool, old Tang, she's an idiot. Tang Chen, how much of an idiot? Second fool, she dares to eat shit. Tang Chen, how is that possible? Second fool, she can eat 3 pounds of shit a day, she's uncomfortable if she doesn't eat. The second fool himself had a lively and quirky mind. And in the last time, after following Tang Chen into the real world and surfing the internet, its mind became even more active. The quirkiness of the strange world is obviously a highly polluting organism. But even so, it still can't resist internet pollution. In short, now the second fool understands more. It even dares to gesture and say, "No one understands the internet better than me." In short, after the eye contact, the man and the cat refocused their attention on the secretary ghost. Unfortunately, the secretary ghost living in the strange world did not blurt out a declaration of independence, nor did she loudly shout out the horrifying social networking syndrome quotes. She just made a simple announcement. No mother's taste. Only the stupid ghost principal and the parent-teacher association. The principal has been successfully discharged from the hospital, the secretary ghost said with a smile. In addition, the principal feels that it is necessary for us to hold a parent-teacher meeting to let the parents of these children understand what their children are learning at school and what level they are at. This event will be held the day after tomorrow, so please all teachers prepare actively. The secretary ghost did not mention why the ghost principal was hospitalized. Perhaps even she didn't know why the ghost principal was hospitalized. After speaking, the secretary ghost left. This kind of thing is just a headache for the teachers. She is just a messenger and not responsible for this matter. As the secretary ghost left, the strange expressions on their faces, which had turned from sadness to joy because of her interference, once again turned from joy to sadness. They naturally detest parent-teacher meetings. For them, the parents of these ghost students are more difficult to deal with one by one, especially some of the students' parents, who are powerful and influential. What's the point of communicating? If they dare to say a word against their ghost children, they will definitely be scolded and even lose their jobs if they encounter someone who holds a grudge. Suddenly, the strange ones thought of something. They all turned their heads and looked at Tang Chen. Those straight, green eyes seemed to be shining. Meow. Damn. The second fool was startled. He almost peed himself. The whole cat's muscles tightened and trembled violently on Tang Chen's body. Damn, what's wrong with these old ghosts? Scaring the hell out of me. The strange ones looked at Tang Chen one by one with a gloating expression, as if they had already seen the miserable look on Tang Chen's face. They suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a mayor's son in this human class. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on the face of each strange person. Let's see how you handle this, you show-off. Oh no, something's going to happen with the way these strange ones are looking at us. These strange ones have already written their problems on their faces. This is too straightforward. They don't even bother to act. What's there to be afraid of? Master Tang just overturned a group of strange ones yesterday. These guys can't turn the tide. They're all small fries. Master Tang can handle them one by one. The audience watching the live broadcast was confident in Tang Chen. It seemed that no matter what situation he fell into, he could easily handle it. Strange world. Tang Chen rubbed the second fool's ears and looked up. With a calm and indifferent gaze, he swept over the malicious eyes and gloating faces of the strange beings around him. He spoke, "Why are you all looking at me? Don't you have anything else to do?" Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, some of the more timid and eerie individuals had their faces change multiple times before ultimately deciding to leave. They silently retreated, no longer lingering around. Instead, they were thinking about waiting until the parents' meeting day, when Tang Chen would make a fool of himself, so they could come out and mock him. As for why they would come out, this was the self-cultivation of the antagonists. They were obviously a group of powerless little eerie individuals. Having read the book Self-Cultivation of Antagonists thoroughly, he knew that this was the best way to let their small-minded success be fully expressed, making Tang Chen feel as disgusted and uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. However, there was still a large group of eerie individuals who did not leave. They all had a sly smile on their faces, looking at Tang Chen with mocking eyes that were like knives. "You're about to suffer, do you know that? How dare you be so arrogant now?" This group of eerie individuals thought to themselves. At this moment, one of the eerie individuals stepped forward, pointing at Tang Chen and said, "You're about to suffer, you know that? How dare you be so arrogant? If you're willing to beg me, I might be merciful enough to tell you where exactly you will suffer. And, what can you do to me? If you don't let me see, I won't look. Wouldn't that make me lose face?" Bang! As soon as the eerie individual's voice fell, a dark figure flashed through the air. Then, there was a muffled sound, and the eerie individual fell to the ground, unconscious. A black liquid seeped out from his head, and next to him was a thick dictionary as big as 2 bricks. The power of knowledge was so heavy that it made the young eerie individual fall unconscious. Looking back at Tang Chen, he had a slightly displeased expression on his face, slightly glaring with his eyes and pointing with a powerful momentum. The other eerie individuals around the fallen one immediately backed away, and some even jumped in fear. Although they wanted to see a joke, they still feared Tang Chen. Each of them was afraid of being pointed at by Tang Chen. This was also why they didn't speak up like the unfortunate one lying on the ground. The oppressive force of the great wilderness prison was extremely powerful. "Did I let you speak? You just spoke? When you go out, you have no rules. Only a barking dog gets beaten. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Just now, I didn't care about you, and it was already quite merciful of me to be disgusted by this fat guy who came with me. Isn't it better to honestly step back? Do you have to seek attention here? Are you suffering now?" In an instant, all the eerie individuals couldn't help but shiver. Henry, who had been crouching in the corner, was also trembling and sat on the ground. The vast majority of eerie individuals looked at Tang Chen, feeling an extremely powerful momentum from this human. It made it hard for them to breathe. But there were exceptions. Suddenly, an eerie individual rushed out from the crowd and knelt down next to the unconscious one, crying out loudly, "Wang Kai! Hey! Wang Kai! Wang Kai, wake up! We grew up together since we were young, like brothers. How could you leave before me, at such a young age?" Then, this eerie individual stood up and shouted at Tang Chen, "You bastard, you killed my half-brother. I want you dead, you have to die, kill the ghost to pay for a life." Tang Chen did not pay too much attention to this suddenly ill eerie individual, but calmly picked his nose with his little finger. After taking it out, he wiped it with a tissue. Then, he slowly raised his head, looked at the eerie individual, and said, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Upon hearing Tang Chen's arrogant tone, the eerie individual was completely dumbfounded. How could this person be so unapologetic? "I warn you, don't be too arrogant as a person." The eerie individual pointed at Tang Chen and said loudly, "Ha!" Tang Chen let out a disdainful cold laugh, turned his head, and glanced at Ershua, who had jumped onto the desk at some point. "Is being arrogant illegal?" Tang Chen shrugged, sounding puzzled. He seemed to be talking to Ershua, but in reality, he was speaking to this group of eerie individuals. Especially the contempt in the tone, no matter how it was concealed, could not be concealed. Then, Tang Chen turned back and looked at the strange person, saying, "Tell me, which law in the world of strange tales says that people cannot be dragged?" Suddenly, there was silence all around. All the strange beings widened their eyes, looking at Tang Chen with great astonishment. Arrogant. Too damn arrogant. This was the word that lingered in their minds for a long time. Today, the performance of this human named Tang Chen had been deeply imprinted in their souls. They would probably never forget everything they saw today, even until death. The laws of the world of strange tales. What the hell are the laws of the world of strange tales? The world of strange tales only has rules, but who set the rules? The will of the strange tales. But looking at the human in front of them, was he really challenging the strange tales' will? No, he was challenging the will of the strange tales. Even daring to provoke the will of the strange tales. How could there be such an arrogant person in this world? And the strange being confronting Tang Chen was the same. It was completely dumbfounded. How could this human in front of them dare to challenge the will of the strange tales? Even they, the strange beings, dared not touch such taboos. The will of the strange tales, as the name suggests, is the embodiment of the will of the world of strange tales. But now, this human, he openly challenged the will of the strange tales and did not suffer any harm, which was enough to show his terror. After all, if they, the strange beings, did such a thing at ordinary times, they would probably have turned into ashes long ago. Tang Chen stood up from the chair, and the surrounding strange beings immediately retreated in fear. They looked at Tang Chen cautiously, like white mice locked in a cage. Just like the other visitors, when facing them. Disperse, there's nothing more to see. Tang Chen waved his hand, driving away the surrounding strange beings as if shooing away mosquitoes. Then, step by step, he approached the one he had argued with, who was already trembling, constantly retreating against the wall. The strange being bent its legs, raised its head, looked up at Tang Chen with a sense of oppression, its monstrous body trembling all over, its gaze almost dispersing. Tang Chen raised his hand and patted the neck of the strange being, saying, "Little strange being, if you want to be in this world, you must understand the rules. Admit your mistakes and stand up straight when being hit. Remember it well in your next life." Then, under the terrified gazes of countless strange beings, Tang Chen beckoned. Ursha quickly flew over and turned into a black blade, which Tang Chen held in his hand. "No, please don't." The strange being shook its head, trembling, hoping that Tang Chen would spare its life. "But, if you want me to kill a ghost to atone for it, I'll satisfy you. I'll use you to compensate for him." Tang Chen did not hesitate, and with a swift motion, another strange being fell under his hand. Bang! The door was pushed open. For a moment, all the strange beings in the office ran out. They wanted to stay away from this place, which was a death trap. Tang Chen didn't care much about it. It was definitely impractical for him to kill all the strange beings in the world of strange tales. But these few who dared to confront him openly, none of them could escape. Turning around, Tang Chen casually chopped off the head of the strange being that he had knocked out with a dictionary. Only then did he leisurely take 2 steps and come in front of Duhuan. Suddenly, he kicked Duhuan's head directly. He kicked it to the other side to prevent blood from spraying on himself. He then stepped on Duhuan's belly and pressed it hard twice. Duhuan's expression immediately became painful. But fortunately, he was not bleeding at the moment. And because of the pain, his rationality began to return. He was just a little dazed at the moment. Soon, Duhuan heard Tang Chen's voice. "Brother Duhuan, you've spit out so much blood, it's time to take a break." Hearing this, Duhuan looked up. I just saw Tang Chen standing beside me, looking down at me from a high vantage point. His expression was indifferent, just like when he had just faced off against his opponent. There wasn't even a single wrinkle on his clothes. "Chuanchang, I won't let the ghost who attacked me go. Do you have any last words?" "I'll let you finish." Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Chuanchang's heart sank. At first, he never thought that he would actually lose. He never thought about what would happen after he lost. He had only been thinking about how to deal with Tang Chen if he won. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that Tang Chen had no intention of letting him live. This made Chuanchang feel extremely uneasy. Losing to such a brute in the competition had shattered Chuanchang's confidence. Even in the face of the bazaar, without his spirit, he would become a different person. Like the current Chuanchang, he was extremely weak. But even so, he still didn't want to die. The concept of death, whether facing the bazaar or humans, only pointed to one thing: a path filled with unknown darkness. For Chuanchang, it was just his literary confidence that had been shattered, not his will to live. In this way, Chuanchang controlled his own, extremely weak body, and slowly opened his plump lips. He struggled to produce a somewhat unclear, hoarse voice. "I don't want to die." Tang Chen nodded and said, "All right, I understand, Chuanchang. Rest in peace." At the same time, Tang Chen's actions did not pause. In an instant, in his hands, Ursha transformed into a shovel, and then snap. Tang Chen beheaded Chuanchang, whose eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief, and his head unable to close its eyes in death. The office became empty. Besides Tang Chen and Ursha, the only one left was Henry, the arrival from the land of the setting sun. Henry witnessed everything that Tang Chen did. Although Chuanchang's voice was not loud in the end, because he was bizarre and extremely persistent, both Tang Chen and Henry understood his meaning. Ursha transformed back into a cat and climbed onto Tang Chen's shoulder. It was getting boring to stay here, so Tangchen was preparing to go out for a walk. At that moment, Henry stopped Tangchen. "Tang, wait," he said. Henry looked at Tang Chen and felt that Tang Chen's actions were not right. Although Chuan Chang had clearly expressed that he didn't want to die, Tang Chen still killed him. Henry believed that this was not the behavior of a gentleman. At the same time, he also felt that both he and Tang Chen were human, and perhaps they could reason with each other. "Tang," he said, "he didn't want to die." Tang Chen turned around, looking somewhat surprised at the arrival from the land of the setting sun, and nodded. "Yes, I heard. But you still killed him. Why, Tang?" That was his last words. Tang Chen said matter-of-factly, and with a strong sense of righteousness. Henry felt inexplicably aggrieved, his face turning red as he said, "Tang, your actions are not gentlemanly at all. He had already expressed that he wanted to live, but you still killed him." "Ha!" Tang Chen sneered at the seemingly angry Henry. "What's it to me? He said he didn't want to die, so I should spare his life? Then if I say I don't want to die, would he refrain from provoking me?" Saying this, Tang Chen came to Henry's side. Henry was suddenly startled. He thought Tang Chen was going to attack him, and instinctively tensed his whole body, closing his eyes. But the expected attack did not come. Instead, what he received was Tang Chen's relatively gentle voice. "As fellow arrivals, take my advice. Don't meddle too much, and you'll die quickly. Also, in the world of strange tales, don't be too sanctimonious. You'll die quickly too. The weapons in your hands are for killing enemies, not for self-destruction, and certainly not for gathering dust." Henry opened his eyes and listened in a daze. Tang Chen raised his head and distanced himself from Henry. He reached out and tapped Henry's chest, saying, "That's all I have to say. Think about it yourself." With that, Tang Chen turned and left with Ursha. Henry was left standing alone in place, staring blankly at the eerie corpse on the ground. If one were to ask what was different between the Parent-Teacher Association of the eerie world and the real world, it would probably be that most of the members who attended were eerie. As for the rest, there wasn't really much difference. It was just a simple way for the parents to understand the situation of their children at school. Of course, the eerie values might be a little different from those of humans. Linglan High School is a completely closed-off school, so the students all live on campus. On the day of the Parent-Teacher Association, outside the school was crowded with eerie parents. The eerie parents, men and women alike, were packed together like sardines, peering through the school gates into the campus as if they were visiting a prison. For example, there was a rather plump parent whose slime seemed even more anxious than she was, already squeezing through the crack in the door. She was just a step away from jumping down and eagerly searching for her child on the campus. Finally, the two slimes made a duong sound, and the school gates opened. A group of eerie parents rushed into the school as if fleeing a disaster. They began to go to the respective classrooms to find their children. After a short period of time, the ghostly principal used the loudspeaker to complete the routine speech, and the highlight of the Parent-Teacher Association finally began. That was the close communication between the ghostly parents and the teachers, which was the favorite part of these parents. At this time, they would find many humans acting as teachers in the school. These lively humans were rare and delicious ingredients. Almost instantly, a large number of ghostly parents set their sights on the visitors, each revealing a terrifying smile without any disguise, showing their fierce expression of "I want to eat you." The targeted visitors immediately felt a chill down their spines. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. The visitor from the Sakura country, Maple Kayajitsu, thought that his luck was good this time. After all, he taught a good class. Grade 3, Class 3. As the top class in Linglan High School, the ghostly students of Grade 3, Class 3, were diligently studying for their enrollment in the Erie University. It could be said that they were the most hard-working class in the entire school. Therefore, although Maple Kayajitsu would also face difficulties during these 5 days, it was much easier for him compared to some other visitors. At least, after using all his life-saving talents and craftsman spirit every time, he persisted until now. Originally, he was quite calm about the Parent-Teacher Association. He thought that the students in his class were doing well in their studies. So when communicating with these ghostly parents, he naturally had the confidence. But now, he was a little nervous. Just now, he saw a plump eerie parent find Henry, a participant from the land of the setting sun, and without a word, directly tore off one of Henry's arms. Then, while chewing, the eerie parent turned and left. Henry didn't even have a chance to speak. He hadn't even realized that he had lost an arm. This made Maple Kayajitsu feel extremely uneasy. What would he do if he encountered a ghostly parent who would harm people without a word? His good students in the class would be completely useless. As he thought about it, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This was too terrifying. Just as Maple Kayajitsu was nervously thinking, two eerie beings, one large and one small, walked towards him. One of them was strange, slightly chubby, with a square head and a large face, wearing light-colored sunglasses, a black suit with the top unbuttoned, and a floral shirt slightly open, revealing some chest. His expression was so serious and seemed to be displeased with everyone. Seeing this strange figure, Fong Kwang Rizu shuddered inexplicably, his legs trembling uncontrollably. It was so similar. Originally, the place where Fong Kwang Rizu lived was relatively turbulent. He had the fortune of seeing the leader of a local gang once, and it was just like this. The momentum and everything were too similar. The other strange figure was the class monitor of his third grade, tall and thin, wearing a standard black school uniform and glasses, looking gentle and refined. When the strange parent saw Fong Kwang Rizu, he said, "Hey, you're my son's teacher, right?" Hearing this, Fong Kwang Rizu was immediately startled. He nodded frantically and said, Hi, Arnold, Red Bean Paste Secret Marseille." He didn't know why he apologized, but he still did. Then, with a worried expression, Fong Kwang Rizu said, Excuse me for a moment." After that, regardless of whether the strange figure agreed or not, he turned and was about to run. He almost leaked out just now. He had to go and deal with it quickly. It was too scary. If possible, it would be best not to come back. But as soon as he turned around, the last sentence from the strange figure sent a chill down Fong Kwang Rizu's spine, as if a bucket of cold water was poured over him in the dead of winter. It made him feel cold inside. "Hi!" Fong Kwang Rizu didn't dare to look back, and could only respond loudly. Then, with a worried look, he rushed into the restroom. At this moment, the ghost student approached and pulled his father aside. Then, with a displeased expression, he shouted, "Old man, what are you doing? You scared the teacher away." Faced with his son's accusation, the ghost parent's momentum weakened, saying, "I understand, I will pay attention so that he can talk to me normally." Saying this, the ghost parent's eyes wandered around the classroom, seemingly looking for something like a wall of honor to see if his son's name was there. There was no such thing in the classroom of the third grade, and the ghost parent, not seeing it, once again focused on the reference book in his son's hand. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he roared in his heart, "I said that just to scare that kid away. Damn teacher, how dare he corrupt my son and make him so eager to learn. He even forgot our agreement." Looking at his son's frail figure, even at this moment, still eagerly absorbing knowledge from the reference book, the ghost parent's expression gradually became distressed. "Stop looking," he shouted, then snatched the reference book from his son's hand and threw it aside. "Old man, what are you doing?" the ghost student shouted at the ghost parent. But the ghost parent seemed not to hear, standing in place with his head down, speaking heavily. "Why are you like this? When did you become so eager to learn? Do you want to go to college? Have you forgotten our agreement? Drop out of high school, do all sorts of bad things, and join the underworld. Didn't we agree to unify City A together?" The ghost parent looked up, earnestly looking at his son, his expression so full of sorrow. "Ha!" Hearing the ghost parent's words, the ghost student rolled his eyes and said, "Who likes that boring life, you old bastard? Why? How did you become like this?" Looking at his son, the ghost parent's tone became low. His seriousness was like the roar of a wild beast, erupting after being suppressed. In general, when a father speaks to his child in this way, he is usually preparing to hit them. However, at this moment, the ghostly student still had a very arrogant appearance. He didn't even look at his father directly. His eyes narrowed into a line, filled with indescribable contempt. "Why do you care how I turned out like this? You!" The ghostly parent pointed at his child, his heart filled with excitement, his hands trembling, and he continued, "And why haven't you come back to see us even once? Sneaking out of the school, isn't that what delinquent teenagers should do?" However, the ghostly student still maintained the same attitude. "How can I study properly if I sneak out of school? My time is very precious. I need to study and review my lessons. Why are you doing this? Is it for your good grades?" The ghostly parent's voice grew slightly louder, filled with a sense of resentment. "What's the use of getting such good grades? Do you know, every time we come back from vacation and show off your good grades, what the neighbors' parents say? They say, this child from that family is really ambitious. Not only that, they also say to their own children, why don't you learn from their child, who scores full marks in every subject? Do you know that these praises for you reach my ears every day, making me feel ashamed and unable to hold my head up high?" The ghostly student turned to look at his father, with a nonchalant attitude. "You could have just pretended not to hear it," he said, then turned away and sighed deeply. Seemingly helpless, and at the same time, seemingly blaming his own father for being so incompetent. Then, he looked around, picked up an English book, and started reading. Seeing this, the ghostly parent was shocked. He shouted at his son, "Hey, what are you doing now?" "Of course, I'm studying a foreign language, it's very important." But in that case, you'll become even smarter. Idiot, stop studying, put it down, the ghostly parent said, snatching the book from his son's hands and throwing it away. However, there were so many books in the classroom, and the ghostly student picked up another one and started reciting it eagerly. That's enough, stop it, the ghostly parent shouted, snatching it away again and throwing it. But the books were right there on the desk, and the ghostly student easily picked up another one and started reading it frantically. I told you to stop, the ghostly parent shouted, snatching it away again and throwing it. Ah! Then, the ghostly parent shouted, bent down, and swept the table with his hands in a frenzy. It was a gesture of overwhelming power, pushing all the books on the table to the ground. The other students and their parents, who were the owners of the desk and books, looked at this father and son with disdain. But considering the terrifying demeanor of the ghostly parent, they could only swallow their anger and did not dare to approach. You, stop it, stop studying, the ghostly parent roared angrily at his son. Then, he raised his hand and punched his son, knocking him to the ground. At that moment, Maple Kyojuri, who had just come out of the restroom, was stunned to see this. How could this father and son start fighting? He was completely bewildered. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should run away quickly or step in to stop the fight between the father and son. The ghostly student lay on the ground. He felt a burning sensation on his left cheek, where his father had struck him. He covered his face, glaring fiercely at his father. His chest heaved violently, as if filled with anger. Then, the ghostly student stood up and shouted at the ghostly parent, "What do you want to do? You old man!" Speaking, he reached out his hands and charged towards the ghost father with a fierce momentum. His expression was fierce, his eyes malicious, as if he wanted to strangle the ghost father. Seeing this scene, the ghost father's eyes lit up, and a hopeful smile appeared on his face. He shouted in his heart, come on, this is it. This is my good son. This is what delinquents and gangsters should do. Hurry up and do it." Watching his son pounce on him like a hungry wolf, the ghost father even opened his arms, joyfully welcoming his son's attack. However, the ghost student charging fiercely did not launch an attack on the ghost father. Instead, with a grimace, he circled around to his back. Great, the ghost father thought. He felt that his son must want to give him a fierce and powerful German suplex, but the result was not the expected attack. His son just fiercely massaged his shoulders, as if afraid that his father would be tired from hitting him. In an instant, the ghost father's expression turned despondent. Then he suddenly waved his hand and pushed the ghost student away, angrily shouting, "Don't be filial to your parents. I hate you, what should you do? You should retaliate with malice and hatred. Retaliate." Angry, the ghost father reached out and slapped his own face several times. "Why don't you retaliate? Hit me here. I told you to retaliate. I told you to hit me, do you hear me? Damn it, hit me." Seeing the ghost father acting like a madman, the ghost student took 2 steps back. Seeing his son retreat, the ghost father couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. What's wrong with this child? Why is he like this? Is it not good to be an honest gangster who bullies men and women? But the next moment, the ghost father's expression became lively again. Perhaps there is still hope. He saw that after retreating, the ghost student's expression did not become timid, but remained fierce. Then, the ghost student looked around, as if looking for something. Then he suddenly rushed over and picked up a broom. "Damn it!" the ghost student shouted, charging with the broom. Seeing this, the ghost father's expression was once again filled with surprise. Yes, find a weapon. Strike the enemy fiercely. But things did not go as planned. The ghost father's hope was once again dashed, because the ghost student did not attack him, but ran to a place and earnestly started cleaning. "Why are you cleaning?" Watching his son, the ghost father trembled all over, feeling as if all hope was lost. He couldn't help but howl to the sky. No, his son had become obedient. This was the most difficult thing for the ghost father to accept. Clearly, from a young age, he had personally given his son elite education, letting him learn by example. He had hoped for a son who could carry on his legacy. But how long had it been? It was just in a small school, and his son had already failed. The second generation had not even taken over half of the business, and it had already collapsed. What the hell is going on? The ghost father's anger clouded his mind. He felt that there must be a reason for his son to become so obedient. There was only one answer. It was all because of this damn school, because of the damn education conducted by the damn teachers in the damn school, that made his son so obedient. Thinking back, when his son was with him, he dared to do all sorts of bad things. Not to mention hitting and cursing people, he even littered, spat, and relieved himself anywhere. He had done all of that. But now, he would study at the slightest provocation, and work hard at any task. He would even voluntarily give his parents massages, becoming the child of other people in the neighbor's eyes. This is not my son, the ghost father thought, his face turning red with anger. Then, he raised his head and, as if he had a locator installed, accurately found the position of Feng Riju. His eyes saw Feng Riju's sly face at the first moment. "You, come here," the ghost patriarch ordered. Feng Riju's body stiffened, but he dared not resist. This kind of eerie thing is much more powerful than humans, especially someone like this ghost patriarch, who looks exceptionally formidable. Definitely not someone to mess with. Maybe he just turned around, and before he could escape, the other party caught up. In his mind, flashed scenes of his own miserable death. Feng Riju felt completely off. He had no choice but to lower his head, bend his waist, and come to the front of the ghost patriarch, assuming a humble posture, like a dog. "I won't say much, I just want to ask you, how do you educate your children?" The ghost patriarch roared loudly at Feng Riju. Feng Riju had no idea how to answer such a question. He hesitated and said, just normal education. You don't need to worry, your son's grades are very good, and he is very sensible, always willing to help at school. Not knowing what else to say, he just praised. Which parent doesn't want their child to be excellent? Feng Riju had no idea what the father and son had talked about earlier. When he came out, he only saw scenes. He just felt that the father and son had a big fight because of the grades, even a physical fight. And the ghost patriarch's roar at his son, he thought, was just a burst of anger, saying things in anger. In the real world, he had seen this kind of situation many times. At this time, just praise the student. When parents hear the teacher's praise, they will be happy, and the student will silently remember you, saving his life. However, damn it! I knew it, you didn't educate my son properly. Do you know why I'm angry, do you know? The ghost patriarch suddenly went berserk. Black energy gushed out of his body, his eyes completely turned black. He reached out and grabbed Feng Riju's collar. With a suppressed voice carrying a certain tearing force, he kept shaking Feng Riju in his hand. The sudden situation left Feng Riju dumbfounded. He dared to look at the ghost patriarch, confused and frightened. "What?" Feng Riju asked. "Damn it, my son shouldn't be so obedient. He should be bad, very bad. Not just hitting, ghosts, and cursing, ghosts, he should also litter," shouted his parents. The ghost patriarch roared in anger, and his body quickly grew in size, completely replaced by black muscle tissue. In an instant, a nearly 3-meter-tall black giant appeared. And the head of this giant split open to the sides, revealing sharp teeth inside, and a black eye deep in the throat. Bang! The ghost patriarch swallowed Feng Riju's head, just like a hippo eating a watermelon. A large amount of juice splattered, and Feng Riju's head shattered into pieces. The death of the Sakura country descendant, the legendary teacher of the Ghost Bell Orchid High School, projected within the Sakura country border. At the same time, in another classroom, Henry, who had his arm torn off for no reason, was still alive at this moment. He was enduring the pain, sitting on a chair, leaning on a table, covered in cold sweat. His talent, graceful composure, greatly enhanced his vitality. This was a somewhat mediocre talent, but now, its usefulness was very evident. In just a short while, the wound where his arm was forcibly torn off had stopped bleeding and completely healed. Unfortunately, his arm couldn't grow back. But even so, the pain of having his arm forcibly torn off still lingered, haunting Henry's mind. The phantom pain made him suffer immensely. At this time, 2 strange figures walked over from the side. First was a small and skinny strange figure, who looked like a child compared to the other students. He was wearing a standard black school uniform, and his face was filled with stubbornness as he walked over with his parents. The other figure was an elderly strange figure, who seemed to be the grandmother of the ghost student. She was dressed in all black, hunched over with wrinkles covering her face, and had white hair, leaning on a cane. However, this old lady did not have a kind expression. She had an indescribable sense of arrogance on her face, as if she was displeased with everything in the classroom and wanted to say something about it. Seeing the 2 ghosts approaching, Henry quickly straightened up and sat properly. Having already lost an arm, he couldn't bear the thought of the strange figure finding fault with his attitude and taking something from him again. Henry felt very fearful and uneasy. The small, stubborn ghost had a determined look on his face, while the elderly strange figure showed a hint of arrogance in her expression. She tilted her head, squinted her eyes, and as she walked, she glanced over in their direction, her gaze falling on Henry. She shook her head slightly and clicked her tongue. "TSK, this has been used by someone." Her expression was similar to someone picking and choosing at a market. Finally, a hint of resignation flashed across her face. Perhaps there were no better options, so she had to make do. The grandmother and grandson slightly quickened their pace and arrived at Henry's table. The elderly strange figure brought the ghost student to Henry's side. The old lady raised her head slightly and, with a tone of grievance, helplessness, and suppressed anger, said, I am Liang Zikao's grandmother. How are you educating Liang Zikao? He called me a big idiot. Teacher, how should we deal with this child? His parents are not at home, they live far away, and I can't control him. He spends all day playing with his phone. When I ask him to eat, he says, if I don't eat, what can you do? If I don't eat, what can you do to me? Now, I am over 70 years old, should I be scolded by him? Hearing the strange old lady's complaints, Henry was initially stunned, but then his nervousness gradually dissipated. This was his first time as a visitor and his first time in the world of strange tales. The words Tang Chen had said to him the day before had left him in a daze. And now, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the strange old lady in front of him. Even though he knew that the strange figures in the world of strange tales were adept at disguises and fabricating stories, using these methods to attract and deceive humans, Henry felt that ignoring such a pitiful old lady would be very ungentlemanly. Moreover, the emotions expressed by this strange old lady seemed so genuine. She must not be lying. The strange old lady continued speaking. It seemed that she could no longer contain her anger and grievance, and her voice grew louder, with her furious emotions brewing and bursting forth in her words. Since I was a child, I have been through him. Since I was 3 years old, I have been through him. I have been through him all these years. This child scolds me like I'm nothing. The bastard. The strange old lady's words were full of emotion. Henry couldn't help but feel angry as he listened. How could Liang Zikao behave like this? His grandmother had raised him with great difficulty, and he dared to scold her like this? Henry felt extremely indignant. With a guilty conscience, he said to the strange old lady, I'm really sorry, madam. I think there must be a problem with our education system. Please rest assured, I will definitely discipline Liang Zikao. Henry lowered his attitude, as if it was truly his education that had led Liang Zikao to become the way he was now. He had been completely infected by the strange little old lady's emotions, and felt deeply, extremely angry at Liang Zikao's behavior. Liang Zikao. Henry stood up straight and shouted Liang Zikao's name seriously. At this moment, he completely put himself in the role of a teacher and reprimanded the student who had made a mistake. How could you speak to your grandmother like that? Do you understand how hard your grandmother has worked? She has raised you for so many years with great difficulty. Is it easy for your grandmother? Quickly apologize to your grandmother. However, Liang Zikao was so strange. How could he, because of a small human, apologize honestly? Liang Zikao hugged his arms, a stubborn look flashing on his face. His gaze fell slightly on Henry and he said, My grandmother is just like a small dish, and you are just a small dish. With that, Liang Zikao grinned, revealing a terrifying smile. Although he was small in stature, he had a big head. With his mouth wide open, his sharp teeth and a sinister black aura, Liang Zikao's head looked like a bean-eater. At the same time, Liang Zikao looked at Henry with malicious intent. Henry was startled. He swallowed his saliva and suddenly realized that the child in front of him was strange, not human. Thinking of the horror of the strange, he realized that his behavior was like giving the other party a free meal. Henry trembled with fear, and his rationality regained control of his mind. His eyes were somewhat vacant as he looked at the sinister Liang Zikao, who was convulsing. Henry recoiled. Originally filled with anger and imposing momentum, he slowly retreated at this moment. While reprimanding, his body unintentionally, along with his outstretched arms, also retracted. But it was pulled. Henry suddenly realized that he hadn't pulled his arm. He looked up and suddenly discovered that the strange little old lady had somehow circled around him. Now, the other party was firmly gripping his arm. In an instant, Henry's mind went blank, and he gave up thinking. Teacher, what did you just say? The strange little old lady asked with a smile. Henry's gaze was vacant, his expression stiff. He began to mechanically recount without any emotion, like a robot. I said, how could you speak to your grandmother like that? Do you understand how hard your grandmother has worked? She has raised you for so many years with great difficulty. Is it easy for your grandmother? Quickly apologize to your grandmother. Not that sentence, the one before. The strange little old lady said again. Then, Henry once again began the extremely stiff, mechanical response. I'm really sorry, ma'am. I think there must be a problem in our education process. You can rest assured, I will definitely discipline Liang Zikao. The next moment, the strange little old lady's face lit up. A smile blossomed on her face, like an extremely ugly chrysanthemum. She couldn't contain her excitement in her tone and asked, So, are you admitting that Liang Zikao's educational problems are all your fault, teacher? Yes. Henry was emotionless, staring straight ahead. He stood still, like a pine tree. allowing the strange little old lady to grip his arm. His arm had undergone a shocking deformation under the strange little old lady's strength. But even so, Henry had no reaction. He seemed to be unable to feel any pain. He just mechanically, as if following a predetermined program, answered the strange little old lady's questions. "It's all because of you, you've corrupted my grandson." Suddenly, the strange little old lady's face changed drastically. The entire strange, from the ecstatic excitement, immediately turned into a furious state. Her expression was ferocious as she roared at Henry. "Yes," Henry said. "I want you to apologize to me." The eerie little old lady roared again. Her whole body was filled with black energy, and that black energy flowed into Henry's body along his arm. Almost immediately, Henry's body swelled up like a balloon. Then, one after another, small holes appeared on Henry's body. Fresh red blood gushed out from the small holes. Henry, at this moment, was like a water balloon full of holes. "Ah ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." The eerie little old lady burst into a wild laughter. She and her grandson seemed very excited, dancing in the blood that Henry was spraying. The eerie little old lady's white hair quickly turned crimson. The parent-teacher meeting undoubtedly pushed this strange story to its climax. Various eerie parents, for various reasons, attacked the arrivals. In just over 10 minutes, almost all the arrivals in this instance had perished. The broadcast of the strange stories will continue to echo throughout the Blue Star. The bad news kept coming. People from various countries watching the live broadcast were trembling with fear and nervousness. The live broadcast, which seemed like a joke, was an insult to the national strange story imposed by the Blue Star. Each time, the swift elimination of arrivals from various countries made people from all over the world more deeply aware of how terrifying this sudden natural disaster was. Previously, watching the live broadcast was for entertainment, but now it was to witness the moment when the gates to hell opened. Everyone was lingering at the entrance to hell, trying their best to find out when they would enter. "Oh, Mayor Wang." At the entrance of Class 7 of the first year, the ghost principal was here, showing great respect to a slightly overweight eerie man in a black suit with adult-like hair, who was accompanied by Xiao Chuan with dyed blonde hair. "Your visit is a great honor. Please forgive my shortcomings." As he spoke, the ghost principal opened the door and welcomed Mayor Wang and Xiao Chuan into the classroom of Class 7 of the first year. After the two entered the room, the ghost principal followed behind. At the same time, he did not forget to praise Xiao Chuan, as if Xiao Chuan was not a troublemaker at school, but a model student. "Oh, Mayor Wang, your child's performance at school is excellent. Especially his essay, 'My Mayor Dad,' won first prize in the essay competition in City A. I have never seen such a talented child in writing. He will surely be successful in the future." Blah blah blah. The ghost principal continued to speak without stopping. However, Mayor Wang and Xiao Chuan obviously did not pay attention to him. Mayor Wang seemed indifferent, with a face full of stories and no expression. Xiao Chuan, on the other hand, had already shown impatience. The ghost principal noticed all of this, but he did not say much and continued to smile. According to the current known information, there are also different levels of eeriness. Currently, there are 3 levels: lower, middle, and upper. And there are also differences among upper-level eeriness. For example, someone like Mayor Wang could make the ghost principal unable to lift his head. This is not only because of his position, but also because of his strength. Most of the eerie in the strange story world do not like to beat around the bush. Whoever is stronger, whoever has a bigger fist, has the right, and their position is higher. This is also a recognized rule in the strange story world. After entering the classroom of Class 7 of the first year, Mayor Wang looked around. The next moment, his gaze was attracted by a tall figure. In the classroom, a serious-looking man sat in the front row. He was wearing a suit, standing tall, with a gloomy and dignified face, showing no joy or anger, just calmly looking at the ghost parents and ghost students below, exuding an air of dominance. A black cat with 2 tails and emerald green eyes lay quietly on the person's legs. He gently stroked the cat's head, his movements just right, showing elegance and contentment. At first sight, Mayor Wang was stunned. He was very sure that this person was not ordinary. In a daze, he remembered what his son had recently told him. He said that a very powerful teacher had joined his class. He saw that teacher as his life goal and lifelong idol. He also said that when he grew up, he wanted to become a person like Teacher Tang. This sentence left a deep impression on Mayor Wang. He remembered that his son used to admire him the most. But now, he had been replaced by someone with the surname Tang. This made him somewhat unhappy, and he wanted to see for himself what was so extraordinary about this Teacher Tang that attracted his son. At the same time, he also admired Teacher Tang's talent. His son had told him about the Luanyu that Teacher Tang had spoken about. He greatly admired someone who dared to say teaching without discrimination. Although he was unhappy that his son favored the other side, if possible, he still wanted to make friends with this teacher Tang. At this moment, he only took a fleeting glance. The person sitting in the front seat, with a heroic and upright demeanor, left a deep impression on him. Mayor Wang felt that this must be teacher Tang. So, Mayor Wang immediately changed his expression. From being aloof and almost looking down on everyone, he turned into a smiling face. He was very familiar with this kind of thing, as it was required for his job. The next moment, he walked towards Tang Chen's position with Xiao Chuan. With a smiling face, he reached out his hand. "You must be teacher Tang, I would like to make friends with you." Mayor Wang's words were not finished when he saw Tang Chen's calm but oppressive gaze sweep over. For a moment, Mayor Wang felt as if he was being stared at by some terrifying monster. His body stiffened, and the words he was about to say also stopped abruptly. Then, he realized that he, Mayor Wang, had been seen through, and he felt angry and annoyed, and his face suddenly turned cold. How could he, a dignified superior, be frightened by a human being? Even though he had felt that the human being was extraordinary, Mayor Wang felt that this was a great insult to him. A surge of black energy rose, thick and rolling like waves. He made an extremely fierce and ferocious expression, as if he were about to devour someone. Mayor Wang strode towards Tang Chen. He wanted to make this human being understand that there are things beyond human and beyond the heavens. Then, a force came from behind and grabbed his arm. He turned around and saw his son Xiao Chuan, pulling him with all his might. Looking at the expression under the yellow-dyed hair of the other party, it seemed as if he was going to his death. This was strange. Why would Xiao Chuan show such an expression? Inexplicably, a sense of heroism and ambition arose in his heart. "Father, what are you going for?" "To kill humans and strengthen the ghost's will. If you don't come back, then don't come back." Mayor Wang's face changed slightly, and he turned decisively, wanting to continue towards Tang Chen. This time, Xiao Chuan became anxious. He pulled his father back with all his strength and shouted in a voice almost like crying, "Dad, don't go, damn it, don't go. You can't beat teacher Tang, don't go, damn it." Mayor Wang pushed Xiao Chuan away and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking? How can I, a dignified superior, lose to a human being? Do you know how I became the mayor of City A? I held 2 kitchen knives and chopped my way from the south gate of City A to the north gate. 1 came, I killed 1, 2 came, I killed a pair. For 3 whole days and nights, I didn't even blink. Am I afraid of a human being?" Mayor Wang's words were very domineering. The other ghosts around him heard it and their eyes lit up. They felt that perhaps someone could deal with this arrogant human being. Why are they sitting here honestly? Is it really because of a guilty conscience? Definitely not. Mainly, this teacher's surname Tang is too awesome. This father and son just arrived and don't know, but those who arrived earlier just saw it with their own eyes. A pair of ghost mother and daughter were turned into a ball by this human in just a few moves. When those 2 died in a strange way, their terrifying and unyielding faces were so horrifying. It deeply imprinted in their minds, becoming an indelible shadow of terror. Meow meow? Wow! For 3 days and nights, your eyes didn't blink at all. Are your eyes dry? Mayor Wang was showing off, and suddenly there was a cat's meow behind him. Moreover, Mayor Wang naturally and clearly understood the meaning. Mayor Wang immediately turned around. He stared at the black cat that was lying on teacher Tang's leg. The black cat changed its posture at this moment. Tilting its head to look at itself, in its emerald green eyes, it actually showed a puzzled expression. "I said I killed ghosts without blinking, and you ask me if my eyes are dry?" Mayor Wang looked at Ershua, shocked and angrily asked, "Meow meow? So are your eyes dry or not?" Mayor Wang opened his mouth, hesitated to speak. He was rendered speechless by Ershua. "I'm a weirdo, what do I care if my eyes are dry? Meow meow? Who is this weirdo?" Mayor Wang's expression twitched crazily. He really couldn't stand this cat. It's so annoying. What kind of psychological perversion would cultivate such a cat? Mayor Wang's gaze turned to Tang Chen. Suddenly, he felt a little timid. Could this guy have escaped from a mental hospital? Tang Chen was chewing something expressionlessly, then blew a pink bubble in his mouth. It turned out to be bubble gum. He looked towards Mayor Wang and finally settled his gaze on Xiao Chuan. He waved his hand lightly and said, "Xiao Chuan, quickly bring your dad to sit down and stop making a fuss." Xiao Chuan nodded repeatedly at this. This indicated that teacher Tang had no intention of dealing with his dad. His dad still had a chance. So, he hurried forward, ready to pull his old man to his seat. However, Mayor Wang was not pleased to hear this. Although he had not been a big brother for many years, his brothers were still around, and he had been in this position for so long. When had he ever been treated like this? He immediately wanted to confront Tang Chen. And then, the corner of his eye caught sight of something hidden in the shadowy corner. It was a quite grotesque and terrifying sphere. There was a face on the sphere, with a twisted and pained expression. Around it, some body outlines could be seen. That sphere seemed to have been forcibly twisted out by some strange means. There was no doubt that the strange thing was already dead. Mayor Wang felt his scalp tingle. What kind of psychological perversion would use such terrifying means to deal with others? His gaze then fell on Tang Chen. He was sure that this guy must have escaped from a mental hospital. Taking 2 steps back, Mayor Wang grabbed Xiao Chuan's hand. "Good son, where is your seat? Take Dad there quickly." Xiao Chuan looked at the cold sweat on Mayor Wang's forehead, and he knew that his old man was scared. This relieved him, because his old man wouldn't be killed by Teacher Tang. His old man wouldn't be killed by Teacher Tang, and the disgusting Uncle Wang next door wouldn't become his second dad. However, after tonight, that Uncle Wang might not exist in this strange world anymore. After receiving Teacher Tang's guidance these days, he understood the principle that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He also understood the domineering attitude of hearing the Tao in the morning and dying in the evening. He had already inquired about the way to Uncle Wang's house, and tonight, he would kill him. After Mayor Wang and Xiao Chuan were settled, Tang Chen casually glanced around. "There are no vacancies, all the weirdos are here." He spoke up, saying, "First of all, welcome everyone to this parent meeting. I also hope that all the parents will cooperate and follow the rules, and not cause trouble. Oh, by the way, your own rules don't apply here. In front of me, my rules are the only rules. I don't care what you weirdos are up to, or what abilities you have. In front of me, Tang Chen, the dragon coils and the tiger lies down. If you have any objections, you can come and try. Those 2 weirdos just now have already been bundled up by me and thrown aside." Tang Chen scanned the weirdos below with a calm gaze, speaking at a steady pace, his voice deep and stable. Each word fell into the ears of the weirdos, clear and weighty, as if each word carried a tremendous weight, making it difficult for them to lift their heads. The weirdos only felt an invisible, overwhelming pressure, like a mountain hanging over their heads. It shook their ghostly hearts. "Alright, I don't have too many rules," Tang Gang continued, "just be honest with me, and I won't make things difficult for you. Alright, I'm done speaking. Any parents who want to ask questions or talk to me about your children's matters? Come up one by one. If there's nothing, hurry up and take your children away, don't waste time or take up space." With that, Tang Chen leaned forward slightly, placing his hands in front, his arms resting on the table. His oppressive gaze swept over each of the weirdos. As Tang Chen's gaze swept over them, the weirdos below all sat up straight and still. When Tang Chen's gaze was about to fall on their heads, they were like those guilty students. As soon as they heard the teacher asking a question, or about to meet the teacher's gaze, they immediately lowered their heads, burying them deeply. They seemed to want to bury their heads in the table. "This human. Something's not right." Each weirdo had such thoughts in their hearts. They sat here, each feeling uneasy, as if on pins and needles, as if with a thorn in their throat. 2 conflicting emotions, almost wanting to leave first. But they didn't dare. Even though Tang Chen said it was okay to leave if there's nothing, they still didn't dare to make a move. What if this human is just baiting them? If they move, he'll come up and slap them, saying, "Did I tell you to move?" What then? Moreover, that most powerful Mayor Wang is now also cowering like them. Who dares to make a move? The weirdos discreetly observed the expressions and actions of the other ghosts with their eyes. They had made up their minds. As long as someone else leaves, they will leave too. If no one leaves, they won't leave either. It's like the saying, "You go ahead and test the road, I'll follow if you don't die." So, the atmosphere in the classroom became oppressive. No one spoke, and it felt heavy, as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads. "What's wrong with you guys?" After a while, none of the weirdos made a move. Tang Chen spoke up, somewhat annoyed. Sitting there like statues, not moving at all. "Are you made of wood? If you have something, come up and ask. If not, hurry up and leave, don't you understand?" Tang Chen's mood was not beautiful. He called for a parent meeting, and these weirdos were like sculptures, standing still. If it weren't for the vivid and sly expressions on their faces, he would have thought these weirdos were all dead. This is damn ridiculous. Each and every one of them is simply wasting his time. With this effort, he could go fishing, or play spider solitaire. Tang Chen, feeling a bit irritated, became rough in his actions of petting the cat. This made Ursha feel very uncomfortable. Under Tang Chen's touch, its scalp was almost being torn off. It felt like pulling a small braid too hard, a sense of excessive force. This made Ursha look at the weirdos below with some displeasure. However, when Tang Chen didn't speak, it was better. His words made the people below even more uneasy, each of them lowering their heads like sullen gourds. In the corner, Mayor Wang watched with genuine concern. Inside, he couldn't help but curse. "Why the hell aren't you leaving? What are you standing around for? You're wasting my time, damn it. But despite his frustration, the others didn't leave, and he had no choice. Finally, he glanced at his son. Forget it. If they won't leave, can't I leave instead? After all, I'm the mayor. I think he'll give me some face. Watching his father's changing expression, Xiaochuan thought to himself, oh no, this old man is up to something again. He quickly reached out and grabbed his father's hand, shaking his head solemnly to signal him to behave. Mayor Wang nodded at Xiaochuan, indicating, I understand, don't worry. Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his father's mind was still intact. He let go of his father's hand, but as soon as he did, Mayor Wang took swift strides and walked towards Tang Chen. Damn! Xiaochuan was dumbfounded. Do you understand? Do you understand anything? Relax, take a deep breath. He quickly jumped out of his seat and chased after the figure that seemed to be getting farther and farther away. Seeing this scene, the other uneasy individuals around couldn't help but admire the figure who dared to face the terror head-on. He's truly the mayor, easily doing what we can't. So, this group of uneasy individuals can't even stand up now, can they? Yes, because their legs turned to jelly. Soon, Mayor Wang arrived in front of Tang Chen. Finally, some initiative. Mayor Wang's appearance made Tang Chen feel a bit relieved. Then he heard Mayor Wang quietly say to him, Tang, can we have a word? I've heard Xiaochuan mention you. If there's something, just say it here, no need to beat around the bush. Reasonably speaking, your child is very dishonest, often causing trouble in society. You need to discipline him in this regard. Have you ever thought about what you would do if one day he provokes the wrong person? Other than that, there's not much of a problem. But Xiaochuan's arrogance must be changed. Showing off will only harm him. Who can say that a sharp tongue in a 3-inch box of water won't cause harm? Tang Chen didn't think too much. When Mayor Wang came over, he started to give a very responsible evaluation of Xiaochuan. Ha! Mayor Wang was stunned, staring blankly at Tang Chen with wide eyes. He had originally wanted to pull Tang Chen aside. The two of them could have a chat and get to know each other. He was very interested in Tang Chen and also felt that this person would definitely have a bright future. He was considering whether he could invite him for a meal or something. But before he could speak, the other party blabbered on about a bunch of things related to his son. At this moment, Xiaochuan finally arrived. Tang Chen hadn't made a move against his father yet, which made him relax a bit. Tang, this is my dad. He didn't say anything he shouldn't have, did he? Knowing how terrifying Tang Chen was, Xiaochuan asked nervously. No, your father came up first, which shows that he cares about you. That's good, that's good. Xiaochuan patted his chest in relief. At this moment, Ursha suddenly jumped onto the table. It walked elegantly, proudly raising its head and slowly approaching the edge of the table. Its emerald green eyes looked at Mayor Wang. In the hearts of the students in Class 7 of the first grade, Tang Chen held a high position. Because if his position wasn't high, his fist would be very heavy. As Tang Chen's cat, dog, Ursha also held a high position in the hearts of these ghostly students. So Xiaochuan often gave it snacks and sought advice on the mysteries of language. This made Ursha greatly fond of this little yellow-haired boy. Now that Xiaochuan's father had come, it naturally wanted to make friends as well. Two fools are now sorting out their words. It remembers that Xiaochuan once told it that his father's name is Wang Zhenji. After straightening out the train of thought a little, two fools spoke up, Meow. I know you, Xiaochuan mentioned you to me. Meow. You are Xiao Wang, right? Wang Zhenji? How can this cat insult people? You are the one who is a jerk. When Xiaochuan's father, Wang Zhenji, heard two fools' voice, he immediately looked over in this direction. In his eyes, there was a furious gaze, as if he could spew fire. This black cat is simply too audacious. Looking at Wang Zhenji's angry expression, Two Fools was stunned for a moment, thinking to itself, I didn't provoke him either. Why does he look like he wants to eat me? Soon, Two Fools realized its own problem. Xiao Wang, it's really too easy to misunderstand. So, it reorganized its language and said, ahem, my mistake. You are Xiao Ji, right? Wang Zhenji? You black cat. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? You little brat? Then you might as well be a jerk. What do you mean, you keep insulting me in different ways? In an instant, Wang Zhenji looked at Two Fools with eyes full of anger. Bang! Two Fools' head was knocked. Tang Chen silently pulled Two Fools back. Then he said to Wang Zhenji, sorry, this cat is not very good at speaking. What it meant to say is, you are Zhenji, right? Wang Zhenji. Too audacious. Too audacious. Wang Zhenji could no longer bear it, his whole body was surging with blackness, and he said to Tang Chen, you, sir, are really rude. Ghosts can be killed, but not insulted. You have repeatedly insulted me, I will slaughter you, slaughter you. Wang Zhenji was furious. He couldn't take it anymore. The man and the cat in front of him, repeatedly and blatantly. It was obvious that they wanted to humiliate him. Think about it, the big brother of City A, the current mayor. When has he suffered such humiliation? Enough is enough. He couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't need to bear it anymore. Just because he turned the weird group into a ball, can he really scare him? Come on, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Today, he will once again restore the dignity of the weird, reclaim lost territory, and expand his territory. Let the human in front of him understand who is the real boss. Wang Zhenji's body was surging with blackness, his voice was like thunder, his anger was rising, his eyes were shooting lightning, his face was red, his teeth were like iron. His body was like a great wall, with 4 arms and iron-black skin, muscles like ravines, red hair like ghost fire, standing still like a demon. What a formidable figure! In a short moment, Wang Zhenji completed his transformation, like a god or demon in a strange story. The weird below saw this and felt a deep admiration, like a surging river, unstoppable. It was worthy of being the mayor, daring to confront that terrifying human. It had to be said that after Wang Zhenji completely transformed into a ghost, he was still very imposing. He believed that he could fight Tang Chen. After all, he was just a human. No matter how powerful, where could he go? Most humans, even in the face of lower-level weird, only have the fate of being slaughtered. Moreover, he was only one step away from being a specialized weird. Wang Zhenji's thoughts were very beautiful, and he was full of confidence. But Xiao Chuan didn't think so. He was really afraid that his father would be killed by Tang Chen. He quickly ran from behind and hugged his father's waist, desperately shouting, "Dad, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Teacher Tang didn't mean that. They are not insulting you. Can we not go looking for death, please? You can't beat him." After hearing his son's words, Wang Zhenji's nameless anger erupted in his heart. Turning around, he reprimanded his son. "Nonsense. How can you, a weirdo, think that I, a dignified weirdo, can't beat a little human?" Ogawa still held onto Wang Zhenji, while also looking towards the corner where a strange figure was curled up. I think they must have thought the same before they turned into that appearance. Wang Zhenji fell silent for a moment, then scolded, "Nonsense. As a senior supernatural being, can't I defeat a mere human?" Ogawa still held onto Wang Zhenji's waist and said, "The principal is also a senior supernatural being. He was beaten by Teacher Tang and couldn't get up from the ground. He only just came out of the hospital the day before yesterday." Wang Zhenji fell silent once again. "No, are you his son or my son? I am your son. Then why are you undermining me?" "I didn't undermine you, you really can't beat him." "Nonsense. I am about to specialize in supernatural abilities. How can I not defeat a mere human?" "No, don't go, try and you'll die." Ogawa and Wang Zhenji each stuck to their own arguments, starting an unprecedented tug-of-war. Neither of the father and son would yield, one wanting to fight Tang Chen and the other not allowing it. In the meantime, Ursha had slipped away and returned with a bag of peanuts. The cat and the man ate and watched, feeling quite at ease. The other supernatural beings below, watching this scene, were also extremely anxious. They kept shouting in their hearts, "Do something! Why don't you do something? What are you telling your son all the time? What are you standing there for? Can your son, with his small frame, really stop you? Do something! Stop talking and take some real action." Wang Zhenji, who was arguing with Ogawa, scanned the expressions of every supernatural being below, and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Had ha! You guys don't understand a thing. This is called luring the enemy in deep. When the opponent gets close to me, I will use my 4 hands to launch a surprise attack. That will definitely be unstoppable." Just as he was thinking this, a shadow loomed over him. Wang Zhenji knew that his target had arrived. He quickly turned around, ready to launch a surprise attack. And then, bang! Ah! Boom! 3 sounds rang out in succession. When he came to his senses, Wang Zhenji was nowhere to be seen. Tang Chen shook his hand and muttered softly, hesitating. Ogawa was completely dumbfounded. "Where's my dad? Where did my big dad go?" Then, a faint groan came from somewhere. Ogawa looked in the direction of the sound and saw his old man lying against the wall, his face twisted irregularly. Clearly, he had been beaten by Tang Chen. Ogawa hurriedly said goodbye to Tang Chen in a fluster and ran over to pull his old man's arm and rush out the door. Run! Hurry and run! That was the only thought in Ogawa's mind. He was afraid that if he didn't run, Tang Chen would beat him too. If he was beaten to death, or unable to move, it would not be worth it. He hadn't finished off Uncle Wang next door. As for his dad, he was about to become a specialized supernatural being, with strong regenerative abilities. Inside the classroom, the other supernatural beings watched as Ogawa took Wang Zhenji away, and Tang Chen did not stop them. They all jumped up from their chairs and ran out as if their butts were on fire. Leave quickly, and never come back again. This place is truly damn terrifying. At the same time, they took their children with them. The parent-teacher meeting would give them half a day off, so naturally they had to take their children far away from this dangerous teacher. Of course, they also had to stay away from this dangerous school. Never coming back again. They would arrange for their children to transfer to another school as soon as they got back. How could they let their children go to such a dangerous place to study? The ghostly parents were all focused on escaping and getting away from Tang Chen. Little did they know that their decision today would make a significant contribution to the early-stage propaganda of a terrifying organization that existed in the world of strange tales in the future. In the future, there would be the Gentlemen's Association, which was the largest organization in the world of strange tales. Every member of the organization was brave and skilled in battle. They liked to reason with others, but if others don't listen to their reasoning, they use their fists to teach others. The parents' meeting ended quickly. As the parents of other classes left one by one, they left feeling refreshed and satisfied. But in class 7 of the first grade, one parent after another fled with their children. After that, it was 2 uneventful days, and this strange tale quickly passed. In addition, Longwei and a small number of countries realized, because of Tang Chen's parents' meeting, that there is a kind of existence called specialized strangeness above the higher-level strangeness. However, this kind of specialized strangeness seems to have never appeared since the arrival of the national strange tale. In addition, it is worth mentioning that on the night of the parents' meeting, Wang Zhenji had a nightmare. He dreamed that when he went to bed at night and lifted the covers, Tang Chen was all inside. Those Tang Chens were slapping him one after another. Wang Zhenji woke up from the dream. He opened his eyes and realized that he was still standing by the bed and had not gone to bed. The nightmare just now was too terrifying, and at this moment, he was already covered in sweat and felt sticky all over. Taking off the shirt he was wearing, he groped his way to the bathroom. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "It was just a dream. It was really terrifying. I'm so tired today that I fell asleep standing up." Wang Zhenji casually washed his face, then returned to the bed and lay down all at once. There were no other ghosts on the big bed. His wife was often not at home, and he had become accustomed to this feeling and did not find it surprising. But he always felt like he had forgotten something, or that something was not right. With this doubt in mind, Wang Zhenji lifted the covers and lay down on the bed. This time, there was no Tang Chen under the covers, and he gradually fell asleep. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud knocking on the door. Who is it? Wang Zhenji, who was already very tired, sat up from the bed, got out of bed, and went to the door without suspicion. He opened the door, and a familiar face appeared before his eyes. Tang Chen! Wang Zhenji woke up again. He was sitting on the bed, covered in sweat, panting heavily, and his heart was beating fast. Damn it! Wang Zhenji slapped his forehead and cursed weakly. What the hell is going on with this Tang Chen? Why does he keep bothering me? Damn it, I keep having nightmares and can't even sleep. Clang! Wang Zhenji lay on the bed, staring blankly at the pitch-black ceiling. He took a deep breath. Since he was having nightmares when he slept, he decided not to sleep. He picked up his phone and the light from the screen cast a deathly pallor on his face. Playing with his phone, he shouldn't encounter Tang Chen, right? Tentatively, Wang Zhenji looked at his phone for a few minutes. No problem, very nice. Then, just as Wang Zhenji was immersed in the momentary peace brought by his phone, the phone rang, and a call came in. Wang Zhenji frowned, squinted at the screen, and looked closely at the caller ID. Tang Chen! Wang Zhenji trembled all over, screaming loudly. He woke up again in a dream, sitting on the bed, covered in sweat. Tang Chen, damn it, it's Tang Chen again. Then, a foot stretched out from the darkness and kicked Wang Zhenji in the face, knocking him off the bed. A plump woman sat up from the bed, her eyes filled with weariness. She stood with her hands on her hips, her upper body exposed, and loudly scolded the naked Wang Zhenji on the ground. Wang Zhenji, are you crazy? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you yelling about? Faced with his wife's anger, Wang Zhenji quickly got up from the ground and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I had a nightmare. It was at this moment that he remembered what was wrong. His wife was staying at home today. How could she not be in bed? Just then, boom! I only heard a deafening roar coming from the side. Along with it, their room seemed to shake twice. The couple immediately woke up. They quickly got up from the bed and put on some clothes. Wearing slippers, they rushed outside. In the corridor, they looked at the neighboring Mr. Wang's house. Thick smoke was pouring out from the door crack, and faintly, they could see the flickering, raging fire inside. The two looked at each other and quickly took their still sleepy son downstairs for shelter. At the same time, a note inside Mr. Wang's house was consumed by the fire. It read, "In the morning, hear the way, in the evening, die content. Junzi Bang, Chuanzi Lu." When he opened his eyes again, Tang Chen arrived in the settlement space. It was a place that was no different from the teleportation space, except that he was the only one there. At the same time, the broadcast of the strange tales will echo through the blue star. Congratulations to the Dragon Country descendant for successfully clearing the stage as the legendary teacher of Linglan High School. The Dragon Country has gained national fortune, and everyone's physical fitness has increased by 5%. Because the Dragon Country descendant performed exceptionally well in the strange tale, leaving a deep impression, the Dragon Country has gained a critical hit reward. The Dragon Country has gained an additional national fortune, and everyone's intelligence has increased by 3%. Of course, it wasn't just the Dragon Country that successfully cleared the stage. However, the Dragon Country's consecutive 2 rewards were particularly memorable. On the other hand, Tang Chen also checked his own copy settlement. Copy settlement. Here, your strange coins obtained after the copy will be counted. You performed exceptionally well in the legendary teacher of Linglan High School and received a total of 4,500 strange coins. Among them, the clearing settlement is 2,500, the exceptional performance bonus is 1,000, and being remembered by the ghost adds 1,000. So, adding the strange coins left over from last time to the ones obtained this time, Tang Chen now had a total of 7,400 strange coins in his hands. With another 2,600 strange coins, he could eliminate a strange tale for the Dragon Country. That's just one strange tale. This time, Tang Chen didn't try to allocate points to his attributes or buy anything else from them all. He left directly, quietly waiting for the next strange tale to arrive. The brief interlude of the National Fortune strange tale seemed to have not caused much to happen. Tang Chen continued to study with his brothers in arms. Apart from that, the only thing that was somewhat intriguing was that it seemed like a lot of people had recently become rich online and were treating a bunch of friends to barbecue every day. Time passed quickly. Just as Tang Chen finished using the restroom, when he opened the door, instead of returning to his familiar room, he found himself in the teleportation space. This time, most of the people were unfamiliar faces. This was his 3rd time entering the National Fortune strange tale, and the screen that popped up didn't dawdle, immediately starting to extract talents. Currently extracting your random talent. Extraction complete. Congratulations, you have temporarily gained the talent, Kung Fu Master. During the time of the next copy, you will be able to use this talent. Kung Fu Master, when you launch an attack against the strange, and shout out the name of the move, your attack will cause damage to the strange. A simple attack type talent. In the hands of certain individuals, this talent could possess extremely terrifying power. The strange tale began quickly. After the teleportation was completed, Tang Chen opened his eyes and found himself in a small single room. The furnishings here were quite simple, with a bed, wardrobe, a desk, and a chair. However, there was a bathroom and a small kitchen. And now, he was sitting on the bed. Soon, a pop-up window appeared, providing Tang Chen with some basic information related to this strange tale. 1. You have become a salesperson at Hauga Chain Department Store in City C. Remember, to go to work on time every day, otherwise the manager will be angry. 2. Your working hours are from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Make sure not to be late or leave early. You are responsible for your own breakfast and dinner, but you can have lunch at the supermarket. 3. Your current location is the apartment prepared for employees of the Hauga Chain Department Store, which is also where you will be living. 4. You don't need to commute on your own or remember the route to and from work. There will be dedicated personnel to pick you up and drop you off. 5. Robbie is the driver responsible for picking you up. It will be waiting for you downstairs between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning, and between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock in the evening. However, Robbie may be delayed at times due to certain circumstances. 6. Robbie is a pink rabbit with long ears and eyes like black gems. Its hands and feet are white, and it is thin and about 1.6 meters tall. Be sure not to mistake it for someone else. 7. Robbie is usually indifferent, but occasionally shows warmth. When it kindly asks you, "Would you like a bento?" it's best not to refuse Robbie's kindness. 8. Sometimes, Robbie may take you to other places on the way, which could be remote areas or even a slaughterhouse. Please do not panic, as Robbie will take you back after finishing its business, unless you also want to become prey. It is now 8 a.m., and you should go to work. Temporary reminder, after reading, the screen did not disappear as usual, but turned into a black electronic watch that was worn on Tang Chen's wrist. Then, the voice of the strange tales will came from inside. In the upcoming strange tale time, you can check the existing basic information here. Then, the screen of the electronic watch lit up. It was overall blue with white time display. It is now 8:01. Swish! A black liquid flew out of Tang Chen's left hand, plop, and fell to the ground, gradually solidifying. A black and white Siberian husky with blue eyes appeared in the room. As soon as it appeared, the husky stood with its four legs apart. It tilted its head, bared its teeth, and looked askance at the electronic watch on Tang Chen's left wrist with its blue eyes. The infuriated emotion overflowed uncontrollably. Woof! Woof woof! You little runt, how dare you take my spot? Saying this, the husky bounced around for a couple of times. It seemed that seeing the electronic watch not moving, it gradually became bolder. Woof! Woof woof! You little runt, taking my spot, I'll teach you a lesson. The husky suddenly lunged forward, raised a front paw, and slapped the electronic watch on Tang Chen's hand. Stop it! Tang Chen pushed the husky aside. Then, the husky froze. It stared at Tang Chen in a daze, its blue eyes filled with grievance and confusion. Then, the husky howled to the sky. The sound, as mournful as a cry, made the listeners sad and the onlookers shed tears. Woo. Old Tang, why don't you want me? That was clearly my spot. Woo. Sigh. I should have known it would end up like this. You humans, once you find someone new, you forget about the old love. I wanted to argue a bit, but it turned into my own fault. It was all a mistake in the end. Crack. Tang Chen didn't know where the husky learned all this. Anyway, he just slapped the husky on the head. Stop howling, it's time to go to work. The husky immediately shut up. However, it still tilted its head and looked at Tang Chen with a nearly glaring gaze. But in its blue eyes, there was no sign of anger or sadness. It seemed to be puzzled about why it was being hit. Then, as it watched Tang Chen push the door and leave, it quickly followed. The four legs each walked their own way, striding with arrogance. The apartment building prepared for employees is a high-rise, and Tang Chen lives on the 11th floor, now taking the elevator downstairs. The time displayed on the watch is 8 o'clock and 5 minutes. Tang Chen and Ursha arrived downstairs. They didn't see any other arrivals, nor did they see anything else strange. Tang Chen looked up and had to admit that this place is really strange. In terms of visual perception, it should be broad daylight now, but the sky is indeed pitch black. Not paying too much attention to this, Tang Chen, with Ursha, headed towards the entrance of the residential area. It looks normal outside, just an ordinary street. Many cars are parked around, some with open windows, and most of the drivers are some kind of humanoid animals. They look like they've walked out of an old cartoon. As soon as they came out, several animal drivers greeted Tang Chen and asked if he wanted a ride. Tang Chen shook his head and declined their offer. At this moment, a black car drove up from a distance and stopped in front of Tang Chen. Ding dong! The elevator door slowly opened, revealing a dim corridor with several broken lights hanging from the ceiling, seemingly not repaired for a long time. Stepping out of the elevator, Faisal raised his hand and looked at the electronic watch on his wrist. It was 8 o'clock and 3 minutes. Standing still, he kept staring at the watch until the time jumped to 8 o'clock and 4 minutes. Then he put down his hand and looked up again. Hesitating for a long time, feeling nervous and panicked, he suddenly became an arrival, representing the country of the camels in the world of strange tales, and he was not prepared for this at all. He had to pretend to be calm and act cautiously based on his past experience of watching live broadcasts of national strange tales. If he was lucky, maybe he could survive? Faisal was not confident because the innate talent he drew was not very good, even useless. At least, for someone like him, a first-time arrival in the world of strange tales, it was completely useless. Splurge, money can make the ghost grind. When you use the power of money, the strangeness will be more willing to help you. At first glance, it seems okay. But the key issue is that he was entering the world of strange tales for the first time. And anyone who knows a little about national strange tales knows that they use damn strange coins in there. How the hell is he supposed to have strange coins as a newcomer to the world of strange tales? In addition to worrying and fear, Faisal was full of anger towards the world of strange tales. He suspected that the damn strange will was targeting him. A one-time resurrection talent would be more useful than this. Where the hell was he going to get strange coins? Even in the world of strange tales, the wages for arrivals are usually paid daily. He had to be able to get through the first day smoothly, and only get a few strange coins in a day. Where could he splurge money? Faisal felt uncomfortable and aggrieved. The employee apartment was dead silent, and he hadn't seen a single strange or arrival until now. This made him feel a little depressed, thinking, am I the only one living in this entire apartment building? Soon after leaving the apartment building, he came to the vast and empty residential area, but the feeling of suffocation in his heart did not ease with the open view in front of him. On the contrary, it intensified in this quiet and lonely environment. Faisal felt worried about his future and felt hopeless in life. He looked up at the sky, with a face full of despair. The black dome covered the earth, with no sun, and although the earth was so bright, the sky above was pitch black, and in the distant night sky, there were twisted and bizarre stars hanging. Faisal opened his mouth as if to speak, but then hesitated. His situation and circumstances were not optimistic, and he felt that he was destined to suffer. He wondered if he should make one final shout. In this situation, it would be quite reasonable to shout, "Strange will, go to hell and screw me over." However, with so many people watching, Faisal felt embarrassed. He quickened his pace, walked out of the gate of the residential area, and found many cars and various animal drivers, but none of them were there to pick him up. He remembered from the information provided by the strange will that the animal driver responsible for picking him up for work was a rhinoceros named Ruby, with gray skin and a broken horn. As he reached the roadside, Faisal continued to mutter to himself. At the same time, he looked around, trying to find his driver. However, he did not see the gray rhinoceros, but he did see quite a few bull-headed creatures with yellow fur. At that moment, a black car drove up from a distance and quickly stopped in front of Faisal. Then the car window rolled down, revealing the driver inside, a rabbit. The rabbit was slender, with a pink body, long ears, black eyes, and white hands and feet, as if wearing white gloves and socks. Faisal felt a sudden sense of loss. This was not his driver. Then he looked at the time. 7 minutes past 8. It was still early, with 23 minutes to go. Yet he felt extremely anxious, as if there was a fire burning in his heart, slowly roasting his soul. The anxiety was like the shining, sizzling fat being roasted. At that moment, he saw the rabbit take out something from underneath it, a cardboard? Perhaps it was some kind of registration list. After looking at it, the pink rabbit put the cardboard down and turned to Faisal, asking, "You're Faisal, right?" The sudden question from the rabbit left Faisal stunned for a moment, but then he quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, it's me." He was not puzzled by how the pink rabbit knew his name. Unconsciously, he had already made a positive judgment. The piece of cardboard the other party had looked at must have been some kind of registration list, possibly recording the names of the guests they needed to pick up. "All right, get in the car, I'll take you there." "I'm Ruby," said the pink rabbit to Faisal. It spoke quickly and gestured for Faisal to sit in the back seat. Ruby. Fantastic, this was his driver. Faisal was overjoyed and immediately went forward, then opened the car door and sat in the back. Seeing this, the people and high-ranking officials of Camel Country were all shocked and dismayed. "Damn it! Faisal, where are you going? Come back! Don't get in the car, don't!" "Faisal, look carefully, that's a rabbit, not a rhinoceros. And it's not Ruby, it's Robbie." "Faisal, what's wrong with you?" The high-ranking officials of Camel Country quickly sent reminders to Faisal, hoping to wake him up. In the strange world, Faisal had already gotten into the car at this moment. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him, with urgent text. "That's Robbie, a rabbit, not the rhinoceros Ruby. Get out of the car quickly." "What?" At the moment he saw the text on the screen, Faisal was greatly shaken. He suddenly realized how absurd his decision had been. Terrified, he turned to look at the driver's seat. Yes, the driver was a pink rabbit, not a gray rhinoceros. It wasn't Ruby. Even though he had just heard the rabbit say it was Ruby, he no longer believed it. At this moment, he was more willing to believe the warnings from his country than his own ears. He believed that the country would not deceive him. After all, what one carries on one's back is the interests of countless people. No matter who it is, except for a pure lunatic, it seems that there is no reason to let oneself die. In the next second, Faisal moved quickly to open the car door. But the door was already locked. "Open the door, let me get out, I want to get out." Faisal shouted in panic towards the rabbit. But the rabbit was indifferent, as if it hadn't heard anything. Faisal fiercely pounded the car window with his fist. However, in the world of strange tales, even the car was difficult to destroy, let alone a human like him. There was no sign of damage to the car window, not even a crack. And Faisal, he only felt that his arm was in great pain. Some force rebounded from the car window and knocked him down directly onto the car seat. "Ah, I'm sorry, dishonest guest, perhaps I have to put you in the trunk." Miss Pink Rabbit suddenly spoke. Hearing the voice, Faisal was shocked. But before he could react, a black, oil-like unknown liquid surged from the car seat. They turned into some kind of solid, sword-like objects, piercing countless holes in Faisal's body, making him look like a cactus. Faisal immediately lost his breath. The arrival of the Camel Country's Deathbringer. Does the strange tale want to send a lunchbox to the Camel Country? Faisal's death was mysterious and abrupt. The emotionless voice of the strange tale sounded coldly on the blue star. The World of Strange Tales, 808. Robbie still hadn't arrived, and Tangchen sat on the curb waiting for a car. He chewed gum absent-mindedly, watching the two fools who were stuck in a dead end with the rhinoceros. Two fools, woof woof woof. What are you looking at? Rhinoceros, I'm looking at you, what about it? Two fools, woof 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 woof. Try looking at me again. Rhinoceros, try it and see. Two fools, woof woof woof. What are you looking at? Rhinoceros, I'm looking at you, what about it? Two fools. Just 3 minutes ago, a black car pulled up in front of Tang Chen. Then the car window was rolled down, revealing the driver inside. The driver was a rhinoceros person with gray skin, and its rhinoceros horn had broken off. Then the rhinoceros person took a look at a cardboard and asked Tang Chen, "Are you Tang Chen?" Tang Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I am." "Alright, get in the car quickly, I'm Robbie, responsible for taking you to work," the rhinoceros person said casually, gesturing for Tang Chen to get in. But Tang Chen didn't pay attention to it. He tapped his ear, thinking that maybe water had gotten into his ear when he washed his hair last night. When the rhinoceros person spoke just now, he felt like he heard some noise. Clearly, this rhinoceros had a problem. It definitely wasn't Robbie, it could only be Ruby. Unfortunately, this rhinoceros person was not skilled and had no effect on him at all. "I'm not getting in." Tang Chen shook his head and sat down on the curb, refusing decisively. "Ha!" The rhinoceros person was stunned. It seemed that he hadn't expected Tang Chen's answer to be this. What the hell is going on? The rhinoceros person had a big head and an empty mind. Question marks had filled his brain. Tang Chen's refusal puzzled him. How could he refuse? Shouldn't he get in decisively? Every time he gets in decisively and believes what I say. Then, the rhinoceros person looked at Tang Chen with a strange and puzzled look, and also looked at the two fools next to Tang Chen. He thought to himself, "Robbie, you are responsible for this human, he has a problem." Just then, the two fools suddenly stepped forward, chest out, limbs apart, like a majestic general. But its blue eyes were staring at the rhinoceros person in the car. They were full of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, it loudly shouted, "Woof woof woof. What are you looking at?" That look, quite imposing, as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000. The rhinoceros man was originally in a mess in his mind, feeling annoyed, and when he heard Ursha's arrogant questioning, he responded, "What are you looking at?" It was quite displeased with Ursha. "You're just a dog, what right do you have to bark at me?" Ursha, upon hearing this, couldn't believe that this small, noseless rhinoceros dared to confront it. It immediately widened its eyes, almost incredulously looking at the rhinoceros man. Then, it once again erupted with a powerful momentum. "Woof woof woof woof. Try looking at me again." The rhinoceros man, upon hearing this, also felt a surge of anger and was a bit unable to bear it. "You're just a dog, what gives you the right?" It immediately stuck its head out of the car window and shouted, "Try it if you dare." And so, Ursha and the single-minded rhinoceros were caught in a deadlock. They had been going on like this for 3 minutes now, continuously repeating these 4 sentences without changing a word. Finally, at 11 minutes past 8, things took a turn. Another car came from a distance and stopped behind the rhinoceros man's car. Seeing this, the rhinoceros man sneered. Its face was full of displeasure, but it had no choice but to drive away. The window of the new car slowly rolled down, and Miss Pink Rabbit, sitting in the driver's seat, caught the eyes of Tang Chen and Ursha. However, Ursha's blue eyes, at this moment, clearly did not pay attention to the pink rabbit. It was immersed in its own happiness, its eyes shining with excitement. Because of the arrival of the pink rabbit, the rhinoceros man had no choice but to drive away. Ursha believed that this was because the rhinoceros man couldn't argue with it, so it left. It had won a great victory. Ursha was ecstatic, grinning widely, its limbs and paws bouncing around on the ground, as if dancing a jig. It ran to Tang Chen's side, its tail spinning like a propeller, and circled around Tang Chen. Tang Chen stood up, spat out the gum in his mouth, and walked to the side of the car. Tang Chen wrinkled his nose, smelling a hint of blood. Then, his gaze swept through the car and found, in the back seat, bloodstains that had not yet dried or been treated. The pink rabbit's body was also more or less stained with blood. But other than that, the pink color, long ears, white hands and feet, and black eyes were all the basic features of a rabbit. Tang Chen furrowed his brow and said, "So you're called Robbie? Robbie? What's wrong with you? Why are you cursing as soon as you come up? Are you so arrogant? Does your family know?" Robbie was very shocked. It didn't understand why the human in front of it was so bold. Before this, no human had ever dared to speak to it like this. In an instant, its whole body was dumbfounded. It subconsciously replied, "Ah, yes, I am Robbie." "Okay, it's you." Tang Chen nodded, then called Ursha over. "Let's go, Ursha." "Woof." Ursha let out an excited bark and ran over. Then, Tang Chen reached out to open the car door. At this moment, Robbie, who had just come to his senses, immediately reached out to stop him and said, "Wait, the door of my car is locked." Before Robbie could finish speaking, Tang Chen had already grabbed the door handle. He gently pulled. Click. The crisp sound was so pleasant, and the door handle broke. "It's not open yet." At this point, Robbie slowly blurted out the words that he hadn't finished. Then, Robbie's whole body suddenly changed color. Tang Chen felt that Robbie's face had become abstract and realistic in an instant. It opened its mouth wide, its eyes widened, showing a look of shock and anger, and its hands left the steering wheel, slapping itself in the face. Robbie let out a piercing scream. I just bought this new car." After the scream, Robbie looked at Tang Chen, a black aura surging around it, looking very imposing. "You owe me, you owe me. You have to compensate me, you have to compensate me." Sob. However, it did not confront Tang Chen, but instead, with an almost crying voice, kept shouting, asking Tang Chen to compensate for its car. Tang Chen looked at Robbie speechlessly. There was a strong smell of blood in the rabbit's body and in its car. Yet, the rabbit was making such a gesture at this moment. Could it be here to amuse itself? He raised his hand to check the time, 8:17. Tang Chen didn't want to waste any more time here. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Bang! The car window shattered. Tang Chen's fist punched through the car window, and the force of the wind blew Robbie's fur. Robbie immediately widened its eyes, filled with fear. It pressed tightly against the other car door. Looking at Tang Chen's fist, it swallowed hard. It felt that if it took such a punch, it might die. Tang Chen ignored Robbie and unlocked the car door from the inside, then opened the door. Without caring about the glass shards on the car seat, he sat directly inside. Soon after, Ursha also jumped onto Tang Chen. Bang! Tang Chen closed the car door. The remaining pieces of glass on the window fell off at this moment. "Drive," Tang Chen said. Robbie sat up with a start, quickly preparing to drive. "Okay, brother." Then, the car started and Robbie's car gradually left the entrance of the residential area. After a while, Robbie's car had gone far away. The other cars parked at the entrance of the residential area, and the drivers inside all breathed a sigh of relief. They showed the look of experienced people and slowly exhaled a breath of relief as if they had survived a disaster. Fortunately, they didn't act recklessly and attack this human. Sometimes, acting weak is not a bad idea. Otherwise, they might end up like Robbie, with their car windows shattered. In no time, these drivers started their cars and drove away. After a while, the space where the residential area was suddenly twisted. Then, the space here began to collapse, and the entire residential area quickly disappeared. In the sky, there was a clear blue sky, and below, there were slightly empty streets. Some eerie figures walked around, and the staff apartments seemed to have never existed. 8:47. Robbie nervously sent Tang Chen to a Hauga chain department store. During this time, Tang Gang looked out the window, trying to remember the route they had taken. After getting out of the car, Tang Chen looked up. The sky had turned into a clear blue sky at some point. The dazzling sun hung high in the sky, and the clouds added some embellishment. Tang Chen and Ursha got out of the car, and Robbie immediately closed the car door and hurriedly slipped away. When Tang Chen looked back again, Robbie and its car were nowhere to be seen. Then, the screen popped up from the electronic watch on his left hand and updated. 9 working hours, you need to change into your work uniform. The work uniform is in the wardrobe in the rest area. After changing into the work uniform, find the manager to take you to your work position. 10. The customer is God, the only truth. There may be customers who make some requests to you. Try to help him, her as much as possible. When you can't get away, it's best to pray that the customer won't get angry. There were only 2 pieces of information to pay attention to when working in the supermarket. It seemed that this strange story was an easy task. Tang Chen thought so as he looked at the words on the screen. Then, he walked into the supermarket with Ursha. There was a sign on the door of the supermarket, indicating that it was not yet open, but Tang Chen and Ursha could use the staff passage. After walking through a long corridor, they arrived at the rest area. Inside the rest area, there were several beds and a few tables placed casually. At this moment, the spacious rest area seemed a bit empty, with only 2 people standing here. One was a small and eerie figure, holding his work uniform in his hands, bowing his head, looking like he was being scolded. And standing in front of him, aggressive and imposing, was a man wearing a white shirt and black trousers. It was a strange sight, his skin still rosy, wearing glasses and with his hair slicked back, looking like a grown-up. "You, why are you late again? Do you know how many people's work you're delaying by being late? Do you know everyone is waiting for you? If we don't have all the staff, how can we open for business? If we don't open, how can we make money? Are you willing to delay everyone's interests just for your personal desires? Are you selfish or not? No matter how you looked at it, this was a strange supermarket manager, emitting an eerie black aura, lecturing the small strange in front of him. At this moment, the small strange, while responding with perfunctory yes and aha, raised his head. His gaze fell on Tang Chen and Ursha, who were walking in. He spoke, yes, I understand. I won't do it next time. It's always like this, always like this. The ghostly manager said angrily, his fierce expression making it seem like he could breathe fire. Every time you say that, but have you ever done what you said? Every time, you continue to make mistakes. What do you want then? The small strange retorted, a little annoyed, then pointed at Tang Chen. Besides, I'm not the only one who's late right now. Why don't you go after him? Why only me? With these words, the scene suddenly became quiet. As if time had stopped, everyone stopped what they were doing. Then, the ghostly manager's black aura surged, and his face showed an angry expression, every muscle on his face trembling in the prelude to an explosion. What did you say? Someone else is late. The ghostly manager slowly raised his head and looked in the direction pointed out by the small strange. Then, he saw a burly man standing there, with a dog by his side. The burly man looked calmly in this direction, and the dog, black and white, with blue eyes, looked subtly in this direction. The ghostly manager felt that the dog was asking for a beating, as if thinking of something rude, yet also as if not thinking of anything at all. In any case, upon seeing the dog, the anger in his heart burned uncontrollably. Good morning to both of you. Tang Chen seemed unaware of the unusual atmosphere, greeting the two strangers. What's wrong with you? Do you know you're late? The ghostly manager angrily approached Tang Chen, looking up, pointing at Tang Chen's nose, and shouting, do you know you're late? Faced with the ghostly manager's accusation, Tang Chen did not speak immediately. His gaze passed over the ghostly manager's head and looked behind. The small strange wore a triumphant smile and quietly left. Even before leaving, he gave Tang Chen a provocative look. Tang Chen narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Then, his gaze moved down and landed on the ghostly manager's face. He raised his hand and looked at the time. 8:50. Calmly, he said, it's 8:50 now, I'm not late. Tang Chen's voice didn't sound like an explanation, it was low and carried a hint of authority, sounding more like a notification to the ghostly manager. After hearing Tang Chen's words, the ghostly manager's entire ghostly expression became extremely fierce. His face twisted into a mass, making it look like a distorted mess, with all his features jumbled together, incredibly grotesque. How go isn't here? I'm in charge here. I say you're late, then you're late. 8:50, so what? You start at 9, so what? Now, what I say goes, my rules are the rules. The ghostly manager roared at Tang Chen. He loved encountering these disobedient human employees. Faced with them, he could always find all sorts of reasons and then devour them. Speak! You were late on your first day of work, what do you want? As he spoke, the ghost manager had completely transformed into a ghost. A forest of black gas emerged from his body, his neck stretched out, and from his twisted face, 3 sharp blades protruded, resembling the double blades of a mantis, each with yellow eyes fixed on Tang Chen. Looking at this bizarre ghost manager, Tang Chen snorted. Humph! How dare a little weirdo like you play with fire? Air Schwa, come! Get ready to catch the ghost! Ha, what do you think you are, trying to catch a ghost? Little human, how ridiculous! Hearing Tang Chen's words, the ghost manager paid no attention and launched a direct attack. The twisted blades on his head descended straight towards Tang Chen's head. A Wu Er Schwa let out a wolf howl to boost morale. Then, it swiftly ran off into the distance, clearing space for Tang Chen's next move. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if it got accidentally hurt. Become my food, human. The ghost manager laughed wildly, the blades flashing with cold light, as if they could easily pierce through Tang Chen's head. But the next moment, Ka! The ghost manager let out a quack like a duck. Tang Chen had grabbed his neck. Although the blades were within reach of his scalp, that reach was as distant as the ends of the earth. They couldn't touch. Then, the ghost manager heard a deafening voice in his ear, like thunder rolling, as if the great bell of the heavens was shaking his heart. Great Vajra Dragon! Great Lotus Mantra! World-honored Ksiddhagarbha! Wisdom of all Buddhas! Wisdom Paramitha! As he shouted, Tang Chen grabbed the ghost manager's neck and swung him around like a meteor hammer. Sometimes he slammed him into the ground, creating a large pit, and other times he crashed into the wall, leaving a dent. The furniture in the rest area was smashed to pieces. The ghost manager was in pain, and with each slam, black gas spewed from his body, and his cries grew weaker. After countless crashes, the ghost manager finally fell silent. Then Tang Chen casually threw him to the ground. At this moment, he no longer had the unruly appearance from before. His face had returned to normal, his hair disheveled, his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling, emitting intermittent, faint moans. He had been completely stunned. The rest area was also in a mess. If you were to ask if Tang Chen's attack had any technique, there wasn't any. It was just pure brute force, smashing everything around. The names he shouted were probably to use his temporary talent to increase his damage. The effect was quite obvious. Now the entire rest area, except for the wardrobe, was covered in scars. At first glance, it looked like a dangerous place. But in reality, Tang Chen didn't exert much effort. It seemed that the talent Kung Fu Master was quite good. Perhaps he could log into Black Tiger Ah Fu's account in another place. When all attacks were ultimate moves, combined with this talent, it would surely display a different style. Looking down at the ghost manager, who was barely breathing, Tang Chen shook his head. At this moment, Shua, who had agreed to help, came running over. It lifted its front paw and used War Stomp on the ghost manager, continuously stomping on him. However, the ghost manager couldn't move at all at this moment, so he could only endure Shua's humiliation. In fact, Shua even wanted to mark the ghost manager, but Tang Chen stopped it. It was okay to mock the weirdness, but peeing in the room was not allowed. Finally, Shua raised its head high and looked down at the ghost manager. The smug look in its blue eyes was undisguised. Suddenly, it remembered what the ghost manager had said to Tang Chen earlier. So, Shua decided to taunt this defeated subordinate. What? The ghost manager was defeated by Tang Chen, so it doesn't count as a defeat under Ursha's command? But Ursha is Tang Chen's dog, so it's all good. Woof woof woof. We're not trying to do anything. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. We just want to tell you, this is how we do things. Whether it's the tone or the expression, Ursha always embodies the word arrogant to the fullest. It even raised an eyebrow. The ghost manager was so angry that his liver trembled. He stared at Ursha with eyes wide open. You, ugh. He opened his mouth, but couldn't speak, out of breath. The ghost manager let out a miserable scream, fell to the ground, and ceased to breathe. Ow! Damn! The sudden scream of the ghost manager startled Ursha. Then it tilted its head to look at the ghost manager, its blue eyes filled with confusion. The terrifying face of the ghost manager, with eyes wide open and lifeless, seemed insignificant in Ursha's eyes. Woof woof! What's wrong with you? Get up and talk to me. But the ghost manager didn't react at all. Ursha stomped its feet, feeling restless, and circled around the ghost manager. After a few rounds, it suddenly stopped, took a step back, and made a defensive posture towards the ghost manager. Woof! Are you trying to ambush me? The ghost manager still didn't react. He had lost the sparkle in his eyes and was staring blankly at the ceiling. Woof woof woof! Speak, damn it, speak to me. Ursha jumped a few times, then suddenly lunged forward. Woof woof woof! I'll trample you in a war. Ursha leaped into the air, raised its leg, and stomped on the ghost manager's face. One eyeball burst. The black liquid that burst out dyed Ursha's foot black. Ow! Damn! Maybe it's because of its experience as a cat. At this moment, Ursha's reaction after being scared was to scream, arch its body, stretch its limbs taut, and make a super big jump to the side, jumping high and far. After landing, Ursha started to grumble. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Oh damn! You're trying to ambush me, you can't handle it, you little trash, you have no strength. But the ghost manager still showed no reaction. Ursha turned in place, ran to Tang Chen's side, raised its clean paw, and patted Tang Chen's leg. Woof woof woof! Lao Tang, take a look, he's not moving. At this point, Tang Chen had already searched the room and found that there were no work clothes left. But it didn't matter, whether he wore them or not, it was all the same to him. Would wearing work clothes make his hands feel better when he fought weird things? Impossible. He lowered his head to look at Ursha. He found that this dog seemed to have broken its favorite toy, and its paw was still black. But that wasn't the point. Ursha, as a weird creature, could easily revert back. It was a dog that didn't need to bathe, take medicine, be dewormed, or vaccinated. His gaze shifted to the fallen ghost manager not far away. Tang Chen remembered that he had left a breath for this guy, but now it seemed he was thoroughly dead. The work clothes were completely out of the question now. However, it was clear that another matter was more concerning. Did you make him die of anger? Tang Chen looked at Ursha with a strange expression. He hadn't expected that a weird creature could be killed by anger. But looking at Ursha's smug face, it wasn't that surprising. This thing was full of mockery. He glanced at the time, 8:59. Forget it, let's just go to work, Tang Chen said, then glanced at the ghost manager on the ground. As for this guy, the Bureau of Strange Tales will take care of it. Maybe they'll appoint a new manager like last time. Although Tang Chen could choose to take over himself, it would also be resolved when the new manager arrived. But in the Bureau of Strange Tales, doing things that fit his identity would make it easier to earn more weird coins. In order to free the dragon country from the influence of strange tales as soon as possible, he decided to go to work. Shortly after, Tang Chen took Ursha and walked into the supermarket from the rest area door. This was a fairly large supermarket with a wide variety of goods, but most of them were things that humans found difficult to accept. For example, there was a row of bloody bed sheets with still beating hearts. In addition, there was a row of checkout counters set up in the supermarket. However, despite the large scale and variety of goods, the staff allocation was very rough. The cashiers and salespeople were essentially the same, responsible for collecting money and, when necessary, helping to find items. Most of the cashiers were newcomers, with some interspersed with anomalies. The workers responsible for stocking and replenishing goods in the supermarket were all anomaly employees. Tang Chen had some speculations in his mind upon seeing this scene. Considering the number of newcomers, not everyone worked in the same supermarket. Recalling the basic information given for this strange tale, it was clear that City C needed to be enclosed. Combining this with what he had seen and heard in the previous copy, it was not difficult to infer that the strange world was not fragmented, but had its own complete world. Tang Chen shifted his focus to finding his own work position. Since the manager had been angered by Ursha, he had to do it himself. Soon, Tang Chen found an empty checkout counter. However, this position was obviously not very appealing to newcomers. Other positions, more or less, would at least have one side adjacent to other newcomers. Being humans and newcomers in the strange world, this would make them feel more comfortable and make it easier to get along. However, this feeling did not exist when facing anomalies. After all, anomalies could find ways to harm you at any time. The position Tang Chen saw now was surrounded by anomalies on both sides. Tang Chen was not affected at all. He walked forward confidently, as if he were in high spirits. There was no sense of urgency from being surrounded by anomalies. It was natural. When Tang Chen arrived here, it felt like coming home. The only thing anomalies could see were his devil-like muscles. Just as Tang Chen arrived behind the checkout counter, he heard a tall and thin anomaly next to him say, "Human, get out, there's already a ghost here." However, Tang Chen acted as if he hadn't heard anything and sat down on his own. "Human, I told you to get out, did you hear me?" The tall and thin anomaly shouted again. Tang Chen still ignored him. Tang Chen's indifference made the tall and thin anomaly furious. He felt as if he had been insulted. Bang! The tall and thin anomaly's body was surrounded by black energy, and he slammed the table. He picked up something and threw it at Tang Chen. At the same time, he roared at Tang Chen, "Bastard! I'm talking to you, can't you hear me?" At that moment, Tang Chen had just put 2 pieces of gum in his mouth. He slowly raised his eyelids and looked disdainfully at the tall and thin anomaly. The tall and thin anomaly's aim was not very good. He couldn't even hit him at such a close distance. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Tang Chen said. Upon hearing Tang Chen's words in his arrogant tone, the tall and thin anomaly's face twitched. He roared at Tang Chen, "I told you to get out, human. There's already a ghost here, don't you know?" As he spoke, the tall and thin anomaly's body finally began to transform. Black energy gushed out from him. His head, like a peeled banana, layers of flesh and skin pulled down, revealing a sharp, ruler-like top. Tall and thin, with a sinister look in his eyes, he stared at Tang Chen as if he were about to attack at any moment. Tang Chen remained unfazed. But then, Ersha swaggered out, strutting arrogantly. "Woof woof woof, what are you barking about?" Ersha stood with his legs apart, tilting his head back. Despite his lack of height, his blue eyes still exuded a commanding presence. He looked at the tall and thin figure and continued barking. "Woof woof woof, you say there's a ghost here. Woof 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 woof, I say there's a person here. Woof woof woof, I don't care what it was like here before. Woof 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 woof, but now, he's here. So, this is his territory. Woof woof, woof, if you don't agree, then come and try. Woof woof woof, he'll make you understand who's in charge here." Ersha said a lot, looking extremely arrogant. But basically, all the trouble was directed at Tang Chen. Tang Chen squinted at Ersha, looking somewhat speechless. He felt like this dog had grown a bit too bold lately. They say a dog relies on its owner to be arrogant. The dog is taking advantage of the situation. Ersha is not wrong. On the other side, the tall and thin figure looked at Ersha, his facial muscles twitching. Hardened. Damn, his fists were clenched. This dog, why is he so asking for trouble? He couldn't take it anymore. "Die for me," the tall and thin figure shouted, his head instantly elongating. The spikes on top of his head thrust towards Ersha. Seeing this, Ersha was shocked. His whole body's fur stood on end. He scrambled and hurried towards Tang Chen. "Get lost," a deep and authoritative voice sounded, as a hand swatted at the figure. The tall and thin figure felt a shock in his head, and the whole ghost felt dizzy. Then, his sharp head dizzily fell onto the counter in front of Tang Chen. At this moment, another voice came from behind Tang Chen. At the other counter, a fat figure spoke in a strange voice. "This human, I don't think your actions are very good. Every ghost has the right to express their thoughts. Moreover, the other party is just stating the objective fact that there are indeed ghosts here. But not only did you not admit your mistake, you also scolded and slapped him, which is not very good, right?" The fat figure did not immediately launch an attack, but first reasoned with Tang Chen. However, in the strange world of ghost stories, when facing humans, they generally regarded them as livestock. How could they sincerely reason with them here? Those who have some understanding know that some strange entities must meet certain conditions before launching an attack, and for those who reason, they generally need to make the human apologize or feel guilty. But would this work on Tang Chen? The answer is, it's useless. Tang Chen's style of doing things is all about "I'm not wrong." Then, Tang Chen turned around and said, "You, get lost too." "Ha!" The fat figure was completely stunned. Then, his expression gradually changed from confusion to fear. He saw the human in front of him, the muscles on his arms bulging like coiled dragons. At a glance, one could see how strong those arms were, containing explosive power. The human actually grabbed the tall and thin figure's head and neck, forcibly pulling his head off. The fat figure was so scared that he closed his eyes, and his body, his fat, trembled with fear. In an instant, he felt a chill all over. A cold feeling rose from the soles of his feet and rushed to his head. His scalp tingled. The fat figure had never seen such a terrifying scene. He screamed in shock, and as he tried to retreat, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling like a gourd. Tang Chen told him to get lost, and he really did. Then, Tang Chen left the tall and thin figure's head on the counter, facing the side where the customers were. He casually threw the thin and tall airy neck back, letting the body lie quietly on the counter. During this process, the black water had already filled the counter, and Tang Chen's hands were also covered with it. But Tang Chen remained calm. It was as if he had seen too many of these scenes and had become accustomed to them. Indeed, he had become accustomed to them. When he was young, it was common for the terrifying monsters to fight among themselves in the place he often visited. Some monsters relied on their powerful bodies to solve their opponents in a cruel and primitive way. But perhaps Tang Chen was used to it. However, it was not the same for others and the Eerie. At this moment, the supermarket had already opened its doors, and many Eerie had come in to buy things. However, due to the conflict on Tang Chen's side, the Eerie had stopped to watch the commotion. The other arrivals were also closely observing the situation here. When they saw Tang Chen tearing the Eerie apart with his hands, they were deeply shocked. They were all stunned and gasped in amazement. This was such a horrifying thing, tearing off a head with bare hands. It was truly astonishing, and everyone was in awe. Not only in the world of strange tales, but also in the real world, all the people watching the live broadcast were deeply shocked. It was like being engulfed by a surging tide, unable to breathe or think. There was a long silence. Then, many people felt their stomachs churning in the midst of shock. They vomited. But amidst the shock, fear, and nausea, there was also a strong sense of excitement. Such a powerful arrival made the audience of Manhwa unable to help but cheer and rejoice. They were full of expectations for the future of Manhwa. As for certain people from certain countries, they watched the live broadcast with eyes wide open, their hearts filled with resentment and jealousy, almost bursting with intensity. Those who wished you well were few and far between, like finding a needle in a haystack. But those who wished you ill were plentiful, like dust in the world, everywhere you looked. However, despite their jealousy, their plans had made no progress. They had already lost a large number of personnel. They didn't know when Manhwa had suddenly produced so many special agents. It seemed that every time, they could accurately locate and capture the people they sent out. In the world of strange tales, after a moment of silence, there was a high level of noise in the supermarket. Of course, it was not because of the lively atmosphere, but because of the terrified screams. Tang Chen tearing off the head of the tall and thin ghostly figure was no different for the Eerie than a human in a supermarket seeing a pig, a dog, or any other ordinary domestic animal being torn apart. In this situation, fear erupted like a plague, spreading in the hearts of every ghost. The ghostly customers who had entered the supermarket early, ready to shop, shouted and fled in all directions, running towards the supermarket door. Staying in the supermarket for even a second longer was a sign of disrespect towards Tang Chen. In such chaos, accidents were bound to happen. Some ghostly customers, in their haste to escape, accidentally fell and never got up again. A large number of shoes left their own marks behind them. The black mist gradually dissipated, and the ghostly customers were trampled to death. After a moment, the supermarket was quiet. Except for the working staff, the supermarket was empty. The door was wide open, but outside, there was no one in sight. It seemed that there were no police in the world of strange tales. Anyway, despite such an incident, the supermarket was still operating as usual. It's just that no more customers were seen coming in. Perhaps, through the spread of those eerie who had just run out, the supermarket had become a quite dangerous restricted area for the eerie. Some eerie responsible for cleaning up were carefully tidying up the bodies of the other eerie in the black water that had leaked out. When cleaning around Tangchen, they were all very careful, constantly looking around to make sure they were not being watched by this unreasonable human, in order to feel a little more at ease. Then, they worked quickly, feeling extremely anxious, finishing their work and leaving the area, cherishing their lives and staying away from Tangchen. Every second spent near the terrifying human was a form of torture for them. After fleeing the scene, they spoke with a sense of eeriness. Strange willpower. If I am guilty, let me go to the 18th level of hell, rather than staying by that human. Time passed quickly, and the morning passed in the blink of an eye. Like Grandpa Tangchen, sitting at his desk with his feet up, looking very relaxed. They spent the morning leisurely. This strange talk was really easy this time. However, so far, the strange talk has not clearly indicated how to leave this place, because it has not given a clear indication of the time needed to survive. So Tangchen felt that the information for this instance had not been fully provided. Based on current experience, the next time will be when they return to the apartment building. At that time, they should be able to obtain information about the apartment building, and at the same time, the 3 places that the visitors need to pass through in this strange talk are all complete. They turned to look at the door. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the street was bright, as if it had been painted with a layer of golden yellow. There was no sign of anything strange outside. The chubby one looked at the scene outside, and in his spare time, his thoughts drifted back to the past, to his running in the sunset. How strange. He remembered how bustling the business in this supermarket used to be before the arrival of that terrifying human, but now, this made the chubby one, who was used to the lively atmosphere, feel a sense of loss. He began to worry about his bonus. You see, the bonus in the supermarket is linked to the monthly net profit. As he thought about it, the chubby one pursed his lips. He was filled with sorrow and indignation, on the verge of tears. The running in the sunset was his lost youth. The fleeing in the supermarket was his lost bonus. But collapse of an adult ghost often happens in an instant. Oh, it looks like there won't be any customers today. Just as the chubby one was brewing his emotions, about to burst into tears, a voice emphasizing something suddenly sounded behind him. The chubby one immediately couldn't hold back and burst into tears with a wah. It was as if he saw countless small coins waving at him and then leaving from a distance. But no matter how he chased after them, he couldn't catch up. It's okay if your world doesn't have me in the future, you have to be happy on your own. Bonus. Bonus. How can I live without you? Bonus. Stop talking. Wah! My bonus is gone. The chubby one cried in despair. Suddenly, his crying stopped. He was completely dumbfounded. Who was the person speaking behind him? He looked up and saw a human female in front of him. As soon as she realized he was looking at her, she stiffened in fear. So, the only possibility behind him was. Fear made the chubby one widen his eyes. His entire body seemed to tense up at that moment. A sudden, chilling sensation made his hair stand on end. He stiffly turned his head. Nothing was there. That terrifying human had disappeared somewhere, and the head of the tall and thin one was now placed on his beloved cash register. Those eyes that never closed in death, and the twisted, grimacing face, were now right in front of him. It was as if it was an unspoken curse and insult. Ah! The chubby one let out a scream and fell directly from his seat. Strange Talk World. Inside a game hall in City C. A little strange had been playing here all morning, feeling great. Little ghost, there's a human looking for you outside. A peculiar creature approached and said to the little ghost. A human looking for me? The little ghost emerged from the game, turned around, and looked at the messenger with disbelief, a puzzled expression on his face. He felt strange. Why would a human be looking for him? Yes, a very tall man, and a dog. You're really lucky. The messenger continued. As he spoke, he licked his lips, showing a greedy expression. In his eyes, that human should be the prey found by this little ghost. The ghosts had rules and generally wouldn't interfere with each other's prey. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to find this little ghost. That man looked so delicious, why not just eat him in one bite? Hearing the description, the little ghost suddenly recalled 2 figures, gradually becoming clearer in his mind. But he became even more puzzled. Shouldn't he be at work in the supermarket? Why did this person have time to come looking for him? And how did he manage to find the right place? Caution made the little ghost feel strange. He knew the strength of the ghost manager. That guy was a superior ghost. To be able to sneak out from under the ghost manager's nose to find him, he must have some ability. and it seemed like he was coming with great momentum. He must be coming for revenge. Due to his long-term laziness and cunningness, and his mental battles with the ghost manager, the little ghost's character was overly cautious, making him stand out among the ghosts. And now, instead of feeling excited that a human was delivered to him, he was seriously considering the situation. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was quite significant and abnormal. To be on the safe side, he decided not to go out and find that person. "Okay, I got it." The little ghost nodded and said to the messenger, "Go tell that person I'll be out soon." The messenger didn't doubt him and left. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the game hall, where he could see two figures waiting outside. "He said he'll be out in a while, you two wait here," the messenger said. "Okay, got it," Tang Chen said. Then, a ghost, a man, and a dog stood in a stalemate for a while. The messenger's face became increasingly worse during this time. Then he reached out and rubbed his index finger and thumb in front of Tang Chen. The messenger grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. In a half-threatening tone, he said, "I've done you a favor, you should give me something in return, right?" The air fell silent for a moment. Tang Chen looked calmly at the ghost in front of him, chewing gum in his mouth. Although he hadn't done anything, an extremely oppressive momentum had surged up like a storm. It seemed like the next second, it would overwhelm the messenger. The messenger also noticed that something was wrong. The human he thought was prey had an overly strong aura. He quickly realized that this person was not prey, but was here to seek revenge on the little ghost. At this moment, Ursha walked out with a square step and said, "Woof woof woof. What's your status? Dare to ask my Tangyi for money? Woof woof woof. Our Tangyi is looking for you, that's giving you face. Woof woof woof. Giving you face and you keep asking for things, that's just not knowing your place. Woof woof woof. In the ghost world, it's just this once. Woof woof woof. I advise you, be more respectful, don't make yourself uncomfortable." Hearing Ursha's words, the messenger became even more afraid. He already felt that this human was extraordinary. Now, there was this little brother speaking so arrogantly. He swallowed hard. The corners of the messenger's mouth turned upward. A big smile appeared on his face, the wrinkles stretching to the extreme, as if he was smiling. Those in their line of work. It's all about speaking appropriately to different people. Isn't it just being two-faced? It's just a basic skill. Hey, brother dog, look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of person? Just kidding, just kidding. We're all in this together. Tangyi is such a prominent figure, how could I not show him respect? You know, Tangyi's reputation has long been known throughout City C. The messenger spoke with a sly smile. Let's not talk about it anymore, it's all made up. Who is Tang Chen? He doesn't know him. What influence does Tang Chen have? He has no idea. Tang Chen's reputation? He's never even heard of it. But so what? Being a ghost, he's not afraid. Woof woof woof. Humph, you better be joking. Ursha raised his head, his blue eyes squinting slightly, revealing a wise light. If he could retract the half-tongue sticking out of his mouth, he would be even wiser. Hey, brother dog, I must be joking. How could I dare to lie to you? Ha ha. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. The messenger asked tentatively, already starting to back away. Woof woof. Go on, go on. Ursha said disdainfully, as if he were driving away trash. It even raised a front paw, waving it at the messenger. All right. The messenger smiled and quickly left, disappearing into the house. Then, Tang Chen looked up at the second floor of the arcade. Above, a large square glass window could be seen. This was the window of the arcade, which couldn't be opened at all. Remember the smell? Didn't make a mistake, did you? Tang Chen asked Ursha. Woof. Of course. Alright, let's go to the back door and catch the ghost. This annoying little trickster immediately drew the attention of the ghost manager to Tang Chen. Although Tang Chen ended up beating up the ghost manager, and the ghost manager was now infuriated by Ursha, the behavior of the little trickster was unforgivable. If you make a mistake, you have to admit it, and if you get hit, you have to stand up straight. Offending Tang Chen and wanting to run away? Impossible. Even if Ursha was acting all innocent, it was essentially a trickster, and had long remembered the smell of the little trickster. Tang Chen's character, if not an eye for an eye, at least required Ursha to take a couple of slaps as he passed by. Anyway, there were no customers in the supermarket, so it was better to come out and settle the score first. And it's worth mentioning that the cashier position Tang Chen snatched in the supermarket was precisely the one the little trickster had. And now, Ursha had followed the scent and brought Tang Chen here. Just now, when he left Tang Chen and Ursha, he had entered the arcade. The face of the messenger immediately changed. The whole face went from a humble, smiling expression to a fierce and terrifying look. He remembered that little ghost had deliberately distracted him. Now that he thought about it, This behavior was obviously not right. He should have just gone out himself. Why did he have to go and report it first? Because in the arcade, he subconsciously assumed that the little ghost was busy playing games. Now thinking about it, when he went over, wasn't the little ghost on the settlement screen? Damn little ghost, he must have known that terrifying guy was coming for revenge. No wonder he pushed me out. Damn it, he made me go through a near-death experience for no reason. The messenger gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists, wanting to teach the little trickster a lesson. However, when he returned to the machine where he had found the little trickster was already gone. Slap! He slapped his forehead. The messenger suddenly woke up. Damn it, since he already knew it was for revenge, he must have left long ago. The little trickster had indeed taken action early, but he had just left. His caution did not allow him to leave through the back door without any investigation. While the messenger went out to talk to Tang Chen, he quickly checked the surroundings. In the end, at the window on the second floor, I saw Tang Chen and Ersha talking to each other in front of the main entrance. After confirming that the person seeking revenge was behind the main entrance, he decided to escape from the back door. The window was definitely not an option, as it was a solid piece of glass that couldn't be opened. Even if it could be opened, it would make too much noise and wouldn't be worth it. After all, the game hall wasn't that big, and even if he took a detour, he wouldn't gain much time. Just as Xiao Gi came out from the back door, a big hand came down from above and patted Xiao Gi on the head. Tang Chen was leaning against the wall at the back door, blowing a big bubble in his mouth. Ersha was right beside him. Xiao Gi, the whole ghost, was stunned in an instant. Only one sentence echoed in his ears. Tang Yi is very happy that you are willing to give up your position for him, but Tang Yi doesn't like the means by which you give up your position. Tang Yi is not happy, and the consequences are very serious. Night fell. The night sky in the world of strange tales was as dark as ever, with no stars or moon. It was like a huge black curtain covering the dome, blocking the view. Only at the invisible edges did a faint light appear, preventing complete darkness. The day passed quickly, and work ended at 7 o'clock. Since teaching Xiao Gi a lesson, Tang Gang returned to the supermarket side. The new manager hadn't been arranged yet, and even during the break, the body of the former ghost manager had not been dealt with. Speaking of Xiao Gi, Tang Chen's punishment for the other party was not as simple as killing him. The behavior of causing trouble made him angry. So, he chose a rather cruel punishment, and in order to complete this punishment, he and Ersha ran a long way in the afternoon. As the saying goes, to kill a ghost, one must destroy its heart. Since Xiao Gi hated working so much, Tang Chen sold him to a wild farm. The owner of this wild farm was a group of pale-faced ghosts, who were very happy to buy this somewhat black Xiao Gi for 5,000 ghost coins. And they told Tang Chen to come back when they had more goods. They really liked guys like Xiao Gi, and they were going to make him grow cotton, work 25 hours a day, and have someone to watch over him. If he slackened off a bit, they would whip him hard with a big whip. The pale-faced ghosts got the slave they liked, and Tang Chen got a lot of money. They both had a bright future. As for Xiao Gi, he had already gone to grow cotton. At the entrance of the supermarket, Tang Chen looked up at the night sky when he had nothing to do. Suddenly, he felt that the pitch-black darkness was moving. It was rolling, wriggling, swirling, rising, and dissipating. The darkness that blocked everything seemed alive. Woof! Ersha suddenly barked. This bark didn't mean anything else, it was just a reminder and a threat. Tang Chen was brought back to his thoughts by this bark. He lowered his head and saw that Ersha had already assumed a vigilant posture, crouching slightly, baring its teeth, and emitting a threatening growl. Its blue eyes were shining, staring firmly in one direction. At this moment, all the foolishness seemed to have completely faded from it, revealing the true appearance of a ghost. Black energy continued to surge around Ersha. It was the first time Ersha had assumed such a guarded posture. Tang Chen frowned, realizing that the situation might be more serious than he had imagined. He looked up and glanced in the direction Ersha was looking. He didn't see any figures, only a flash of red at the corner of the alley across the street. It seemed to be an umbrella? This situation was truly strange, but in the world of strange tales, it was reasonable. But the existence that even Ersha, a brainless fellow, felt wary of, aroused Tang Chen's curiosity. Let's go take a look," Tang Chen said to Ersha. "Woof woof. Whimper? Ah, are you really coming?" The two fools jumped up and looked at Tang Chen, shrinking their necks. "What if not?" Tang Chen asked back, and then said, "Just do it, what's there to be afraid of?" With that, Tang Chen clenched his fists, and the muscles on his body bulged. His shirt on both arms burst open, revealing an incredibly hard body, with muscles coiling like dragons, rolling and tumbling, terrifying. On the left shoulder, there was a black tattoo, Benevolence. On the right shoulder, there was also a black tattoo, Righteousness. Woof! The two fools exclaimed, showing fear. It remembered that the tattoos on Tang Chen's body were new, and there should be a talent character on the left chest. The next second, it heard Tang Chen say, "My mother told me, those who possess both benevolence and righteousness are invincible. Those who possess both virtue and talent are unbeatable." Now, with benevolence on the left and righteousness on the right, talent in the front and virtue in the back, I am already invincible. What is there to fear? Woof! Well said. The two fools stood up on their hind legs, clapping their front paws continuously. Ha ha, the two fools' actions are so funny. By the way, what was that red thing just now? What else could it be? It's eerie. Isn't this the standard opening of a horror movie? Tang Yi, I'm seeing ghosts. Eerie, I'm seeing people. Speaking of which, this is the second time Tang Yi has mentioned his mother, right? I really don't know what kind of amazing and extraordinary woman she is, to be able to say such brilliant words and raise a child like Tang Yi. Arnold. Friends from the Dragon Kingdom, I am a flower from the Sakura Kingdom. May I ask, do any of you know where Tang Yi is? Hee hee, brothers, I'm back. Strange world. Tang Chen said no more, and directly led the two fools into the alley. However, after reaching the entrance of the alley and looking inside, they found nothing. The alley was empty, not to mention eerie. There wasn't even a cardboard box. The only thing visible was a gray cement wall. Tang Chen frowned and took a few steps inside. There were no other intersections inside, and the wall had no recesses or hidden places. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Chen clapped his hands and said, "Oh no, we've really encountered it." "A what? What?" Tang Chen's sudden movement startled the two fools. Their eyes widened as they looked at Tang Chen, their bodies slanted, one front paw slightly raised, mouth open, tongue hanging to one side, in a state of shock and bewilderment, not moving. I said, this time we might have really encountered it. Woof woof woof? Haven't we always encountered real things? Hearing the two fools' words, Tang Chen immediately showed a disdainful expression. They don't count. How can things that can be killed and fear death be considered strange? They are not worthy. The one just now was still okay. At least it was elusive. Woof a woo, a woo a woo a woo. Then we're really lucky. It disappeared just as we caught up. If it's the kind of real eerie you mentioned, we would be in trouble. The two fools' faces showed a wise expression, their little feet restlessly tapping the ground as they bounced around Tang Chen, saying, "That's not." Tang Chen squinted, one hand on his chin, in a contemplative posture, seemingly pondering. It's just a bit regrettable not to have caught it. Hearing Tang Chen's words, the two fools rolled their eyes, turned around, and walked outside the alley, muttering to themselves, "A woo a woo a woo a woo a woo a woo." It's quite a pity, none of the eerie things that fell into your hands had a good ending. But the manager is the one who angered you to death. Woof, a woo a woo a woo a woo a woo? Ha, that doesn't count. It's not an eerie thing, he angered himself, how can you blame me? Bro, we're home. Robbie parked the car in front of a residential area and said humbly to Tang Chen. As for this neighborhood, it's unknown whether it's the same as the one when Tang Chen came out. After all, they all look the same, so let's just assume it's the same. There are still many mysteries in this strange story that have not been solved. Of course, a considerable part of it is unrelated to this strange story. If you insist on delving into it, it's just looking for trouble. Only Tang Chen has the time to do such things. With air schwa, they got off the car, and immediately there was the roar of an engine behind them. In a flash, Robbie drove away at full speed. It was clear that it really didn't want to be near Tang Chen, and it wished it had 8 legs to carry the car and run. Tang Chen, feeling a bit disappointed for not finding the owner of the red umbrella, did not stay long with air schwa. With air schwa's keen sense of smell, the two of them, amidst the many cars and pedestrians coming and going outside the complex and the complex supermarket entrance, took a few turns and found Robbie crouching in a corner, not wanting any contact with Tang Chen but forced to come by some kind of restriction. When Robbie saw Tang Chen at that moment, the expression it showed was as if it had seen the king of hell. In short, Tang Chen has now returned to the apartment in the neighborhood, and if nothing unexpected happens, the first night will pass quickly. Looking up at the night sky again, Tang Chen frowned. The sky on this side of the neighborhood seems to be no different from when he left. Pitch black, silent and vast, with no sun or moon in sight, the bizarre and twisted stars shimmer in the elongated infinite distance, staring at the earth and casting convulsive smiles. The sky above the neighborhood gives the impression of being higher, farther, and more vast than the black curtain outside, but what it presents is not much more normal than that black curtain, with the twisted and bizarre stars and the writhing and rolling black being equally unsettling. The sky here is indeed different from the outside, Tang Chen muttered. But what's strange is that whether it was leaving in the morning or returning now, I've been paying attention to the scenery outside, but I didn't notice when this kind of sky change occurred, and from when it started. The strange change in the sky caught Tang Chen's attention, but if he were to delve into it, it would be meaningless. Perhaps this thing is just a natural phenomenon in the world of strange stories. But curiosity is inevitable. After all, neither the initial two arrivals nor the two copies Tang Chen has already experienced have experienced such a change. It's like the sky of two worlds, seemingly harmoniously merged, but the conflicting sense of style is very obvious. Even in the world of strange stories, it's the same. That sense of conflict is like a grim scar, conspicuous and striking, with an endless flow of discord pouring out from the middle. Woof! Stop looking, old Tang, Ershua called out, with a low growl due to the plastic bag in its mouth. Woo-woo, what's so interesting about those stars? They're all ugly, and you dare to look at me. Woo-woo, you're the one with the cockeyed eyes. Don't look at me. Suddenly, Ershua let go of the bag, raised its head, and howled at the sky. Tang Chen had long since snapped out of his thoughts and was now squinting at Ershua going crazy. After a period of contemplation, Tang Chen understood one thing. Some people are naturally good at thinking, while others, no matter what, prefer to solve problems in the simplest and most direct way. And he is obviously the latter. Not only that, he likes to solve problems at their root. Solve the problem from the source. If he can't solve the problem, then he'll solve the person who created the problem. So, he decided not to think about the sky anymore. If someone wants to mess with him, they'll show up sooner or later, and stick their heads out on their own. If they don't mess with him, even if he goes looking, he might not find them. He just needs to wait for the opportunity to come to him. Silly dog, stop howling and pick up the bag, Tang Chen said to Ershua. Upon hearing this, Ersha turned his head, his blue eyes widening as he looked at Tang Chen, appearing surprised. Then, he stood up straight, stomped his front paws, seeming a little angry. Woof woof woof? Why are you suddenly scolding me? Tang Chen pointed to the plastic bag on the ground. Are you going to pick it up? If you don't, I will, and then you won't have dinner tonight. Woof, are you threatening me? Ersha stomped his feet again, then took a step back, standing with a serious look, ready to confront Tang Chen. Woof 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 woof. A real man cannot live under the control of others. Tang Chen didn't say anything, but walked straight over to pick up the plastic bag. As he said, the plastic bag contained their dinner, just some simple takeout from the supermarket. As an employee of the supermarket, it was reasonable for Tang Chen to take something, right? A little happiness every day. Woof woof. Let go of that plastic bag and let me do it. Tang Chen took a step, and Ersha suddenly pounced, blocking the plastic bag with his pig-like body. Then, Ersha elegantly picked up the plastic bag. Watching the playful Ersha, Tang Chen laughed. What, not feeling like a real man now? Ersha proudly raised his head, walking with a proud gait, looking very pleased. Woof woof woof. I'm a dog. What does being a real man have to do with me? Tang Chen, you are indeed a dog. Soon, the man and the dog returned to the house and started eating dinner. At the same time, as Tang Chen expected, several messages appeared when he returned to the apartment at night. As he ate, he watched the messages on the screen. 11. You are the only one living in your apartment building. You can turn on the lights as usual, but remember to make it look like no one is home. 12. No neighbors will come knocking on your door in the middle of the night, and there won't be delivery drivers coming out at night. Ignore any sudden knocking sounds. 13. Do not order takeout, 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 do not order takeout. 14. When having a nightmare, why not go outside and bask in the starlight? 15. If you feel very tired after waking up in the morning, hold on until you get to the supermarket before sleeping. Resting is prepared for this, but do not let the driver find out. 16. You need to live in this world for 7 days. Late at night, in the quiet, the arrival of the Sakura country's newcomer, Xianya Shojin, lay in bed and entered a dream. His predecessor, Fengquang Rejunzu, was killed in an extremely absurd way in the previous strange world. Even now, he couldn't be sure whether the two strange events were caused by a fight that accidentally injured Fengquang Rejunzu, or if the two of them had planned to kill him, or if it was just the unilateral scheme of the ghost headmaster. In any case, the way Fengquang Rejunzu died left a very deep impression on Xianya Shojin, almost becoming a psychological shadow. Especially this time, after becoming the new arrival of Sakura country, it made him even more fearful, almost restless all day. However, this tense feeling gradually faded after returning at night, replaced by a feeling of "is that it?" Xianya Shojin suddenly realized that the strange world was not as terrifying as he had imagined. At least for the whole day, he had lived a plain and uneventful life, without hitting any thunderous points. Knock knock knock. At this moment, a knocking sound suddenly rang out, waking Xianya Shojin from his sleep. He sat up abruptly, his eyes slightly dazed, and immediately looked towards the door. His heart was lifted, and Xianyou Xiuzhen felt fear and panic. When the strange comes knocking, it's always so sudden. During the day, everything went smoothly, but unexpectedly, someone knocked on the door at night. However, Xianyou Xiuzhen quickly forced himself to calm down. He began to recall what useful information he had obtained. The basic information given by the strange was very useful, which Xianyou Xiuzhen summarized as the truth he had learned today. This was not a regular strange story, without many constraints and rules, but the information given by the strange was always correct and would not deceive with false information. And most importantly, it had already told him about the dangers he would face and their sources, as well as how to avoid these dangers as much as possible. Xianyou Xiuzhen breathed a sigh of relief, as this method helped him to relieve his tension. He didn't need to pay attention to the knocking on the door, as the information had mentioned that he just needed to pretend that no one was home. So, he continued to sleep. He believed that before long, the strangeness outside the door would leave on its own. Thinking this, Xianyou Xiuzhen lay down on the bed again, covering his head with the blanket, closing his eyes tightly, and trying hard to fall asleep. But the more he tried, the more he couldn't sleep peacefully. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door outside didn't stop for a moment, and it became more frequent and forceful, with a loud sound. Xianyou Xiuzhen kept his eyes tightly closed, but his mind became extremely active because of the knocking. Various good and bad, smooth and tragic outcomes flashed through his mind, and falling asleep seemed to become a difficult task. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. Xianyou Xiuzhen relaxed slightly, but the next moment, his whole body froze, and his heart raced again. He heard indistinct shouting from outside the door, a man and a woman. The man's voice was loud, as if it was right next to his ear, and the sound poured into his mind like a huge wave, knocking down all tired objects. Now, Xianyou Xiuzhen knew that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The sound outside continued, gradually changing from shouting to sharp, piercing screams, piercing his eardrums like steel needles, causing a sharp pain in his brain and heart. Knock, knock, knock. The person outside the door started knocking again, one after another, like a drumbeat urging his heart to beat, making his fragile heart tremble continuously with the knocking. Open the door. Xianyou Xiuzhen, open the door, I know you're home. The sharp voice spoke, and every word fell clearly into Xianyou Xiuzhen's ears. Xianyou Xiuzhen widened his eyes, filled with shock and fear. His breath stopped for a moment. Why? How does the strangeness outside know my name? It said it knows I'm home. How could it know I'm home? I haven't done anything. I've been lying in bed the whole time. His thoughts suddenly became active, with various ideas emerging, and a large number of fragments occupying his mind. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. Open it now. Xianyou Xiuzhen, open the door. The knocking and shouting continued. They became more and more impatient and intense, as if they were just about to break a taut line. Xianyou Xiuzhen sat up from the bed. He was trembling all over, covered in sweat. His nerves were on the verge of collapse, and the sharp buzzing in his mind covered all other sounds, with only the intermittent knocking and shouting still ringing. Xianyou Xiuzhen stared blankly, his eyes empty and lifeless, his mouth open, gasping for breath as if he were exhausted, his heart beating violently, accompanied by the continuous knocking on the door, causing a stabbing sensation, as if it were about to explode. I have to go and open the door. Xianyou Xiuzhen suddenly thought. I have to go and open the door. This thought appeared like a dazzling sun, immediately suppressing all other thoughts in his mind. He wanted to go open the door, just that simple. I want to go open the door. 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 Xianyou Xiuzhen got out of bed in a daze, hunched over, devoid of any vitality. He kept muttering to himself as if he were possessed. It was eerie, as if he were dragging his body along, heading towards the door. Hey, Xianyou, what are you doing? Xianyou, wake up. Don't go open the door. Xianyou, are you crazy? Do you want to destroy our cherry blossoms? Damn it, Cherry Blossom High, what are you doing? Hurry up and send a reminder to wake Xianyou Xiuzhen up. The strange situation Xianyou Xiuzhen was facing, and the bizarre actions he was taking, were all being observed by the people of Cherry Blossom. Xianyou Xiuzhen's obviously abnormal state made the people of Cherry Blossom anxious. The higher-ups of Cherry Blossom Country immediately took action. A reminder was sent into the world of strange tales. Hey, Xianyou Xiuzhen, you wouldn't want your wife to suffer at your funeral, would you? A virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Xianyou Xiuzhen, blocking his way, a faint blue light coloring his face, reflecting in his hollow eyes.